Chapter 491, Domain of Equalization, a Casanova and a Pharmacist. Chapter 491, Domain of Equalization, a Casanova and a Pharmacist. U.TED by BXN0VEL.COMICRON. Translator, Lonely Tree. The Heart of Nature and the Path of Undying. These were the names of the two systems that had completed a seamless interbreeding in Matthew's body. From the very beginning, Matthew's goal was to reconcile the two, at least to remove the watermarks that were infinitely superimposed on each other. However, these two concepts were too big. If Matthew wanted to complete the fusion of the heart of nature and the path of undying, he would at least be a legend. In this world, all the concepts were given by humans, and many of them had been changed and distorted. This reflected the change in power. As far as Matthew knew, some high legends and gods had the power to directly edit the domain. This meant that as long as one was strong enough, you can force the whole world to accept your point of view. You could point at the sun and call it the moon, or you could easily call a deer a horse and call a ghost a human. In front of a true expert, a domain was no different from an internet encyclopedia. They were nothing more than subjects to be trampled on and casually written on. Of course, the premise was that the edits had to be logically self-consistent. If it was too illogical, it was very likely that it would encounter resistance from the plane's consciousness. As for Matthew, he had already prepared himself for that step. The only thing he lacked was strength. Fortunately, the communication in the ritual field did not change the entire world. The influence of the territory contract was only limited to Matthew's own territory. Therefore, he could play to his heart's content. Therefore, in the first paragraph of the contract, he boldly gave some new concepts to the domain according to his own ideas. He interpreted undying as a domain that transcended death, and assigned eternity and other elements to this domain to strengthen its reputation. This was his ultimate goal under ideal circumstances. It was the ultimate domain that surpassed the existence of death. All things wither but not towards death. Then, Matthew raised the concept of nature to the point where it could encompass all things. He even included a part of death and the entire life domain. Nature was the most unique concept. The chaos in the Dark Age was nature. The souls of all things in the Enlightenment Age were nature. The countryside and idyllic songs in the Exile Age were nature. If one day, Inger entered the Industrial Era, why couldn't the roaring of machinery and skyscrapers be a part of nature? In the subsequent explanation, Matthew also introduced the concepts of microorganisms, spores, fungi, and decomposing agents. Microorganisms were decomposing, parasitizing, and transforming. They were an indispensable part of the framework of nature and death. When the living died, they turned into corpses. The corpses were decomposed by microorganisms, turning into the elements of life and returning to the earth. This was a part of life and death. When the living died, they would turn into corpses, and the corpses would be awakened to become the undead. The undead would die again one day, and they would also be disposed of by the scavengers and return to nature. This meant that the undying and nature were not natural opposites. It was a natural continuation. This was one of the core tenets of the Spore Society, and it was also in line with Matthew's understanding of the spore domain. In this way, life and death blended and transformed into each other. The undead that belonged to the death realm was the continuation of the life that belonged to the nature realm. Matthew's framework was partially completed. The second contract. He applied this theory to the oak tree, spore, and undying. With theoretical guidance, it was also a matter of course to apply formulas to specific cases. After a while, the huge rock was filled with dense words. After writing the second paragraph, Matthew could sense that the elemental collision between the two ritual arenas had become more intense. This was a Zud Sizn. The worst outcome was that he would be completely ignored. There was a reaction, whether it was positive or negative. It meant that the territory contract he wrote had a stimulating effect on them. All that was left was to increase the intensity of the stimulation. Matthew rested for a while. Then, he finished writing the third part of the magic contract on the stone. Along with this process, Matthew could feel the domain in his body gradually becoming restless. He held his breath, focused, and finished the final note in one go. A few seconds later, he checked the full text. Then, he injected a little magic power into the huge rock. The magic words on the boulder flickered like fluorescent light. At a certain moment, they seemed to be about to fly up from the surface of the boulder. At that moment, another golden tree appeared in the cemetery. The magnificent nether moon hung from the world tree. However, this phenomenon only lasted for less than half a second. Bang! After a soft sound, the huge rock collapsed inwards and shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. The nature domain doesn't recognize it? The sudden change caught Matthew off guard. He was slightly startled. However, he immediately reacted. That's not right. The will of nature has acknowledged it. The undying domain and the spore domain have also acknowledged it. He concentrated on comprehending for a while. Not long after, there was finally a response on the data panel. Hint: the stone you have chosen cannot withstand the contents of the Territory Pact. Territory Pact: you have completed the initial communication between territories. There is a slight overlap between your domains, Oak Tree, Spore, and Undying. It turned out to be a problem with the material. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 492 Chapter 492, Domain of Equalization, a veteran of flowers and a pharmacist. Chapter 492, Domain of Equalization, a veteran of flowers and a pharmacist. U.TED by BXN0VEL.COMICRON. Translator, Lonely Tree. The stone he had chosen was already very sturdy, but it still couldn't withstand the strength required by the domain contract. It seemed that he had to find a higher level bearer. Purgatory's stubborn stone, Heaven Realm Bamboo's bamboo heart, and the legendary scroll base tanned from the skin of a true dragon. The prices of several high-level materials flashed through Matthew's mind. He could not help but feel his heart ache slightly. However, at this moment, the changes in his body attracted more of his attention. Matthew suddenly saw his internal organs very clearly. He saw the blood flowing in his veins, and he saw his heart pumping out a large amount of blood. He saw the negative energy and life force that were evenly stored in his organs. These energies blended with his mana and were inseparable. He saw the mental power concentrated at the back of his brain. He saw 11 light balls revolving around his body. These light balls were of different sizes and colors. Only when his gaze focused on the top of the ball of light could he clearly see the light spots floating inside. They were Oak, Undying, Temperance, Dragon Slayer, Plague, Transformation, Tauren, Grave, Erosion, Spore, and Equalization. Unknowingly, Matthew had already entered 11 domains. This number had far exceeded the basic requirements for advancing to Legend. Legend's requirements for domains could be roughly divided into 3 levels. The first tier, single or dual domain legendary. This situation usually required you to become a veteran in the domain and accumulate enough on the legendary path. In addition, if the higher niches of the domain were not occupied by others, you could advance to legendary. However, this legend was usually considered a type of simplistic legend. A single domain meant that it was not comprehensive enough and lacked variation. It was easy for others to find its weakness and kill it. In the history of the Alliance, more than 70% of the legends who were killed were legends with 1 or 2 domains. The second level, legend with 3 domains. The third tier was a 6-domain legend. It was said that the enhancement factor of the second tier was 5 times that of the first tier when one advanced to legendary. As the third tier was relatively rare, there was not much news about it. Matthew only knew that the minimum requirement for the 4 Guardians of the Alliance was Legend of 3 domains, while the requirement for the 3 Supreme Mages was Legend of 6 domains. This meant that Soria and Isabel were both ruthless people in the third tier. Among them, Edmund revealed Isabel to be a master in all fields. Matthew estimated that she had no less than 8 legendary domains. It could be said that Matthew had accumulated enough capital in terms of the number of domains. On the one hand, he knew that his path was different from others. Although he also used the domain as a tool, Matthew's art of equalization required more tools than others. Correspondingly, his domain was far inferior to others. Therefore, he had to explore the potential of his existing domain while expanding its boundaries. On the other hand, the more domains one had, the stronger one would be after advancing to legend, and the greater the resistance one would encounter during the advancement. This was almost the general knowledge of a mage. The only way to better face these obstacles was to accumulate experience. The first rule of a mage's advancement was always to have ample preparation. That strange view lasted for about a minute and a half. Matthew finally saw the oak tree, the undead, and the spore stuck together. From a flat view, they were like 3 rings. As for the other circles, they were still scattered to the side. Only the newly appeared circle of equalization was very active. It actively came into contact with all the domains. Although it would bounce off quickly in most cases, this did not change its active characteristics. Matthew's unique perspective ended. The balls of equalization bounced back and forth between the domains like bouncers. It was a bit like a socialite who was rejected everywhere but still worked hard. Hint, you have used the pact of territory to communicate with the oak tree, the undying, and the spore. You have obtained the opportunity to enter the equalization domain. As a reward for stepping into the domain, you have obtained the characteristic of the equalization domain, inner vision. Inner vision, you can observe the energy, domain, elements, and other changes in your body from God's perspective. Can be used once a day. In addition, you will also obtain one of the following 3 abilities. Casanova, you can always control the time, energy, and care for each member of the opposite sex evenly and delicately. You can also greatly reduce their disgust when they know each other. Prescription Mage, you will obtain the detailed recipes of several prescriptions, your herbal knowledge plus 20, your potion knowledge plus 20, and the ability Beginner Alchemy. Advancing Together, for every domain you enter, the integration speed of other domain elements plus 3% / domain stability plus 3%. Although the territory contract didn't take full effect, I've finally entered the equalization domain. I've gained something. Matthew was rather emotional as he looked back and forth between the 3 domain abilities. He hesitated. He chose 3. In fact, Matthew had considered the prescription ability. This ability seemed very practical and gave him a lot of knowledge. Unfortunately, advancing together was too suitable for Matthew now. He had many domains and little time. It was impossible for him to cover everything. If he wanted to tap into the potential of the domain as much as possible, he had to rely on the automatic integration of the domain elements. Chapter 493, Domain of Equalization, a veteran of flowers and a pharmacist. Chapter 493, Domain of Equalization, a veteran of flowers and a pharmacist. Updated by Bexable.Siamikronem. Translator, Lonely Tree. This ability could alleviate the contradiction between quantity and quality, so there was no reason not to take it. As for the Casanova, Matthew felt that it was better to leave it to those who needed it. Other than that, the equalization domain also gave Matthew a permanent status. Master of Gym, your balance plus 10, climbing, jumping, running, swimming, gymnastics, horseback riding, etc. Authentication check plus 3. Not a bad ability. At the very least, Matthew would be able to protect himself better when riding Pegasus and Nightmare in the future. Speaking of which, I still have to buy 2 good saddles. The Pegasus is already a very stable mount, but it's still a little uncomfortable. When the Oak Chamber of Commerce receives a portion of its funds, I'll go to Old Fallon and ask for 2 sets of saddles. At the same time, I'll settle Soldier and Renesm's accounts. Matthew stretched and left the mushroom garden. Although the territory pact was not completely successful, the 2 ritual arenas were no longer as tense as before. This could be clearly sensed by Matthew standing at the entrance of the cemetery at the intersection of the ritual field. He slowly walked down the stone stairs at the entrance. Compared to before, with the support of Master of Jim, he walked more steadily. However, this temporary stone staircase was still a little too steep. It would be nice if we could have an elevator here, like the Cauldron House, that would take us from the cemetery to the canopy of the World Tree. Matthew thought as he shook his head. He had asked the Tower Genie 177 about the price of the magic elevator. That was a number he could not bear. In the end, I still lack money. Matthew suddenly began to wonder when the next batch of visiting mages from the Alliance would arrive. At this moment, he suddenly noticed Sinwak, who was sleeping soundly beside the stone stairs. Ever since the completion of the cemetery, the troll had nothing else to do other than digging Matthew's tombstone. He was living better than anywhere else. Sleeping every day. There was even vegetarian food when he was hungry. This made Matthew a little worried about his health. Should I arrange some exercise for him? For example, troll-powered elevator? This thought had just appeared in Matthew's mind. A human suddenly shouted in the underground city outside the cemetery. Hey, Matthew, I've finally waited for you to arrive. I lost the stone you gave me. Can you let me in? I didn't dare to barge in, afraid that those zombies would bite me. Matthew glanced at him and immediately opened the cemetery. The person was wearing a mining suit, and there was a white crystal spotlight on his forehead. His face was very clean. He was an official sent by Riegar to preside over the development of the sulfur mine. He had met Matthew several times before. His name was Patton, the second son of Ms. Liz and the younger brother of the garrison captain, Blake. He used to be a tax officer in the north of the town. Later, he had a conflict with the villagers because of a strange sexually transmitted disease. He finally rested at home and had been idle until now. Recently, his health had improved greatly, and it just so happened that the mining of sulfur mines needed trustworthy manpower. Hence, Riegar asked him to come over and help Matthew take care of this matter. Regarding the development of the sulfur mine, the project had already reached the implementation stage. On a specific level, in addition to sending Patton to take charge of the overall situation, the officials of Rolling Stone Town also recruited more than a dozen workers in the name of the city hall. On Matthew's side, he sent out more than 40 zombies to guard and patrol. Zombies were very good at this kind of work, but they could not count on sorting, transporting, or even refining ores. The current process was for the 8 workers assigned to the mine to sort the sulfur ores into vehicles. Then, Patton escorted these cars through the underground passage to a factory left behind in the Gold Digger Basin. The remaining workers were also arranged there to complete the initial extraction of the sulfur ore and further refining. The extraction of sulfur ore was not complicated. In addition, the purity of the sulfur ore that Matthew had discovered was extremely high. It only needed simple extraction, so there were not many difficulties in the equipment and process. After the sulfur was produced, it would eventually be transported in 3 directions. The first was Matthew's cemetery. Sulfur was a necessary material for the production of blazing glue and Molotov cocktails. However, the arsonists were not very enthusiastic about making related props, and the demand for sulfur was small, so there was still a lot of redundant resources. The remaining 2 transportation routes were Riegar's Rolling Stone Trade Union and Matthew's Oak Trade Union. The former was in charge of the sales in the north. The latter was responsible for selling the sulfur to the south. In general, Riegar was still very loyal. During this process, he provided his connections and effort. He wasn't sure about the final profit after deducting the operation and labor costs of the sulfur mine. He still only asked for 10%. This number was very low. Normally speaking, all the wealth in the territory belonged to the Lord. Even if others discovered any minerals and developed them together with the Lord would naturally have ownership of the minerals. Currently, the South was divided into 3 parts. It was very normal for the Lord to get 70% of the profits. But Riegar was different. Not only was he generous to Matthew, but he also treated everyone equally. More than 10 years ago, when the mining industry in the Gold Digger Basin was booming, the conditions that Rega gave to the mine owners were that he only wanted 20% to 30% of the profits. Because of this, Rolling Stone Town became too prosperous during that period of time. The original name of this land was also forgotten by people. Instead, it was replaced by the Gold Digger Basin, which had a more historical background. How's the factory? Has the first batch of goods come out? Do you need me to send more undead to maintain order? Matthew asked. Little Patton waved his hand. Everything is fine. The first batch of goods will be delivered in 2 days. The workers were afraid of the undead at first, but under my deliberate arrangements, they now trust your zombies. Deliberate arrangement? Matthew looked at Little Patton suspiciously. The latter smiled. I found 2 wild boars. I wanted to scare them, but before I could get close, they were chased away by your undead. In this way, the workers will have a certain level of trust in the undead. Matthew frowned slightly. Although Little Patton's plan was effective, he felt that it might also aggravate the panic of the workers. Hence, he reminded. If you want to use this method next time, tell me in advance. Little Patton shrugged. All right, you're the boss. I'll listen to you. I came to see you about the mine. According to the workers who stayed in the mine, they had clearly finished picking up the sulfur ore in the area. The next morning, in the same place, similar amounts of ores would appear, or even more. Although this phenomenon is a good thing for us, the workers always felt that something was wrong. I tried to calm them down, but last night, there was a whining sound coming from the mine, like the friction of wind blowing through a hole. This morning, a worker came to me and said that he didn't want to work anymore, mainly because he was a little scared. I think I still have to report this matter to you. After all, you were the one who found the mine. Do you know what happened? Matthew muttered. I think I know what's going on. How about this? I'll go to the mine myself tonight and see if I can solve the problem from the root. Chapter 494, Chapter 494, Who Stole Our Sulfur? Chapter 494, Who Stole Our Sulfur? Utted by Bexable.Siamikronem. Translator, Lonely Tree. After chatting with Little Patton for a while, Matthew asked him to wait in the cemetery while he quickly changed his clothes and rode his Pegasus to Rolling Stone Town. Tonight was the day that Rhaegar would head to Purgatory. Matthew planned to send him off. Ollie's speed was very fast. It would have taken him half an hour to get there by foot, but now he only took less than 5 minutes. This provided Matthew with great convenience. After entering the town, he found a hidden place to land. Ollie very cleverly customsi Nursel as an Oromari Norse. Matthew came to the camp next to the liege's residence and instructed Ollie to wait there. He walked in without leashing her. Rhaegar's operation tonight was a secret. Not many people in the Lord's Guards knew about it. Matthew walked all the way over and greeted the knights on guard duty. He arrived at the basement without any obstructions. He waited for a while before Zeller arrived. Rhaegar and the 2 knights who followed him, Asma and Dulin, would arrive later. Until today. With Rhaegar and Zeller's revelation, Matthew had a clearer understanding of the portal and the situation in the kingdom of Suki. The portal was currently half-activated. This meant that Rolling Stone Town could freely control the opening or closing of the portal, while the other portal located in the kingdom of Suki could only passively accept the arrangement of this side. The 2 knights, Asma and Dulin, had rushed back to rescue them because of the news of the 3 evil organizations besieging Rolling Stone Town. When they returned, they found that the evil organization had already disbanded. They asked Rhaegar to open the door to Purgatory. They knew that Rhaegar would go to the edge of Purgatory to hunt regularly, so they offered to do that for him. These 2 knights had probably returned from Inferno the day before yesterday. Matthew didn't get to meet them face to face, and the information he knew was provided by Rhaegar during their chat. It was said that the 2 knights took advantage of the confrontation between the kingdom of Suki and the Brew tribe to kill many demons and devils. They had obtained many high-level spoils of war that could only be obtained in the lower planes. The spoils of war would be a boost to the finances of Rolling Stone Town. Only then did Matthew understand the financial model of Rolling Stone Town. No wonder Rhaegar was able to maintain such a generous policy while accumulating a considerable amount of wealth. The tranquility of Rolling Stone Town was actually a realistic fairy tale that Rhaegar had weaved himself. Many industries were supported by the city hall at a loss. Behind the happy smile of every resident of Rolling Stone Town, there might be a demon's corpse lying in a pool of blood. It sounded a little funny, but it was the truth. Matthew only had 2 comments about this. First, it was pretty good. Secondly, it was fortunate that he was not a lord. Otherwise, he'd have too many things to worry about. Even though Rhaegar had the teleportation gate to Purgatory, hunting demons was no laughing matter. The risk involved was much greater than robbing the surrounding villages. Matthew thought that while Rhaegar looked like he had nothing to do, he probably spent most of his energy on this. When Rhaegar and the other 2 knights arrived, they were still talking. The changes in Ascana, the realm between purgatories, are more exaggerated than you can imagine. We haven't been there for a few years, but we found that it has changed greatly. Whether it's in the Suki territory or in the Brew tribe, there are huge runestones, runic skylines, and pillars of light that transmit energy by the roadside. The speed at which their technology is changing is shocking. I suspect that both sides have the shadow of the outer plane or even the gods helping them. As Asma walked, she adjusted the pauldrons on her body. Matthew noticed that it seemed to be a type of implanted construct. When Soria talked about construct art, she mentioned that the demons were good at the implantable construct. Asma and Dulin had many implantable constructs. However, their constructs were indeed relatively obvious. Even if they were implanted inside the body, the constructs were easily identified by the naked eye. Matthew didn't quite understand what they were talking about. He only knew that the plane where the kingdom of Suki was located was called Ascana. Ascana was actually an area that bordered Purgatory and Abyss. There were many humans, tieflings, and demons living there. The humans lived in the Holy Brilliance Fort, which was far away from the battlefield. The tieflings lived in the kingdom of Suki, and the demons formed the Brew tribe. The latter 2 had been in constant conflict recently, and the battle situation was erratic. It's not that exaggerated. I went to the deer hunting plain last year. Although the demons have new weapons, their combat effectiveness hasn't increased significantly. Rhaegar did not seem to care about Asma's reminder. Dulin interrupted. Rhaegar, you'd better believe what we've seen and heard. I've asked your knights. In order to reduce the casualty rate as much as possible, you've been leading them to only plunder the small forces on the edge for the past few years. You've never been close to the center of Ascana. But we're different. This time, we went to the vicinity of the Old Kingdom. The tribes there not only updated their equipment, but they also mastered a very strange resurrection technique. Otherwise, how could Asma and I be injured? Rhaegar frowned and nodded. I understand. I'll be careful. When we get to Red and Black, I'll find someone to ask. Chapter 495 Chapter 495, Who Stole Our Sulfur? Chapter 495, Who Stole Our Sulfur? Updated by Bexable.Siamikronem. Translator, Lonely Tree. Damn these changes. There are so many changes these days that it makes one's hair stand on end. Even Purgatory is changing with each passing day. What are those prisoners of the Heavenly Palace trying to do? No one could answer his question. After adjusting the pauldron for a long time, Asma still failed. In the end, she could only force the protruding metal piece back into the pauldron. This should be a work-related injury. When we reach Red and Black Castle, you should be able to find a suitable construct craftsman to help me deal with it, right? Rhaegar made an affirmative gesture. The premise is that they still acknowledge me, this unfilial descendant. Dulin snickered. They'll definitely acknowledge you. I heard that the rulers of the Suki Kingdom are all women. They're more than happy to have you. Rhaegar shivered. His firm step slowed down. He walked into the basement. The few of them greeted each other. Rhaegar took out a purple crystal ball the size of a palm and placed it in the pool beside the portal. Immediately after, the entire door lit up with a dark red light. This was a sign that the interplane portal was being activated. It would take about 5 to 10 minutes for the portal to be officially used. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Matthew handed a SOS scroll to Rhaegar. Don't expect it to be of any use. Even if you successfully tear it apart, I can only receive your coordinates and news after 1 to 2 days. Rhaegar put away the SOS scroll and complained. Aren't mages able to move freely in the various planes? Matthew nodded. Of course. But you have to wait for me to become a legend first. Rhaegar asked. How many years do you need to become a legend? Matthew thought for a moment. About 50 years? Dulin laughed again. It could be seen that this female knight had a low laughing point. She obviously thought Matthew was joking. Rhaegar calculated. According to the average life expectancy of the Bloodsuki family, I have about 150 years to live. I should be able to live until the day you become a legend. Remember to bring me to experience the legendary plane travel. Matthew smiled. As long as you can live until that day, sure. Take care. Rhaegar nodded solemnly. He chatted with Zeller about the west of town. Soon, the portal could be used. Asma took the lead and entered the door, followed by Dulin. Rhaegar waved at the two of them and walked towards the portal, fully armed. Just as he was about to reach the door, he suddenly stopped and turned around. If anything happens to me, do you remember how to arrange the heir of Rolling Stone Town? Zeller said calmly. First is Sif, second is Little Patton, and third is Blake. If Sif doesn't want to become the Lord of Rolling Stone Town, then Little Patton will take over the position directly. Rhaegar nodded. Yes. Don't worry, I'm just going home. I won't die so easily. I just don't feel at ease before I leave. I want to confirm it. I'm leaving. I won't see you for at least 3 months. Don't miss me too much. As he spoke, he strode into the portal, until the light of the door began to extinguish. Zeller suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Matthew asked. Every time Rhaegar uses the teleportation array, there will always be some small problems. Today's luck is pretty good. Even the space-time rift did not appear. Zeller said gratefully. Matthew asked sharply. Did space-time rifts form in previous times? Zeller nodded. Yes, there will be one every time, and it will last for at least a week. It points to an unknown place in purgatory. Sometimes, after Rhaegar left, we had to deal with the imps that he provoked. Although they are also good materials, sometimes too many of them are also very troublesome. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Was it possible that the space-time rift had just changed its location and had appeared elsewhere? Thinking of this, he didn't have time to greet Zeller. He immediately rushed out of the camp, rode on Ollie, and rushed in the direction of the oak forest. A moment later, in the Undercity, Matthew changed to the Crimson Flame Nightmare in the cemetery and rushed to the sulfur mine first. Fortunately, when he arrived, nothing unusual had happened. After a while, Little Patton also rushed over, panting. Matthew had arranged for the workers to rest outside. He asked breathlessly. Did something happen? Matthew walked slowly into the sulfur mine, carefully sensing everything around him. He had actually been here 3 times, but even after activating his equalized perception, he still hadn't found the space-time rift he had expected. That was why he had thought that it was his misjudgment. But now, it seemed that the sulfur in the mine was very likely related to the dimensional rift that Rhaegar had created using the purgatory portal. Not long ago, Asma and the others had used the portal. It was possible that from that time onwards, the space-time rift had been transferred to the Undercity by chance. This place was only a dozen kilometers away from the Liege's residence. From the perspective of plane studies, the transfer of the location space-time rift was theoretically possible. I just have a certain guess about the abnormal situation here. I'll stay here tonight until I find out the reason. Matthew responded to Little Patton while checking the situation in the mine. He also summoned Soldier and Renesm. Little Patton was very bold. He immediately rolled up his sleeves when he heard this. Then I'll go with you. He saw Matthew looking around, so he followed him to check on the mine. Chapter 496, Chapter 496, Who Stole Our Sulfur? Chapter 496, Who Stole Our Sulfur? Utted by Bexable.Siamikronem. Translator, Lonely Tree. Unfortunately, the two of them worked for more than an hour and still could not find anything unusual. Matthew brought a chair from the workers' area and sat down. Little Patton followed suit. Under the illumination of the mage's hand and the illuminating stone, Matthew suddenly realized that Little Patton and Rhaegar were quite similar. The last time the two of them met was at the ball to welcome Lorraine. At that time, the lights were dim, and Matthew did not see it clearly. This time, upon closer inspection, this kid was completely like a little Rhaegar. In comparison, Blake, who was also Rhaegar's nephew, was completely different from him. When he thought about how Rhaegar had placed Little Patton's inheritance right before Blake's when he was arranging his funeral, Matthew suddenly became interested in this young man who had lost his tax officer position due to a sexually transmitted disease. What do you think of your uncle? Little Patton looked a little surprised. Uncle? Do you mean in Rhaegar? Matthew nodded. He's just a stupidly good person. This guy unexpectedly dared to say it. How much do you know about the relationship between him and the kingdom of Suki? Matthew asked again. Little Patton waved his hand and started talking. In theory, I also have the blood of the Suki family, but it is very diluted. When I was young, I dreamed of becoming a mage, but they told me that I had no talent. I wanted to become a knight, but they told me that I was weak. Later on, I wanted to become a playboy, but my mother told me that there was no way. Our family's fortune was all thanks to my mother's relentless begging to have Rhaegar acknowledge her as family. That's how we got to where we are today in Rolling Stone Town. Let me tell you a secret. Actually, I suspect that my mother is not Rhaegar's cousin. Maybe they just look alike, and my mother just happens to have a bit of purgatory blood. But fortunately, she gave birth to me. Many people said that I looked like Rhaegar, which made my mother very happy. For a period of time, she mentioned this matter to everyone she met. However, gradually, a ridiculous rumor spread in Rolling Stone Town. They say I'm actually Rhaegar's illegitimate son. Damn it. Can those idiots take a look at my mother's appearance and figure before spreading rumors? Well, it's not nice to say this, but I love Liz very much. She's my mother. However, I also knew very well that with Rhaegar's taste, it was impossible for him to fall for her. Anyway, after that rumor, my mother never mentioned my similarity to Rhaegar again. She seemed to have subconsciously distanced herself from Rhaegar because of this incident. I suppose she was worried that this would upset Rhaegar. After all, our entire family depends on this uncle. Matthew looked at him with interest. You're quite perceptive. Little Patton said indifferently. When you are like me and have no achievements in anything you do, it is only natural for you to give up on yourself. As time goes by, many truths are self-evident. Sometimes, I really feel that there are many people in this world who are not as smart as me. But for some reason, they always succeed easily, while I have achieved nothing so far. Matthew thought for a moment and asked another question. If you had an army of devils from purgatory, what would you do when the war was about to break out? Little Patton smiled relaxedly. Rhaegar asked me this question not long ago. Is he still troubled by the teleportation portal? Matthew was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Rhaegar to trust Patton so much that he had even discussed such a core secret with him. No wonder he was the successor behind Sif. So Matthew continued to ask. That's the matter. However, Rhaegar has already made his decision. I just want to know your opinion. Little Patton stretched. There are no traces of demons in Rolling Stone Town. This means that my good uncle has made a stupid decision. Is he so naive as to think that he can live in peace with the other factions? Matthew took out 2 cups from his luggage, filled them with milk, and handed one to the man. So, you don't agree with Rieger's decision to reject the demon army? Little Patton held the milk in his hand and rubbed the cup with both hands. If you have a sharp weapon and don't use it, you will be hurt by it. This is a proverb I read in an ancient book. It's not that I don't think highly of Rieger's decision, but I don't think highly of every decision he makes. Although I'm being a little heartless, the truth is that we're not the only family in Rolling Stone Town that lives off of Rieger's blood. I clearly realized that the only reason I could have my current standard of living was because of Rieger's kindness and fantasy. However, some people did not realize this. Of course, as long as Rieger was willing, it didn't matter whether they appreciated it or not. But the key was, how long could Rieger keep this going? The development of Rolling Stone Town was already a fairy tale-like miracle. If the 4 realms were to remain peaceful, perhaps this miracle could continue for many years. But as you said, war is coming. If Rieger couldn't or wouldn't become the king, how long can the current situation last? After saying this, he gulped down the milk and burped. What amazing milk. What I said just now was just a personal opinion. I don't have much reference value. I hope that Rolling Stone Town will continue to prosper. Only then can a useless rice worm like me continue to lie on Rieger's body and happily suck blood. Little Patton laughed at himself and stood up to go to the toilet. Matthew sat there with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. But at this moment, the sound of the wind came from above his head. Immediately after, there was a loud clang. A huge piece of sulfur stone fell from above. If Matthew hadn't reacted quickly, he would have missed it. What is this? Just as he walked to the side, Little Patton, who had unbuttoned his pants to relieve himself, screamed. However, in the darkness, a monster that looked like a green-headed fly but was hundreds of times larger pounced at him. Fuck you. Don't scare me when I pee. This guy was very brave. He pulled down his pants and pulled out a single-handed sword. Then, he began to fight the huge green-headed fly naked. A similar monster appeared beside Matthew. The other party came very quickly, but Matthew reacted even faster. He took out a mace from the shortcut bar of the magic backpack and hammered it. The hammer was still useful in close combat. The green-headed fly obviously wanted to dodge, but it didn't have time to avoid it. It was directly smashed to the ground by Matthew. Matthew killed it. At the same time, Little Patton also used his one-handed sword to flick the monster's wing away and then killed it with a sword. It's the fly demon, Matthew reminded. This is a type of demon, but its level is relatively low. Don't be afraid. Come over to me first. There might be other demons appearing. It was too late. From the darkness where the first fly demon appeared, 2 muscular bull-headed men emerged. They were wearing heavy armor. They walked like tigers. Little Patton hurriedly pulled up his pants and retreated. Matthew immediately asked Soldier to go over and help Patton. Warning, you have encountered a Minotaur, LV-12/Elite Large Demon. The Minotaur was not a Tauren. The difference was that the former was a type of demon. They had extremely sharp teeth, which formed a sharp contrast with the flat teeth of the Tauren, who had a vegetarian habit. The 2 Minotaurs started roaring as soon as they appeared. Matthew did not understand the abyssal language and was about to make his move. Little Patton translated as he retreated. They are asking us who stole their sulfur. If we don't tell them, they'll snatch me back to be their wife. Damn it, can't these demons differentiate between male and female? I didn't even put on my pants. Are they blind? Matthew silently observed the green eyes of the Minotaurs and casually said. Maybe they like you too much. Can you help me translate it? As he spoke, the 2 Minotaurs charged forward with their huge axes. Little Patton lowered his head and rolled around, asking loudly, Do you still need a translation? Matthew said calmly, "There's no need for that now. Just prepare to translate their last words." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw a gray magic light at the minotaurs. Disintegration. Chapter 497, Storluck Industries. Chapter 497, Storluck Industries. Utted by Bexable.Siamikronem. Translator, Lonely Tree. A gray light flashed, and the heavy armor on one of the minotaurs was instantly reduced to ashes. He lowered his head and looked at it with a pained expression. But in the next second, there was only pain left on his face. A sharp arrow pierced through the air and pierced through his heart. The minotaur roared angrily. As a member of the demons, he obviously had extremely strong vitality. He did not even look at the arrow again and roared with his other companion as they pounced in Matthew's direction. Little Patton dodged, but he didn't run away. Instead, he picked up his one-handed sword from the ground and leaned against the stone wall, planning to wait for an opportunity to take action. The sound of arrows leaving the bowstring rang out endlessly. Renezum held the jade trade wind and shot fiercely at the minotaur, who had lost his armor. In the blink of an eye, he was turned into a sieve. He glared and roared, but his knees couldn't help but soften. Boom! The minotaur knelt on the ground. A cold light flashed in the darkness, and Soldier appeared at the right time. A pair of scimitars circled around the neck of the minotaur, and a large amount of blood instantly spurted out. The demon screamed endlessly, and it looked like it was about to die. At this moment, the other minotaur was still advancing. However, Matthew had already activated Astrid's claw as a response. The tentacle that was filled with negative energy cleverly tripped the minotaur, and the latter's huge body suddenly fell forward. Puff! The minotaur fell to the ground. Matthew took the opportunity to cast a few more control spells. The minotaur's tenacity was not low, so it could have easily avoided these control spells. However, it fell down and was dizzy, unable to get up for a while. At this moment, Little Patton found an opportunity, gripped his sword tightly, and rushed forward, stabbing and stabbing. It was the sound of the rope breaking. Boom! The minotaur flipped over and struck the ground with its axe. Little Patton quickly dodged to the side. The demon still wanted to pursue. However, Matthew's Astrid claw was like gangrene clinging to his bones. The tentacles kept poking at the minotaur, making it impossible for him to get up. Little Patton shouted as he ran. "If I cut off his belt, I can take off the armor on his lower body." Matthew immediately cancelled the disintegration spell he was about to cast. The minotaur's armor looked pretty good. He could salvage everything he could. He immediately summoned the Silvermoon zombies that were patrolling the mine. The zombies swarmed forward, and with the help of Astrid's claw, they forcefully pressed the minotaur to the ground. Soldier took the opportunity to attack, slashing his wrist twice in a row, forcing him to let go of the giant axe. The minotaur lay on the ground and kept letting out earth-shattering roars. If it weren't for Renezum taking the opportunity to shoot an arrow at his chin, his screams would have probably traveled more than 10 miles away. In the end, under the suppression and dragging of the zombies, the minotaur's leg armor and pants were pulled away, facing the minotaur's bare lower body. A ghost wolf that was a pale fung rushed up and took a few bites. The sound of chewing came from the cave. This time, the minotaur couldn't hold back the pain anymore and fainted without a sound. Hint, your pale fong, ghost wolf, has crushed the minotaur's balls. Pale fong had triggered instant death. You have killed a minotaur. You have received a set of minotaur's silver scale heavy armor, armor 16/strength plus 1/1 intelligence 1. Stop. Once he confirmed that the enemy was dead, Matthew hurriedly stopped his undead subordinates from scratching and biting him. When the black mass of zombies dispersed, only then did Matthew get a miserable corpse covered in zombie saliva and scratch marks. The tactical order to swarm them is a little too rough. The zombies usually don't have the chance to eat meat. Now that they have the opportunity, it's natural for them to take a few more bites. In the future, if I want to preserve the full appearance of the corpse as much as possible, I have to give more detailed instructions. Matthew looked at the blood on the Minotaur's crotch and the broken wrist, shaking his head slightly. The other one died even more horribly. Its head was almost removed by soldier, and it would take a lot of effort to sew it back on. But overall, the results were pleasant. This was the first time Matthew had obtained a demon's corpse, so he naturally had to take it back and study it. It was certain that he would make it into an undead, but the question was which one to make. Before that, he planned to conduct a more detailed analysis of the two corpses. Take them back to the cemetery. Matthew asked Renesm to lead a team of zombies to collect the corpses. As for himself, he went to find Little Patton, who was still in shock. "Are you all right?" Little Patton adapted quickly. "No problem. It's just that this is the first time I've seen such a cruel way of dying. Even if it's an enemy, I still feel a chill down my spine." As he spoke, he tightened his belt. "Very good. I'll leave the evacuation and pacification of the workers to you. I plan to seal off the sulfur mine for a while." Matthew arranged. Little Patton nodded. "Then should I let them go back for a holiday?" The reason is that we need to conduct a more comprehensive magic exploration of the mine. Having too many people will affect the results of the magic exploration." Matthew hesitated and said. "Some of them might have heard the commotion here. Should we give them some money?" Little Patton shook his head without hesitation and said. Chapter 498 Chapter 498, Storluck Industries. Chapter 498, Storluck Industries. Updated by Bexable.Siamikronim. Translator, Lonely Tree. No need. I'll tell them that the sound was made when I hit a rock. Combined with the reason I gave for the holiday, they'll buy it. And if you take the initiative to give them money, then they will most likely know that something has happened here. When the rumors spread, it won't be so easy for you to recruit more workers. Of course, that is if you plan to only recruit from Rolling Stone Town. If you're willing to find refugees from the High Leaf Ridge or the Golden Fertile Fields, they won't complain even if the pay is lower. Matthew saw that he had a clear mind, so he no longer interfered with the matter and let Little Patton handle it. He quickly walked around the scene of the incident. This time, he discovered 3 spatial rifts. The largest one was located on the ceiling of the mine. It was a 6-meter-long hole. It was usually closed, and from time to time it would open up to 2 meters wide. Sulfur ores that often flew into the mine fell from this hole. However, according to Matthew's observations, this hole was extremely unstable. It spat out sulfur ore for a while, and soon, it closed automatically. This hole was also very well concealed. Even a slightly low-level reconnaissance spell could not detect it. The second crack was located by the underground river deep in the mine. It was an arched opening. Because it was hidden behind a rock, Matthew had been careless and did not notice that there was something else behind it. The gap was not big and could barely accommodate one person. Matthew guessed that the 2 minotaurs had crawled over. This crack was relatively stable. Matthew had observed it for a long time, but it did not even have the tendency to close automatically. It was estimated that it would not disappear in the short term. The third crack was on the gravel beach of the underground river. This thing was only the size of a fist, and its stability was average. It was hard to say when it would disappear. Matthew hadn't seen anything come out of it yet. After a thorough investigation, Matthew brought more zombies over and surrounded the 3 rifts. And he himself went straight to the Cauldron House. To him, a spatial rift was both an opportunity and a crisis. If his guess was correct, this was most likely pointing to the Purgatory Ascana that Rhaegar was heading to. This meant that demons or devils from Ascana could enter the material world through the rift at any time. That was no joke. Matthew immediately rushed to the Alliance's library to search for information related to the space-time rift. At the very least, he had to find a way to close the rift steadily. An hour later, after paying a sum of knowledge points to the scroll dragon in the grate, Library. Matthew received a lot of information about the dimensional rift. He selectively read a few authoritative works and summarized 4 ways to deal with the spacetime rift. The first was to let it disappear on its own. The prime material plane was the most stable world with complete elements, strong barriers, and the most complete laws. Therefore, even if a spacetime rift appeared, if it were not deliberately maintained, it would most likely disappear on its own after a period of time. Of course, this method was a bit of a test of luck. The second method was to repeatedly use evocation spells of the 4th rank and above to bombard the spatial rift and its surrounding areas with supersaturated explosions to achieve the effect of blowing up the spatial rift. According to the introduction of the book titled The Occult Machinist Teaches You How to Deal with Spacetime Turbulence. Using this method, the success rate of closing the spacetime rift was as high as 95%. However, there was a 5% chance that the spacetime rift would explode and even attract monsters from the astral world. However, there was such a point of view circulating among the occult machinists. If the spacetime rift couldn't be closed by the explosion, then the explosion must not have been powerful enough. The only thing one needed to do was increase the intensity. The third method was the spacetime gate stabilizing spell. It required an experienced array master to stabilize the crack into a fixed spacetime gate. There were many benefits to this method. After it stabilized, this door would become similar to the portal of Rhaegar. The door could be opened and closed whenever you wanted, and it was relatively safe and stable. The only drawback was that it was expensive. Matthew had heard from Margaret about the price of advanced array masters in the Alliance. Their labor costs were astronomical, not to mention the cost of materials. The fourth method was to create a magic material called giant tree amber by himself to repair the dimensional rift. The advantage of this method was that the spacetime rift repaired by the amber would not disappear in the short term. During this period, if you wanted to use this rift, you could just tear open the amber. The disadvantage was that the giant tree amber was a little troublesome to tear apart. Moreover, there was a low probability that the cracks repaired by this method would be discovered from the other side. There were 4 methods. Matthew was left with only 2 choices. He didn't dare to try the second. He didn't have the money for the third. As for which method to deal with it, I still have to consider the situation on the other side of the rift and observe the stability of the rift. Matthew pondered for a while in the library and did not make a decision immediately. However, he still made a trip to the Alliance's store and bought a series of materials. Primordial Amber Stone X60, Disguise Scrolls X6. 10 portions of Zoroovine. Chapter 499, Chapter 499, Storluck Industries. Chapter 499, Storluck Industries. Translator, Lonely Tree. Dust in the Astral Plane, or Package X6. Shrinking Scrolls X3. Other magic supplementary materials. This expenditure cost 30,000 gold coins, and Matthew's liquid funds were completely drained. I should have bought 1 less shrinking scroll. As he left the cauldron house, his heart was filled with remorse. After returning to the cemetery, Matthew set up a crucible in the workshop and poured several semi-finished magic potions into the pot. He also added a large amount of water and a small amount of alcohol. He waited until the pot was boiling. He poured half of the Zoroovine into the pot. The pot made a loud noise. Matthew quickly found something to cover it. After cooking for about 5 minutes, the pot stopped making noise. He then lifted the lid and poured the sticky green liquid into the glass bottle that he had prepared earlier. This pot could fill 6 bottles. After Matthew added some cloves and mint into the bottle, the elementary transformation potion was officially formed. He planned to go to the rift crack to take a look. However, a human walking in the territory of a demon or devil was undoubtedly courting death. Therefore, Matthew wanted to borrow the Minotaur's vest to wear. A moment later, Matthew left the workshop with the potion. He went to the corpse of the Minotaur and took a part of their hair and nails. Not long after, little Patton returned to the cemetery. He said to Matthew very easily, "I've already appeased the workers. Not only the mine, but I also found a reason to give the underground factories a holiday to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Matthew was a little surprised by his efficiency. After collecting the essence from the corpse, he placed the Minotaur's fingernails and hair into 2 bottles of potion and asked casually, "If it were you, how would you deal with the spatial rift that suddenly appeared around the territory?" He explained the 4 methods he had found. Little Patton thought for a moment and replied, "We'll have to see what's on the other side of the rift. Judging from the reaction of those monsters, they're most likely unorganized. Even if they are, those 2 Minotaurs must have discovered the rift by chance. Otherwise, we would have encountered a regular army instead of a small group. If it were me, I would go to the other side of the crack first and make a decision." Matthew gave him a look of approval and handed one of the bottles to Little Patton. "What do you mean?" Little Patton was a little confused. "I think the same as you. I also plan to go over and take a look. I can't understand the language of these demons. I need your translation. You should have the courage to come with me, right?" Matthew smiled. "But don't worry. Let's go to the mine first. We'll drink the potion after the undead completes the most basic pathfinding work." Little Patton readily agreed. However, he looked at the bottle of dark green potion with a suspicious look in his eyes. "Will I really not have diarrhea after drinking this?" "Probably not." Matthew patted his luggage confidently. "It doesn't matter if you do. I prepared anti-diarrhea medicine." With that, under Little Patton's even more suspicious gaze, the 2 of them rushed back to the mine. Out of the 3 spatial rifts, 2 of them were unsuitable for people to pass through. Matthew went behind the rock. At first, he sent a skeleton soldier to check out the situation. The command he gave the skeleton soldiers was, after passing through the space-time rift, they could only move within a 5-meter radius of the original location. After the skeleton soldiers went over, there was no movement for 10 minutes. The data panel did not indicate that the skeleton soldiers were injured, which meant that the situation over there was relatively safe. Later, Matthew asked Soldier to scout the way, and the result was similar. Because he had crossed planes, he couldn't communicate with Soldier through the contract. 5 minutes later, Soldier returned. He reported his findings to Matthew. "It's a very big house. The door is closed. There's very little furniture. There's something very bright. I went under the bed. The bed is also very big." Matthew roughly understood. It was probably the place where the space-time rift had appeared. No one else had discovered it yet. As for the 2 fly demons, they might be the Minotaur's servants. After that, Matthew tested the strength of the space-time rift again and again. He left some precautions in case of accidents. Then, he drank the potion with Little Patton. 2 minutes later, the potion took effect, and their bodies expanded, turning into demons that looked similar to the Minotaurs. However, it was a beginner transformation potion, after all, and there were many flaws in the details. Matthew calmly took out the disguise scroll that he had prepared beforehand and cast disguise on himself and Little Patton. At this moment, their appearance was exactly the same as the 2 Minotaurs. Unless they encountered a unit with superior perception, it was impossible for them to be exposed. The effect of the transformation can last for about 6 hours. "Let's hurry over." After Matthew finished speaking, he bent over and took the lead to cross the space-time rift. Little Patton followed closely behind. The 2 of them came to an extremely cramped space. After crawling out from under the bed with difficulty, the skeleton soldiers that Matthew had sent over were still twisting their hips in the room. Just as Soldier said, the furniture in the room was very simple and crude. Even the windows were broken, and he could vaguely see some scenes outside. The first thing that caught Matthew's attention was an electric light hanging from the ceiling. "Is this the bright thing Soldier mentioned?" Chapter 500 Storluck Industries. Chapter 500 Storluck Industries. Translator, Lonely Tree. Do Minotaurs use electric lights? Matthew was stunned. He could accept it if it were a luminous pearl or an incomplete illuminating crystal hanging above his head. However, the electric light was a little unacceptable to him. There are also wires, there are also runes similar to utility poles on the roadside? What is the meaning of this? Have the demons already entered an industrial society? Matthew's scalp went numb. It was not that he had not considered such a situation. After all, the prime material plane was suppressed by the mysteries of civilization, and its development had stagnated. The mainstream society was in a feudal state, and the overall structure was closer to an agricultural society. The development of the outer world might surpass that of the prime material plane. But he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. What if the demons and devils have completed their industrialization, and the heavenly palace is playing tricks in secret by prying open the plane barrier? If these creatures swarm in, can Ander handle it? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Matthew calmed down and observed the house with little Patton for a while. After a while, they carefully pushed open the door and went out into the street. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the scene outside. It was not a busy skyscraper outside. Instead, there were 2 or 3 stories of buildings that were no different from their own houses. The road was not paved. Instead, it was an uneven dirt road. There were more buildings than expected, as well as devices that looked like utility poles. This place didn't seem to be any different from the towns in Ander. The sky here was blood red. Matthew couldn't tell the time, but the street lights on both sides of the road were on. It was probably nighttime. The 2 of them walked along the street. Not long after, he saw a minotaur with a decadent aura on the street. He was leaning against the wall, his body tattered like a vagrant. He looked very weak, but he did not care about Matthew's approach. His hands were grabbing something randomly under his feet. A moment later, a syringe appeared in the Minotaur's hand. The syringe was filled with dark green liquid. The Minotaur glared at Matthew and stabbed the syringe into his thigh. Woo! In the next moment, the veins on the Minotaur's neck bulged, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Not long after, he fell unconscious. The empty syringe was also thrown aside. Matthew silently glanced at the data panel. He wondered if he had gone to the wrong place. Record: you have passed through the dimensional rift and arrived at the interdimensional space, Ascana. You have encountered a Minotaur. The Minotaur used a syringe on himself, suspected to be sulfur extract. The Minotaur is on Cloud 9. That's right, this was the corner of Ascana and also the place where Rhaegar had just gone. However, judging from the number of Minotaur on the street, it was not difficult to tell that this place should belong to the territory of the Broo tribe. However, what he saw and heard in front of him really made Matthew dumbfounded. The 2 of them walked along the street for a while. They turned a corner. Similar Minotaurs and demons could be seen everywhere on the streets. In stark contrast to the demons who were addicted to sulfur extract. This city seemed to possess technology that far surpassed that of Ander. In addition to the street lamps and utility poles, Matthew also saw a few single-person aircraft flying over the city. There was actually a phone booth at the corner of the street, but it required coins to use. The huge building in the center of the city had a chimney that soared into the sky. Thick smoke billowed from the chimney, and there was a portrait of a blond man on the surface. From time to time, fashionable and sturdy mining vehicles drove out of the factory. They drove on the streets unscrupulously, splashing mud on both sides. After the 2 of them deliberately asked around, they found out that this place was called Bigfoot City. It was originally the territory of a group of Bigfoot monsters. Later, it was jointly attacked by the demon people and the Minotaurs, and it became a part of the Broo tribe. In front of them was the square of Bigfoot City. Matthew wanted to go over and join in the fun. At this moment, a mining vehicle passed by the edge of the square. In the vehicle, a refined demon was scolding his subordinates. His voice was very loud. Is the sulfur mine still disappearing? Damn it, if you can't find the reason, then you, as the supervisor, have to go answer the boss. Wait a minute, stop the car. Under the curious gazes of Matthew and Patton, the mining vehicle slowly came to a stop. The devil man in a suit sized up Matthew and Patton through the window and said with interest, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a healthy minotaur. Are you interested in working at Storluck Industries? Of course, you have to learn the rules. You can't secretly inhale sulfur during work hours. Storluck Industries is not here to spread advanced technology for you to enjoy." Note, Storluck, the original hometown of the orc sword St. Clegg, was once occupied by the space undead troops of the Unto Empire. Chapter 501 Chapter 501, The Evil Empress's Believer. Chapter 501, The Evil Empress's Believer. Translator, Lonely Tree. The devil in a suit spoke in the common language of the abyss. This allowed Matthew, who had language proficiency, to understand the content of the other party's words. He and little Patton looked at each other. Both of them had the intention to go. After all, they were here to investigate the source of the sulfur mine. The mining vehicle in front of them was very likely to point to the factory of the sulfur mine, which was the Storluck industry mentioned by the demon people. Under Matthew's signal, little Patton pretended to be naive and asked, "Then what should we do?" The devil opened the car door and adjusted his tie. "My name is Simons. I'm a senior manager of Storluck Industries. I think the two of you have great potential. Just join our company's mineral group and work. Don't hesitate. This is a rare opportunity. Just get in the car." He pointed at the tipper at the back of the mining vehicle and gestured for the two of them to sit on it. The two of them stretched their necks and found that in addition to a batch of sulfur ore, there were also a few demon mercenaries sitting in the bucket. The mercenaries were carrying electric crossbows in their hands, and their expressions were fierce. These people looked very similar to Simon's. They had white eyes and extremely strong upper body muscles. As far as Matthew knew, this white eyeball was called the pupil of chaos, a symbol of a demon bloodline. With his shallow knowledge of the abyss, he could only tell that they were the hybrid of a berserk demon and a human. "Let's go. Get in the car," the mercenary boss urged impatiently. Matthew felt that something was wrong. Little Patton was also very smart. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, he immediately smiled at Simons. "How much is the salary if we join Storluck Industries?" Simmons put his hands on his hips impatiently. "Salary? The weekly salary should be at least 100 gold coins. You seem a little smart, but not by much." The salary was only the smallest reward for joining Storluck Industries. "You can ask anyone on the street, and they will know that joining us means a meteoric rise in your status. As long as you work hard, it won't be long before you become a supervisor like me, with your own driver, maid, lover, gardener, and so on. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that you have to work hard enough. Before you ask what Storluck can give you, you'd better think about what you can give Storluck." Anyone with a discerning eye could see the current situation in Ascana. In the past 10 years, the land had been undergoing rapid changes. Wasn't all of this brought about by the Storluck industry? The Brew tribe is in the process of transforming into the Brew Empire. As a member of the tribe, if you can't keep up with the pace of the times, you can only become the tears of the times. Forget it. With the Minotaur's intelligence, I really shouldn't have said so much. Now, get in the car. I guarantee that you'll make a killing. Simon's incessant persuasion stunned everyone. Matthew and the others didn't say anything. A Minotaur with disheveled hair suddenly pounced over. "If they don't want to go, let me go, okay? I'm willing to give my life to the Storluck industry." Simons immediately kicked the Minotaur in the stomach. The latter suddenly fell backwards and fell to the ground. The cloak that was used to cover his body was torn off, revealing rows of needle marks on the Minotaur's thigh. He looked so weak and skinny that Simon's kick made him unable to get up for a long time. Simons cursed in disgust. "Stay away from me, trash." As he spoke, he said to Matthew and Patton, Look. This is your fellow countryman, a piece of trash who is addicted to sulfur all day long. After you enter Storluck Industries, you can't be like him. Hurry up and get in the car. Simon's patience seemed to have reached its limit. Matthew glanced at the data panel. Warning, you have seen through Simon's lies. You realized that Simon's was lying about Storluck's generosity. Your anti-fraud element +10, fraud domain. He was looking for an opportunity to decline Simon's invitation. Little Patton had already opened his mouth, but he still spoke in that silly tone. We can't go to Storluck Industries yet. Simon's eyes were unfriendly. Why? Little Patton chuckled and said. How can we be stingy with such benefits? Please leave us an address and a token. I'll go inform our brothers and sisters outside the city and other good friends to join the Storluck Industries. Don't worry, the people I brought here are all minotaurs who are as healthy as us, not this kind of old trash who is addicted to sulfur. Simon's eyes lit up. Good, good, good. You follow this road to the center of Bigfoot City. Do you see that big chimney from afar? Just walk in that direction. Storluck Industries is everywhere. This glove is my keepsake. Take it and find any official employee of Storluck, and you'll be able to find me. Get out of the city now. If it's too late, we might not have a place for you after we recruit enough people. Simons threw a smelly glove at Patton's face, then laughed and got into the car. The mining vehicle rumbled away with black exhaust. You guys are very smart. You didn't fall for it. When the mining vehicle was far away, the Minotaur, who was moaning on the ground, suddenly jumped up. Chapter 502 Chapter 502, The Evil Empress S Believer. Chapter 502, The Evil Empress S Believer. Translator, Lonely Tree. His movements were vigorous, and he did not look weak at all. The Minotaur was wearing a huge hood, his face hidden in the shadows. His voice was extremely deep. If you go with them, what awaits you will be a hellish life. In the beginning, they would indeed give you preferential treatment. They would give you good food and drink, and they would even assign you a place to live. And the price of all this was just doing some hard labor. This would make you feel that coming to Storluck Industries was the perfect choice. It wouldn't take long. They will increase the intensity of their exploitation of you. All the delicate work that the automatons can't do will be left to you. In order to complete the impossible task, you will have to work overtime and stay up late, and your body will become weak. At this time, you might have the intention to retreat. However, Storluck Industries would not let go of any useful talent. They will secretly infect you with sulfur disease while you are working. Do you know what sulfur disease is? Sulfur was originally a necessity for the abyssal creatures, but the sulfur essence that was highly purified by the Storluck industry had become a terrifying potion that could easily make demons addicted and give them a near-death experience. Once you've tasted it, it's hard to quit. And in order to obtain enough sulfur extract, you must work day and night for Storluck Industries. However, under the influence of sulfur, your brain becomes more and more idiotic, and your body becomes weaker and weaker. You are simply unable to cope with the increasingly heavy tasks. In this vicious cycle that continued day after day, you will fall one day. However, this is not your final stop at Storluck Industries. They had specialized doctors to deal with such situations. Those with better physical fitness would continue to suffer after they woke up. Those who were slightly worse were sent to the laboratory to become test subjects. Only those who had completely lost their value would be thrown onto the streets and become vagrants. Bigfoot City was filled with such people. The Minotaurs, Bigfoot monsters, and Deerhead demons, which were originally rooted here, were the victims. The only ones who benefited were the demons who first joined the Storluck Industries. The Storluck Industries have destroyed the lives of countless of our fellow citizens, and most abominable of all, he claims that we have fallen into depravity. You should have seen a lot of Minotaurs dressed like me along the way, right? They all worked for Storluck Industries. They have been clearly framed and infected with sulfur disease. However, this was promoted by Storluck as a typical example of the Minotaur race that did not want to improve and was willing to degenerate. Don't you think it's sad? After listening to this introduction, Matthew and Little Patton both looked surprised. Little Patton stared at him. "And you are?" The other party replied. "My name is Conley. I'm a ranger." I know Minotaur rangers aren't common, but these days, demons have been castrated into good-for-nothings working for the Storluck industry, so Minotaur rangers should be normal. "Are you two Minotaurs from other places? Remember not to wander around the streets during the day." The person you met was Simon's. He has a high position in Storluck Industries and has some dignity. If it were any other small leader, I'm afraid they would kidnap you directly. After all, there aren't many healthy demons left in the city. He saw that the other party was also using the common abyssal language. Matthew mustered his courage and said, "How do you know we're lying to him?" Conley said indifferently, "I'm already familiar with the Minotaur tribe near Bigfoot City. Even the outskirts that are a little further away can't escape my eyes and ears. I didn't hear that a new Minotaur tribe had moved here, so you must be lying." "All right, children, I don't have time to explain to you all. I still have a lot of things to do. Remember, the current Bigfoot City is no longer the same as before. The demons have fallen." "Damn it, we are clearly demons, how can we fall further?" "Just be careful, don't go out during the day, be careful of Storluck Industries." As he spoke, he pretended to leave. Little Patton grabbed him. "Mr. Conley, we are the McCorwin brothers who came from a very far place to seek refuge with our relatives. He is the older brother, and I am the younger brother. However, after entering the city today, we found out that this place had changed greatly. We couldn't find our uncles and could only live on the streets. Can you recommend a place for us to stay? As long as it can shelter us from the wind and rain." Conley looked at them in disgust. He seemed to be having a mental struggle. A few seconds later, another mining vehicle was approaching from afar. Conley hurriedly waved at the two of them. "Follow me." As he spoke, he rushed into the alley across the road. At the corner of the alley, he skillfully lifted the cement cover and revealed a dark passage. The entrance to the passageway was very large, but the space inside was very cramped. The three of them ducked in one after another. Conley was the one responsible for hiding the cement cover, and then he walked in front of the two. "I'll bring you to the camp of the revived ones, but you must swear not to reveal the location of the camp. Otherwise, I won't spare you. You don't have to be happy too early. I don't have much say in the camp. Whether I can stay or not depends on the prophet's wishes." As he spoke, he stuck out his butt and bent his waist as he walked into the depths of the sewer. What are the revived ones? What happened in Bigfoot City? Chapter 503, Chapter 503, The Evil Empress S. Believer. Chapter 503, The Evil Empress S. Believer. Translator, Lonely Tree. Why did the Minotaurs here become like this? Isn't this too different from what we've heard before? Along the way, Little Patton skillfully asked questions. This guy could always think of the same thing as Matthew. At first, Matthew would butt in a little, but later on, he simply let Little Patton talk alone. He focused on analyzing the information provided by Conley. Conley's voice echoed in the sewer. "Just by hearing the name, child, the revived ones are a group of frustrated people, a group of old things who are trying to revive the demon blood. You might not know what Bigfoot City was like decades ago. But I still remember it. The situation back then might have been terrible. Our civilization was very backward, but when faced with outsiders, everyone had the courage to raise their weapons and give them a head-on blow. At that time, Bigfoot City was a chaotic city-state divided by the three demon races, Bigfoot, Minotaur, and Deerhead Demon. There were fights every day in the city. Every day, there were demons whose bellies were cut open, and their intestines were pulled out. Their corpses rotted beside the stinking ditches. Oh. That was really nostalgic. One day later, the airship from Storluck Industries was docked on the city wall of Bigfoot City. In the beginning, the demons in the three cities had fought several battles with the mercenaries of Storluck. Although the battle was tragic, they still managed to stop their invasion. But later, Storluck changed his infiltration strategy. They began to try the upper-class route, bribing, controlling, and instigating the higher-ups of the three races to defect. Things began to change little by little. Finally, 6 years ago, most of the demons in Bigfoot City had been tricked into drinking the taming potion provided by Storluck Industries. That potion was said to be able to eliminate the violent elements in the demon bloodline. It could free the demon race from endless disputes and battles. This statement is not false. I've witnessed the terrifying effects of that potion with my own eyes. Demons who took the potion would become rational and peaceful, and they would be particularly reasonable. But was a reasonable demon still a demon? A friend of mine, he didn't believe in the effect of the potion. He wanted to challenge it. Before he took the potion, he was an executioner who would feel unhappy if he didn't stab someone for a day. In the end, the second the potion entered his stomach, he seemed to have become a paladin who had comprehended the sage's oath. Can you believe it? He actually began to cry and confess to me for his past sins of killing. However, this was not the most terrifying effect of the potion. What the evil demons lost was not only their ambition and desire to kill but also their bloodlust and backbone. The demons who took the potion became timid and afraid. We are clearly the most terrifying and violent race in the world. However, they began to consider banning fighting in the city. The reason was that it would affect civilization. To hell with civilization. The demon civilization was a civilization of fighting. It was because I couldn't accept this chemical castration that I escaped into the sewers and established the revival camp with the others. During this time, I was also forced to learn many ranger skills. This world was just so fucked up. Forcing a 2-meter-tall minotaur to crawl in the city's sewers every day. For this reason, I even learned the bone-shrinking technique from a believer of Baba Shah. I went off topic, cough cough. The development of Bigfoot City could be guessed with an asshole. The demons who had lost their wildness became slaves to the Storluck industry. The city gradually became the world of Storluck. The three great races had to be on tenterhooks every day. On the contrary, we stinky rats living in the sewers have a better life. Storluck's men tried to enter the sewers. However, we have the blessing of the sewer god and the complicated terrain here. After paying a few painful prices, they no longer interfere with the underground world. Conley was a typical cold-faced but warm-hearted guy. On the surface, he looked down on this pair of McCorwin brothers who had just arrived and didn't know anything. In fact, he had been helping them enthusiastically. Not only did he take the risk to bring them to his camp, he even rambled on about the background and general knowledge of Bigfoot City. If this knowledge was converted to Margaret's standard, it would cost at least 10,000 gold coins. He thought about it. Matthew felt that he had made a killing. On the way, he also recalled why the word Storluck was so familiar. That was the homeland of the Orc Clegg. Currently, it should be occupied by a space undead force from the Unto Empire. It seemed that the Storluck Industries had something to do with them. The three of them moved forward in the dark for 30 minutes. After jumping over a stinky pond, the terrain in front of them suddenly became clear. An extremely wide underground space appeared in front of them. There were also several guards on the high ground on both sides who were vigilantly checking on the newcomer. "Blackie, it's me, Conley." The Minotaur Ranger's deep voice sounded. The leader of the guards was a pitch-black demon with huge antlers. He looked at the two of them with an unfriendly expression. "You brought a new face back to the camp again, Conley. You always break the rules, even if you set the rules yourself." Conley shrugged. "I'm taking them to see the prophet." "Is the prophet in the tower?" the antler demon said unhappily. "According to my informant, Storluck Industries is planning to launch a fourth siege on our camp. At this juncture, we must not be careless." Chapter 504 Chapter 504, The Evil Empress S. Believer. Chapter 504, The Evil Empress S. Believer. Translator, Lonely Tree. Conley scratched his head. "Okay, I know I probably shouldn't have done this, but these two children are healthy. You should know what this level of health means in Bigfoot City. I can't watch Simmons destroy them. The deer-headed demon insisted. I understand you. Health is a luxury these days. But that's why I suspect that Simons are using them as the bait. If you don't mind, I would like to use the gem of truth on them. This way, we can at least rule out the possibility of the transformation spell. Matthew cursed inwardly. He and Little Patton looked at each other and prepared to run. In the next second, without waiting for Conley to agree, the deer-headed demon took out a gaudy gem from his pocket and began to chant loudly. At that moment, Little Patton instinctively retreated, but Matthew held him back. Don't be afraid. Matthew suddenly whispered confidently. Little Patton's body instantly relaxed. A few seconds later, a white magic light shone on the two of them, and their skin became extremely bright. The deer-headed demon stared intently at the duo's performance. Seeing that the two of them were calm, he said slowly, "All right, you can pass through here. Your bodies will be glowing for a period of time. It doesn't matter. It's just a side effect of the truth gem." Conley snorted coldly. "I already said that there's nothing wrong with these two children. I think you're purposely making things difficult for me." The deer-headed demon's expression was calm. "I'm just doing what I should be doing." "That better be true," Conley warned. Then, he brought the two of them into the camp. The buildings in the camp were similar to what Matthew had seen on the surface, but they might be a little behind. What was more surprising was that there were many electric lights there. Moreover, the place was lit up as if electricity was free. It was clearly a huge underground space. Walking in it was as bright as day. Along the way, Little Patton took the time to ask, "Why didn't his truth gem see through our disguise? Is your potion that powerful?" Matthew smiled and said nothing. On the data panel. Hint, you have seen through Deerhead Demon Captain Blackie's bluff. The deer-headed demon captain took out a fake truth gem, cantrip disguise. The deer-headed demon captain has used the light spell on you and Little Patton. Not only did you see through the other party's bluff, but you also successfully deceived everyone. Plus 10 anti-fraud elements. Your bluff element plus 10. Detected that you have accumulated enough anti-fraud elements. Do you want to enter the field of fraud with this element? Matthew was not in a hurry to enter the domain for the time being. As expected, the evil demons aren't simple and honest residents. They were scammed twice when they first arrived. Fortunately, my anti-fraud awareness is strong enough. However, if this happens a few more times, won't the relevant elements be filled up? This camp is too poor. They can't even take out a truth gem. The captain guarding the gate can only bluff. It's quite sad to think about it. The demons in Bigfoot City have indeed declined. No wonder they want a revival. He thought to himself. The revival camp was indeed more lively than the city above. The two of them walked over. There were at least 4 fights that happened for no reason. The demons here were more aggressive than those on the surface, but they were more or less crippled. It probably had something to do with Storluck Industries. Conley was very popular in the camp. Everywhere he passed, people would greet him. Correspondingly, there were also many people who asked about Matthew's background. For the sake of convenience, Conley said that the McCorwin brothers were his nephews. The more people asked, the more he answered. Gradually, it was as if he really treated the two of them as nephews. His attitude towards the two of them became more and more intimate. In the end, Conley brought the two of them to a pitch-black tower. The gate of the tower was tightly shut. There were still a few figures waiting on the steps leading to the tower. The most eye-catching one was a bald woman. She was actually a human. There were also a few Bigfoot monsters and a minotaur. Conley reminded the two of them. "You guys wait on the steps. I'll go in and greet the prophet first. Don't be nervous. No one will hurt you here. Oh right, stay away from that woman. She's a believer of evil Empress Baba Shah and a martial monk." Although I learned the bone shrinking technique from her, I keep feeling that she's hiding something. I can't shrink as perfectly as her. However, as he spoke, the female monk walked over quickly. Idiot Conley. You can't shrink as perfectly as me because you have an extra penis. Who are these two? Are they your illegitimate children? They look healthy. As she spoke, the woman licked her sexy lips. Conley said seriously. They are my nephews, Rosie. You won't do anything to them. If you need anything recently, just come to me. The female monk named Rosie ignored Conley's flirting. She looked at Matthew with interest, her eyes flashing with nostalgia. I think I've seen you somewhere before. This feeling is very familiar. Matthew's heart began to beat faster. He knew that the other party had never seen him before. The reason why he felt this way was because evil Queen Babasha paid special attention to him. Just as he was thinking of ways to get rid of the evil Empress believers, the door of the tower suddenly opened. An elderly voice came from the door. Conley, did you bring those two children here? Quickly let them in. Matthew felt as if he had been pardoned. The two of them quickly bypassed the female monk and entered the tower. The door slowly closed. In front of them was a Bigfoot old man with a walking stick. The latter kindly said to Matthew, "What's wrong, child? I can sense that you're a little uneasy." Matthew let out a long sigh. It's fine. It's just that the lady outside seems to be a little aggressive. The old man said gently. Rosie is like this. She is a very direct girl. If she fancies you, she will snatch you away overnight. But don't worry, she's a loyal believer of the evil Empress, Babasha. How bad can a true believer be? Matthew felt that something was wrong. The deniers or the evil Empress can't do dad. The old man laughed heartily. Of course. Look at me. I'm also a believer in the evil Empress. Do you think I look like a bad person? Ha ha ha. Chapter 505 New Mission, Animal Conversation. Chapter 505, New Mission, Animal Conversation. Translator, Lonely Tree. The prophet's laughter was full of lung capacity and sounded very sunny, giving people a warm and cheerful feeling. However, his words made Matthew even more uneasy. This guy was also a believer of evil Empress Babasha? He immediately thought of retreating. After the laughter, the prophet looked at them seriously and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I'm just a pitiful old demon. As for the two of you, even if it's for the most basic sincerity, you should show your true colors, right?" Little Patton was still trying to get away with it. What did you say? Why don't I feel that you're old at all? However, Matthew knew that the two of them had been exposed. The prophet's eyes emitted a faint white light, which was a characteristic of prophecy spells. This guy's level was very high, at least a quasi-legendary. The combination of his transformation potion and camouflage would not be able to fool the other party's eyes. So Matthew patted Little Patton's shoulder and went forward to negotiate. I'm a human mage from the Seven Saint Alliance. You can call me Matthew. This is my friend, Patton. I have to make it clear that we have no ill intentions towards the camp. The prophet nodded. You are indeed a human. It seems that you are not lying about this. I can trust you for the first time. But what surprises me is, when did the Alliance of Seven Saints become interested in Ascana? Haven't you always claimed that you don't interfere with anything outside the material world? Did the Seven Saint Alliance have such a claim? Matthew was surprised, but he replied calmly. Times have changed. We always need to re-evaluate certain areas according to the changes in the situation. I came here mainly to observe the situation so as to preserve the possibility of future actions. The prophet was delighted. Very good. If the Seven Saint Alliance really intends to intervene, I promise you that I won't hand you over to the evil Empress. Matthew took a deep breath. How did you find me? Is it the mark of the evil Empress? The prophet smiled. We Bigfoot are born to be good at divination. The special mark on your body is as eye-catching as a bonfire in the dark to me. But trust me, handing you over to the evil Empress is my last choice. Instead of doing this, I'm more willing to cooperate with you and the faction behind you. Have you seen the current situation of the revival camp? Bigfoot City is now completely under the control of Storluck Industries. I need your help. If we work together, we can overthrow Storluck Industries and achieve a win-win situation. At this point, a crow suddenly flew out of the darkness behind him. The crow landed on the candlestick beside him and made a piercing sound. I hate the word win-win. That was what they said when Storluck Industries first entered Bigfoot City. In the end, they won twice. The prophet waved his hand. Silence. Wingless. Matthew still looked at the smiling Bigfoot prophet with some wariness. To be honest, I still find it hard to believe that a believer of Babasha would give up on pleasing the God she serves. The prophet did not blame Matthew. He waved his hands in the darkness, and more darkness surged over, enveloping Matthew and Patton. As he sensed that the darkness was not malicious, Matthew restrained his urge to attack immediately. On the data panel. Hint, the Bigfoot prophet has used the dark chamber. Dark chamber, no one can eavesdrop on any conversation here, including the gods. If I were a devout believer of Babasha, you would probably be tied up by now. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. In fact, evil Queen Babasha has given up on us for many years. Before Storluck Industries moved into Bigfoot City, the three demon races here all worshipped the evil Empress. At that time, every battle in the city was to please the evil Empress. Whoever killed the most brutally would be rewarded by the evil Empress. Her power enveloped the entire city, both on the surface and underground. However, this situation soon collapsed. Storluck Industries became the new ruler of Bigfoot City. The people of the three races called for the power of Babasha. However, after a certain day, the evil Empress never responded to our prayers again. Babasha's priest soon lost the ability to cast spells. The other believers also felt the pain and palpitations of being abandoned. The chaotic situation lasted for a long time. The number of followers of the evil Empress also rapidly shrank. Until today. There are only 2 people in the entire Bigfoot City who still believe in the evil Empress. One is me, and the other is the female warrior monk Rosie that you just met at the entrance of the tower. Although I still maintain my faith in Babasha, there are other reasons. I can't tell you the details, but you can trust me. I have lost almost all trust in the evil Empress. Maintaining this belief was only an objective need. But you need to be wary of Rosie. She is a Babasha believer from another place. It was said that she had communicated with the evil Empress herself. She's a true fanatic believer. If she discovers your true identity, the evil Empress's gaze will soon be on this place. Then, you should know what will happen. How is it? The information I have provided is enough to show my sincerity, right? The prophet spoke quickly, but his tone was sincere. Chapter 506, Chapter 506, New Mission, Animal Conversation. Chapter 506, New Mission, Animal Conversation. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew nodded lightly. His expression was solemn. There was a lot of information in the prophet's words. One of the hidden information was: the devil worshippers in Bigfoot City lost the favor of the evil queen, Babasha, after the Storluck Industries entered the city. Considering that the evil Empress herself was still active in other parts of the multiverse, such as Deep City, where Lara once lived, the possibility of her sudden death could basically be ruled out. It was not difficult to deduce. Even the evil Empress, who was famous in the Outer Planes, might be afraid of the Storluck Industry. She did not even want to engage in a confrontation with the other party, so she directly gave up on Bigfoot City, which had been operating for hundreds of years, along with a large number of high-quality believers. There was shocking information behind this deduction. How scary is the Storluck Industry? How many cities did the vanguard of the Undead Empire attack in the astral world? How much land did they conquer? Matthew pondered. If what the prophet said was true, he could understand the other party's eagerness and desire to cooperate with him. However, Matthew's arrival was actually an accident. He knew very well that he had no right to represent the alliance. Thus, he could only try to deal with it. If both sides cooperate, what do you hope the alliance can provide? What can you offer the alliance? The prophet said excitedly. We need people, spells, and resources. As long as it's not a verbal promise, anything is fine. Storluck Industries is planning to launch another siege on us. Before that, we have to renovate the upper defenses. As for what the Alliance of Seven Saints wants, to be honest, as long as we can defeat Storluck Industries, we are willing to give you half of Bigfoot City, and you can take more of the spoils of war. Our goal is to revive the blood of demons. As long as we can expel the enemies who enslaved us, we are willing to do anything. Matthew felt a headache. He didn't want to make such a big deal out of it, but the other party's identity was really sensitive. If he didn't go along with the other party's words, he might report him to Baba Shah. The old man's smile was so healthy and bright. But, in the end, he was also a demon. Under the prophet's expectant gaze, Matthew made full use of his speciality of being vague. I'll pass your message to the higher-ups, but there are many procedures in the alliance. Everything will take time. And my mission is to observe and collect information. Based on the current progress, I'm afraid it's not enough for them to immediately make a decision to cooperate with you. The prophet said anxiously. What information do you want? There's almost nothing in Bigfoot City that I don't know about. Matthew took the opportunity to ask. How did Storluck Industries transform the city into what it is today? We found a lot of bright things on the road just now. The crow perched on the candlestick said disdainfully, that's called an electric light. What a country bumpkin. Shut up. Wingless. The prophet berated. He waved his hand to disperse the dark chamber and then took a cane from the weapon rack beside him. Come with me. The two of them followed the prophet to the depths of the tower hall. There was a large set of black symbols carved on the ground. It looked like a teleportation array. They stepped onto the teleportation array. The prophet sprinkled a large amount of black powder on them. Bang! A loud explosion sounded. Their hair immediately exploded. Immediately after, the scenery in front of him also began to change. They had come from the depths of the tower to another pitch-black world. Puff! Matthew's hand lit up with mage fire. The fire lit up everything. He realized that the hair on their foreheads had stood up. Only the prophet himself was safe and sound. Because he had no hair. Come with me, lower your voice. The prophet calmly walked toward the path ahead. Demons usually had a dark vision. Matthew and Patton didn't have any, and it wasn't convenient for them to wear equipment in their minotaur form. They could only move forward slowly with the help of the glow of the mage fire. It was a long mountain road when they came out of the tower. The group climbed for about 20 minutes. They finally arrived at the top of the area. This place was also in the underground world, and Matthew guessed that it was also part of the huge sewer system of Bigfoot City. After reaching the summit, a bright light suddenly lit up underground. The three of them looked in the direction of the light. After the initial discomfort in their pupils, they could see everything below. At that moment, Matthew saw a huge, floating heart in the dark abyss. Every single blood vessel in its heart was extremely thick. Bang! 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 Even though they were so far away, he seemed to be able to feel his heart beating with that huge heart. There were countless tiny glowing runes on the heart. Matthew took a closer look. However, he discovered that there were countless astral white crystals embedded with glowing runes. These white crystals were densely packed on the surface of the heart like parasites. At first, you would think they were ornaments for the heart. Only after careful investigation would one realize it. They were greedily absorbing the energy of the heart. The energy drew white lines of light, extending underground in all directions along the copper pipes. The heart, which was as big as a small mountain, trembled violently. An angry roar seemed to come from the darkness. Chapter 507 Chapter 507, New Mission, Animal Conversation. Chapter 507, New Mission, Animal Conversation. Translator, Lonely Tree. But very quickly. This roar turned into deep unwillingness and helplessness. This is the heart of the 13th city lord of Bigfoot City. I just replaced it last month. It should be able to last for 2 to 3 years, but if Storluck Industries increases its power consumption, it might be sucked dry in a year and a half. This is the underground energy base of Storluck Industries. The electricity and other energy sources of the entire Bigfoot City originate from here. They claim to have invented the cleanest and most efficient energy source in the multiverse. When they marched into Bigfoot City, they used this to convince the demon leaders at that time. Unfortunately, those short-sighted demons did not realize that their bodies were the real source of energy for the Storluck industry. The heart of a high-level demon, how noble and elegant, but now it has become a generator for the Storluck industry. The prophet's voice was filled with indescribable sorrow. Matthew was silent for a while before asking. How many high-level demons are there in Bigfoot City? Do they have enough hearts to sustain the development of the Storluck industry? The prophet shook his head. Of course not. That's why they sent people to lobby the other cities. In addition, the Storluck Industries also has a very powerful mercenary army. It's an undead army. They're attacking the other layers of the abyss. From time to time, the hearts of demon lords will be sent here. That undead army is said to be invincible. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I don't know much about it. Do you see that huge energy room below? The changes on it indicate the energy consumption of the Storluck industry. I come here every 3 days to observe. Through this, I can determine if they're up to something. Look, the red indicator has been rising for 10 days in a row, which means that their demand for energy continues to rise. This is not good news. Combined with the recent intelligence, I suspect that they are planning to start a war between the Brew tribe and the Suki kingdom to achieve the goal of harvesting energy. And they are so keen on collecting biological energy. I'm afraid they are plotting a great conspiracy. Think about it. For locusts like the Storluck industry, what land is more fertile than the prime material plain? Ascana is just a springboard. Storluck Industries was invading the abyss and getting their hands on purgatory. The prime material plane was bound to be affected. The Seven Saint Alliance should be paying attention to this. Otherwise, the disaster that befell the evil demons will also befall your compatriots. He had to admit. The prophet's analysis was reasonable. He didn't add too many provocative words, but the shocking truth itself was enough to convince many people. Matthew said cautiously, I will report this information to the people above. The prophet urged. As soon as possible. If there's anything else you want to know, just ask. After you're done, I'll send you away. I hope to receive a reply from the Seven Saint Alliance as soon as possible. So Matthew asked a few more questions. The prophet replied. A moment later. Matthew suggested leaving. The prophet waved his hand and summoned the crow. Don't try to go back the way you came, and don't try to remember the route to the sewers. The sewers in Bigfoot City are changing all the time. Only those blessed by the god of sewers can find the right direction. I'll get Wingless to take you away. Be careful when you're walking in the city. Stay away from the people from Storluck Industries. As he spoke, the crow flapped twice and flew toward the other side of the mountain road. The two of them bid farewell to the prophet and followed the crow. A full 40 minutes later. Only then did they carefully climb out from another sewer entrance in Bigfoot City. Matthew cast a few detection spells to make sure there was no one behind him. Only then did the two of them quickly return to their homes. After returning home, they locked the doors and windows. The two minotaurs couldn't wait to crawl under the bed. In the cemetery, the two of them let out a long sigh of relief after removing their shape-shifting spells. The experience behind the space-time rift was like a dream. Matthew had only wanted to go over and get some benefits. He did not expect to make such a shocking discovery. Matthew planned to write an official report on the information about Bigfoot City and submit it to the Alliance. However, it was not realistic for him or the Alliance to cooperate with the camp. The most important reason was that Matthew had made too many enemies in the outer plane. Whether it was the astral plane, the abyss, purgatory, or heaven. He didn't dare to go at the moment. After all, evil Queen Babasha was a god from another world. No matter what, her true body was not in the outer plane. However, the other big shots that Matthew had provoked were real natives of the outer plane. Therefore, before he became a legend, he was very resistant to plane travel. He would not enter this space-time rift a second time. At least not in the short term. He pondered for a while. The best way to deal with it was to use the giant tree amber to block the crack. If there was a need in the future, it was not impossible to open it. He thought about it. Matthew planned to go back and write the report. However, at this moment, little Patton came over. "What do you plan to do about the Storluck industry and the revival camp?" Matthew looked at his excited eyes and felt that something was wrong. "I plan to not help either of them." Chapter 508 New Mission, Animal Talk. Chapter 508, New Mission, Animal Talk. Translator, Lonely Tree. The situation in Bigfoot City is not something that you and I can interfere with. Even if we call Riegar and the others, they don't have the strength to do so. Little Patton nodded. "I know what you mean, but maybe I can join Storluck Industries? Other than that huge heart, they must have other advanced technologies. Aren't you interested in those technologies?" Matthew shook his head firmly. "I'm interested, but the outer plane is still too dangerous. I advise you to give up on this idea. I don't want to lose Rieger's nephew." However, little Patton did not listen at all. His eyes lit up as he said, "I'm not afraid of danger. Leave this matter to me." "Really, Matthew? I haven't accomplished anything in my life, but I suddenly have a strong desire and premonition about this matter. I think I can join Storluck Industries, take the form of a Minotaur, and maybe I can become their top executive. At that time, I won't just be stealing some sulfur. I might be able to steal their entire factory back. Can you trust me for once? You just need to give me some potions that last longer and have better effects. After all, it's quite embarrassing to be exposed on the spot." Matthew looked at him deeply. "Don't put me in a difficult position, Patton. You're here to take charge of the sulfur mine, not to join an unfamiliar force in another dimension to be a spy. You've never received any relevant training, and you don't have the ability to protect yourself. You're just courting death. I won't allow you to do that." The light in Patton's eyes quickly extinguished. "Soon," he begged. "A week, can you give me a week? If I don't do anything within a week, I'll obediently come back and continue to work as a supervisor in your mine. I really just want to do what I can. The Storluck industry isn't as dangerous as it looks, right? The demons have all drunk the potion and don't like to fight anymore. Any problem that can be solved with my brain and mouth has never been a problem for me." Matthew was a little annoyed by his words. If something happened to Patton under his command, he would not be able to explain it to Riegar. However, this guy's eyes were filled with hope. Matthew was silent for a long time before he suddenly asked, "Why do you know the Minotaur language?" Patton replied casually, "I've read many books. There happened to be a complete book on the language of the abyssal race in Rieger's library, so I learned it in 2 days. It's very simple, isn't it? Not only the Minotaurs, I know a little bit of almost every race's language. I originally planned to use this skill to sleep with a few other race girls. However, after I learned all the languages, I realized that if I only lived in Rolling Stone Town, I would never meet women of other races." At this point, he sighed heavily. Matthew looked at him suspiciously. "Are you insisting on going back because you want to sleep with the female Minotaur?" Little Patton thought for a moment. "If possible, I might as well give it a try." Matthew immediately poured cold water on him. No matter how realistic the shape-shifting potion is, it can't provide that kind of effect. And if you turn into a human, I'm afraid the offensive and defensive power between the two of you will change. Little Patton immediately shivered. By the way, you said that Rhaegar has a library? Why haven't I heard of it before? Matthew asked curiously. Little Patton pondered and said. Maybe he's too embarrassed to say it? Or maybe you didn't ask. At first, Rhaegar was particularly interested in the library. He bought a lot of books and stuffed them inside, saying that he wanted to fill the Hall of the Soul with knowledge. However, he basically did not read the books he bought. I asked him about it. He answered me with 2 sentences. The first sentence was, I've already bought the book, why should I read it? The second sentence was, if you like to read, then read to your heart's content. So, for the past few years, I lived in his library every day except for eating and sleeping. I've read every single book Rhaegar has. Then, one day, he came to the library on a whim and found me reading a book about taxation. He asked me a few questions that I thought were especially stupid, and I answered them on the spot. The next day, I was told that I had become the tax officer of Rolling Stone Town. Little Patton's eyes were very bright as he described this. It reminded Matthew of Sif. Are you determined to go to Storluck Industries to prove that you're better than Blake? He asked softly. Little Patton was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I have no intention of comparing myself with anyone. It's just that it's rare for me to encounter something I'm interested in, so I want to give it a try. Matthew crossed his hands and rested them under his chin. His eyes were unpredictable. 3 days. I'll only give you 3 days at most. You have to come back every day to report that you're safe. Matthew finally relented. If you don't do anything in 3 days, please come back immediately. I'll block the space-time rift here as soon as possible. Don't cause me any trouble. Also, don't be in a hurry. You can go over tomorrow morning. Little Patton was instantly ecstatic. Then I'll stay in your cemetery tonight. Is there a place for me to sleep here? Early the next morning, Matthew hurried to the Crucible House and submitted the report on what he saw in Bigfoot City through the L channel to the Silver Council, which was responsible for the daily affairs of the Alliance. Actually, he wanted to contact Isabel directly. However, Isabel had no desire to see him recently. Several times, the messages sent through the communication crystal were like stones sinking into the ocean. This made Matthew feel a sense of loss. After submitting the report, he went to the Alliance store and bought 2 escape scrolls, 2 random teleportation scrolls, a gravity rope, and a set of strong Minotaur transformation potions. This debt was owed to Little Patton. After handing these things to Little Patton to equip, Matthew sent him through the space-time rift again. During the day after that, Matthew began to fiddle with the giant tree amber, which was an important material to fill the dimensional rift. Until noon, when he successfully brewed the base of the first pot of giant tree amber, he suddenly remembered that the oak tree today had not yet grown. So he decisively picked up the shovel and sapling bag and headed towards the northern wasteland. Along the way, he met the grouse again. However, this time, the latter suddenly appeared from behind a tree. The 2 sides were caught off guard and bumped into each other. The grouse was obviously shocked. It glared at Matthew unkindly. Suddenly, Matthew heard a slender voice. Who are you? You're walking so fast while carrying a shovel. That was so scary. Matthew looked at him with his mouth agape. The latter puffed out his chest without showing any weakness. What are you looking at? You can't understand me, and humans are idiots. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Matthew looked at the mission panel excitedly. It was a long-awaited mission. It was updated. Hint, you have obtained a new main mission, Animal Conversation. Animal Conversation. Complete 3 or more conversations with any animal in Rolling Stone Town or 1 in-depth conversation, and you will receive 10 XP. In addition, when the number of animals you talk to exceeds the various critical points, you will receive additional rewards. Primary goal: complete conversations with 300 animals. Basic reward: undead summoning, lich, and large amount of XP. Remark: during the duration of the mission, you will gain the ability animal. Conversation. You can understand the conversation of any animal. Matthew's eyes focused on the grouse again. He smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Grouse." In the next second, the grouse's eyes widened. Chapter 509, The Shadow of the Thousand Transformer. Chapter 509, The Shadow of the Thousand Transformer. Translator, Lonely Tree. After a while, the grouse flapped its wings and asked, "Why did you say chicken words? Are you also a chicken? But you look too much like a person." Matthew smiled amicably. "I just learned your language by chance. There's no need to be so surprised. There are many capable people among humans who can communicate with other species. Mages are the best among them. Of course, if you've heard the legends of druids, you won't find it strange." The grouse shook his head. "I don't know what a druid is, but I think that's because I don't have much knowledge. After all, I'm just a grouse that has just reached adulthood." Matthew asked the new resident about his living experience. "Do you like this forest?" The grouse looked around. "It's all right. The environment here is not bad. There are no natural enemies, but there's a lack of food. It took me a few days to find an earthworm or something in the ground. From a rational point of view, this place is not suitable for living, but for some reason, there is a force that attracts me and urges me to settle down here. I even have the urge to return to my home in the barren mountains in the north and bring my family here." Matthew understood. This was the effect of the life sanctuary. He immediately opened his arms in welcome. "As the owner of this forest, I welcome more outstanding residents like you." The grouse looked at him warily. "Do you want to eat my eggs?" Matthew asked. "Can you lay eggs?" The grouse was stunned for a moment, then immediately said happily, "I can't lay eggs." "Then it's fine. But there are many hens in my family. They are good at laying eggs. Do you want to eat their eggs?" Matthew blinked. "I can promise not to eat it. But there are always risks in nature. I'm sure you know this better than me." The grouse thought for a moment. "That's enough. We don't want to be like those idiots on the farm and become human animals. If your promise is true, I will consider bringing my entire family to this forest. We will live and multiply here. God bless us. I hope that snakes, wolverines, and other terrifying creatures will never appear in this forest." Matthew naturally could not guarantee anything. He knew very well that as the power of the life sanctuary continued to spread, all kinds of creatures would appear in his forest. The paradise that the grouse dreamed of was destined to never come true. "But as the first grouse to live in this forest, I can give you some preferential treatment." Matthew mobilized the power of the oak tree domain and cast a permanent cover on him. This state allowed the grouse to have a powerful stealth effect when it walked into the domain. Especially when it was still, it was difficult for the enemy to discover its existence. The grouse immediately felt Matthew's sincerity. He was overjoyed. "You're amazing, as expected of a human who can speak the chicken language. Thank you very much for your gift. I will tell all the grouse in the family what you have done. Right, Chicken Man, I have a gift for you." As he spoke, he flapped his wings and ran toward the riverbank of the Old Woman River. Matthew followed closely behind. "You can call me Matthew." The grouse dug hard on the riverbank. "Got it, Chicken Man." After a while, he dug a small hole in the soft sand. There were some strange broken stones and the bodies of some earthworms buried in the pit. In the middle of these things was a silver necklace with a few small sapphires embedded in it. The grouse passed the necklace to Matthew. He filled up the hole in the river bank. Then, he ran back into the oak forest without looking back. "I should go. If others find out that I've been talking to a human, they might think that I'm an indecent chicken. I know you have a good impression of me, but we still have to keep our distance. Goodbye, chicken man. Prompt, you have completed an in-depth conversation with the grouse. Current animal conversation progress, 1/300, your XP plus 10. Your nature affinity has increased slightly. Your knowledge, nature birds, plus L. You have received the gift of the grouse, swimmer's necklace. Swimmer's necklace, an ordinary sapphire silver necklace with the remnant spirituality of a drowned healthy swimmer. The wearer's swimming ability plus 10, but there is a small chance of being attacked by water ghosts while swimming. The value of the necklace was average. It could only be said that it had the potential to be a collectible. Matthew put away the necklace. He knew very well that animal conversation was a way of practicing the domain of nature, just like planting trees. He tried to activate this ability on the spot and then walked into the oak forest. However, he didn't hear anything along the way. This was normal. The animals in the oak forest were few in both species and numbers. More importantly, there was a threshold for animals to talk to. Not every animal could communicate with humans. Even if they had this ability, they had to have a certain level of spirituality in order to complete the conversation. Compared to humans, most animals had very low spirituality. Generally speaking, the smaller the size, the younger the age, and the further away from human society, the lower the spirituality of animals. Chapter 510, The Shadow of the Thousand Transformer. Chapter 510, The Shadow of the Thousand Transformer. Translator, Lonely Tree. Creatures such as cows, horses, sheep, cats, dogs, and pigs that interacted with humans day and night were the easiest to develop spirituality. Insects in the wilderness, on the other hand, could hardly satisfy the minimum level of spirituality required for animal conversation. Matthew wanted to complete the conversation with the 300 animals. He would definitely have to rely on the small and medium-sized animals in the town or on the farm. The probability of those creatures in the wild developing spirituality was too low. Searching one by one was much less efficient than planting trees. What a pity. This mission is also limited to the vicinity of Rolling Stone Town. It would be great if there were no regional restrictions. Matthew sighed softly. There was no limit to the ability to communicate with animals. He could communicate with animals all day long. The premise was that there had to be a sufficient number of targets. The rainforest was obviously the best place to complete this mission. There were tens of thousands of intelligent animals there. It was easy to complete. It's still in the initial stage. The intelligent animals in Rolling Stone Town are barely at 300. I'm afraid I'll have to open up the area restrictions or find another way. Matthew thought for a moment. He remembered that druids had an ability called the Hand of Enlightenment. This ability could grant an animal temporary spirituality. In this way, the minimum requirement for animal conversation could be met. Druids usually used this ability to promote their animal companions or to recommend nature's soul. However, this ability was relatively rare. Even ordinary druids could not master it, let alone mages. Matthew could only hope that the next time he explored the oak tree domain, there would be an option for related abilities. He turned off his ability to communicate with animals and ran to the spring-like land to plant 3 oak trees. After all this was done, Matthew had lunch in the cemetery before rushing to the Liege's residence. After Rhaegar left, Zeller was the only one left in the office. Matthew was worried that Zeller would not have enough manpower, so he promised to help as much as possible during this period of time. He arrived at the front door of the Lord's Manor. At this moment, in the military camp next door, a knight was slowly walking out with an old horse. The old horse was still chewing the grass. The knight greeted Matthew. The old horse also snorted happily. Matthew's heart skipped a beat, and he opened the animal chat. An elderly voice asked, "Have you eaten grass before?" Matthew replied, "No, I haven't." The knight was stunned. "Are you talking to me?" The old horse said cheerfully. "Don't explain to this idiot. Let him misunderstand for a while longer. It's quite fun. If you haven't eaten grass before, you must try it. A life without grass is incomplete. Matthew smiled. Thank you for your advice. I'll give it a try if I have the chance. The old horse lightly tapped the ground with its front hooves. If you can tell this kid to stop farting on my back, it would be better than any gratitude. Also, take care of him. He hasn't been riding me in the right position for the past 2 days. I suspect that his hemorrhoids are acting up. Tell him to pay attention to his diet. Matthew looked at the knight with a strange expression. He coughed lightly. Is this common? The old horse said leisurely. Oh, that's too common. Crossbows are the archenemy of knights, but if you ask a knight what's more hateful than crossbows, his answer will definitely be hemorrhoids. With that, he ended the conversation. The knight knew that Matthew was a mage and realized that he was talking to his horse. Hence, he asked nervously. You're talking to my horse, aren't you? What did he say? Lord Matthew, I didn't mean to steal the fodder from the stable. I just had some financial difficulties at that time. Can you not tell the Rhaegar? I'll secretly make up for the lack of fodder in the next few days. Was there such an effect in talking to animals? Matthew raised his eyebrows and did not say anything in the end. He just patted the knight's shoulder and said, he just wants you to eat a lighter diet. But don't forget to feed him. Then, he walked in. Only the knight was left looking at the old horse with a complicated expression. In the office. Matthew sat in his office and occasionally glanced outside. Every time he saw that Rhaegar's seat was empty, he was not used to it. 2 p.m. An owl delivered the letter. He took it and saw that it was a reply letter from the Silver Council. The Alliance is so efficient this time? Matthew opened the letter and read it once. He frowned slightly. It was almost as he had expected. The higher-ups of the Alliance, represented by the Silver Council, were not concerned about what happened in Ascana. Their comments on Storluck Industries were also not worth mentioning. The tone of this reply was quite polite, but there were only 2 main contents. First, please seal the dimensional rift as soon as possible to prevent creatures from the outer plane from flowing in. Secondly, the Seven Saint Alliance was indifferent to the changes in the outer plane. They did not seem to be worried that the Storluck Industries would gain a foothold in the outer plane and advance further into the prime material plane. The attitude of the Alliance's higher-ups puzzled Matthew. They had chosen to close their doors because of their arrogance. Or was there something strange behind the principle of never interfering with the outer planes? Matthew had no way of knowing. He only knew that it was completely impossible for him to use the power of the Alliance to interfere with the planes. Chapter 511 Chapter 511, The Shadow of the Thousand Transformer. Chapter 511, The Shadow of the Thousand Transformer. Translator, Lonely Tree. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to give up on his last bit of hope. Anyway, the amount of sulfur ore harvested from the Storluck industry was enough. Matthew had roughly calculated that the sulfur ore was worth about 300,000 gold coins. This was a huge sum of money. He had no reason to ask for more. I hope little Patton will back off. Matthew sighed. In fact, from a rational point of view, he should not have allowed little Patton to take such a risk. The reason why he finally let go. On the one hand, it was because little Patton was indeed very eager about this matter. Matthew saw a different look in his eyes, and he could not bear to directly extinguish this thought. On the other hand, little Patton also displayed intelligence, alertness, and reaction ability that far surpassed ordinary people. His combat ability was probably only at the second rank. However, if he could avoid fighting, Matthew believed that he could settle a lot of things. In the end, not everything in this world was decided by reason. Humans were always conflicted and emotional. For example, right now, Matthew's rationality told him that it would be best if little Patton retreated. However, deep in his heart, he had an unrealistic expectation for this kid. Matthew himself felt that this kind of expectation was very absurd. He searched for a long time. He even began to suspect that it was because he had eaten too many mushrooms recently. Coincidentally, at this moment, Zeller, who had gone out to deal with matters in the morning, came back. Matthew told Zeller everything about the space-time rift and Patton. Then, he asked him what he thought. Zeller said expressionlessly, "If I were Rhaegar, I would kill you with my sword. If I were Ms. Liz, the entire Rolling Stone town would know that a terrifying necromancer kidnapped his son tomorrow morning. But if I were little Patton, I would be extremely grateful to you." Matthew asked, "What if you were in my position at that time?" Zeller thought for a moment. "I might agree to him like you. Even though it was very dangerous. However, which member of the Suki clan hadn't walked out of danger? That young man had an undetectable potential. Rhaegar and I had actually tried many times in secret, but we had never been able to find a way to stimulate that power. Perhaps this is an opportunity." Hearing this, Matthew suddenly understood part of his intuition. The intuition that always prompted him to make decisions seemed to have something to do with his domain. He recalled every time he made a decision based on his intuition. He could feel the undercurrents of the domain resonating in a place that was difficult to detect. Is this the reason why it's so easy for me to comprehend a domain? The decision I make is actually inextricably linked to the potential of the people around me, the power of the domain, and even the path of legend? This thought appeared in Matthew's mind. Then, he felt that this was too absurd. It should be just his imagination. But this matter is still too dangerous. If you don't want to hurt his heart, let me be the bad guy. Is he coming back today to report his safety? As soon as he comes back, I will take him away. I will tell him that I found out about this and that you were forced to do so. After that, you should quickly block the space-time rift, and this matter will come to an end." At this point, Zeller rubbed his temples tiredly. "Actually, I don't object to young people going out on adventures. However, I also hope that you can understand that too many things have happened in Rolling Stone Town and its surroundings recently. I have a bad feeling about this. At this critical juncture, I don't want anything to happen to anyone. This is advice to both little Patton and you." Matthew nodded lightly. He saw how hard Zeller had worked. He was about to ask what had happened recently. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from the corridor. Not long after, a travel-worn, gentlemanly figure appeared in front of the two. Richard put the cane on the shelf at the side. He looked around the hall and asked seriously, "Where's Rhaegar? Is he taking an afternoon nap? Wake him up. I have something important to say." Zeller looked at him in surprise. "Rhaegar has gone to purgatory. He won't be back for at least a month." "What happened?" Richard frowned. "Why did he go to purgatory at this time?" He looked at Matthew and Zeller, his expression uncertain. After a few seconds, he said decisively, "Do you still remember the corpse I examined at the security office?" Matthew recalled that it was a very strange corpse. All the elements of the body had been lost, so much so that he could not even use the summon of the dead. At that time, Richard left immediately after seeing the body. It had been many days, and it seemed that he had only returned to Rolling Stone Town now. Matthew had a deep impression of this. "Is it the one that was fished up from the Old Woman River?" Zeller said in a deep voice. "I've read the file. There's indeed something fishy." "What did you find?" Richard paced back and forth in the hall anxiously. "I went to Eversong Forest and confirmed something with the Night Elves. The seal of the Lord of the Thousand Transformer had indeed been leaked." "Damn it. Do you know the Thousand Transformer?" Thousand Transformer is a demonic bloodline that came from the Outer Planes. Chapter 512 Chapter 512, The Shadow of the Thousand Transformers. Chapter 512, The Shadow of the Thousand Transformers. Translator, Lonely Tree. Their ancestor, the notorious Lord of the Thousand Transformer, Jasselevin, had once replaced the position of the god of murder. It was in the middle of the Age of Enlightenment. Later, when the matter was exposed, he was jointly sealed in the forest of Eversong by the god of elves and several other gods. She was one of the few demons sealed in the prime material plane. Her descendants were numerous and spread across the entire Ander continent. However, only those who had awakened their demonic bloodline and received Jasalavan's blessings were qualified to be called true Thousand Transformers. Originally, as long as there was no problem with the seal of Eversong Forest, the descendants of the Thousand Transformer were not a concern. However, I just learned that half a year ago, the infamous Red Letter Hunter, legendary rogue, and leader of the Silver Frost Brotherhood, Shanair, led his men to attack the Gauss prison in the Eversong Forest. That attack was definitely prepared. Although Shanair did not take any prisoners, it caused the seal of the Thousand Transformer Lord to loosen. A portion of Jasalavan's power has leaked out, which may have led to the awakenings of a portion of the descendants of the Thousand Transformer. Thousand Transformer? Matthew suddenly thought of the little white cat that was eating and drinking in his forest. She seemed to have mentioned that she had the bloodline of the Thousand Transformer. Can a Thousand Transformer transform into another person's appearance, and will it be hard to tell the difference? Matthew hurriedly asked. Richard nodded. The Thousand Transformer transformation ability is innate and very powerful. They have the effect of a Tier 4 transformation spell as soon as they've awakened. Their power will increase in the future, and they can take on the appearance of different people. In history, when the Thousand Transformers appeared in human society, they would often bring great disasters and chaos because of this ability. However, they still have an unknown secret. Among the awakened Thousand Transformers, a very small number of people will be favored by Jasalavan. They will master another terrifying ability other than the transformation ability. Because of that ability, they are known as the Replacer, or the Substitute. Hearing this, Matthew had an ominous feeling. As expected, Richard said. The Replacer can strip a person's identity, memories, and abilities through a specific ritual and replace them. This replacement doesn't refer to a change in appearance or identity. It's a complete integration and replacement. They will completely become that person and retain the memories and abilities of their previous identities. Even the plane's consciousness will judge them as the original person. And for the person whose identity was replaced by the ritual, even if the outcome isn't immediate death, it's still an extremely cruel and terrifying thing. They were stripped of all their elements, and their relatives and friends would turn a blind eye to them. Instead, they would be kind to the culprit who replaced them. This was a very cruel thing. In the end, they would die in endless suffering. No one knew who they were, where they came from, or why they died. I really hoped that I was wrong, but the signs of the male corpse pointed to the poor identity of a target of a replacer. To be straightforward, it was suspected that a Thousand Transformer had completed the replacer ritual in Rolling Stone Town. I'm not sure where he went. Because even I can't tell who the victim of the replacer is. He might have already left. He might still be in town. He might even be between you two. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became heavy. Chapter 513 Homeless Corpses. Chapter 513 Homeless Corpses. Translator, Lonely Tree. Zeller said in a deep voice. If such terrifying things really exist in this world, then their appearance is a disaster. Richard unconsciously took the cane down from the shelf again. He tapped his palm with one end and said in a terrifyingly serious tone. That's how it is. In the Age of Enlightenment, once the abilities of the Thousand Transformers were exposed, even the few gods who were the archenemies of the god of murder and the other gods exiled the usurper, Jasalavan. Such a replacement ability is too powerful. As long as there is a slight movement, it will create an uncontrollable tragedy. People often fall into a cycle of killing each other because they cannot trust each other. In history, there were even people who deliberately released the news that the Thousand Transformers were about to recover to disrupt the situation in a region. But as long as the Night Elf seal is not loosened, people can breathe a sigh of relief. But it's different now. Although the Eversong forest is a secret, as far as I know, a small number of people have already grasped it. The dark clouds of war in the south have already accumulated to a critical point. All we need is a fuse, and this chaos will go out of control. Other than worrying about the situation in Rolling Stone Town, I'm more worried about whether someone will make a big fuss out of it. A storm was coming. Matthew rubbed his temples as he felt a headache coming on. Life was just so wonderful. In the first 2 years of his transmigration, he planted trees every day, but he did not see any changes in this world. He had just received the reward from the bone dragon. Not long after, the signs of major events came one after another. He was a little numb. Since Jasolovan has been sealed, it means that the abilities of the 1,000 transformers are not flawless. There must be a flaw, Matthew said. Richard shook its head. There are almost no flaws in the 1,000 transformers. At least, I haven't found a way to distinguish a 1,000 transformer after they took away someone's identity. The reason why Jasolovan was exposed was because a descendant of the 1,000 transformer took the risk of being killed to announce this matter. Matthew was surprised. A descendant of the 1,000 transformer? Is it Jasolovan's child? Richard said with a complicated expression. It's hard to use children to describe the relationship between those descendants and Jasolovan. She was a demon born naturally from the light and cosmic rays of the astral plane. She did not have the concept of civilization, race, etiquette, or shame. In order to continue his bloodline. Before entering the heavenly realm, Jasolovan had slept with males from hundreds of races and had them conceive. After 3 months of pregnancy, they would give birth. Yes, the original descendants of the 1,000 transformers crawled out of their father's stomach. There were nearly 200 of them. They were the closest servants that Jasolovan had when she infiltrated the heavenly palace. However, Jasolovan was not satisfied with their abilities. She always felt that these demon descendants were too weak. Therefore, in the next few decades, she had sex with these descendants one after another. Regardless of gender, she could make them pregnant and give birth to more descendants. This cycle repeated. The 1,000 Transformers tribe reached thousands of people at its peak. They were supposed to be Jasolovan's most loyal children, lovers, servants, and warriors. However, some of the 1,000 Transformers had developed human-like emotions when they came into contact with mortals. One of them, in particular, had developed an unprecedented possessiveness towards Jasolovan. After a failed confession, he went completely mad and revealed the secret of the 1,000 Transformers to the public, which led to the discovery of Jasolovan's existence. Hundreds of years later, the 1,000 Transformer race was massacred. The informant had instead become an angel of the heavenly family palace. However, under the promise and protection of this angel, a portion of the 1,000 Transformers sealed their ability to transform and then silently multiplied in various parts of the multiverse. The gods had also discovered that the power of all the 1,000 Transformers came from Jasolovan. There was no point in chasing after these people as long as the source was controlled. Therefore, the descendants of the 1,000 Transformers gradually spread their branches and leaves on this land like other races. However, no one had expected that the gods of the heavenly palace would be exiled one day. Although the night elves in the Eversong forest were responsible, they were still careless. I'm afraid the attack on Gotsky prison is just a prelude. If Saren really wants to release Jasolovan, the evil power he can gather is beyond imagination. At this point, Richard sighed heavily. I should have killed him. And then, I'll kill Shanair. I should have done that a long time ago. Him? Matthew's heart jumped. Do you have a suspect in your mind? Richard's lips moved, but he still said the name firmly. Setrunk. Matthew suddenly remembered that night on the slope north of the Scar of the Dead, the madman who threw the body down and claimed to be the new leader of the Silver Frost Brotherhood. That person was the disciple of the legendary rogue Shanair, Setrunk. Richard was the one who dealt with those people. However, for personal reasons, Richard let Setrunk go. Didn't you say that Setrunk promised never to enter Rolling Stone Town again? Zeller asked. Richard smiled bitterly. I believed his promise, but if he really followed Shanair after leaving Jade Court, then it wouldn't be strange for him to go back on his word. The Red Letter Hunter, Shanair, had always been known for being despicable and unscrupulous. Chapter 514 Homeless Corpses. Chapter 514 Homeless Corpses. Translator, Lonely Tree. He was a scum among the rogues, a true god's retribution. I suspect that when Setrunk was hanging out with Shanair, he was discovered by the latter to have the bloodline of the Thousand Transformer in him. That was why Shanair attacked the Gauss prison half a year ago. Even though I warned Setrunk to leave Rolling Stone Town, if he really awakens the power of a replacer, he can replace any familiar face in Rolling Stone Town and slowly approach the target he wants. We know too little about the replacer. I suspect almost everyone. Zeller said calmly. Before we have concrete evidence, any suspicion will only add to the mess. I believe that even though the Thousand Transformator is very powerful, there must be a limit. If he was that powerful, why didn't he become a legendary mage? Obviously, it was not because he was unwilling but because he could not do it. By the same logic, I don't think that those who are strong enough will be taken over by the ritual of the Thousand Transformer. At least we can trust each other. Richard took a deep breath. You're right. I'm too nervous. Matthew asked softly. What is the relationship between you and Setrunk? And Shanair, you don't look like a stranger to him. Richard shook its head. I've already told you about Setrunk's identity. He's the son of an old friend of mine. I know he's a descendant of the Thousand Transformer, but I didn't expect him to awaken his ability. The reason why he was placed in the Wood Elf village was that we hoped that he could have a better environment to grow up. What happened after that was far beyond my control. Whether it is towards my old friend or that child Setrunk, I am filled with guilt and helplessness. I really shouldn't have let him go the last time we met. Knowing that he followed Shanair on the evil path, I should have immediately imprisoned him. Sigh. As for Shanair, I wasn't very familiar with him. Among the legend rogues, he was considered my junior. I had met him a few times in the Shadowland. I only know that he massacred civilians for fun, and it's very likely that he has the remaining divine persona of the god of murder in his hands. This guy had been plotting a terrifying massacre. Right. I also heard that he has an unusual relationship with Viscount Fan of the Crow Pavilion demonic domain. The latter is also a person who has been in the limelight in the shadow world and the underworld in recent years. I'm not too sure about other things. After all, I haven't walked the path for many years. Matthew and Zeller fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a while, Matthew slowly said, if we can confirm that it was Setrunk who did it, then he must have a target for sneaking into Rolling Stone Town. Do you remember when the evil art masters of the Order of Calamity abducted Sif? In a sense, the Order of Natural Disaster and the Silver Frost Brotherhood are on the same side. The blood of the Kingdom of Suki seems to be of great significance to them. So Sif and Rhaegar should be the ones we need to focus on protecting. Zeller quickly agreed. Your analysis is correct. Sif may become their target again. I suggest that she stay with you first. This will be the case until Rhaegar returns. Matthew was stunned. Is this appropriate? Zeller said seriously. There are too many people in Rolling Stone Town. If Setrunk becomes a member of the Liege's residence, things will be difficult to control. But you're different. You're a necromancer, surrounded by zombies and skeletons. Richard also nodded and said. The Thousand Transformers really can't replace the identity of the undead. From this point of view, necromancers seem to be the nemesis of the Thousand Transformers. Matthew thought about it and felt that this was the only way. However, was it really good to let Sif, a young girl, live in a cemetery with him at such a young age? Facing Matthew's doubts, Zeller shrugged. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I don't think Sif will refuse. Matthew sighed and said. I'm worried about Rhaegar. At this moment, Madame Wesley walked over with 3 cups of coffee. As she put them down, she teased. Don't worry, Rhaegar isn't a jealous child. Matthew was speechless. A moment later, he said to Richard, Are there many thousand Transformers in the south? Richard pondered and said. Quite a few, but not many. The important thing is that the number of awakened thousand Transformers is very small. After the 1,000 transformations integrated into human society, their bloodlines were greatly diluted. Only a very small number of people with amazing aptitude could awaken and master the ability to transform into other people. Matthew coughed. Speaking of which, I happen to have such 1,000 Transformers in my forest. Richard's eyes lit up. Really? Matthew nodded uncertainly. It should be true. Richard immediately urged, Hurry up and brings me to take a look. The 3 of them rushed to the oak forest. However, the little white cat had always been elusive. The 3 of them walked around the forest. Matthew had even used his domain power, but he still did not find any traces of her. If it's not on the ground, then it must be underground. With this thought in mind, Matthew and the other 2 searched the cemetery, but they couldn't find the little white cat. Strange, where did this girl go? Matthew walked around and came to the kitchen of the cemetery. He looked at Peggy, who was studying a recipe, and asked. Chapter 515 Homeless Corpses. Chapter 515 Homeless Corpses. Translator, Lonely Tree. Do you know where Chuka is? Peggy didn't even look up. She picked up a rice bowl beside her and knocked on the stool twice. Clang! Clang! Her voice was loud and clear, and it spread to every corner of the cemetery. A few seconds later, a figure rushed into the kitchen. It was a girl dressed in very light clothes. As she walked, she shouted. Is it time for food? We can't be mushrooms today, right? Although mushrooms are delicious, I've been eating too much recently. I keep feeling that my brain has become a little stupid. But if there are still those love mushrooms from last time, I'll reluctantly eat a few more, hee hee hee. Peggy put down the recipe and stretched. It's still early for lunch. Someone's looking for you. The little white cat, Chuka, finally noticed Matthew and the other 2. She looked at Richard and Zeller warily, her voice trembling slightly. Matthew, are you going to sell me? I don't eat and drink here for free all day. Don't sell me out, okay? Peggy nodded. That's true. When she was in the cemetery, she often played hide-and-seek with zombies, caught lice for skeletons, competed with ghosts in lung capacity, and occasionally caught mice. He looked at the nervous and scared look on Chuka's face. Matthew laughed involuntarily. He said gently. Don't be afraid, I'm not selling you. I'm not in the position to do so. This is Mr. Richard, and that is Mr. Zeller. They are both famous people in Rolling Stone Town. They're just curious about your ability, so they came to take a look today. Chuka's expression relaxed. Then, she tensed up again. Don't tell me you want me to transform into someone to assassinate the Lord of Rolling Stone Town? I really can't do that. I can catch mice, but killing people is too difficult for me. Richard quickly stepped forward. He only said, Don't be afraid. Let me see your eyes. Then, a crystal flower appeared in his hand. Richard placed the crystal flower in his palm and laid it flat in front of Chuka. Chuka wanted to dodge, but when she saw the crystal flower, her eyes were instantly attracted. Her gaze was focused on the petals. Very quickly, under the attraction of a strange force, Wolvo dark red spots of blood appeared on her forehead. Richard put away the crystal flower. The blood on Chuka's forehead disappeared instantly. What did you do to me? The girl touched her forehead. Richard said gently. She is the descendant of the 1,000 Transformers. She has only awakened the 2nd level and has not become a replacer. Matthew asked, What is that flower? Richard explained. This is the flower of everlasting life that I borrowed from the Eversong forest. It contains the power of the Lord of the Thousand Transformers. Jasalavan, so it can resonate with a portion of the Thousand Transformers. It can be used to find the Thousand Transformers, but unfortunately, it's useless against the replacers. As he spoke, he looked at Chuka with a very gentle gaze. Do you still remember what your parents looked like, child? Chuka shook her head. I don't remember. When I was young, I was adopted by a group of night elves, but they quickly chased me away, as if it was because I was a Thousand Transformers. Could it be that the Thousand Transformers has a very bad bloodline? Richard weighed his words. The Thousand Transformations are not necessarily bad people, but to ordinary people, the power of the Thousand Transformers is a little too terrifying. You must face your own power and fully grasp it. Only then can you not harm others or yourself. Child, are you willing to learn rogue skills from me? Poaching her right away? Matthew raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. After all, the little white cat had just been adopted by him. It was her freedom to come and go. In the next second, Chuka said crisply, "Why should I learn rogue techniques?" Richard thought for a moment. Because that way, you can live the life you want. Chuka was puzzled. But I'm already living the life I want. Richard's smile froze on his face. He said to Matthew somewhat helplessly, "The Thousand Transformer is a natural rogue. I can see that she is very talented. I want her to be my disciple. According to legend, there is a certain bloodline resonance between the Thousand Transformers. If I can stimulate her potential under my training, she might be able to help us find another potential Thousand Transformers in Rolling Stone Town." Matthew waved his hand. This matter depends on Chuka's own wishes. I'm afraid I can't make the decision. Hearing this, Chuka said straightforwardly, I'll listen to Peggy. Peggy yawned. I normally don't listen to Matthew. But Matthew, you can give me some suggestions. Matthew coughed. Mr. Richard is a highly respected legendary rogue. He is very powerful and is definitely the best choice for a famous teacher. Peggy immediately pulled Chuckle aside. The two of them whispered to each other. However, a few words still drifted into Matthew's ears. Old man, legendary, rich, study hard, inherit, and so on. Richard's face darkened. After a long time. Under Peggy's persuasion, Chuka finally reluctantly agreed to be Richard's disciple. But she had two conditions. Chuka did not plan to leave the oak forest and the cemetery. If Richard wanted to teach her anything, it would have to be done in Matthew's territory. In addition, Chuka liked Peggy's food, and it seemed reasonable for Richard to pay for the students' food during training. Chapter 516 Chapter 516, Homeless Corpses. Chapter 516, Homeless Corpses. Translator, Lonely Tree. While Chuka was discussing these conditions, Richard looked at Matthew with confusion. Clearly, he was responsible for all these scamming. Matthew could only smile bitterly. He really didn't teach Peggy anything. On the contrary, the Tauren had caused him some problems. Fortunately, both sides reached an agreement in the end. After agreeing on the daily training time, Zeller and Richard declined the invitation to stay for dinner. The three of them discussed it again. Zeller decided to send Sif to Matthew's cemetery overnight. At this point, the storm of the Thousand Transformers had entered a defensive phase. Before he obtained more evidence, it would also be difficult for them to carry out the next step of the investigation. Matthew planned to go to the Cauldron House to look up information on the Thousand Transformers and ask Margaret or Fandral for relevant information. However, right after Zeller left, Peggy found Matthew with a letter. I went back to our house in town this morning. There was a letter in the mailbox, so I brought it over for you. Matthew took the envelope and read it. The mailing address was the Harpy Inn on Apple Avenue. As for the sender, it was Lumiere. He quickly opened the letter and read it. Dear Wu, hello. I'm sorry I wrote your name wrong last time. It's not the fault of the inspector. It should be my pronunciation that caused her to mistake a few letters. After that, I learned to read and write from her for a long time. Recently, my writing level has been on the rise. Not only have I mastered the correct way of reading and writing, but I have also learned many idioms from her. I will try to use some idioms in this letter. I hope you don't mind. I'm not trying to show off or increase your reading load. I was just applying what I had learned. Last time, you wrote to me and said that you could recommend a job for me. But thank you for your kindness. I'm doing fine now, so I won't trouble you. Mining work really suits me. In terms of remuneration, the more you work, the more you get. They have never owed me my salary like they did to other workers. I guess it was because my efforts moved them. More importantly, this job is a good training. I could clearly sense that my strength was slowly increasing. In addition, my communication skills have also improved over time. Even though everyone disliked me at first. However, with my hard work, I quickly became one with them. Last week, I was promoted to captain, and my position in this mine was second only to the supervisor. Everyone was convinced. I thought that my work in the mine would always be smooth sailing. However, something unfortunate happened very quickly. The second day after I became the captain, a group of goblins attacked 6 miners under my command. 5 of them died in the depths of the mine, and the one who escaped only had 1 arm left. The supervisor was worried when he learned of this. He was worried that the boss would order the closure of the mine. However, the matter was too big, and he could not suppress it. He could only report it all. The facts proved that the supervisor's worries were correct. Our boss is a very famous wealthy businessman on Apple Avenue. His wife is the female lord of Silver Scale Town. I heard that the husband and wife seem to be in harmony, but they are also very powerful in the local area. The boss was a paranoid guy. He thought that the goblins attacked the miners because we dug too deep, and in the end, they closed the mine. I lost my job. Although the supervisor didn't lose his job, he seemed to have suffered a deeper blow than me. I hate those goblins. They ruined my perfect job. Thus, on the night I received the order to shut down the mine, I entered the depths of the mine alone. I followed the smell and found the bodies of the miners. There was not much meat left on their bones. I carried the corpses out and set off again. This time I successfully found the goblin camp. I used 2 days to kill about 300 goblins and 20 bugbears. However, this still couldn't quell the anger in my heart. Thus, I continued down for another few dozen kilometers, only stopping when I encountered a half-demon. The half-demon asked me why I was slaughtering his goblin underlings. I answered without hesitation, they are affecting my mining. He looked stunned. I know that demons like them can't understand my love for work. Considering that he was the leader of the gnomes. So I killed him too. When I appeared in front of the supervisor with the demon's head and the ears of more than 300 goblins, I thought he would cry tears of joy. But in fact, he almost cried. He was just scared to tears. He looked completely terrified. It's the same with the supervisor. She was so scared that she collapsed to the ground. In a panic, they placed all their money and jewelry in front of me and asked me to take them away and not hurt them. I don't understand why they're so fragile. After that, I gradually realized that the power I possessed was something that many people in the outside world could only dream of. I told them I wasn't a robber. I was just angry that the goblins ruined my plan. But they didn't believe it. At that time, they begged me to take a large sum of money and leave. I'm really baffled. But I'm still very happy to get money. However, after leaving the mine, a few days later, I found a notice on a hotel on Apple Avenue announcing the capture of a fugitive. I went over to take a look. The person above is actually me. The crime was a home invasion. The bounty was 3,000 gold coins. Can you believe it? I'm actually worth 3,000 gold coins? At that moment, I really wanted to arrest myself. But somehow, I seemed to be in trouble. I tried to return to the mine to explain to the supervisor and the worker, but they had already fled. Fortunately, the area I was in didn't seem to be quiet. The army from Lion City was sweeping through the nearby small territories. Everyone here was in danger. When I was wandering in the wilderness, I passed by the hills south of Apple Avenue and found a large number of corpses there. They were all soldiers from nearby territories. Along the way, some villages were also massacred. There were corpses everywhere. There was no one to deal with it. That's why I'm writing this letter so urgently. I heard from the elders in the tribe that if a large number of corpses are not dealt with as soon as possible, it is easy to cause a plague. The uncollected corpses here urgently needed a home. So I thought of you. A kind necromancer. You must have a way to deal with them, right? The battle near Deep Blue Harbor continued. It was expected that more corpses would appear in the future. I don't like this kind of scene. So I plan to head north, past Lion City, to a more civilized place. I believe that with your kind heart. You should be able to give these homeless corpses a home. I thank you on behalf of their parents and relatives in heaven. Lumiere the Unemployed. Chapter 517 Chapter 517 Mage Killer and World Event. Chapter 517 Mage Killer and World Event. Translator, Lonely Tree. After reading the letter, Matthew couldn't help but smile. Lumiere was a genius. He actually thought of letting a necromancer collect the bodies of a large number of homeless bodies. In a sense, it was also a solution to the problem. However, it was hard to say if he could bury all of them. He tried to recall. Apple Avenue was a rich road that traveled between the East Coast and inland territories such as Red Mountain. The terrain in that area was mostly hills, and it was famous for the apple trees growing on both sides of the road. Apple Avenue was north of Deep Blue Harbor and south of Lion City. A certain section was indeed a buffer zone for both sides. Currently, the East Coast was in a war, so it was not surprising that there would be a large number of corpses temporarily piled up. However, if there was no one to deal with it for a long time, there would be a problem. I can find a day and ride Pegasus over to take a look. Matthew would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted by so many bodies. However, if some of the soldiers' bodies were claimed by their families, he would be embarrassed to take them away by force. After all, he was a dignified necromancer. After folding the letter, Matthew did not rush to write a reply because Lumiere did not mention this point in the letter. On the contrary, he claimed that he would continue north. Even if Matthew wanted to write a reply, he did not know where to send it. It was better to wait for the future king of the rainforest to settle down again. He took out a sketch of a map. He had copied this map from Riegar. The scale was too horrible to look at, and he could only make out a rough estimate. After roughly determining the location of Apple Avenue, Matthew began to think about when he should make a trip. 2 hours later, he saw the spirited Patton in the sealed sulfur mine. He seemed to be in good condition, even changing into a decent leather uniform. He was taller and more powerful than ordinary Minotaur. How is it? Matthew was concerned about his experience in Bigfoot City. Little Patton said confidently. I have successfully joined Storluck Industries and am now the workshop director of the third workshop of the explosives factory. Matthew was slightly surprised. Did you find that demon named Simmons? Little Patton shook his head. Simmons is a smart guy. I didn't want to deal with him in this state, so I found another way to join Storluck Industries. Matthew looked at him with interest, handed him a glass of milk, and motioned for him to continue. Little Patton drank the milk in one gulp and said, while splashing the milk foam. After I returned to Bigfoot City, I first went to look for a few Minotaur tramps on the roadside. Didn't that Minotaur ranger named Conley tell us that these tramps used to be employees of Storluck Industries? I'm just looking for them to understand the situation. Matthew asked. The moment you went over to ask, they cooperated and told you? Little Patton waved his hand. Of course not. Those people are hopeless. Their lives have been ruined by the Stolek industry, but they don't even dare to complain publicly. If there are no benefits, how would they dare to reveal the situation in the factory? But these people are easy to deal with. I promised to help them get sulfur after I went in. When they heard that, their eyes lit up, and they immediately told me everything. After one night of asking, I even know how many meat toilets there are in the house of the factory director. So, the next morning, I went to the factory with the most complete information. That factory has a good position in the Storlek industry and is responsible for the preliminary production and processing of explosives. When I went to report in the morning, a female demon saw that I was strong and asked me to work in the workshop she was managing. Naturally, I was more than happy to do so. Coincidentally, this morning, the original workshop director was late because he slept in. The female demon flew into a rage and dismissed his position, leaving me to take over temporarily. So, on my first day of work, I became the workshop director and had 6 assembly lines for the production of explosives under me. I spent the whole morning observing and learning the contents of the assembly line. I found that the factory of Storlek Industries was not as perfect as I thought. There was a lot of room for improvement in their product line. I secretly remembered these points. In the afternoon, that female demon asked me to go to her room to talk. In her room, I took the opportunity to raise my opinion on improving the product line. When I left her room, I had already become an official workshop director. Matthew was stunned. Could it be that you have a unique talent in workshop management? Not really. Little Patton shrugged helplessly. She scoffed at my idea of improvement. But she repeatedly praised my massage technique and hinted that I should go to her office more often in the future. Ahem, these details aren't important. What's important is that I only used a day to gain a firm foothold in the Storlek Industries. I'm safe until that female demon eats me up, so you don't have to worry about my safety. Matthew didn't say anything. He changed the topic. Did you make any significant discoveries in the Storlek Industries factory? Yes. Little Patton said in a deep voice, I found out that they are not only using sulfur ores to make a large amount of explosives, but they are also making a type of firearm called the Mage Killer. Mage Killer? Chapter 518 Mage Killer and World Event. Chapter 518 Mage Killer and World Event. Translator, Lonely Tree. The name was quite scary. Matthew hurriedly asked. What does that firearm look like? What functions does it have? Little Patton took out a brand new silver silk pouch from his waist and handed it to Matthew. I stole one. You can take a look. Matthew was shocked. You actually stole their products. Also, where did you get your storage items? Little Patton nodded and explained, I snuck into their warehouse after work. Storlek Industries is tight on the outside but loose on the inside. No one was watching over the warehouse. I saw a few storage items thrown at the corner. I casually picked one up. The firearms were the same. There are so many of them that I can't even count them. I don't think anyone will know if I steal one. I also looted some gunpowder and more sulfur ores. This storage ring is quite big, even bigger than the storage ring that Riegar often brags about. Matthew took the silk sack and looked at it. This thing was indeed very big. There were 4 squares inside. One of the boxes was filled with a firearm, and there was more space left behind. The other 3 slots were filled with explosive barrels and sulfur packets. He weighed the silk bag in his hand. Just this thing alone was worth more than 2,000 gold coins. Little Patton, this guy, indeed had some ability. This place isn't suitable for using firearms. Let's go to the surface and take a look. As he spoke, Matthew brought Little Patton out of the underground and arrived north of the oak forest, near the Scar of the Dead, northeast of the protective umbrella. He took out the cannon and placed it on the top of the mountain, pointing it in the direction of the Scar of the Dead. On the data panel. You have obtained Mage Killer 17, Howling Firearm. Howling Firearm, after using this cannon, all mages in a certain area will lose their ability to cast spells. Man-made anti-magic zone? Is it that powerful? Matthew gestured for little Patton to fire. The latter had spent a day in the workshop of Storluck Industries and was already familiar with the relevant knowledge. He adjusted the barrel slightly and threw a ball of burning withered grass into it. Then, he suddenly pressed the wrench beside it. Boom! A loud noise that was louder than thunder rang in their ears. A beam of fire shot out from the cannon. However, he didn't see any damage to the buildings ahead. At this time, Matthew couldn't help but cover his ears with his hands. He wobbled a few steps on the spot, feeling a little dizzy. He could not come to his senses for a long time. Warning, you have received damage from a hell. Your hearing ability has been reduced by 10%. 80% of your focus is temporarily deducted. Duration, 15 minutes. Fuck. What firework? It's a noise-making machine. Matthew finally understood how it worked. So the Undead Empire only used noise to counter mages. He had to admit. This was actually a way to deal with mages. Focus was the lifeblood of a mage. Any action that could weaken focus could cause great damage to the mage. Especially in a situation where the information was not balanced, a large number of howling firearms could very likely have a decisive effect when attacking the place where the mages gathered. But in theory, such intense sound waves can also cause great damage to undead creatures. Behind the Storluck Industries is a space undead army. If they dare to use this method to deal with mages, they must have a way to protect themselves. Matthew pondered for a moment. If he knew the function of this thing, it would not be difficult to guard against it. It would be much better if he stuffed his ears with cotton. Not to mention the soundproof spell. It seems that I have to push forward the learning schedule of soundproof spells. Matthew and little Patton stared at each other. The two of them returned to the oak forest while picking their ears. Along the way, little Patton even took out a light bulb from his pants and started to show it to Matthew. Matthew had wanted to cast the Thunderblast sword to see if the electric current stimulation could light up the light bulb. However, his focus was too low, and he could not use it at all. He could only give up for the time being. The two of them did not walk far. A few figures came from the other side of the oak forest. Matthew looked at it. It turned out that Zeller had sent Sif over. From tonight onwards, Sif will be in your hands. I hope you can protect her. Zeller seriously pushed the blushing Sif to Matthew's side. Little Patton was dumbfounded as he dug his ears. Wait, you're living with my cousin just like that? I haven't prepared your wedding gifts yet. Matthew couldn't quite hear what he was saying, so he just nodded. Okay. I understand. This time, Sif's face turned even redder. Zeller also looked at Matthew strangely, surprised by his straightforwardness. However, his attention was more focused on little Patton. Zeller said sternly. Come with me. Don't cause Matthew any more trouble. However, little Patton dug his ears hard. What? What are you talking about? Louder, I can't hear you. So Zeller repeated what he had just said. However, little Patton still couldn't hear him. He looked at Zeller in confusion. The latter mistakenly thought that this guy was pretending to be deaf and dumb, so he grabbed little Patton without a word and prepared to take him in the direction of Rolling Stone Town. Before leaving, he said to Matthew. It seems that our tax officer needs to clear his head. I'll leave this place to you. Remember to block the space-time rift as soon as possible. Chapter 519 Mage Killer and World Event. Chapter 519 Mage Killer and World Event. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew still didn't understand much, but he saw Zeller's mouth shape and nodded. Little Patton was carried away in confusion. Sif lowered her head and was led into the darkness by Matthew. You'll be staying in my cemetery for the next 2 days. The environment there definitely can't compare to the Liege's Manor. I'll have to trouble you to get used to it. When they passed by an oak tree sprite flew out and cast a nature spell on Matthew, restoring his hearing. He was finally free from that hazy state and could communicate normally with people. Sif lowered her head. It's okay. It's a critical period. Uncle Zeller told me about it. Matthew nodded lightly. The word uncle made him feel a little awkward. But thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Zeller and Riegar were both old men in their 40s. He was indeed in the same generation as them. Little Patton and Sif were obviously younger than him. Looks like we still have to discuss it separately. Matthew thought to himself. Otherwise, wouldn't Sif call him Uncle Matthew? Wait a minute. What was that excitement? He shook his head hard. He was sure that it was a symptom of a lack of concentration and not what he really thought. Hence, he said. Sif said gently. I sealed her. I don't like Nini. She's a bad woman. Matthew, do you like bad women? I like it. But Matthew was too embarrassed to say it. He coughed and tried to change the topic. However, at this moment, the two of them had already arrived at the cemetery along the stone stairs. Not far away was Matthew's workshop. He had now vacated the bedroom next to it for Sif, and he had asked the troll, Sinwak, to work overtime overnight and build a new stone house next to it. I'll go to the kitchen to find Peggy. The cold environment in the cemetery obviously made Sif uncomfortable. She tried to find someone she was familiar with. However, just as he reached the kitchen door, she saw that other than Peggy, there was another young and beautiful girl here. Sif looked at her silently. Chuka was also looking at Sif curiously. The atmosphere in the kitchen suddenly became strange. Matthew regretted following her. Sif smiled and asked, Who is this lady? Can you introduce me, Matthew? Matthew was still thinking about how to explain the complicated history of Chuka. Peggy walked in from another door. She looked at Sif in surprise and went over to pick her up and spin her around 3 times. Oh, my baby, I heard from Matthew that you have a fever, but why do I feel that you don't have a fever at all? It's great that you've recovered. I haven't fully studied the recipe book from last time. I just happen to have a few questions for you. Come, let me introduce you. Chuka is our mascot. She's in charge of catching rats and lice. With that, Peggy held Sif firmly with one hand and hooked her other hand around Chuka's shoulder. Come on, Chuka. Show my baby Sif the world. Even though she looked a little reluctant, Chuka still turned into a little white cat and jumped on the ground. The nervousness on Sif's face disappeared. Very quickly. Laughter came from the kitchen. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. They left silently. It has to be Peggy. She seems to be really popular with women. However, looking at the scene of the 3 of them laughing and laughing, Matthew suddenly felt a little disappointed. He couldn't help but glance at the data panel. It was all right. It was fine as long as the Tauran domain did not gain any strange elements. After settling Sif down, Matthew patrolled the ground. The situation in the cemetery was thriving. The arrival of Argus the Dark Warrior had greatly increased the activity here. This was a guy who couldn't sit still. Moreover, he had the spirit of a master. As early as the first day Matthew ordered the formation of the cemetery army, Argus had been rushing to every corner of the cemetery to find suitable soldiers. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he needed to have a deep understanding of the quality and background of every cemetery member. Only then did they gradually draw up a complete list. Coincidentally, he bumped into Matthew today, so Argus brought everyone on the list over. Matthew did a quick check. He found that Argus had chosen 6 dark warriors, 12 zombies, 12 skeletons, and 24 ghosts. And 2 humans? Matthew pointed at the 2 arsonists and asked curiously. They are humans. Can they be incorporated into the army of the undead? Argus explained. I think they have good qualities. They are very suitable to be transformed into undead. The faces of the 2 arsonists instantly turned pale. They knelt on the ground in unison, trembling. Lord Matthew. We don't dare to slack off when we work anymore. Please don't kill us. Matthew didn't say anything. Argus advised with a pleasant expression. Don't be afraid. Becoming an undead is not as bad as you think. Look at me. Isn't it normal? The arsonists trembled even more. Matthew waved his hand and temporarily stopped Argus' wild thoughts. He asked again. Why are there so many ghosts? Argus explained. Specters are highly mobile, and their average level is higher. I think they are very suitable for the role of scouts. Chapter 520 Mage Killer and World Event. Chapter 520 Mage Killer and World Event. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew's heart jumped. Can you train different types of soldiers? Argus said modestly. A little. Matthew immediately waved his hand. Alright, the list of the patrol team for the first batch is set. In the future, you can train whoever you want. Argus looked at the two arsonists on the ground and hesitated. Sir, then they... Matthew said expressionlessly. There's no hurry. Let's see the production of blazing glue next week before making a decision. The two arsonists thanked him profusely and were escorted back to the workshop. Later, when Matthew passed by, he found that the work inside was in full swing. Looking at the arsonists working hard, Matthew suspected that if he gave them a sewing machine, they would turn it into a hot wheel. It's all good. Matthew smiled and left the window of the workshop. The other residents in the cemetery were very comfortable. The Crimson Flame Nightmare went to the deeper parts of the underground city every few days. At first, Matthew was a little worried, but after a long time, he let him go. After all, this guy could enter the plane of ether at any time. There was no need to worry too much. Among the skeletons and zombies who had not been enlisted in the army, a game of dice seems to have become popular recently. No matter where Matthew went, he could see skeletons or zombies in groups of 3 or 5, throwing dice made of stones. Needless to say, Renesm must have been the one who brought this up. Unfortunately, Matthew didn't bump into Renesm. He could only reprimand her the next time they met. There was also some good news. Firstly, Matthew realized that soldiers training his own kind was finally effective. 2 skeleton soldiers had transformed into skeleton assassins. However, it was unknown whether the 2 of them did it on purpose or not. After obtaining the assassin mode, they were in stealth mode. This made Argus so surprised that he did not notice them when he was selecting the able-bodied men. Matthew had only discovered this change when he came over on a whim to take stock of the skeletons. These 2 skeleton assassins had both reached level 10 and had a certain level of intelligence. They could hear Matthew's simple instructions and were quite powerful. After some thought, Matthew sent them to Argus' patrol team. He let them be in charge of the surveillance around the cemetery. Secondly, Matthew noticed that a small number of negative energy crystal clusters had grown in some corners of the cemetery. This was an excellent magic material. The negative energy crystal cluster could be refined to obtain the expensive negative energy crystal salt. The crystal salt was mixed with the underground spring water according to a certain ratio, and one would receive a potion called Anshura suspended liquid. The Anshura suspension could be used to restore the life and condition of the undead, and it could also nourish the soul fire a little. It was something that the undead dreamed of. There were not many negative energy crystals in the cemetery. Matthew was not in a hurry to collect them. He was afraid that collecting them too early would affect the formation of more crystal clusters. I remember that the black locust tree in the underworld has a great effect on the growth of negative energy crystal clusters. I still have to think of a way to grow more. He looked at the sparse number of locust trees around the cemetery. Matthew thought to himself. After a round of inspection, the lights in Sif's room next door had already been turned off. Matthew went around the door and walked into the stone house next to him. He was about to review the combat skills he had learned a while ago. But at this moment, his brain suddenly trembled. Immediately after, scenes of grandeur and detail flooded into his mind like a movie clip. in an instant. The pores on his body couldn't help but shrink. Hint, your ability world event is in effect. According to your profession level, number of domains, and perception ability, this world event has captured 3 pieces of information for you, which are world level, national level, and personal. World, the Eastern Guardian Chen, legendary mage, killed the evil sea dragon, legendary creature/giant beast, in one fell swoop, eliminating the great disaster that had lasted for thousands of years in the Eastern Sea. Kingdom, the troll tribe occupied the northern city of Stone Armor. The troll chief, Clark, became king there and vowed to revive the ancient troll empire. At this point, the Troll Kingdom became the first kingdom established on the continent of Aender. Personal, within the territory of Ascana, between plains, the Broo tribe tore up the armistice agreement signed with the Kingdom of Suki. The Broo tribe claimed that they had captured the only male heir of the Kingdom of Suki. The Kingdom of Suki claimed that this was fake news and that there was no male heir to the royal family. Click to see the details of the phenomenon. Chapter 521, Chapter 521, Melee Glory and the Escaping Prince. Chapter 521, Melee Glory and the Escaping Prince. Translator, Lonely Tree. What? Rhaegar was captured? Matthew was shocked, but after thinking about it, it was not impossible. He quickly checked the event and found that there were very few related images. The only information he had did not include Rhaegar's face. It was all the statements of the Broo tribe and the Kingdom of Suki. However, his world event ability was similar to Lorraine's alley gossip. It couldn't have generated such a message for no reason. Rhaegar must have encountered some trouble on his way to purgatory. Matthew walked back and forth a few steps and left the cemetery decisively. He planned to go to town to discuss with Zeller. Sif was placed in the cemetery, which was quite safe. At present, the 2 safest places in Rolling Stone Town were Matthew's Oak Forest and Cemetery. These 2 ritual arenas had mobilized the power of his own domain and were guarded by Obist and Argus, respectively. These 2 individuals were extremely strong. In a homeground battle, if one wanted to defeat them quickly, one would need at least a Tier 5 4-man party. This kind of arrangement was rare in the entire South. Therefore, Matthew was very relaxed when he left. When he arrived at the Lord's Manor, it was already late at night. Matthew wanted to go to Zeller's room to find him, but he didn't expect to see some fire in the office hall from afar. He walked into the corridor. He heard a cough from afar. When she got closer, she realized that Zeller was still working in the office. "I believed you should have rested long ago." Matthew did not hide his footsteps and knocked on the door. Zeller looked up at him and smiled charmingly. "I learned this from you mages. I've heard that the most hard-working mages will use spells to deprive themselves of their ability to sleep so that they can absorb knowledge 24 hours a day. Those who are inferior will also compress their sleep time to 2 to 4 hours a day." Matthew walked in and said helplessly, "It looks like I've lowered the average diligence of mages." Zeller smiled. Necromancers have always been regarded as an anomaly among mages. Speaking of which, have you ever considered turning yourself into a lich in the future? I heard that this is the ultimate dream of many necromancers. Matthew shook his head. To me, the lich is a dead end. It's a bit self-deceiving to obtain eternal life in this way. In the end, a lich can't stand above death and is still a servant of death. He came to his desk and looked at the thick stack of documents. He could not help but frown. Aren't you dealing with too many things? What about the 5-member council? Can't you leave some of these to them? Zeller placed the quill on the shelf next to him and rubbed his face with both hands. He sighed helplessly. There are too many refugees. We need to constantly introduce targeted measures. The war between the High Leaf region and the Red Mountain was expected to produce more refugees. The current Rolling Stone Town was like a raised highland for the surrounding territories that had been through war. Many commoners brought their families to this place. If not for the legends of cannibal trees and zombies, there would be a large number of refugees around your oak forest. This problem must be resolved as soon as possible, or else it will create an even greater disaster. The 5-member council can only deal with daily government affairs. Now that the situation has developed to this point, a lot of information is related to each other. I don't want Rolling Stone Town to always lag behind, so it's inevitable that I have to be more diligent. Matthew said in admiration. You're the most unwarlock person I've ever seen. Zeller took a sip of ginger water. You speak as if you have seen many warlocks. People always have a rigid impression of warlocks. They naturally think that all warlocks are frivolous and unruly, just like necromancers always like to steal corpses. Matthew smiled. Some of my peers do like to steal corpses, but they have no choice. After all, casting materials like human bodies are too expensive. But you're right. I'm just surprised by your talent and ability to handle government affairs. It has nothing to do with the warlock profession. Zeller said calmly. No one is born to like doing these tedious tasks. But Rhaegar needs such a person by his side. So, did you offer yourself? Matthew's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask. Did he save your life? Zeller said without hiding anything. More than once. The knight seemed to always open one's heart. The two of them looked at each other across the desk, and there were flickering candles on both sides. Matthew could see the reminiscence in Zeller's eyes. I lived in darkness when I was young. It was difficult to describe the environment with words. It was like a pitch-black darkness, and the surrounding air had hardened into hard metal. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, and it was hard for me to even blink. Even now, it's hard for me to recall the details. I only remember the day I met Rhaegar. I seemed to have encountered a ray of light. At this point, he fell silent, as if he was completely immersed in his memories. Matthew didn't say anything. He waited until Zeller's attention returned to reality before he slowly said. That's hard to imagine. Actually, for a long time, Rhaegar gave me the same feeling as a friend of mine who was an occult machinist. She and I both thought that he was responsible for making jokes at the party. Zeller smiled. That's Rhaegar now. He wasn't like this in the past. The young Rhaegar was much more reckless and had many bad habits, but he was always likable. Chapter 522 Chapter 522, Melee Glory and the Escaping Prince. Chapter 522, Melee Glory and the Escaping Prince. Translator, Lonely Tree. Think about it carefully. Have you ever hated Rhaegar? Matthew thought for a moment. I don't think I've ever hated him. Zeller asked again, then do you like Rhaegar? Matthew reluctantly said. He's all right. Zeller laughed. That's right. Although he has all kinds of problems, everyone loves Rhaegar. That's where his charm lies. Matthew blinked. But our beloved King of Charm is in trouble. As he spoke, he told him the whole story of why he had suddenly come to visit. You mean, you have an ability similar to that of a bard, and you received the news that Rhaegar was kidnapped? Zeller rubbed his temples, his expression a little incredulous. It might not be a kidnapping, but an enslavement. Matthew said. Zeller frowned. It shouldn't be possible. The Purgatory teleportation gate led directly to the hinterland of the Kingdom of Suki. If he were captured by the demons of the Brew tribe there, the Kingdom of Suki would not be far from destruction. This is completely inconsistent with the information we received some time ago. The Kingdom of Suki was still very strong, at least on par with the Brew tribe. Is it possible that the news you received was a smokescreen spread by the Brew tribe? Matthew muttered. You mean we should trust Rhaegar? Zeller nodded. He's not as unreliable as you think. Matthew scratched his head. It couldn't be helped. Perhaps it was because his impression of Rhaegar was too deep. He couldn't associate Rhaegar with the word reliable. Rhaegar is actually a very intelligent fellow. He had once faced the flame demon alone. He had also used his astral projection to steal the treasure chest of the 100-faced giant. He knows Purgatory like the back of his hand, and his combat strength is actually far stronger than what you can see. However, most of the time, he would seal his own form, and only a few enemies would be able to experience the wrath of the great demon. That's not a lucky thing. Zeller comforted him. How about this? I'll try to use a prophecy spell tomorrow morning to confirm Rieger's safety. I'm too tired tonight. I don't have much strength left to cast spells. As a spellcaster, Matthew naturally understood Zeller's situation. Since the latter was so confident in Rieger, Matthew was relieved. He advised Zeller not to work too hard and left the office. However, when he was walking in the corridor, he could still hear the occasional cough behind him. On the way back to the town, Matthew was still studying the ability world event. A new discovery was that this ability actually had an event tracking function. Matthew checked the tracking function of the 3 messages. In this way, if there were any updates in the future, Matthew would have a higher chance of getting to know about it. After the operation was completed, Matthew then focused his attention on the first 2 pieces of news. Previously, he was only worried about Rieger and did not look at it carefully. In fact, the first 2 pieces of news had a greater impact on the world's structure. Especially when the Guardian of the East killed the evil dragon in the sea, it was enough to trigger a phenomenon that changed the entire East. Matthew clicked on the details. In an instant, he saw many things. He saw the tragic scene of the Eastern Guardian Chen fighting the evil dragon in the sea. What was shocking was that this legendary mage had been fighting the evil dragon the entire time. He turned into a huge shadow and entangled with the enemy. Both sides punched and kicked, fighting from the sea to the sky and from the sky to the sea. This was the reason why the endless ocean had experienced so many tsunamis. Matthew noticed that Chen had also used spells before, but those spells were either close-range force field spells, such as Chen's Vajra Fist, Chen's bone-crushing flying palm. The other buffs were buffs that strengthened one's attributes, such as legendary power, invincibility, giant beast kill, and so on. However, it was such a legendary mage who was able to hit the flesh with every punch. He had beaten the evil dragon in the sea to death with his heaven-defying physical fitness. Matthew looked at it for a while. Although it was only a very blurry slide, he was still shocked. Hint, you have detected some characteristics and abilities of the Guardian of the East, Chen. Legendary characteristic, Melee Glory, legendary mage Chen has completely abandoned his long-range abilities. He will not be able to attack enemies 5 meters away from him. As compensation, the effect of his melee spells will be increased to 500% of the original. Ability, Fist Master, legendary mage Chen has mastered almost all of the first techniques of Ender since ancient times. Ability, Sharp Teeth, Chen has trained his teeth to be the ultimate weapon. It can easily tear apart any object with armor level below 20. Ability, Starlight Body Tempering, Chen used the light of the astral world to temper his body, making his strength reach the level of demons in the outer plane. Chen had killed the evil dragon in the sea and obtained Hero's Power. Hero's Power, Plain Blessing / Prime Material World. Chen will receive the highest priority in battles in the Prime Material World. This is the blessing of the world's consciousness to heroes. Duration, 30 years. As a member of the Alliance of 7 Saints and the human race, you have also benefited from this. You will receive the Heroes Junior. Heroes Junior, when you fight monsters, there is a small chance of receiving blessings from the world's consciousness. Chapter 523, Melee Glory and the Escaping Prince. Chapter 523, Melee Glory and the Escaping Prince. Translator, Lonely Tree. I didn't expect to be able to benefit from it. Matthew was honored. Then, he thought to himself. It seems that the 4 Guardians of the Alliance have their own characteristics. Guardian Chen of the East is good at close combat spells such as Force Fields. Roderick, the Guardian of the North, was good at prophecy. Ronan, the Guardian of the South, was good at curses and strange techniques. I just don't know what the Western Guardians are good at. After Chen killed the evil dragon in the sea, Matthew saw the corpse of the evil dragon sink into the sea. A huge vortex formed on the sea surface. The vortex rolled bigger and bigger and finally affected the airflow in the sky. The city that had been in the sky above the sea was pulled to the surface of the sea by the airflow. It gradually merged with the vortex, forming a spectacular magic spectacle. The last scene Matthew saw. It was the city hanging upside down above the sea. Although there was still some distance between them and the surface of the sea, it was not as far away as before. From what he saw, there were already some ships trying to get close to the island, but he didn't know what would happen next. The only thing he could confirm was that the floating city that was hanging upside down was not the legendary ruins on the clouds, nor did it seem to be the Eastern Celestial Kingdom. It was a floating city that had suddenly appeared in the prime material plane. Such an existence. It would definitely attract countless adventurers and ambitious people. The Eastern Sea region could only be said to have just been pacified by one wave, and another wave had risen. On the details page of the Troll Tribe, Matthew also made more discoveries. Hint: you have extracted the following key information by observing the phenomenon created by the Troll Kingdom. Prosperous, the trolls are firmly united around the capital, Armor City. This new kingdom is full of vitality and unlimited possibilities. Popularity outbreak: the Troll Kingdom is experiencing a period of rapid population growth. United as one, the trolls are committed to reviving the glory of the ancient troll empire. The people of the entire country are united and work together. Sweet potato planting: the trolls seem to have mastered a new type of sweet potato planting technology. They can plant giant sweet potatoes underground or in caves, which can quickly increase their food production. Weapon shortage: the trolls are all soldiers, but there is a shortage of weapons in Armor City. The short spears they are used to are not common in the market, and the trolls themselves are not good at forging weapons. This troll kingdom seems to have a very promising future. It's just that it's too far away from Rolling Stone Town. Otherwise, it could be a potential ally. Matthew muttered to himself. Armor City was located further north of the Helen Mountains, which was the hinterland of the Northern Territory. The area was sparsely populated and lacked resources. It used to be the territory of the Winter Sisters, but now there were a small number of humans, barbarians, dwarves, and trolls. Unfortunately, it was too far away. Matthew only planned to pay a little attention to it. However, since the first kingdom had appeared, there would definitely be many people following suit. Intercontinent. It was likely that the era of the kings would soon arrive. Matthew returned to the cemetery. Coincidentally, he bumped into Nightmare. This guy ran out every 2 or 3 days. When he saw Matthew, he didn't have stage fright. He came up and licked him crazily, making Matthew's face full of disgust. However, very quickly, the King of Nightmares tilted his head, and 2 rays of white light shot out from his ears. This was one of the Nightmare's hidden abilities. It could stuff a small number of items into its ears, and its ears had the characteristics of an alternate dimension. The Nightmare trotted happily on the 2 things. Matthew looked at it. The first item was actually a map. This map depicted the distribution of forces in the Underdark in great detail. However, there were too many floors in the Underdark, and the roads were also accessible. Matthew felt dizzy after looking at the dense contours for a while. No, this isn't an ordinary map. This is a magic map. Matthew quickly realized the abnormality of the map. The mana aura coming from the 4 corners was exceptionally clear. There was a hint of dark magic. Where did you get this? Matthew asked. However, Nightmare only knew how to play around, and Matthew could only get a very vague piece of information. A very, very far place? There's a majestic city, and the statue at the entrance of the city is a black dragon? Is it the Black Dragon City or the Extreme Frost City? No one could answer Matthew's question. Then, he looked at the stone slab. Matthew cast an identification spell. Prompt: appraisal failed. You need more knowledge, god/strange item/fate, to understand the meaning of this tablet. Matthew was shocked. Why did he need so much extra knowledge? This meant that the slate had an extraordinary origin. He kept the 2 items properly and warned Nightmare. It's best not to run around blindly. Even if you want to run around, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't do whatever you want just because you have ether leap, understand? Nightmare snorted. It was as if he was saying, I know. I'll dare to do it again next time. Matthew had no choice but to stuff 2 escape scrolls on him and warn. Don't say that you're my horse if you're caught. That night, Matthew continued to study magic in the cemetery. At dawn, just as Matthew was about to fall asleep, World Event had been updated. Private, in the territory of Ascana, according to an internal demon of Storluck Industries, the only male heir of the kingdom of Suki was indeed captured by a large tribe, but he quickly escaped from prison. At present, the Brew tribe is trying their best to capture the fugitive prince of the kingdom of Suki. The kingdom of Suki said that the news was fake. They once again reiterated that there is no male heir to the Suki royal family. Rhaegar escaped? Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. This guy really had some skills. With his wealth, he should have a lot of escape tools. Purgatory was his home ground. Indeed, he did not have to worry too much about him. He thought about it. Matthew went to sleep. The next morning, he specially planted a few trees on the land that was as warm as spring all year round. However, just as he returned to the cemetery, Zeller came up to him in a hurry. Not good, Matthew. Rhaegar has really been captured. Matthew said calmly. Didn't I say last night? I received the latest news this morning. He escaped and is still on the run. Who knew that, Zeller would say with a bitter smile. That news is outdated. I've just confirmed it with a prophecy spell. Rhaegar was captured again while he was escaping. Matthew was shocked. Captured again? Was he captured by the demons twice? Zeller shook his head. The person who caught him this time was a private army of the kingdom of Suki. If I remember correctly, the leader of that army is his younger sister. Matthew touched his chin. Then, that should be all right, right? Zeller said seriously. Originally, Rika had planned to sneak into the Suki family's castle, Red and Black, to meet only a few trusted old ministers and take away some information and props with him. However, the news somehow leaked out. Now, the entire kingdom of Suki knows that Rhaegar has returned. All his sisters and aunts are looking for him. They are more dangerous than the demons of the Brew tribe. Matthew was puzzled. Why? Zeller sighed. If he falls into the hands of a demon, I believe that with Rhaegar's ability, he will definitely find a chance to escape. But if it's his sisters? I can only say that the hope is not high. Matthew was a little annoyed. But we can't confirm the authenticity of the news. Right? Zeller nodded awkwardly. Divination spells are always easily interfered with. Indeed, we can't rule out the possibility that the information we received was just a smokescreen. The safest way is to go to Ascana. Matthew muttered. Why don't we let little Patton make a trip? There might be some news at Bigfoot City. I think he is trustworthy. Zeller thought for a long time before agreeing. All right then. Hence, the two of them found little Patton and told him the whole story. The latter patted his chest and promised. I will definitely bring back the most authentic news about Rhaegar. As he spoke, he drank the potion and transformed into a minotaur, passing through the dimensional rift again. 3 hours later, the minotaur squeezed through the crack. Little Patton shouted as he squeezed. Not good, not good. I heard that Rhaegar has been dead for a few days. Does this mean Rolling Stone Town will welcome a new lord? Chapter 524, Secret War Order and Biological Airship. Chapter 524, Secret War Order and Biological Airship. Translator, Lonely Tree. Impossible. Zeller said firmly. The Minotaur shrugged. I don't know about that. Anyway, that's what's going on in Bigfoot City now. Even the way Rhaegar died is well known. Matthew asked curiously, how did he die? Little Patton said. I heard that he was stabbed from head to toe like a skewer. The murderer is Prince Harrison of the Brew tribe. They said Harrison made a great contribution this time. The only male heir of the kingdom of Suki was killed, and it was only a matter of time before the Brew tribe took over the Battle of Ascana. Hearing this, Zeller frowned and shook his head. Impossible. Rhaegar won't die so easily. Wait, is there only news of him? What about Dulin and Asma? Little Patton thought for a moment. In any version of the gossip I heard, there was no mention of Rhaegar having a follower. Zeller and Matthew looked at each other, and both of them heaved a sigh of relief. There must be something wrong with the rumors. It was most likely a smokescreen thrown by the Brew tribe or the Suki kingdom. It could not even be ruled out that Rhaegar himself was also involved in the creation of the fake news. As the two of them pondered, Little Patton started to take things out again. First, there was a box of light bulbs, followed by a small box of pure white crystals, 2 large copper wires, and some strange parts. Do you know about the light bulb? This thing is very magical. As long as you input a little current into it, it can continue to illuminate. As for the other things, I saw that no one was looking after them, so I secretly took some. See if they're valuable. Little Patton said casually. Matthew glanced at it and found that the white crystal was actually a rare astral white crystal. This white crystal had a pure and flawless internal texture and had the effect of magnifying or gathering magic energy. The quality of the copper wire was also very good. It was a little extravagant to use it to make wires. The crystals were polished very neatly, and the wires were of good specifications. This meant that the Storluck industry had mastered a high level of industrial smelting and processing capabilities. As for those strange parts, according to Little Patton, it was stolen from a warehouse related to the generator set. According to him, if he had more time, he would be able to steal an entire small generator. This was a little ridiculous. Even if Storluck Industries had only been established in the city for a short time and the management level was uneven, there would not be such a serious oversight. The greater possibility was that they were in the process of increasing production. The management level of storage, transportation, and other links could not keep up with the speed of development. Why don't I ask around about Rhaegar? Little Patton showed his value at the right time and then carefully suggested to Zeller. Zeller pondered for a long time. Finally, he said solemnly, "Pay attention to your safety and report every day. If you see anything wrong, use the escape scroll. There's no need to be a hero, understand?" Little Patton patted his chest. "Don't worry about me. I promise I'll get some news that Rhaegar is fine." Why did these words sound strange? Matthew couldn't help but rub his nose. What this guy said earlier was not something he made up, right? Zeller didn't doubt this. He handed a frog doll to Patton. "Remember to carry it with you. It might come in handy at a critical moment," Zeller emphasized. Little Patton accepted the doll happily and crawled toward the crack. Matthew looked at his back and suddenly asked Zeller, "I haven't asked you what the frog doll is for." There was one hanging on his waist. Other than decoration, it seemed to have no other use. Zeller smiled faintly. "You'll know when the time comes." Matthew gritted his teeth. However, he could also feel a hint of mysticism from it. There must be something about this doll. It was possible that the power behind it had to meet unspeakable conditions before it could take effect. Could it be related to Zeller's warlock bloodline? Thinking of this, Matthew couldn't help but ask. "Speaking of which creature did you inherit your warlock bloodline from? Can you tell me?" Zeller smiled. "Why don't you guess? It couldn't be something strange like the giant frog overlord, right?" Matthew pondered for a moment. He probed, "Dragon? Blue dragon?" Zeller said, "Let's go with that then." The more vague he was, the more curious Matthew became. "If you don't tell me, I'll go ask Rhaegar." Zeller looked at him in surprise. "Rhaegar won't tell." Matthew continued, "Then I'll ask Sif." Zeller smiled. Matthew revealed his true intentions. Then I'll get Sif to ask Rhaegar. Zeller was a little amused. It's rare for you to have a childlike side. Matthew shrugged. People are always curious. Zeller raised his hands helplessly. In the next moment, a faint purple mirage lit up in his eyes. The mirage was like a dream, like two balls of mist that were at odds with each other. At the same time, a series of faint purple scales grew out of his temples. This phenomenon only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. Matthew felt a strong true dragon aura. It's indeed a dragon, but it's definitely not a blue dragon. He muttered to himself. Zeller revealed the answer. The amethyst dragon, a type of gemstone dragon that is almost extinct in the multiverse. I've never met a similar species in my life. Chapter 525 Chapter 525, Secret War Order and Biological Airship. Chapter 525, Secret War Order and Biological Airship. Translator, Lonely Tree. The amethyst dragon possesses the power of magic and psionic power. Unfortunately, my talent is too shallow. I've only comprehended magic and not psionic power at all. Matthew said enviously. Sometimes, I really envy you, warlocks. You can master magic while lying down and sleeping. Zeller laughed. I've never heard of any warlock who could master necromancy. Matthew thought it made sense. The necromancy domain was indeed an isolated area for warlocks. Thinking about it this way, it was balanced. Zeller continued. You just said that you were going to look for Rhaegar. Are you serious? Matthew said helplessly. We can't put all our hopes on little Patton. What if the news gets more and more outrageous? How should we make a decision? In the end, I still have to make a trip myself. Zeller pondered and said. But you said before that there might be risks if you go to the outer plane. Matthew replied. The probability of me being caught by the evil gods is definitely much lower than the probability of Rhaegar being caught by his sisters. Moreover, I won't act alone. I plan to go through the Alliance's channels. Although the Seven Saint Alliance won't interfere with the outer planes, there are still channels for plane travel. In addition, I could hire a bodyguard. I should be able to reimburse the expenses incurred from plane travel. Right? Zeller nodded. No problem. You can just ask me for reimbursement. Matthew shook his head. Then I'll ask Rhaegar for reimbursement. Zeller smiled. Rhaegar's little treasury is with me. As long as the amount isn't too exaggerated, I should be able to reimburse them. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Not too exaggerated means that it can be exaggerated appropriately? Zeller was amused by his expression and could not help but joke, you can see it that way. Just don't take out all the money that Rhaegar has saved up. At least leave him Sif's dowry, okay? Half an hour later. Cauldron House. Then I will accompany you to Purgatory for the last practical class. Today, Margaret was wearing a plain white dress. The style of the dress was a little like the Roman warriors' clothes that Matthew had seen in his previous life, but the skirt on the lower half of the body was even more elegant. She seemed to be in high spirits. The last lesson? Matthew was a little reluctant. I think I still have a lot to learn from you. I can add points. Margaret smiled in relief. Those points don't mean much to me. Previously, I was still hoping to complete the legendary path through the project of true alchemy. So I need gold coins and points. Things were different now. I've already made up my mind to head to the plane of bloody battles and advance to legend through the trials of life and death. Those things are nothing to me. It was strange. When I hadn't thought of how I should go, heading to the bloodbath plains was just a dispensable concept to me. But when I really made up my mind to do this, I suddenly yearned for that moment. I've been preparing for it these days. If it weren't for the delay in your classes, I might have left long ago. I really can't wait any longer. If you don't contact me within these 3 days, you might meet the first teacher in the history of the Alliance to skip class. She was very energetic. Her fighting spirit was also very high. Matthew could feel the urgency in her words as if she had received some kind of call. It was mysterious, but it did exist. "I wish you success," he said sincerely. "I must succeed," Margaret said firmly, "for this trip to the Plain of Bloody Battles, I went to look for my teacher again." Matthew was shocked. "To stuff more stuff in your body?" Matthew exclaimed, "Another 2 million? Margaret nodded. "I'm definitely the most expensive human-made mage in the history of the Alliance. Do you see my fist? Demons, please tremble. They are about to receive 4.6 million fists." Matthew thought it was quite scary. He even wanted to touch the newly added spell module on Margaret's body. However, his rationality stopped him. His 500,000 necromancy account could be comparable to the other party's 4.6 million quasi-max level account. "Speaking of which, why would your lord go to such a dangerous place between planes?" Margaret asked as she contacted the formation master. Matthew briefly explained Rieger's identity. Of course, he omitted the existence of the Purgatory teleportation gate. Margaret nodded. "He's quite special. If he's willing to bring in the army of the Kingdom of Suki, I'm afraid he'll become a strong candidate to compete for the throne of the human race in the south of the continent." Matthew waved his hand. But he didn't want to. A hint of surprise flashed across Margaret's eyes. She was silent for a while before saying, "This is very rare. By doing this, he is equivalent to taking on all the danger alone. The danger I'm talking about isn't just the war in the prime material plane, but also the demons and devils in Ascana. Do you understand what I mean?" Matthew nodded with a heavy expression. The pressure that Rieger was facing was actually two-way. The news of the teleportation portal could not be kept secret forever. Once it was known, the devils, demons, and other creatures from the outer planes who were eager to get their hands on the prime material plane would be eyeing Rieger like a tiger eyeing its prey. Chapter 526 Chapter 526, Secret War Order and Biological Airship. Chapter 526, Secret War Order and Biological Airship. Translator, Lonely Tree. If Rieger wasn't willing, then, kill him. They would replace him with someone else who was willing. This was also why Rieger had such a difficult time making a decision. Just as Margaret had said, he had placed all the danger on himself. Many people were in the prime material plane, and Ascana wished for his death. Of course, there were also many people who wished for him to live. Matthew was one of them. He knew very well what it meant to be an easygoing feudal lord in this turbulent era. He had lived in Rolling Stone for so long and had developed feelings for her. He did not want to wander around again. Hence, Rieger had to live. You just mentioned war. Since the prime material plane is going to war, why do you have to go to the bloodbath plains? Matthew suddenly asked. Margaret shook her head. The intensity of the upcoming war in the prime material world is nothing compared to the bloody war. You should know about the Secret War Order. It will be fully released next month at the latest. It will strictly control the intensity of the war in the prime material world. Matthew was stunned. Secret War Order? What's that? Margaret raised her eyebrows. Didn't Isabel or Edmund tell you? Matthew said truthfully, they haven't been looking for me recently. Margaret was not surprised. That's why my mentor, Soria, is the best. Everything is calculated with money. She won't give you the cold shoulder for no reason, and she won't reward you for no reason. Everything is fair. I'll get you a copy. There are a lot of troublesome terms anyway. It's like playing house for children. As she spoke, she handed a thick magic document to Matthew. Matthew quickly read it. He discovered that this secret order was for all the mages of the Seven Saint Alliance and the lords of all the city-states within the Alliance's radius. As Margaret had said, this secret order had many restrictive clauses. On the surface, it seemed to be to ensure that the intensity of the war would not go overboard. Matthew noticed a few key pieces of information. Mage Registration Principle. All mages of the Seven Saint Alliance had to register their city-states or not participate in the war within a month of the order being issued. Mages who chose not to participate in the war were not allowed to side with any faction in any way during the war. They had to avoid wars between mortals to the greatest extent. No excuses allowed, unless the mortal lord takes the initiative to attack. Mages who chose to participate in the war had to abide by the principle of one person, one city. In other words, a mage could only be registered under the name of one city, and could not be affiliated with multiple cities. However, a city could register many mages under its name. Mages shall try not to hurt civilians during war. Forbidden experiments must not be conducted in the name of war. Battle principles. City-states with similar strengths could resolve their conflicts through fair and open battles with similar numbers of participants. The location of the battle would be decided by both sides through negotiation. The Seven Saint Alliance would send a referee for any battle to ensure the smooth progress of the battle. Before the battle, both sides must sign a voluntary agreement. As for the outcome of the battle, both sides must strictly abide by it. Usually, the total number of people in a single battle would not exceed 1,000. Surprise attack principle. During war, surprise attacks and long-range attacks were not prohibited. However, cities that used these strategies and were discovered would be deprived of the opportunity to apply for a battle. Principle of equality. When one party in the war acts without restraint, the other party can retaliate in equal measure, but the retaliation must not exceed a certain limit. There were 47 pages of such detailed rules. Matthew was speechless. Could the intensity of war be controlled at the macro level and manipulated at the micro level? He could understand the conflicting attitude of the Seven Saint Alliance's upper echelons towards this war. They hoped that this heated war would not harm too many lives, but they also knew that objective laws could not be avoided. The outer planes were eyeing them covetously. Ainder, who was still stuck in an agricultural society, needed to be warned of the fire. However, they didn't want the fire to hurt their foundations. This contradictory mentality was vividly reflected in this secret order. It gave people the feeling that they wanted everything. It's clearly a direct order. Why is it called a secret order? Matthew asked, puzzled. Margaret chuckled. Because this detailed guide will not be publicly announced. It will only be secretly distributed to the target group. Everyone has a tacit understanding. Matthew was even more speechless. Can the intensity of war be controlled? Once the war starts, how can it be stopped so easily? Even the lofty legendary mages can't underestimate the anger and hatred of mortals. Margaret waved her hand. I'm not sure. I heard that they probably think that as long as the legendary mage doesn't participate, the situation will be under control. Matthew shook his head gently. The Seven Saints might not participate, but they should have friends, family, children, and descendants, right? The simple principle of an eye for an eye should be understandable to all. And once the rules were broken, the so-called secret order would become a joke. But Matthew didn't say anything. He couldn't think of a better solution either. However, this secret order made him feel the confusion and weakness of the Seven Saint Alliance. Perhaps after losing the Calamity Mage. The Seven Saint Alliance, which seemed to be glorious for a time, was also walking on a small path towards ruin. Chapter 527, Chapter 527, Secret War Order and Biological Airship. Chapter 527, Secret War Order and Biological Airship. Translator, Lonely Tree. He thought about it. He felt the pressure on his body increase. Matthew put away the secret order and planned to throw it to Zeller to study. The two of them chatted for a while. Not long after, the array master that Margaret had made an appointment with arrived. This is Array Master Hap Pie. You can call him Happy. This is Matthew, my student. Margaret introduced casually. The array master, named Happy, was a very gentle young man. He was also very enthusiastic about Matthew. Hello, hello. Are you the only student Margaret has had since she started teaching? Matthew was stunned. The only one? Happy smiled and said. Of course, before you, all the interested parties complained that her price was too high. After all, everyone's knowledge points are in short supply. Matthew blinked. I think it's worth it. Margaret immediately puffed out her chest when she heard that. She put her hands on her hips and said to Happy. Did you hear that? It's worth it. In the future, you won't have the chance to learn even if you want to. There's a reason why expensive things are expensive. I should be that expensive. Happy shrugged. It doesn't matter. I don't like fighting anyway. Where are you going? Escana, is it? It's been unstable over there recently. I heard that a male heir of the Suki kingdom was killed by a demon before being raped. After his corpse was exposed to the wilderness, he was turned into a zombie by a necromancer. Matthew smiled. That's right, we're going to save that zombie. Happy was very professional. After a quick operation, he opened a portal on the spot. Hurry up and come back. This secret door of mine can only last for 7 days at most. You have to pay more after 7 days. He was talking to Matthew. Obviously, he knew that Margaret was a pauper. The two of them passed through the portal. Immediately, they arrived in a world where the sun was scorching. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but red soil. The two of them were still observing the terrain. A scorpion with red eyes crawled quietly through the cracks of the rocks. Matthew sensed something. Just as he was about to use magic to kill the scorpion, Margaret stopped him. 1L worry, Lu SWD 1L. The scorpion flashed past. 5 minutes later. A shadow appeared in the distant sky. The shadow came very quickly and arrived in front of the two in almost an instant. Matthew looked at it. It was a creature that looked like a ray. Its lower body was a fish, and its upper body was covered in glass and machinery. It looked a little like an airplane or airship. There were 2 demons in the ray. They parked the rayfish at the side and jumped out of the cabin excitedly. They said to the two of them in broken human common language. This is Rob. However, before he could say anything, a clear and well-spoken abyss common came from Matthew's side. This is a robbery. The 2 demons were stunned. In the next second, a petite figure appeared behind them and picked them up one by one. Whoosh! Margaret's figure shot up like a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared dozens of meters in the sky. Then, she fell down at an unbelievable speed. Boom! Clouds of smoke rose in all directions. There were 2 human-shaped marks on the ground. Between the 2 was Margaret's petite figure. She clapped her hands and walked to the ray with ease. She patted the glass lid on it and said, Let's go. Follow me to the boat. Under Margaret's instructions. Matthew sat nervously in the back seat. Margaret sat in the driver's seat. As the ray was not big, their bodies were very close to each other, as if they were riding motorcycles. Margaret operated the dozens of different colored mechanical arms in front of her. A moment later, she could not help but ask, What's so hard? You're poking me down there. Matthew looked down. He quickly took out the frog doll hanging on his waist. At this moment, the glass cover above the ray slowly closed. Margaret said cheerfully, Hold my waist tight. I'm going to speed up, Matthew. Matthew asked nervously, What is this? Are you sure you know how to drive it? Margaret said casually. Storlux BioAirship. It's nothing special. For any vehicle, you just need to find the accelerator and step on it. In the next second, a huge push pushed Matthew towards Margaret. The BioAirship took off quickly. They dashed towards the horizon. At the same time, in a valley littered with corpses, covered in blood, Rhaegar looked at the crazed demon in front of him with a complicated expression. The crystal horn on her forehead glistened under the sunlight. Her tongue involuntarily stuck out and licked the pure blood. Lilith, please don't do this. Riker's voice was trembling. For the sake of my daughter, do you know that Sif's horns are exactly the same as yours? Lilith chuckled. Don't put on an act, Rhaegar. This time I won't be fooled no matter what you say. If you don't leave 100 children behind, don't even think about leaving the kingdom of Suki. Chapter 528 Chapter 528, The Mysteries of Necromancy. Chapter 528, The Mysteries of Necromancy. Translator, Lonely Tree. Riker's expression changed. He revealed a pitiful expression. We're all family. There's no need to be so absolute, Lilith. We can discuss the issue of reproduction. I can provide some genetic material. I've heard that the kingdom of Suki has been developing rapidly over the years. I'm sure you've mastered more advanced reproduction methods, right? However, Lilith only shook her head. Reproduction without the fusion of spirit and flesh is incomplete. That way, the strongest bloodline of the Suki family won't be born. Give up resisting, Rhaegar. This is your responsibility and your mission. Rhaegar was full of resistance. He looked at the woman in front of him with a complicated expression. She had a crystal horn that was very similar to Sif's, and the lines of her face were very gentle most of the time. Her hot figure was only wrapped in a small amount of fabric, and under the short skirt that barely covered her thighs was a sexy fishnet stocking. At this moment, there was no trace of blood on her body. Because the blood that had splashed onto her body during the battle had been completely absorbed by her skin. It was this female devil who killed people like flies. Many years ago, she was still a little girl who followed behind him and called him Brother Rhaegar all day long. Lilith, you weren't like this when you were young. You were my closest sister in the Suki kingdom. Rhaegar still tried to move him emotionally. However, Lilith was unmoved. She sneered and said, "That's why I came to look for you this time. While they still give you face, you should quickly turn back. If you continue to be stubborn, I'm afraid that the next person who will come to find you will be that woman, Letitia. As soon as he heard Letitia's name, Rhaegar suddenly shivered. She was the queen regent of the kingdom of Suki, the first legend of Ascana. She had the most elite tiefling automatons in the kingdom of Suki under her. She was known for her cruelty and ruthlessness. Rhaegar said with a bitter face. But what's the point of forcing me like this? You said it yourself that the strongest bloodline of the blood flag can only be cultivated through the fusion of soul and body. There is no love between me and them, and even kinship is very weak. Did you see the way those women stared at me? They're a bunch of female beasts in heat. They didn't treat me as a man at all. They only treated me as a machine that could provide them with a meteoric rise." Lilith laughed coquettishly. "You can't use such words to describe your sisters. After all, everyone is here for the revival of the kingdom of Suki. There's no need for you to worry. In the years that you weren't around, Elder Constantine worked with others to develop a brand new aphrodisiac. As long as you drink that potion, you'll feel like you're in love. At that time, your soul and body will naturally fuse. Besides, love can be cultivated slowly. Isn't there a saying among humans that love grows with time?" Rhaegar gritted his teeth. "I still refuse." Lilith was furious. "How much longer are you going to fool around? You and your father are birds of a feather. You didn't fulfill your responsibilities and fled the kingdom of Suki, running to the prime material plane to hide and enjoy yourself. You're not responsible at all. What kind of man are you? You clearly enjoy the power and glory brought by the blood flag bloodline, but you have not fulfilled your obligation to pass on this bloodline. Are you worthy of your ancestors? Are you worthy of everything you have?" Rhaegar was silent for a while and said unhappily, "You can scold me, but don't scold my father. He gave birth to me." Lilith snorted coldly. He was an elder and had passed away long ago. However, decades ago, he was carrying the mission of the kingdom of Suki to enter the prime material plane. In order to build that expensive super army teleportation portal, the kingdom had emptied out all of its finances. And the result? He fled to the prime material plane and closed the door, He even pretended to say that this was to protect the peace of Ainder. Peace? What a ridiculous word. His hometown was plagued by war, and his compatriots had never enjoyed the luxury of peace. However, he suddenly stood up to defend peace for a group of humans he did not know. As his heir, don't you think your father's actions are really ironic? Rhaegar, I must remind you that you are a demon. Although you have human blood flowing in your veins, that thing will only make you weak. The only way to become stronger is to welcome the glory of our ancestors and let the devil's blood burn in your body. Rhaegar's expression turned slightly cold. So, you didn't capture me just to reproduce. Your real goal is still that portal, right? Lilith sighed. Brother, I can't understand what you're doing, but I don't have the intention to convince you. I just want to tell you a fact. Even if you keep that door hidden, we can still use our own strength to set foot on the journey to the prime material plane. In my opinion, other than having a penis, you've become useless all these years. You should be glad that you're a man. If you were a woman, you would have become the toy of some great devil after the cruel internal elimination of the Suki clan. Now, follow me. As she spoke, she pulled out a flaming whip from behind her. Chapter 529, The Mysteries of Necromancy. Chapter 529, The Mysteries of Necromancy. Translator, Lonely Tree. Rhaegar's expression tightened. Lilith, I don't want to fight with you. Don't force me to attack. I'm actually very strong. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lilith grabbed the side of the flame with her right hand and the edge of the fishnet stockings on her left leg with her left hand. She curled her calf slightly and hugged it down. The sock was taken off instantly. Then, she suddenly threw the sock at Rhaegar. Rhaegar subconsciously took a step back. In an instant, the fishnet socks turned into a huge net that covered the sky and the sun. A powerful force field locked Rhaegar in place. The fishing net quickly retracted. He was tied up tightly. Rhaegar struggled with all his might. However, he found that he could not struggle out of the fishing net no matter what. Let's go, brother. Come home with me. Lilith smiled sweetly. Just as she was about to leave the valley with Rhaegar, a dozen bioairships flew over from the distant horizon. Further away, a huge shadow was slowly approaching. Damn these demons. They are everywhere. Lilith cursed. Then, she raised her flaming whip and lashed it at the sky. Pa! After a crisp sound, the soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield at the entrance of the valley also quickly gathered around her. The soldiers were pale and had sharp fangs. They were vampires. Kill them. Lilith raised her long whip again and swept it at a biological airship in her sight. Boom! The airship carrying the two demons suddenly fell beside her feet. The vampires soared into the sky. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws to intercept the incoming enemy. Of course, the demons did not sit still and wait for death. Some of them controlled the airships to land at the side, while some of them jumped off the airships. The chaotic battle instantly began. High in the sky, a bioairship flew smoothly across the sky. Inside the cabin, Matthew's anxious heart gradually relaxed. After the initial stage, Margaret's driving skills had indeed become a lot more proficient. The two of them were currently rushing towards where Rhaegar was. Before leaving, Zeller gave Matthew a magic pointer. It was said that as long as they were within a range of 500 kilometers, the needle would be activated and lead them in the direction of Rhaegar. The teleportation location that the Formation Master Happy chose for them was very clever. It was located right at the border between the Kingdom of Suki and the Broo tribe. The moment he landed, Matthew noticed that the magic needle had become active. After getting on the airship, he took it out and saw that it was indeed the case. So he guided Margaret. The two of them flew in the sky at high speed for about 20 minutes. Margaret suddenly said, "There's a battle ahead." Matthew looked at it. In the air ahead, there were more than 30 airships that were exactly the same as the one he was sitting on. There was at least one vampire harassing every airship. On the ground, the demons were also fighting with the vampire army. The physical fitness of the demon was obviously superior, but the number of vampires was about 3 times that of the demon. The vampires clearly had the upper hand in this battle. Let's go around it. Margaret suggested. Wars often break out at the border. Finding people is more important. We don't have to get involved. Matthew nodded. Thus, Margaret pulled the control stick, and the bioairship made a graceful turn, trying to bypass the battle group in the sky. However, along with this process, Matthew found that the magic needle in his hand had also shifted greatly. Before he could speak, a loud bang came from the glass cover above their heads. Walala! The shattered glass and a strong wind from the sky immediately poured in. For a moment, Matthew's collar was covered in glass shards. The two of them looked up. A vampire was lying on the cover of the airship, staring at the 2 humans in the cabin with ill intentions. He obviously treated them as reinforcements from the Brew tribe. What are you doing? Margaret immediately became angry. She controlled the airship with one hand and waved her right hand in the air. The vampire that was originally lying on the metal beam was instantly pulled into her palm. Hiss! The vampire subconsciously opened its bloody mouth, wanting to give Margaret a slap on the neck. But Margaret was not afraid at all. She tilted her head upward. The top of her head directly collided with the vampire's fangs. Clang! The 2 fangs were instantly split apart. The vampire revealed a pained expression. Matthew took the opportunity to take out his mace and smash it on the vampire's back. The latter immediately let out a sharp cry. His spine made a cracking sound, and his entire back instantly went limp. Margaret immediately freed her other hand. Her hands turned into sharp knives and stabbed into the enemy's chest, and then she tore them apart. The poor vampire was instantly torn apart like a piece of seaweed. His corpse was instantly swept away by the strong wind. However, because of this sudden attack, the glass in front of the cockpit was covered in blood. I can't see clearly, Margaret shouted. It's okay. The person we're looking for should be nearby. Matthew looked at the magic needle again. At this moment, he realized that the source of the fight between these 2 groups of people was probably Rhaegar. We just need to find a place for the airship to land. He was afraid that Margaret couldn't hear him, so he whispered into her ear. Land? I don't know how to do that. Chapter 530, The Mysteries of Necromancy. Chapter 530, The Mysteries of Necromancy. Translator, Lonely Tree. I only know how to step on the accelerator. The wind howled fiercely. Margaret replied loudly. It won't land? Then how did you do it in the past? Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Seeing that his airship almost collided with another airship, he hurriedly said, no matter what method you use, just land. There are too many flying objects here. If this continues, we'll be in trouble. Margaret nodded. Then, she released the control stick. The bioairship charged towards the swarm of flying objects that were fighting fiercely. She grabbed Matthew and flew out of the airship. The 2 of them hovered steadily in the air. The airship crashed into the other 2 airships. Black smoke billowed in the air. The 3 flying objects entangled with each other and fell to the ground. Are you sure the person you're looking for is here? Margaret frowned as she looked at the vampires and biological airships that surrounded her from all directions. Matthew looked around. There was no obstruction between the flying objects, and the people sitting inside were all clear at a glance. He's not in the sky. He might be down there, Matthew said. Margaret nodded. Then let's go down and find him. However, before that, let's make these fellows stop. In the next second, a rhythmic chant sounded. A vampire who did not know what was good for him wanted to come up to Margaret, but he was punched in the head by her and pierced through. Accompanied by a chant. Intense white light surged out from Margaret's body. In a flash, a white ball of light appeared in the air, and it kept expanding with Margaret at the center. Warning, your partner Margaret has used the Occam Sphere. Occam Sphere, Tier 5 spell within the range of Occam Sphere, flight in any sense is prohibited. Wherever the white light went, whether it was the vampire or the biological airship, they all fell down like dumplings. Matthew's first reaction was joy. However, when his body also fell down, he felt that something was wrong. Will we fall too? He hugged Margaret tightly and asked loudly. Margaret replied. Of course, the Occam Sphere treats everyone equally. It's just a few hundred meters. It won't hurt. The falling speed was getting faster and faster. The ground was getting closer and closer. Matthew's heart was beating wildly. At the critical moment, he quickly took out the feather drop coin from his inventory and stuffed it into his shirt pocket. The speed at which the two of them descended suddenly slowed down. As for the others, they were not so lucky. Even though the vampires and half-demons had strong vitality, they were all on their last breaths after falling from a few hundred meters in the sky. Matthew pressed his hand firmly against his shirt pocket. Then, he slowly heaved a sigh of relief. My body strengthening is only the most basic steel body. Falling down might not hurt. But you will die. Matthew was still in shock. Margaret suddenly burst out laughing. Of course, I was kidding. I just wanted to tease you. I didn't expect you to have a feather drop item. I miscalculated. I originally wanted to play some fancy tricks with you. Matthew was stunned. Fancy tricks? Margaret waved her hand. Since you don't trust me, then there's no need. Let go, let go. You're hugging me so tightly. If you hug me a few more times, it'll affect my development. With that, she pushed Matthew away and fell rapidly. Boom. A few seconds later, there was a huge pit on the ground. Margaret walked out of the pit and casually killed all the vampires and half-demons who were still breathing. Her efficiency in killing was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, at least 20 half-demons and even more vampires were killed by her as if she were chopping melons and vegetables. And when she was done, Matthew slowly landed on the ground. The naked eye could only see the flames of the airship and the vast number of corpses. This is the power of 4.6 million. Matthew was rather emotional. Then, he noticed something not far away. A woman holding a flaming whip was looking at the two of them with a serious expression. On the ground between them and the woman, a very comical creature was wriggling on the ground like a maggot. He was also wearing a sexy fishing net. Matthew wanted to laugh out loud, but in the next second, he suddenly recognized the person in the fishing net as Rhaegar. Found him. He hurriedly indicated their target to Margaret. Margaret nodded. The two of them immediately walked towards the female devil. I'm Lilith. Who are you? The female devil's voice was filled with fear. Her gaze was focused on Margaret from the beginning to the end. At this moment, Matthew suddenly noticed the crystal horn on the female devil's forehead. He realized something. But before Matthew could say anything, Margaret's figure disappeared on the spot. Screams instantly sounded. Margaret had practically teleported in front of Lilith. Without saying a word, she punched Lilith's abdomen. A bloody fist poked out from her lower back. Lilith screamed violently. Her body instantly exploded, turning into a blood flower that filled the sky. The blood flower rolled back into the air. Then, they gathered into a blood whirlwind. The blood whirlwind pressed down from above and charged at Margaret aggressively. Margaret made a sound of surprise. Her body emitted a blue light, and then she took the initiative to walk into the blood whirlwind. Chapter 531, The Mysteries of Necromancy. Chapter 531, The Mysteries of Necromancy. Translator, Lonely Tree. The two sides had already started fighting. Matthew knew that it was meaningless to say anything now. The most important thing now was to rescue Rhaegar from the fishing net. However, beside the fishing net, there were also 2 vampire guards eyeing him like a tiger eyeing its prey. Ferlin, Duluth. Kill that human. Lilith's angry voice came from the blood whirlwind. The 2 vampires bared their fangs and flew toward Matthew. Matthew was just about to cast a spell when he suddenly had a thought. He wanted to give it a try. He cast an instigate at one of the vampires. The vampire's momentum instantly halted. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. But immediately after, that trace of confusion turned into determination. Puff. He grabbed the other vampire's clothes, and under the latter's puzzled gaze, the 2 of them fought fiercely. The scuffle only lasted for a few seconds before Matthew stopped it. On the data panel. Hint, due to its owner Lilith's extremely low concentration, you have successfully instigated Vampire Viscount Ferlin, LV13. Ferlin's temporary attributes were increased, Temptation of Power. Consecutive instigation, if you succeed in instigating a rebellion in person, you will receive an additional opportunity to instigate a rebellion. Powerful instigation, successfully instigate a vampire to defect. Randomly instigate anyone of the same kind around the vampire. You have successfully persuaded Vampire Viscount Duluth to defect. Duluth's attributes have temporarily increased. You have gained temporary control over 2 vampires, lasts for 72 hours. Your Tauren domain has gained more elements. Warning, Vampire Viscounts Ferlin and Duluth have a high level of intelligence. Although they have submitted to your power, they are still unwilling to do so. You must always be on guard against their betrayal. Could a creature that had been instigated to defect actually betray him? Matthew frowned. He looked at the 2 vampires kneeling in front of him with unfriendly eyes. Matthew somewhat understood. The ability to incite rebellion was based on the targets. To put it bluntly, there was a contract between Lilith and these vampires. Matthew could use his ability to instigate rebellion to snatch this contract into MS Nanas. However, vampires were far more intelligent than bone dragons and dark warriors. They had their own will. They were naturally unhappy that Matthew was robbing them like they were goods. Secondly, the contract between Lilith and the vampire was probably very different from the contract between a normal person and the undead. The 2 factors overlapped. The vampires Matthew got through instigation were not loyal. He was a little disappointed. I still haven't learned enough spells. If I had known that I would encounter vampires, I would have learned the brainwashing spell in advance. Brainwashing was a relatively unpopular spell in the field of necromancy. It was developed to deal with the vampires and liches, 2 types of undead with advanced intelligence. Among them, the lich's intelligence was basically immune to brainwashing. So, this spell was a bane for vampires. Through brainwashing, it could greatly reduce the vigilance of vampires, luring them into signing an even more unequal treaty with him. Once the contract was completed, no matter how rebellious the vampires were, they would not be able to escape the clutches of the Necromancer. But brainwashing doesn't necessarily have to be done through spells. Matthew glanced at Rhaegar, who was still struggling in the fishing net. Very good, he struggled very hard. It meant that he was still alive. There was no rush if he was alive. Matthew had to deal with these 2 vampires who could betray him at any time. Then, he took out the loose glove from the corner of his inventory and put it on. Then, he used this glove to hold the hand of Vampire Viscount Ferlin. You don't have to bear such a grudge against me. I will be a very good master. Matthew tried to talk to them kindly. However, the vampire still had a sour expression on his face. He fiercely pulled his hand out of Matthew's glove. However, he did not talk back. The effect of these gloves isn't good. They're not lax enough. Matthew put away his gloves and frowned as he recalled the knowledge related to taming vampires. After a moment, he finally made up his mind and ordered. Both of you, turn around. Although the 2 vampires were unwilling, they still slowly turned around. They were in a very conflicted state. They were clearly very resistant to Matthew in their hearts. However, his body could not shake off that obedience. Bow down. You can stick your butt out a little. Matthew's gentle voice came from behind them. The vampires were even more humiliated. However, they could only grit their teeth and do as they were told. In the next second, Matthew held the mace with both hands and struck the back of Vampire Furlan's head fierce self. Bang! The vampire Viscount fell to the ground silently. When Duluth saw this scene, he immediately showed signs of resistance. Before he could break free from the power of the contract, Matthew's mace hit the back of his head. The two vampires fell to the ground. Matthew was worried. Then, he hit the back of their heads a few more times. Then, he diligently went forward and dug out part of their brains. On the data panel. Warning, you have attacked the vampire Viscounts Furlan and Duluth. They are about to rebel. You have severely injured Furlan and Duluth's brains, and their attributes have been damaged. Intelligence 4, permanent. Bloodbreed passive, Furlan and Duluth are slowly recovering. Furlan and Duluth regained consciousness. The effective instigation continued. At this moment, they are full of loyalty to you. Brainwashing successful. You have completed an outstanding brainwashing process. You have deeply realized that the undead, who are servants, do not need brains. Your understanding of the necromancy domain has deepened. You've mastered the profound meaning of necromancy magic. You have obtained the opportunity to enter the subdomain of the magic domain, necromancy, for the first time. Do you wish to enter? Good heavens! So, one of the mysteries of necromancy was physical brainwashing? Matthew never dreamed that he'd get into the domain of necromancy through this method. However, he was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, after settling down the two vampires, he quickly walked towards the strange fishing net. But at this moment, the fishing net suddenly contracted violently. Riker's tired voice was heard. Good sister, I agree to have children with you, but it's only limited to you. No more. Let me go first. Your socks are strangling me. Matthew laughed mockingly. Do you need me to tell Sif that you're going to have a baby with someone else? Chapter 532, Margaret's Elimination Method. Chapter 532, Margaret's Elimination Method. Translator, Lonely Tree. What, Sif? Wait. This voice was Matthew? Why are you here? Could it be that one of the sisters has turned into you? Inside the fishing net, Rhaegar turned his head with difficulty and tried to look at Matthew through the gap in the net. Matthew was a little amused. It seems that your sister has left a deep scar in your heart. As they spoke, the fishing net continued to shrink, turning into a pair of net socks that wrapped around Rhaegar's arms. Rhaegar heaved a sigh of relief. Matthew casually took out a dagger and easily broke the net socks. Then, he helped Rhaegar up from the ground. He turned to look at Margaret. The female devil that she was fighting with had disappeared. No wonder her binding spell had failed. We received some bad news. Little Patton even thought that you were dead. In order to confirm whether or not we should carry out the Lord's handover ceremony in Rolling Stone Town, I specially came to see you. Under Rhaegar's astonished gaze, Matthew explained casually. Rhaegar immediately revealed a grateful expression. Then, in the next second, most of his gratitude dissipated. Zeller said that this plane trip of mine can be reimbursed by the city. You should have no objections, right? Matthew said. Rhaegar mumbled, I think you guys should be more patient. You don't have to come and see me. Look, aren't I alive and kicking? Matthew wanted to say something. Margaret had already returned to the two of them. She ran away. We have to clean up the battlefield quickly and leave this place. I guess this place will be surrounded by the troops of the Brew tribe and the kingdom of Suki in 15 minutes at most. After saying this, she snapped her fingers, and a white light flashed. A goblin with shifty eyes, carrying a white backpack and exaggerated golden earrings on both ears, appeared on the spot. "Be quick," Margaret ordered. The gnome ran all the way to the battlefield and began to loot the corpses. It was extremely skilled, and its movements were as fast as lightning. It could gather everything valuable on a corpse almost every 3 seconds. Matthew recognized this creature. This was a treasure gnome. The treasure gnome was a highly intelligent creature. It got its name because it liked to collect the spoils of war and always carried good things in its backpack. They only looked like goblins, but they were essentially high-level spiritual creatures that had mastered a small amount of magic and space-related abilities. In Ander, there were many idle adventurers who dreamed of bumping into a treasure goblin and making a meteoric rise. For mages, these creatures were also very suitable as pets or servants. This was the first time Matthew had seen a lively treasure trove goblin. He had to admit. There were specialties in every field, and this guy was much more efficient at cleaning up the battlefield than soldier. However, Matthew was too embarrassed to touch the loot. After all, Margaret was the one who killed them. At most, he would pick up some things that she did not want. "Are you interested in these corpses?" Margaret noticed Matthew's gaze. Matthew nodded. The corpses of demons, devils, and vampires are very rare in the prime material plane. Margaret waved her hand generously. "Then they are all yours. You can ask Blinken to help you carry them." Matthew was slightly stunned. "Blinken?" Then, he reacted. "You call that treasure gnome Blinken?" Margaret took out a large bag of magic biscuits and tore it open, chewing it with crunching sounds. She replied vaguely. "Yes, yes. It's not just Blinken. Every slave of mine has an ex-boyfriend's name. I'm quite sentimental, aren't I?" As she spoke, she suddenly condensed a long whip out of thin air and lashed it fiercely on the treasure gnome's thin back. "Pa! Blinken, come back to this lord and accept the order." The goblin trembled, but he did not dare to delay. He rushed in front of Matthew. "Pack all the corpses for him. If you miss one, you can become a corpse yourself," Margaret ordered without a doubt. Under the flattering gaze of the treasure gnome, Matthew handed the body bag to him. Looking at how diligent the treasure gnome was working, he could not help but sigh. Matthew could not help but ask curiously, "How many ex-boyfriends do you have?" Margaret chewed on the magic biscuit that was used to replenish her mana. "Why are you asking this? Don't tell me you also want to join the rank?" Matthew smiled. When he turned back, Rhaegar had already tidied up his appearance and was no longer in a sorry state. "This is Rhaegar, the Lord of Rolling Stone Town, the Prince of the Kingdom of Suki, and my friend. This is Lady Margaret, a 5th-rank mage. She's rarely matched by anyone below legend. She's considered half my teacher," Matthew quickly introduced. The two of them nodded at each other and exchanged a few pleasantries. Then, the treasure gnome tidied up the battle. Rhaegar took the initiative to say, "I know a relatively safe place. Let's go there and talk." Matthew took the heavy body bag from Margaret's hands, and his heart filled with the joy of a bumper harvest. "But if we leave on foot, won't it be easy for others to catch up?" he asked worriedly. Margaret waved her hand and pointed at a bioairship that was still emitting smoke not far away. "That one can still be driven," Matthew said awkwardly. "Really? But there are 3 of us." There were only 2 seats on the airship. "How about Rhaegar?" Chapter 533, Margaret's Elimination Method. Chapter 533, Margaret's Elimination Method. Translator, Lonely Tree. "Do you mind?" Rhaegar patted his chest. "Do you want me to squeeze in?" "It's all right. I can cooperate." A minute later, the bioairship with green smoke coming out of its tail suddenly left the surface. Inside the cabin, Matthew and Margaret were huddled together like before. Rhaegar, on the other hand, had a safety rope tied around his waist. He was hung below the airship. Fortunately, this trip did not last long. About 20 minutes later, the bioairship flew straight towards the horizon. Margaret carried Rhaegar in her left hand and Matthew in her right. As usual, she used the flight spell to land on the ground. The dizzy Rhaegar took a moment to recover. A moment later, he finally found the safe spot he mentioned. It was an underground tunnel. After passing through a secret door, the humid air was mixed with a thick smell of sulfur, making one's face feel slightly sour. Bang! Several mage fires floated in the air. It revealed everything in the tunnel. Matthew, let's talk inside. I have something to tell you. Rhaegar gave Matthew a look. The two of them were about to walk in. Margaret took a step out. It's okay. You guys can talk here. I'll go outside to check on the situation. There has to be someone watching. As she spoke, her figure disappeared behind the secret door. You have quite a reasonable teacher. Rhaegar praised. Matthew nodded. Margaret is indeed different from the average Alliance mage. So, are you interested in becoming her ex-boyfriend? Rhaegar laughed evilly. Obviously, he had also heard the origin of the treasure gnome's name. Matthew rolled his eyes. You should worry about yourself first. You said that your journey home would be easy. How did it become like this? Rhaegar sighed softly. Looks like my message to Zeller was intercepted. This is what happened. I originally planned to keep a low profile and suddenly return to Red and Black without informing anyone. In fact, I did that too. When I infiltrated Red and Black, no one knew. After that, I contacted a few old fellows in the castle. They were all loyal to my father and were unlikely to leak the secret. I learned the secret behind Sif's awakening from the books in the castle and them. My worries came true. Sif's awakening was not normal. She is now facing unprecedented danger. Matthew said in a deep voice. What danger? Rhaegar frowned and said. She might have fallen into a long-term sleep due to her failed awakening. This kind of sleep is almost endless. No one can say when the symptoms of sleep will disappear. The greater possibility is that after a long period of time, she will never wake up again. Matthew was stunned. Why is this happening? Rhaegar shook his head. It's my problem. Because of her upbringing and the environment she came into contact with since she was young, Sif is a little too pure and kind. Demons are evil by nature. The awakening of the demon bloodline will require the assistance of some evil elements. But Sif doesn't have these things. She's too kind. She might be so kind that she doesn't even have evil thoughts. In this case, the bloodline from the ancestors turned from a gift to a curse. The curse crazily took the evil elements from Sif. Her weak body could not support it at all. In the end, she could only temporarily avoid this by sleeping. But sleeping can't change the situation. She needs evil power. Matthew understood. He said with a solemn expression. So, if Sif kills a few people and does a few bad things, will it be possible to satisfy the needs of the evil elements? Rhaegar hesitated for a moment with a complicated expression, then said uncertainly. Not necessarily. It might be too late to do evil things now, and Sif wouldn't do that. Don't judge her by her soft and weak temperament. She's actually a very stubborn girl. If you ask her to kill someone just to survive, she might not agree. Matthew thought for a moment. Is it possible that she's just being stubborn towards you? Rhaegar stared at him with his bull eyes. Matthew quickly waved his hand. I was just joking to lighten the atmosphere. But what does this have to do with your current situation? Rhaegar explained. I know another way to solve Sif's problem. In the ancient castle of the Suki family, there was a treasure called the Holy Grail of Sin that could provide Sif with the evil elements needed for her awakening. However, I don't have the right to take this item. I don't even have the right to borrow it. The people of the Suki family were on guard against it, and the guards nearby were so tight that not even a fly could fly past. It was almost impossible for anyone to obtain it. I had no choice. I could only choose to give it my all. I left the castle and exposed my whereabouts, attracting the people of the kingdom of Suki to find me. In order to deal with them, I secretly informed the people of the Brew tribe. Anyway, they were old enemies. Even if they didn't fight now, they would fight in the future. Since then, I have been avoiding the pursuit of both sides to attract the attention of most of the people in Ascana. Most importantly, I wanted to lure away the legendary demon, Letitia, who was in charge of the red and black forces. From the looks of it, this plan was only half successful. There were indeed many tieflings who left Red and Black Castle to look for me, but Letitia did not appear. Chapter 534 Chapter 534, Margaret's Elimination Method. Chapter 534, Margaret's Elimination Method. Translator, Lonely Tree. But it shouldn't be far now. I'm guessing that after Lilith fails, she'll come looking for me. Then, it would be time for Asma and Dulin, who are hiding in the castle, to make their moves. Rhaegar explained his plan in a low voice. Matthew frowned. Do you want to steal your own family's treasure? Is your relationship with them really that bad? I think they think highly of you. Can't you sacrifice your body and discuss a rental plan with them? Rhaegar sighed. If only it were that simple. The Holy Grail of Sin is no ordinary treasure. It was buried with our ancestors. It was buried in the cemetery behind the Red and Black Castle. It was placed in the legendary sacrificial room of the Kingdom of Suki with other treasures. Only members of the Suki royal family who have died are qualified to enter the cemetery. Any attempt to enter under any other circumstances will be regarded as a heinous crime. I know them very well, including those old retainers. Those old-fashioned fellows would never agree to let me enter the cemetery. So I had to think of a way to sneak in. Matthew's expression was also very solemn. But Asma and Dulin, those two knights, don't seem to be good at thievery. Rhaegar said helplessly. I don't have a better idea. Matthew frowned. He asked a few more detailed questions. Rhaegar answered. Finally. Rhaegar suddenly asked. That teacher of yours, she looks like she's very good at fighting. Can she deal with legends? Before Matthew could answer, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the secret door, sure. Matthew looked in the direction of the secret door with amusement. Were you eavesdropping? There was a moment of silence outside. After a long time, Margaret's voice was heard. I wasn't eavesdropping. It's just that your voices were too loud. The two looked at each other. They walked into the depths of the tunnel at the same time. Rhaegar said. In short, I still have to continue running around the border to attract the attention of both sides. I have to attract Letitia and then escape back to the prime material plane at the right time. I hope Asma and Dulin can succeed. However, before he could finish his sentence, a blood-colored shadow quickly formed in front of Rhaegar, and a very gentle voice came from the shadow. Are you back? My dearest brother, Rhaegar? Your two servants are really restless. They actually sneaked into the castle. Don't they know that the domain of a legendary devil is very sensitive? He. At this point, two screams came from the blood shadow. Rhaegar's face turned pale. This is bad. It's Asma and Dulin. Yes, it's them. The gentle voice continued, don't worry. They are the guardian Imites of the Suki family. I won't hurt them. I just can't guarantee that they won't change their allegiance after a long time. After all, I am the most outstanding figure of the Suki family in this generation. Be good and wait for me. When I take the contract from them, I'll immediately come and find you. After saying this, the blood shadow disappeared instantly. Rhaegar's face was filled with depression. Immediately, this depression turned into nervousness. It's Letitia. She lied. She's approaching me quickly. Damn it, she has mastered the secret of the Suki bloodline. She can locate me at any time. 10 minutes at most. No, it might be 7 minutes. She'll find us here. Matthew suggested, let's go back to the prime material plane first, then we'll discuss it further. Rhaegar quickly shook his head. No, now that Letitia has left the castle, it's an opportunity for us. It's impossible for Asma and Dulin to tell her about my plan. She probably thinks that I want to steal something from the castle. But in fact, the cemetery is at the back of the castle. This is truly an opportunity. If we can get there now, the guards there must be very lax. Perhaps we can sneak in with an advanced invisibility spell. Damn it. If only I had an instant teleportation scroll. Compared to Rhaegar's excitement, Matthew maintained his absolute rationality. We're not strong enough to face a legend head-on yet. Even if you successfully lure the tiger away from the mountain, even if we can reach your ancestors' cemetery, the tomb chamber is probably extremely dangerous. The chances of finding the Grail safely are very slim. How could Rhaegar not understand this logic? He also smiled bitterly and said, "You're right. Most importantly, we don't have any outstanding thieves in our team. It seems that we can only return to Rolling Stone Town and ask Richard to help us." However, at this moment, Margaret suddenly appeared between the two of them. Her expression looked a little impatient. "Who said that you can't rob a tomb without an outstanding thief? I have very advanced lockpicking spells and sacrificial elimination techniques. If you can really attract the legend's attention and provide me with enough information about the cemetery, Matthew, and I can steal it for you." The two of them were shocked by her and could not help but take a step back. Matthew looked at Margaret in puzzlement. "Didn't you say you weren't eavesdropping?" Margaret's expression did not change. "I didn't eavesdrop, but there was a crack in the door. Your voices came through." Chapter 535 Chapter 535, Margaret's Elimination Method. Chapter 535, Margaret's Elimination Method. Translator, Lonely Tree. The two of them were about to look at the secret door. Margaret suddenly waved her fist in the air. A fist-sized hole appeared on the secret door. The wind blew in from the outside. The two looked at each other, both convinced by Margaret's reasoning. "How is it? Do you need my help?" Margaret gave a smile that she thought was very kind. Rhaegar was caught in a dilemma. Of course, he understood that there was no such thing as kindness in this world. The reason why Margaret was willing to help was probably because she had taken a fancy to the treasures in the sacrificial room. "Can you promise not to take too many things?" Rhaegar asked with difficulty. After all, that was my ancestor's burial item. Margaret readily agreed. "Of course, if you want, I won't take anything. After all, Matthew is my good friend." Rhaegar's eyes lit up. "Really?" Margaret immediately said. "It's fake. I said that to make you feel better." "Really? Do you need me to be that honest?" Rhaegar smiled bitterly. Matthew looked at Margaret curiously. "Can you really deal with legends?" Margaret proudly puffed out her flat chest. "I have 4.6 million. I'm not afraid of ordinary legends." Matthew asked with interest. "What about the yellow jade dragon we encountered last time?" Margaret's face fell. "Don't mention him. He's not an ordinary legend. Besides, he has the Mushroom King and the weird microorganisms by his side. He's a 2.5 legend." In the tunnel, Rhaegar paced back and forth. Half a minute later, he suddenly stomped his foot. "Forget it. I'll go all out for Sif. Those old things who lie in the cemetery every day should understand me, right? Anyway, they're already dead. Why do they need so many funerary objects? It's better to benefit future generations." As he spoke, he handed a map, 3 glass bottles filled with blood, and an ancient amulet to Matthew. "This amulet can prevent you from being attacked by the undead guards in the cemetery. These 3 bottles of blood are from me, and they are still valid for about 7 hours. This is a map of the red and black castles. You can find the location of the cemetery and the specific location of the sacrifice on it. Remember, the treasure that Sif needs is something called the Holy Grail of Sin, Don't get it wrong. Also, don't even think about pulling up my ancestor's corpse. Rhaegar warned Matthew. Matthew didn't want to go. However, when he heard this, hic lit. It seemed that it was not impossible to make a trip with Margaret. What does the Holy Grail of Sin look like? Can you describe it? Matthew asked. You'll know when you see it. A treasure of this level will tell you its name, but you have to be careful. Don't be bewitched by it, or you might become its slave. Rhaegar hurriedly said. I can feel that Letitia is very close to us. I have to escape immediately. This spider tunnel leads to the hinterland of the kingdom of Suki. It will only take you 3 hours to reach Red and Black. But there are also many traps in this tunnel. You must be careful. As he spoke, he patted Matthew's shoulder and quickly left the secret door. Not long after, Rhaegar's aura disappeared outside the secret door. Advanced escape scroll. Your lord is really rich. If he has a lot of such high-level goods, he might be able to deal with a legendary devil. Margaret said enviously. I just hope that the next time we meet, he won't be tied to the ground by the fishnet socks. Matthew shrugged. Margaret immediately used a repair spell on the leaky secret door and used some other methods to clean up the traces of the tunnel entrance. The two of them quickly walked deeper into the tunnel. As time passed, the nervousness in Matthew's heart gradually faded, replaced by a slight worry. It seemed that the legendary devil had indeed gone after Rhaegar. She's his sister, after all. I hope she can be gentler. Thinking of this, Matthew couldn't help but quicken his pace. However, he had only taken a few steps. He was suddenly grabbed by Margaret. There's a trap ahead. Margaret quickly cast a trap detection spell. For a moment, the ground in front of him, the walls on both sides, the ceiling above his head, and even the air between them were filled with blood-red lines. That was the sign of triggering a trap. So many traps? Isn't it troublesome to eliminate them? Matthew suggested. Can we teleport through it with a portal? However, he soon realized that the tunnel ahead was dark as if it had been affected by a dark spell. If he rashly opened the portal, it was very likely that he would head straight into the wall and cause a tragedy. Don't use a dimensional door. There are usually countermeasures against mages set up near such traps. Margaret explained as if she was in a class, the best way to deal with traps is to recruit a rogue. The worst method is to use trap elimination to remove them one by one. Matthew couldn't help but ask, but aren't you going to use a trap elimination spell? Margaret shook her head confidently. Of course not. I have my own trap elimination technique, which is what I call the best method. I named it Margaret's elimination technique. Take 10 steps back. Matthew did as he was told. In the next second, Margaret's body lit up with colorful lights. First, it was the mana shield. Then, it was a force field ball. There were also arrow deflection, sword impenetrable, steel body, damage transfer, physical rebound, magic absorption, fire immunity, acid protection. A bunch of defensive spells. At that moment, Matthew suddenly guessed what Margaret's elimination method meant. In the next second, Margaret walked into the trap with her head held high. Pa, pa, pa. The sounds of machines were heard from the depths of the secret passage. Countless huge fireballs shot out from the stone walls on both sides, followed by dozens of sharp steel spears piercing through one another. A large number of crossbow bolts shot at Margaret's body from all corners. Melf's acid arrow. Chain lightning. Weakness curse. Poison cloud technique. The floor collapsed. The acid swelled. In an instant, countless spells erupted at the same time. Even if he was 10 steps away, Matthew had no choice but to take out the defensive psalm and cast a protective spell to resist the aftermath of the explosion of the trap. The place that was bombarded by all kinds of forces. He had completely fallen into the colorful maze. Matthew couldn't see Margaret. 10 minutes later, when the dust settled, At the end of the tunnel, Matthew saw Margaret with a relaxed expression. She pulled out the arrow that was stuck in her temple. Then, she smiled and waved at Matthew. Look, hasn't the trap been eliminated? This is Margaret's elimination method. Have you learned it? Chapter 536, Chapter 536, The Third Mystery Lock. Chapter 536, The Third Mystery Lock. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew obviously couldn't learn this. In theory, necromancers seem to be the best job class to trigger traps with their bodies. However, the actual operation was not that simple. Whether it was skeletons or zombies, their lives were too fragile. A low-level undead could only trigger one trap at most. As for areas like the spider tunnel, where traps were concentrated, it would take a lot of effort to use summons to explore them one by one. As for the high-level undead, the average necromancer would not bear to let them use their bodies to withstand the damage of the trap. Therefore, Margaret's elimination method was not suitable for Matthew at this stage. If he had the time, he might as well recruit a rogue who was proficient in dismantling traps. This way, the cost would be lower. However, to Margaret, the power of 4.6 million gold coins allowed her to completely ignore any traps below legend rank. Immediately, Margaret took the lead. Matthew followed from afar. After passing through the area where the traps were triggered, he followed Margaret's footsteps again. The path in the spider tunnel was not difficult to walk on. The two of them walked side by side. Time passed by. As the journey was too boring, the two of them unknowingly started chatting. Matthew asked Margaret how much she knew about the Suki kingdom. The latter immediately spoke with assurance. The history of the kingdom of Suki is recorded in great detail within the Alliance. There is even a small section in the library that is dedicated to storing books related to the Kingdom of Blood Flag. The earliest founder of this country could be traced back to a man named Mephisto. He was a high-level demon from the third level of Purgatory, the Seamless Secret Cave. He was the lover and guard of the Demoness of Desire, Glacia. After the ascension of the Heavenly Palace, the Calamity Mage visited Purgatory once, and she had beaten up the Master of the Nine Hells at that time, Barthur, to the bottom of the Bridge of All Life on the 9th level of Purgatory, sealing him together with the abominations. Barthur's half-fall triggered the distortion and fission of the Purgatory plane. Hundreds of years later, every layer of the Purgatory was very unstable. There were many folds between the layers, and these folds caused the relatively unified Nine Hells to develop into many branch planes like the Endless Abyss. After the initial incubation period, these branch planes quickly entered the fission period, which was the period of rapid expansion and extension. The Ascana between the planes we are currently in was formed during this stage. It was a submaterial realm formed after the folds of the Nine Hells fused with a certain layer of the Endless Abyss. At the beginning of the fission of the Purgatory, after witnessing the ascension of the Heavenly Palace and the sealing of Barthur, the high-level demon, Mephisto, was born with great ambition. He tried to convince the Queen of Desire, Glacia, to bestow him with an army of demons through pillow talk. Mephisto told Glacia that he would lead this army to the new plane and defeat all enemies. He would also find the 3 drops of blood of Barthur that Barthur, the Lord of Nine Hells, had lost in Purgatory when he was injured by the Calamity Mage. One had to know. The Demoness of Desire, Glacia, was Barthur's biological daughter. With these 3 drops of Barthur's blood, she would have a chance to become the new Lord of the Nine Hells. In addition, she trusted her lover very much, so she agreed to Mephisto's request. Just like that, Mephisto led the demon army to the newborn Ascana, which was the land under our feet. In the beginning, Mephisto had indeed done his best to help Glacia conquer the world. He had fought fiercely with the demon army from the abyss for decades, and the number of demons who had died by his hands was more than 10 million. However, there was no end to killing demons. Not only that, but under the leadership of a greater demon lord called Bru, the demons actually united and resisted the invasion of the demon army together. As a result, the Purgatory forces battle in Ascana became very tense. He had no choice. Mephisto had to compromise. He reached an agreement with the purgatory humans who had wandered over from who knew where. The two sides would not invade each other and help each other for the next 1,000 years. In the end, the day after the agreement was signed, the leader of the purgatory humans, the woman whose name had not been recorded in history, showed the blood of Barthur that she had obtained in front of Mephisto. It turned out that the leader of the purgatory's human race had obtained a drop of the blood of Barthur that Mephisto had painstakingly searched for more than 10 years. Of course, Mephisto coveted the blood of Barthur. However, both parties had just signed a contract. And it was the most serious kind of contract for demons. He couldn't force them to hand over Barthur's blood. It wasn't just him who couldn't do anything about it. Even the other abominations of the purgatory serving under him couldn't violate the alliance with the purgatory humans. After thinking hard and failing to find a solution, he reported the matter to the Queen of Desires. The answer that the Queen of Desire, Glasia, gave him was seduction. Glasia persuaded Mephisto to charm and coax the human leader into submission and make her willingly hand over Barthur's blood. At first, Mephisto was a little resistant to the idea. However, under Glasia's repeated persuasion, he still agreed. Mephisto had made 100 preparations in advance, planning to seduce the human leader. In the end, both sides hit it off. In the spring of the second year, the human leader gave birth to a pair of twins. Chapter 537, The Third Mystery Lock. Chapter 537, The Third Mystery Lock. Translator, Lonely Tree. The twins are your friend Riker's ancestors and the real founders of the Suki Kingdom. Speaking of which, seeing that the relationship between Mephisto and the human leader was getting warmer by the day, Glasia urged Mephisto to quickly retrieve the blood of Barthur. However, the human heart was such a magical thing. After becoming a father, Mephisto's ambition had faded. He didn't want his children to be controlled by demons. Years of war had made him tired of endless bloodshed. When the leader of the human race really gave the blood of Barthur to Mephisto, the latter did not hand it over to the Queen of Desire. Instead, he split it into two and fused it into the twins' bodies. From this point, it is not difficult to understand why the Suki Kingdom could stand firm in Ascana. After all, they have the blood of the previous Lord of the Nine Hells, Lord Barthur. Matthew listened with great interest. He did not expect the Suki Kingdom to have such a background. What happened after that? Glasia will definitely not let Mephisto and the human leader off just like that, right? Matthew asked. Margaret nodded. Of course, when Barthur's blood fused with the twins, the Desire Demon Queen noticed that Mephisto had changed sides. Demons were a terrifying creature. They had a strict hierarchy between their superiors and subordinates. Mephisto's betrayal had infuriated Glasia. She sent out the demon army to cross the border. Even though Mephisto had already reached a peace agreement with the greater demon Lord Brew, the devil army he led and the elites of the purgatory humans were unable to resist the army of the Desire Demon Queen. After a miserable battle of annihilation, the human leader who had just given birth died on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Mephisto was captured and sent back to the seamless cave of the third purgatory. Meanwhile, the twins were entrusted to a mysterious monk by Mephisto. Decades later, there was no information about the twins in the alliance. Instead, we do have info about Mephisto. After he was captured, he was humiliated day and night. It was said that one of the things that the Queen of Desire loved to do the most was to transform into the human leader and appear in front of Mephisto. Then, in front of him, she would engage in sexual activities with other demons. She even asked Mephisto, "How good is that mortal woman? Can she do what I did? I'll give you another chance to demonstrate how you did it with her." In short, she tormented him. Hearing this, Matthew could not help but wonder. Can you even find such content in the Alliance library? It's as if someone was there when the Queen of Desire tortured Mephisto. Margaret said disapprovingly. Of course, the author of the secret history of the Seamless Cave that recorded the entire story was another personal guard of the Demon Queen. He had witnessed everything that had happened. Later on, he coincidentally became Mr. Faye's contracted devil, so he joined the Seven Saint Alliance and became the director of the Great Library. If you go to the library now, you will have a chance to meet that gentleman. That gentleman had written a lot of books, and they were all famous for their authenticity. What's even more rare is that not only is that gentleman's work highly professional, but it's also very readable. I strongly recommend that you borrow a few more books when you have time. Matthew asked curiously. Why do you call him that gentleman? Doesn't he have a name? Margaret shook her head. Because that gentleman wrote too many secret histories of important figures, he was hated by others. Therefore, his name has been erased. We can only call him that gentleman. As far as I know, the personal guard of the Lust Queen is actually just an incarnation of that gentleman. He had thousands of incarnations. Some people suspected that he was another powerful devil who was close to the Lord of Nine Hells. However, there is no actual evidence so far. Matthew was quite emotional after hearing this. It seemed that he still had to go to the Alliance's large library often. Other than learning spells, he also had to learn all kinds of knowledge. This was to prevent him from suffering losses in the future. What happened after that? Did the Desire Demon Queen let off the children of Mephisto just like that? Matthew continued to ask. Margaret said. Of course not. After that, the Queen of Desire sent people to search for the twins in Ascana. Unfortunately, they could not find the whereabouts of the twins. Until 300 years later. A pair of tieflings who controlled lightning, frost, and forbidden blood spells appeared on the land of Ascana. They were both siblings and lovers. They were the children of the devil who were born with the blood of Barthur. The two of them relied on their extremely powerful strength to sweep away all their enemies. In just 2 years, they had established the Suki kingdom on this land. It was said that at the peak of the kingdom of Blood Flag, the siblings had even led an army into the 3rd level of purgatory. In the end, they were locked in a battle with the Queen of Desire. It was also after this battle that people realized the excellence of the tieflings. This race possessed the innate strength of the demons, but they were not bound by order like the demons. The best of the tieflings had evolutionary potential close to that of humans. Chapter 538 Chapter 538, The Third Mystery Lock. Chapter 538, The Third Mystery Lock. Translator, Lonely Tree. The kingdom of Suki established by the siblings immediately attracted tieflings from other parts of the multiverse to join. During the heyday of the kingdom of Suki, they could even fight against the strongest level of the Nine Hells. Unfortunately, tieflings did not inherit the long lifespan of demons. Therefore, today, more than 1,000 years later, the rule of the kingdom of Suki in Ascana was not as strong as it was at the beginning. After experiencing a few stormy events, it's not too much to describe the current Suki kingdom as having internal and external problems. Matthew felt that something was wrong as he listened. Wait, 1,000 years later? The blood of Barthur ended up in purgatory after the ascension of the Heavenly Palace, right? It has only been a few hundred years since the ascension of the Heavenly Palace. Margaret patiently explained. That's because of the fission period. Do you still remember what I said before? After Barthur was sealed, purgatory experienced a long period of expansion. At that stage, the time flow in purgatory was greatly accelerated. In the prime material plane, only a few hundred years had passed since the ascension of the Heavenly Palace. However, to the purgatory, more than 1,000 years had passed. 50 years ago, the fission period ended. Only then did the time flow in purgatory match that of the prime material plane. It was also from that period that the devils once again focused their malicious gazes on the Ander continent. Time is actually a very subtle concept. It's not as stable as you think. For example, in our impression, the ascension of the Heavenly Palace happened hundreds of years ago, but can you be sure that it was hundreds of years ago? Matthew was stunned. That's right. Was it hundreds of years ago? Why wasn't there a clear detail? He had almost never considered this problem before. It was as if his understanding of this aspect had been completely blocked. Margaret smiled. You're not the only one who's confused. In fact, no one knows the exact time when the ascension of the Heavenly Palace took place, including holy mages like Soria and Isabel. This is because the ascension of the Heavenly Palace has had a far-reaching impact. The Calamity Mage released too much energy in the event of banishing the gods. This energy distorted the time domain and blurred the era. To this day, the mages of the Alliance have used various methods to estimate the time when the Heavenly Palace rose to the top to be between 200 and 400 years ago. This is already a very remarkable progress. According to my teacher's speculation, if we want to know the exact time of this historical event, I'm afraid we have to have the same level of power as the Calamity Mage. This is obviously very difficult to do. So, we just need to have this concept in our hearts. Correspondingly, the same principle applies to the 3 enigmatic locks that the gods imposed on the Aender continent. We only need to know its concept and existence. There's no need to study its contents in detail. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Right, I only know 2 of the 3 mysteries. One is the puzzle lock, which blocks the knowledge and history of the gods. One was the civilization mystery lock, which locked down the development of civilization in the world of Aender. What's the third one? Margaret was stunned. You haven't even figured out all the 3 mystery locks? Matthew scratched his head in embarrassment. This is how we country mages are. Margaret furrowed her brows in worry. I'm worried about you going to purgatory like this. You have to grasp the basics. As for the third mystery lock, it's the Chaos Mystery Lock. Chapter 539, The Magical Use of the Contract. Chapter 539, The Magical Use of the Contract. Translator, Lonely Tree. As the name suggests, the effect of Chaos Mystery Lock is to make people's actions and thoughts chaotic. The 3 great mystery locks of the gods were actually closely related. The puzzle lock made the living beings on this continent forget the gods and history. Without history, people would be lost. The mystery of civilization sealed the possibility of civilization development, which was equivalent to locking the future. People were even more hesitant when they couldn't see the future. On the other hand, the chaotic mystery lock had the effect of completely trapping people in place and crazily spinning around. This was because his thoughts and actions had become chaotic. He might have made up his mind to do one thing 1 second ago, but the next second, he would start doing the opposite thing. Under such circumstances, the civilization on the continent of Aender was almost completely unable to develop. This was exactly what the gods wanted to see. When the confusion in people's hearts accumulated to a certain extent, they might once again beg the gods to descend and guide them. This was also a loophole that the gods had found when they were studying the rules set by the Calamity Mage after the ascension of the Heavenly Palace. If one day, the creatures on this continent wholeheartedly welcomed their return, then it's really possible for them to come back. So that was the case. The third mystery lock was actually the Chaos Mystery Lock. Matthew frowned and reflected. He checked his memory to see if his actions were affected by the Chaos Mystery Lock. Is the Seventh Saint Alliance immune to this? He asked. Margaret shook her head. Of course not. In fact, the legendary mages led by the Seven Saints have put in a lot of effort to resist the gods' mystery locks. But you also have to know that the gods set up the mystery lock as a desperate gamble. They were very careful, and their plans were very thorough. If we want to neutralize the effects of their locks, the fastest way is to find the location of the mystery locks and isolate them. In the process of searching for the 3 mystery locks, the Alliance had suffered quite a bit of damage. Because the 3 great mystery locks were all in the outer planes, many evil forces were eyeing them covetously. After the Calamity Mage left, the Alliance had lost the ability to suppress the entire universe. It was said that the atmosphere in the Alliance was very depressing. The 3 supreme mages had been busy with the 3 mysteries. The first to be found was the intelligence lock. The time was a week after the gods had placed the mystery locks. It was found in a secondary plane sandwiched between the continent of Ander and the Abyss. The gods had deployed a large number of troops to guard that place, and it was suspected that there were plane traps specifically targeted at legendary mages and holy mages. Even though we can't completely destroy it. However, with a suitable counter spell, the effect of the intelligence lock was greatly weakened. As long as your intelligence was above 15 points, you could read history books and copy the deeds of the gods to avoid forgetting them. One had to know that under the circumstances where the intelligence lock was not weakened, almost everyone had forgotten what had happened before. That was the most terrifying and depressing era. However, in order to isolate the effects of the intelligence lock, one of the three heavenly mages, Lord Link, had no choice but to guard the demiplane at all times. For more than 100 years. His body was ravaged by the cosmic starlight and rays day and night. I heard that the situation is not as good as before. At this point, Margaret could not help but sigh softly. So the Alliance's situation isn't as good as people think. However, she only mentioned it. Then, she continued. The second thing that was discovered was the Chaos Lock. It was hidden on an abandoned planet in the astral plane. Lady Isabel was the one who discovered the Chaos Mystery Lock. And before that. Do you know how chaotic this mainland is? Father and son killing each other and good friends turning against each other was already a very simple matter. The living order of all races, including the human race, was close to complete collapse. 3 months after the Chaos Mystery Lock took effect, the population of Ander had decreased by 3%. This was a terrifying number. During that period of time, the people's mental state was indeed close to the stage that the gods wanted. Everyone was at a loss. They did not know where to go. They did not even know what had happened. They could only feel that something had been taken away from them. This was the terrifying aspect of the mystery lock. Sometimes, I wonder. The Calamity Mage exiled the gods and cleansed the domain, but they did not completely strip them of their authority. This gave the gods a chance to counterattack. Regarding the follow-up of the Chaos Mystery Lock. Actually, I don't know much. There were also many versions of the Fumor circulating within the Alliance. There was a saying. Lady Isabel ate the Chaos Mystery Lock on the spot. That was what my mentor said. But I'm not sure if that was a metaphor or not. After that, the effect of the Chaos Mystery Lock was also greatly weakened, and it was reflected in the lives of ordinary people. At most, their lives were more licentious. On the contrary, Lady Isabel herself seemed to be more affected. She became somewhat neurotic and deranged. At the same time, the remaining power of the Chaos Lock was concentrated on the mages. Especially the Alliance wizards. That was why you could always find that mages had all sorts of strange behaviors. I'm not trying to defend myself. Perhaps mages were naturally a group of eccentric people. Chapter 540, The Magical Use of the Contract. Chapter 540, The Magical Use of the Contract. Translator, Lonely Tree. However, the Chaos Mystery Lock's effect on us is also very real. If one day you find yourself a pervert, don't be discouraged. It might not be your fault. It's all because of the Chaos Mystery Lock. Margaret said seriously. Matthew pondered carefully. He realized that there didn't seem to be any loopholes in her words. This information was extremely precious. Matthew not only memorized it but also took out a magic pen and took notes. If Isabel really became like this because of the Chaos Mystery Lock, then the Alliance really can't do anything to her. But when Edmund told me about Isabel's drastic change in personality, he didn't mention anything about the Chaos Lock. He can't possibly know less than Margaret, right? Matthew thought to himself. Perhaps Edmund was deliberately hiding it, or perhaps he was deliberately guiding himself to develop hostility or fear towards Isabel. Or perhaps he simply didn't want Isabel to have anyone close to her. Then, he went a step further. Was Ronan's exile also related to Edmund's meddling? Matthew didn't know. The waters between legendary mages were too deep. He just wanted to get some benefits and listen to gossip, then stay far away. In Margaret's subsequent description, Matthew also learned that the last civilization mystery lock could not be found by the Seven Saint Alliance. In the end, the Alliance could only give up. However, the effect of this mystery was relatively small. After all, it didn't affect the Alliance's ruling position, and it didn't cause too much damage to the lives of ordinary people. At most, their productivity would stagnate. Ainder had the powerful barrier of the prime material plane. No matter how prosperous the outer planes were, it would be very difficult to attack them. And now, the gods seemed to have taken the initiative to remove the civilization mystery lock. The smoke of war was a clear proof. After listening to Margaret's long narration, Matthew rubbed his sore wrist and put away the densely packed notes. This knowledge, the history of the three great mystery locks and the kingdom of Suki, did you get it from the library? He asked. Margaret nodded happily. What's wrong? Are you interested? Do you want me to introduce my best friend to you? Her method of imparting knowledge is top-notch. Matthew pondered and said, It's fine if I go over to read by myself, right? Margaret blinked. It's not that simple. The books in the library are not allowed to be borrowed. You can only read them in the library. However, this process is not that easy. You'll know once you try it. Believe me, earning money and then buying knowledge infusion is the best way to improve yourself. There's no other way. Matthew thought for a moment. Actually, there's another way. You can buy knowledge infusion and then share it with me verbally. I can pay you some points. Margaret shook her head. This method is theoretically feasible, but in reality, no one will agree to it. Mages who are willing to purchase knowledge infusion are either not short of money, or like me, and they can't pay off their debts through ordinary ways of earning money. The most important thing is that mages are a bunch of people who are especially afraid of trouble. The process of sharing knowledge is too long, and there are only a few who like to be teachers. Matthew agreed. He really couldn't find any content related to basic knowledge in the Alliance's various training classes. Perhaps these things could be found in the magic academy that nurtured apprentice mages. As for more advanced knowledge, he could only rely on himself to go to the large library to read or buy the knowledge infusion service. The two of them chatted as they walked. Along the way, Margaret's physical body cleared up 4 minefields. In less than 3 hours, they arrived at the end of the spider tunnel. During this process, Matthew also discovered the secret of the spider tunnel. For every 10 steps they took in the tunnel, the effect of spider would be triggered. This spell could greatly increase walking speed. The efficiency was almost equivalent to the person who was walking with shrinking ground activated all the way. This was a very shocking effect. Matthew guessed that this tunnel was used by the Kingdom of Suki to transport troops during special times. If there were similar tunnels all over the Kingdom of Suki, then, the war potential of this country was undoubtedly very terrifying. In order to study how the spider spell was solidified in the tunnel, Matthew lifted a few bricks from the wall that clearly had a magical aura and went back to study them. At the end of the tunnel, the two of them passed through a secret door. The scene in front of him suddenly became clear. They were currently on the mountainside of a grayish-black volcano. He looked up. Black smoke lingered in the crater all year round. The castle slightly below the crater was hidden in the black smoke. The special terrain that was washed out by the lava was filled with a dense smell of sulfur. He looked down the mountain. A majestic city rose from the foot of the volcano, extending from the foothills to the mountainside. The buildings in the city were filled with the style of purgatory. There were round towers and towering constructed platforms everywhere. Hint, you have discovered the volcano city. You have discovered the castle red and black. You have discovered the purgatory tower, the land of heaven, construct platform, and the purgatory evil tree. Chapter 541 Chapter 541, The Magical Use of the Contract. Chapter 541, The Magical Use of the Contract. Translator, Lonely Tree. Volcano City was the capital of the Suki Kingdom. Many tieflings and purgatory humans lived here. The castle, red and black, was where the Suki family originated. It stood on the east side of the crater. He looked down at the capital city at the foot of the mountain and the endless purgatory plains at the foot of the mountain. The two of them had already carefully studied the map that Rhaegar had given them. After leaving the tunnel, Margaret quickly activated the invisible magic ball. The two of them walked along the rugged mountain path towards the crater of the volcano. The cemetery of the Suki ancestor was located at the back of the castle, only a step away from the crater. If they took the normal route, they would have to cross the castle's courtyard and pass through a densely guarded stone forest to reach the cemetery. However, Rhaegar's map showed a small path that could be bypassed through the crater. However, this path was also very difficult to walk. In addition to the harsh terrain, there were also a large number of Kasai demons and dretches scattered in this area. They were all slaves of the Suki family. They wandered here under the orders of the people in the castle and blocked every path leading to the cemetery. Fortunately, Margaret was not only powerful, but she also had an endless number of methods to deal with various situations. The two of them passed through the area where the demons were concentrated and arrived at the crater of the volcano. Walking in this place, Matthew could even hear the sound of boiling lava in the volcano. This volcano was not only an active volcano, but it was also very active. Red and Black and City of Volcanoes were able to survive in the midst of frequent volcanic activity. There was a high probability that there was some method to guide magma. The two of them made a small circle. Soon, they arrived at the area around the cemetery. It was not an exaggeration to say that the place was shrouded in smoke and that one could not see their own fingers. There were no demons wandering in the smoke. However, the entire cemetery was surrounded by the ferocious evil trees of purgatory. The purgatory evil tree would devour anyone who got close to it. Even legendary powerhouses would find it difficult to pass through this place. As for wanting to fly over these evil trees, it was even more of a fool's dream. According to Matthew's perception, this kind of evil tree was one with the cemetery. When you tried to fly up and past the evil tree itself would quickly grow and intercept you. Although the cemetery was not decorated as a special ritual ground, its defensive ability was hundreds of times stronger than Matthew's small cemetery. The two of them carefully passed through the smoke and approached the area of the evil tree. Matthew took out the 3 tubes of blood left by Rhaegar. He smeared one of the tubes of blood on his and Margaret's palms. Then, the two of them extended their palms to the front. Step by step, they approached the densely packed tree wall. Rhaegar had the blood of the high-level demon, Mephisto. Theoretically, this blood had a certain suppressive effect on the evil tree of purgatory. As expected, after the tree wall sensed that there were living beings approaching, it did not attack the two of them immediately. Many twisted faces appeared on the bark of the evil tree. Their stone-like branches hung limply to the ground, sticking to the trunk and the ground like vines. Those twisted faces coldly stared at Matthew and Margaret. There was only a gap of about 20 centimeters between the walls of the evil trees. Matthew mustered up his courage and inserted the blood-stained palm into the gap. The evil trees on both sides immediately softened. The twisted faces on the tree trunk showed a terrified expression. They let out a silent scream, and even the tree trunk fell to the sides. A crescent-shaped crack appeared in the middle of the tree wall. Matthew took the opportunity to enter. With Rhaegar's blood, they crossed 8 tree walls in a row. Just as they were walking towards the 9th tree wall, a strange cry suddenly came from the sky. Margaret pulled Matthew to her side and activated the invisible magic ball. 2 seconds later, a demon riding a giant mechanical bat flew past the tree wall. As the bat flew, it sprayed grayish-white powder down. Whoosh! 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 The powder fell down like snowflakes. Due to the obstruction of the tree wall, the smoke from the crater could no longer be seen. The visibility was greatly increased. The two of them were a little nervous. They were not sure if this powder had the ability to counter invisibility. Fortunately, the demon on the mechanical bat did not seem to care about what was happening below. After scattering the powder, he headed in another direction without looking back. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. But very quickly, he noticed that after the white powder fell, the evil purgatory trees nearby became even more active. He lowered his head to take a look. Not good, Rieker's blood is drying up. He hurriedly looked at Margaret. The latter's face was also filled with nervousness. However, she still reached out to catch some white powder and observed it. A few seconds later, she scattered the powder on the ground in disgust. It's bone powder. Margaret clapped her hands. The Suki family used the best bone powder to raise the evil trees of purgatory. No wonder they grew so well. Let's go while these trees are eating. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. The two of them quickly crossed the last tree wall. He quietly used Astrid's claw to grab a handful of bone powder from the ground. After successfully crossing the last tree wall, detailed information about this bone powder flashed across the data panel. Volcanic bone powder, mixed with volcanic ash, sulfur essence, and biological ashes. It can be formed by injecting a small amount of astral light. Chapter 542 Chapter 542, The Magical Use of the Contract. Chapter 542, The Magical Use of the Contract. Translator, Lonely Tree. Usage 1. Use volcanic bone powder to feed plants regularly, allowing the plants to grow at least 20 times faster and have a high probability of obtaining an animalized template. In addition, the volcanic bone powder could make the soil more fertile and have a strong nourishing effect on specific plants. Usage 2. Bathing the undead with volcanic bone powder can strengthen their soul fire and raise their level. Undead who consume volcanic bone powder for a long time will have stronger bones and can greatly increase the level of the undead's natural armor. It was a good thing. If not for the fact that he was worried that stealing food from the evil tree might trigger the alarm. Matthew wished he could scrape away all the ashes on the ground. The effect of this thing was much stronger than the druid's growth liquid. The strong point was that plants that were produced through bone powder were not considered creations that went against nature. If I had the chance, I have to get the recipe for this bone powder. The other raw materials are easy to get. Only the light of the astral world is a little troublesome, but it's not like there's no room for manipulation. The blending ratio is more troublesome. If I try them one by one, it'll take forever. Matthew thought to himself. As for the bone ashes, he planned to build a skeleton portal in the cemetery after he returned. The cost of this thing was not low, but it could regularly recruit skeletons from the negative energy plane into the cemetery. Those of good quality would be left behind as reserves for the skeleton soldiers. If the quality were poor, they would be the foundation of Matthew's tree planting business. His thoughts disappeared in an instant. Matthew looked at the scene in the cemetery seriously. The cemetery was filled with a thick fog, and visibility was also very low. The two of them entered the cemetery through the tree wall on the west side. According to the map, this place was only a few hundred meters away from the sacrifice room. However, there were at least 3 graves of the Suki family along the way, and the number of traps nearby was much more than the ones in the spider tunnel. The most important thing was, in this kind of place, Margaret's method of elimination was very difficult to use, because it was easy to trigger the alarm. Matthew took out the amulet that Riegar had given him and put it on. The two of them used spells to detect traps and mechanisms along the way and carefully avoided all potentially dangerous places. 20 minutes later, they slowly passed by the grave of Riegar's great-grandfather or great-great-grandfather. The map showed that there were 2 more high-risk areas ahead. The atmosphere in the cemetery was very depressing. Even Margaret's little face showed signs of nervousness. It could be seen how much pressure this place brought to people. The two of them moved for another half an hour. Finally, they passed through the most dangerous area on the map. A building with a pointed roof appeared in the fog ahead. The structure of this building was a little like a pyramid, but the base was buried underground. This was the entrance to the Suki clan's underground tomb. One had to enter this place to reach all the tombs. The two of them strolled around the entrance for a while. The fog was too thick. Their perception was blocked very badly. They had just taken 2 steps toward the entrance. At the corner of the stairs, a skeleton suddenly appeared. Warning, you have encountered the Undead Guard, LV-16, of Suki Graveyard. Who are you? Why are you in this cemetery? The Undead Guard shouted sternly. Matthew hurriedly raised the amulet in his hand and said, according to the lines he had prepared beforehand. We are the descendants of the Suki family. We are here to pay our respects to our ancestors. The Undead Guard looked at the amulet and said in a daze. Just pay your respects to the ancestors and look at the tombstones on the surface. Why are you here? Matthew wanted to quibble. Margaret stepped forward and held the Undead Guard's skeletal hand, her large, watery eyes filled with admiration. Wow, you must be the legendary strongest guard in the cemetery, Mr. Randall? I've heard many elders mention you. I finally get to meet you. You're indeed very handsome. Matthew glanced at the skeleton's waist. He found an inconspicuous wooden sign hanging on it. Randall Anong. The skeleton seemed to be at a loss. I'm Randall. Are there really many people who mentioned me outside? Speaking of which, I've forgotten what heroic deeds I did when I was alive. Can you tell me? Margaret smiled and said. Of course, but before that, can you give me an autograph? You are the hero I admire the most in my heart. As she spoke, she took out a piece of flawless white paper and eagerly handed it to the Undead Guard. Randall hesitated for a moment, then took the quill under Margaret's expectant gaze. He quickly wrote down his name on the paper. Now, you can tell me. Before the Undead Guard could finish speaking, Margaret took the piece of paper and shook it gently. Then, she sternly ordered. Randall, kneel. In an instant, the piece of paper turned into a thick parchment. Many words appeared on it, and Randall's signature was at the bottom. Matthew glanced at it. This was a slave contract. No. You lied to me. Randall let out an angry cry, but he knelt down honestly. Margaret proudly turned the contract to Matthew. Did you see that? This was also one of the contents of the practical class. When one encountered an enemy who was not very smart, a slave contract that was prepared in advance and wrapped in camouflage could solve many problems. Chapter 543, The Magical Use of the Contract. Chapter 543, The Magical Use of the Contract. Translator, Lonely Tree. However, the prerequisite was that one had to be in purgatory or a plane close to purgatory. The contract domain was one of the core domains of the purgatory. The creatures here had to obey the contract more than in other places. Under such circumstances, even if the enemies of the prime material plane signed a contract, it would be difficult for it to take effect because the laws there were more complete. But purgatory is different. The law here is that the power of contracts is above everything else. Matthew nodded, indicating that he had really learned it this time. Margaret did have a lot of useful information. Thinking that this was the last lesson, Matthew's heart was filled with regret. Immediately, Margaret ordered Randall to lead the way. She immediately asked, "How much do you know about this mausoleum?" Randall said bitterly, "Not much. My memory is incomplete. I only know that I have to guard this cemetery and can only patrol a small area nearby. I can't go further." Margaret looked at Matthew. The latter nodded lightly. It meant that this was a very common situation. Although the undead guards in the cemetery were of high levels, many of them were actually earthbound spirits. They were the undead who had been forcibly detained in the cemetery. Even if they were conscious, they were still quite miserable. Margaret asked a few more questions. Randall's answer was not very meaningful. The group could only slowly make their way into the tomb. Along the way, Randall suddenly asked, "Do you know what I did when I was alive?" I mean, without lying, I really want to know this. Can you satisfy my curiosity? Matthew thought for a moment. He realized that this might be Randall's obsession as an earthbound spirit. It was risky to answer or remove the obsession of the earthbound spirit. If they failed, it might attract the crazy attacks of the earthbound spirit. The intensity of such an attack might even be above Margaret's slave contract. Logically speaking, he should not have answered. On the one hand, if they successfully solved the earthbound spirit's obsession, they would have a higher chance of obtaining the earthbound spirit's legacy. On the other hand, Randall's memories seemed to be useless for exploring the cemetery. Matthew and Margaret discussed this for a while. Are you sure your answer is correct? Margaret asked suspiciously. Matthew said confidently, I'm very sure. Margaret nodded in agreement. Matthew said to Randall, you were a grave robber when you were alive. Randall was shocked. How is this possible? 1. It really is. Randall stood there in disappointment. His soul fire suddenly burned fiercely. A white light flashed. Randall's bones were scattered on the ground. He disappeared completely. Immediately after, a golden key appeared among the skeletons. On the data panel. Hint, your ability Finding Peer is in effect. Finding Peer, grave domain. You have discovered a grave robber, Randall. He is currently 1.2 meters away from you. You have successfully resolved Randall's obsession. You have received Randall's legacy master key. Master key, you can open any lock with this. This key could open any magic lock, divine lock, or physical lock, including the legendary realm and the divine realm locks. Remaining usage, February 10th. Note, this is a wondrous object that the god of travelers entrusted to the god of craftsmen to create. Its purpose is to open a strange cage. The cage holds the girl in pain and her sisters. There was actually such a good thing? Matthew picked it up and handed it to Margaret. Margaret's eyes lit up, but she still returned the master key to Matthew. Keep it for yourself. The place I'm going to next will only be filled with battles. I won't be able to use this key even if I take it. It's just a pity that I wasted a slave contract. The two of them continued forward. The light in the underground tomb grew dimmer and dimmer. The white fog seemed to be seeping in from the surface. This feeling of being blocked was very uncomfortable. Matthew took Rieger's blood in one hand and held the amulet in the other as he followed closely behind Margaret. As expected, grave robbing is too stressful. He thought about it. Another skeleton suddenly appeared in front of him. This time, Margaret immediately cast the dead spirit immobilizing spell. The latter froze on the spot. Margaret frowned. What a high immunity. I can only freeze him for 30 seconds at most. Why don't you try this time? As she spoke, she handed a disguised blank slave contract to Matthew. What is this? Is it a random test? Matthew was surprised that even in such a dangerous environment, Margaret still maintained her attitude as a teacher. However, her actions made Matthew relax a lot. He rolled his eyes. He had an idea. A moment later, the skeleton released the immobilizing spell and shouted, "Who are you?" Matthew waved Rieger's blood and amulet in front of him. The latter was immediately confused. Immediately after, Soldier and Renesm, whom he had secretly summoned, suddenly rushed forward and pressed the skeleton to the ground. Renesm had immense strength, and the undead guard could not break free as Matthew slapped the contract in front of him. Then, she ordered Rainsome to remove the skeleton's hand and signed the contract. Lokening Deslay. He had no choice. Who asked the Suki family to be so honest in managing the undead guards in the cemetery? Each of them had a wooden token with their name hanging from their waists. Matthew didn't even need to get the other party's name. He just needed the other party's signature. Hint, you and Lokening Deslay amicably signed the slave contract. Slave contract in effect. You have obtained a new slave, Undead Guard LV-15. Seeing this scene, Margaret revealed a gratified smile. Looks like you've learned how to draw inferences from one instance. Matthew handed the slave contract to Margaret. The undead guard stared at them in shock. You guys are clearly not demons. Why are you even more unreasonable than demons? Matthew was about to answer him. But at this moment, a strange power surged into his heart. Hint, your magical use of the contract has deeply implemented the mysteries of the devil, and has received the praise of the remnant consciousness of the Lord of the Nine Hells, Barthur. You have officially entered the contract domain. As a reward for stepping into the domain, you will obtain 2 of the following 3 abilities. Contract Supreme, no matter where you are, you can make the rule of contract is above everything take effect as if you are in purgatory. Blurring Contract, when creating a contract, you can blur the 2 clauses to complete a contract fraud. Overlord Contract, when creating the contract, you can propose some overlord clauses to force the other party to accept the contract. Chapter 544, Chapter 544, The Observer and the Ring of Liabilities. Chapter 544, The Observer and the Ring of Liabilities. Translator, Lonely Tree. Visiting domains was a wonderful thing. Even though Matthew had entered so many domains, it was difficult to accurately summarize their commonalities. Some domains were passionate and unrestrained, while others were as cold as a mountain. In terms of visiting speed and exploration level, there were also differences in the speed and depth of the field. Some domains were gentle, and Matthew could choose when to enter. For example, he was still dawdling outside the door of the newly developed necromancy. Some domains were as impatient as a monkey and would often pull people in without any explanation. The contract domain was representative of this type of domain. Not only did Matthew enter quickly, but he also came out quickly. In a flash, a lot of knowledge about contracts appeared in his mind. In addition, his sensitivity to contract rules had also increased by dozens of times. Other than that, he didn't have any special experience. His attention returned to the 3 options in front of him. 2 out of 3. Things became simpler. First of all, he had to obtain the Contract Supreme. This was a cornerstone ability that could greatly expand the effective range of the contract domain. With it, Matthew could also rely on the contract domain to achieve some unspeakable goals in the prime material plane. Of course, Matthew, who had a deep understanding of contracts, knew that contracts are above everything else was a lie. The concept of contract was full of loopholes. It would be a miracle if it could really be above everything else. It was well known that devils were born experts at playing with words. When they signed a contract with humans, they could always set up traps in some inconspicuous corners, causing the person who signed the contract to jump into the pit of eternal damnation. There were too many similar cases. So much so that people had a rigid impression of the devil. This evil race from purgatory always appeared in people's imaginations with the demeanor of a gentleman. It was as if the devil would only calmly discuss contracts and transactions with you. As long as you could restrain your greed and desires, you would be invincible in the battle between demons. But in reality, this was a huge mistake. Demons would only negotiate and sign contracts with powerful people calmly. When facing the weak, they would not hesitate to reveal their most ferocious faces and quickly eat them up. In the matter of bullying the weak, the devils were not much worse than the demons. The contract was just one of the tools the devils used to walk the earth. It was also because of this. Matthew's action was appreciated by Barthur, the former Lord of Nine Hells. And among the remaining 2 abilities, Matthew did not hesitate to choose the Overlord contract. This ability could effectively strengthen the power of the contract, and at the same time, it had a certain mandatory effect. It was especially suitable for dealing with purgatory creatures. Matthew liked to force things. As for blurry contract, even if he didn't have this ability, Matthew could still try to do it himself. The ability was nothing more than an enhancement of the contract's minimum effect. It was slightly insufficient compared to the mandatory effect of the Overlord contract, so it was eventually abandoned by Matthew. After making his decision, Matthew was about to turn his attention back to reality. But at this moment, A gentle force teased him. It seemed to be inviting him to explore deeper. Hint, you have officially stepped into the domain of contract. The current exploration level is equivalent to 2 times. Barther's consciousness invites you to explore the deeper parts of the domain. Matthew refused without hesitation. Barther wouldn't be so kind for no reason. Although the contract domain had been cleaned up by the Calamity Mage, it was possible that Barther had buried a mine in the deeper parts of the domain. After all, in a sense, the Nine Hells Master was a single entity that was stronger than the gods. Matthew really didn't want to deal with these top big shots. However, as soon as he rejected, a faint gaze locked onto him. Barther's gaze stares at you. Damn it. Wasn't this guy sealed under the Bridge of All Life by the Calamity Mage? How is he looking at me? Matthew felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, Margaret keenly noticed his strange behavior. She asked in surprise, "Did you just enter a new domain?" Matthew nodded hesitantly. Margaret asked in disbelief. Just because of what you did just now. What field did you enter? Rape or coercion? Matthew told her honestly, contract. Margaret let out a strange cry. Why wasn't I invited into the domain? I even wrote your contract stroke by stroke. I'm so angry. Matthew coughed and could only comfort her. Maybe you're too expensive. Margaret fell silent. She only sized Matthew up suspiciously with her big eyes, her cheeks puffed up. If she knew that he could still enter the field of necromancy at any time, she would go crazy from anger. A dangerous thought flashed through Matthew's mind. Then, he told her about the crisis he was facing. It might not be a good thing to enter the domain realm this time. I think I've been targeted by the remnant consciousness of the Nine Hells Master. Even though I refused to advance further in the domain, his eyes were still locked on me. Margaret's eyes almost popped out. You can even explore the domain further? Matthew smiled helplessly. This girl was probably already numb hearing him talking about new domains. Chapter 545 Chapter 545, The Observer and the Ring of Liabilities. Chapter 545, The Observer and the Ring of Liabilities. Translator, Lonely Tree. He silently felt that faint gaze. However, the presence of the white fog disturbed his perception. Matthew couldn't tell the direction of the gaze. It seemed to come from all directions. No matter where he went, he couldn't escape Barther's gaze. This was very abnormal. Matthew looked around with his left hand for a while and suddenly signaled Margaret to protect him. He quickly closed his eyes. A circle of silent ripples spread out, with Matthew as the center. At that moment, the white fog in the tomb also drifted. Prompt, you have activated the graveyard domain. Detected that the domain perfectly matches the current environment. You have temporarily obtained the terrain bonus based on the graveyard domain. Perception +2. Your movement speed increases by 30%. All sports-related judgments have been slightly increased. Your ability wall phasing has been greatly enhanced. The effects are as follows. You can pass through walls or obstacles up to 3 meters thick, originally 1.5 meters. Your movement speed when passing through walls has been increased to 2/3 of normal speed, originally 1/3. If you are disturbed or attacked by insects when you pass through the wall, the process of passing through the wall will be interrupted immediately, and you will appear at the place before you pass through the wall intact. You have sensed the observer's oil painting. Matthew suddenly opened his eyes. Under the enhancement of the grave domain, his control over everything around him had increased significantly. At this moment, they were on the passageway between the various tombs and the sacrificial offerings. A strange oil painting hung on the left corridor 3 meters away. Matthew strode over. In the middle of the painting was a large eyeball, and below the eyeball was a crack filled with sharp teeth. There were 4 thick eye stalks on the back of the eyeball, and at the tip of each eye stalk was a tiny eyeball. TT was an oak-proprieve devil. Matthew knew that the eye devil on the painting was the source of that faint gaze. He tried to remove the frame from the wall. The observer in the oil painting remained motionless as if it was just an oil painting. Matthew was about to reach out and touch the surface of the oil painting. Margaret, who had followed them, directly inserted her hand into the hole. She grabbed Devil, who screamed and was pulled out of the painting by Margaret. The green demon struggled wildly in Margaret's hands. The sticky liquid flowed down her wrist. Matthew looked down. The scenery in the oil painting was still there, but the observer in the painting was empty. Peeping is not a decent thing. You're not the spy of the Suki family, do you work for Barther? Margaret questioned the observer in her hands. However, the latter was indifferent. He only bared his fangs, brandished his claws, and said in a hoarse voice, "Let me go. If not, there will be no place for you in the 9 hells." Margaret revealed a fearful expression. "All right." Then, the veins on her arms suddenly popped out. "Pa!" She clenched her fingers tightly. The observer Devil was crushed by her. Hint, your partner Margaret has killed Devil the observer. You are no longer under Barther's gaze. You and your companion's affinity with Purgatory I. You have obtained the corpse of an observer Devil. Do you wish to summon it as a brand new undead? Matthew chose no. He stuffed Devil's body into the painting and covered the frame with a shroud. After making sure that Margaret was not interested in it, he stuffed it into his luggage. The journey was too rushed. He would slowly enjoy the various good corpses he had obtained this time when he returned. Barther's spies actually appeared in the Suki family's graveyard. How did you guard the gate? Margaret questioned the undead guard with whom Matthew had just signed a contract. The latter looked confused. I don't know when it came in either. Matthew asked curiously, how much do you know about Barther? Margaret pondered and said, not too much. At the level of the 9 hells master, the knowledge related to him will become very expensive. This is also due to the consideration of protecting the weak. I only know that Barther is the demon general. Although he always appears as a single eye, he actually has 100 million eyes. It was said that each eye represented one of his lives. Therefore, Barther could not be killed. In the Age of Enlightenment, there were also records of the gods fighting with Barther, but he could almost leave as the winner. Some people said that his 100 million eyes could see everything that happened in the past and the future. What I want to know is, before the arrival of the Calamity Mage, did he see himself being beaten up? Matthew smiled. Calamity Mage was indeed the pride of the Alliance. Her record of beating up the entire universe was so shocking that many years later, even if the younger generation had never seen the Calamity Mage in person, they no longer worshipped those who were originally high and mighty because of her. There was even a hint of contempt. This was human nature. When you were invincible, everyone would think that you were undefeatable. But if you lose once, it would send an extremely strong signal to the outside world that you can be defeated. If there were a first time, there would be a second time. It was because of this mentality that the Alliance treated the gods of the Heavenly Palace and the 9 hells master equally. Chapter 546, The Observer and the Ring of Liabilities. Chapter 546, The Observer and the Ring of Liabilities. Translator, Lonely Tree. After the small interlude, the two of them continued to move forward. The undead guards were at the forefront of the group. After activating the graveyard domain, Matthew could clearly feel that the tense atmosphere from before had disappeared a lot. Perhaps the nervousness came from the unknown. After all, his previous perception had been weakened too much. It was equivalent to a blind man exploring an unfamiliar place. The invisible pressure would be multiplied. 15 minutes later, they silently passed through the corridor and the underground hall that was used for unknown purposes. According to the map, he was only one step away from the sacrifice room. This was much smoother than they had expected. There were very few undead guards in the underground tomb. There were traps, but they were relatively easy to detect. Margaret didn't try to remove the trap, and the two chose to avoid it. However, the reason why the two of them had snuck here so smoothly was due to Rieger's map. Without the cooperation of this filial son and grandson, it was absolutely impossible for Matthew and Margaret to be so relaxed. In front of them was the door to the sacrifice room. It was an extremely magnificent stone door that was 7 to 8 meters tall. Its thickness could not be seen, but it was definitely very solid. Margaret took a step forward. She silently read the words on the door. "This is the place where the Suki is sacrificed, and the treasures are covered in dust. If you want to enter, just knock on the door 3 times. There seemed to be no trap. The two of them used spells to repeatedly investigate. Margaret gestured for Matthew to take a few steps back. Then, she gently knocked on the stone door. There was no movement from the stone door. However, the space in front of them suddenly distorted. A sphinx with a human face suddenly appeared in front of them. When the monster saw them, it asked coldly, "Which one of you will answer my question?" Margaret's eyes lit up. Sphinx? Matthew had heard of the legendary treasure keepers who often appeared in underground cities, tombs, or mazes. Every sphinx had at least the strength of a half-legend. They were a strange race that controlled a little power of time. The sphinx kept a promise that no one knew about with the timeline. Only a few powerful beings could form a contract with the sphinx and let them guard their treasures. And those who wanted to covet these treasures only had 2 choices when facing the sphinx. Either answer the sphinx's question, and if you answer correctly, you'll pass. If the answer were wrong, the sphinx would kill them. Of course, you can also choose not to answer the question and leave it on the spot. Most sphinxes were easy to talk to and were usually willing to forgive those who accidentally encountered them. However, if they were unlucky enough to run into a few hot-tempered sphinxes, they could only bite the bullet and answer the question. Of course, there was another option, which was to beat the sphinx up. Matthew glanced at Margaret. Good heavens! She looked restless. Was 4.6 million so much to boost one's confidence? He gently pulled Margaret. Why don't I try answering first? Margaret thought about it and agreed. So Matthew went to the sphinx. I'll answer. You ask. The sphinx stared at Matthew silently. He thought for about 3 minutes, then suddenly said, "If you are a devout believer and an unbeliever asks you this question, do you believe that the God you believe in is omnipotent? If it was omnipotent, can God create an existence that can defeat himself? May I ask how you should respond to this unbeliever?" This was a philosophical question that would put one in a circular argument. Margaret immediately frowned. The sphinx said gently, "I know this question is a little too difficult, so I can give you 30 minutes. In these 30 minutes, you can use all your resources or connections to find the answer to the question. I will kill you in 30 minutes. Matthew rolled his eyes. I don't need as long as 30 minutes. The sphinx looked at him calmly. Oh, tell me. He didn't seem to be optimistic about Matthew's answer, and there was a hint of carelessness in his eyes. However, in the next second, Matthew replied, I will kill the non-believer immediately. The sphinx looked at him in surprise. However, your behavior is not rational or wise. This will not solve the problem. Matthew shrugged innocently. You're already assuming that I'm a devout believer. Will I be rational when I face someone who blasphemes my beliefs? When you can't solve the problem, solving the person who raised the problem is also a potential way of thinking. The sphinx looked like he was struggling. Although I'm very reluctant, your answer is logically clear. Damn it, if I had known there was such a method, I would have been able to perfectly counterattack that human when he asked me this question. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. So, can we go in now? The sphinx looked at him deeply. You necromancers always open my eyes. Go in, but you two can only take one item at most and leave immediately. If I find out that you took one more item, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Chapter 547 Chapter 547, The Observer and the Ring of Liabilities. Chapter 547, The Observer and the Ring of Liabilities. Translator, Lonely Tree. As he spoke, the stone door slowly opened. Choking dust gushed out from inside. Matthew was not in a hurry to enter. He looked at the Sphinx with interest. Can I answer a few more questions? I mean, every time I answer a question, I can take away one more item? The Sphinx said coldly, no. Matthew felt a little regretful, but he immediately asked. Who are you working for? The Suki family created a sacrificial chamber to store the funerary objects. Why would a Sphinx appear here? The Sphinx quickly said, the Sphinx likes to ask questions. He doesn't like to answer them. But in view of your wonderful ideas, I'm willing to reveal a little information to you. We, the Sphinx, are only here to protect the most powerful treasure. So, hurry up and go in. Remember, you can only choose one item, and you only have 15 minutes to choose. The two of them looked at each other and quickly walked to the stone door. Behind the stone door was a very large room. The room was surrounded by rows of glass display cases. The light of the mage fire lit up. The glass cabinet reflected a white luster. It was just as Rhaegar had described. The sacrifice did not feel like a place to bury burial items. It was more like a large treasure collection room. The two of them walked between the display cabinets. They could clearly see the style and appearance of each burial item. However, a powerful force blocked their perception from going any deeper. Even Matthew's graveyard domain could not have any further effect. Hint, you have noticed that all the items in the sacrifice room have been fixed with a legendary spell, Dusty Treasure Light. Dusty Treasure Light, this is a spell that allows all treasures to retain their original appearance. You cannot feel the mana fluctuations or additional historical information on them. Everything can only be observed with the naked eye. Damn it. The funerary objects here were actually imbued with legendary spells. Rhaegar had not mentioned this before. Walking among the sacrifices, Matthew felt as if he was walking in the treasure room of a legendary mage. This sense of déjà vu was too strong. He even suspected that one of Rhaegar's ancestors had turned himself into a lich, and that was how he managed the cemetery. He was worried that he would not be able to find the thing that Sif needed to awaken. However, he soon realized that he was worrying too much. In the northeast corner of the display case, Matthew saw an object that looked like a trophy. Its entire body was made of copper, and the cup was filled with thick blood. The blood oozed out from time to time, flowing across the walls of the cup, making a rustling sound. Just one look at it gave people a very evil feeling. No wonder Rhaegar said I could find it with a glance. This is the Holy Grail of sin. Matthew reached out to open the glass cabinet and held the Holy Grail in his hand. A huge evil thought rose in his heart. At that moment, he had an incomparable desire to kill, dominate, and tyrannize. Fortunately, the temperance domain and heart like still water quickly took effect. Matthew was immune to the temptation of the Holy Grail. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and noticed that Margaret was winking at him, so he walked over. You took this Holy Grail for your lord, right? Margaret whispered. Matthew nodded. Margaret continued, take one more, and we'll leave immediately. Remember, we can only take one more item. The Holy Grail belongs to Rhaegar, and I want this ring. The three of us can only take one item each. I'm not afraid of the Sphinx's pursuit. What's important is to avoid the Suki family's legends tracing. As long as we don't take more than this number, I have a way to stop her tracing. When you get to the thing you want, give me a sign. We'll take it and run. Matthew glanced at the things in front of Margaret's window. It was an ordinary-looking platinum ring. Margaret used a high-level identification scroll on the ring. Due to the dusty treasure light, the effect of the identification skill only lasted for 3 seconds before it disappeared. However, Matthew's data column faithfully recorded the relevant information. Prompt: you have discovered the Ring of Liabilities. Ring of Liabilities, a failed item that the legendary mage Faye obtained by accident when he was making a kryptonite ring. Effect 1. When you wear the ring for more than 1 year, you will receive 1% of your total debt in gold coins for every year. Effect 2. When you wear the ring and activate its effect, you will receive additional supreme magic bonuses. All your spells and spell type abilities will receive the effect of supreme magic enhancement. The higher your total debt, the higher the supreme magic bonus you receive. The effects of spells include, but are not limited to, the following. Powerful spells, more effective spells. Spell expansion, multicast, instant cast. Silent casting. Moving spellcasting. Legendary spellcasting, all your spells will theoretically reach the strength of a legend, total debt required, 5 million gold coins or more. Matthew's eyelids twitched. Wasn't this treasure tailor-made for Margaret? He suddenly recalled the scene when Margaret suddenly interrupted his conversation with Rhaegar. He couldn't help but come to a realization. Did you already know that there was something you wanted here? Chapter 548 Chapter 548, The Observer and the Ring of Liabilities. Chapter 548, The Observer and the Ring of Liabilities. Translator, Lonely Tree. Margaret scratched her head in embarrassment. I only heard that one of Mr. Fay's rings was in Ascana, so I guessed that at least half of it might have fallen into the hands of the Suki family. This thing has a high level, and ordinary people can't use it. If it really falls into the hands of the Suki family, it's most likely to be buried with them. He. Hurry up and find something. That Sphinx secretly sized us up several times already. Matthew immediately searched the closet. Although he felt sorry for Rhaegar. However, he had made a difficult trip, so it was reasonable for him to only take one treasure as compensation. He tried to use his identification technique to identify these treasures. Unfortunately, the effect was not good. It seemed that only those with advanced appraisal skills could obtain 2 to 3 seconds of information. Coincidentally, he had used up all the advanced appraisal scrolls in his inventory. Right now, he could only look at these funerary objects helplessly. He could not tell whether they were good or bad. However, at this moment, the ability that the graveyard domain gave him, archaeologist, suddenly came in handy. In Matthew's mind, some knowledge about tombs and history surged crazily. His gaze scanned the burial items one by one. A moment later, Matthew locked onto an item that matched the knowledge in his mind. It was a rusty bronze dagger. This should be the dagger of equality, right? It can't be a fake, right? Matthew was a little nervous. He glanced at the situation near the door. The Sphinx was eyeing him like a tiger, almost sticking its head in. Margaret was looking at him eagerly as if she was about to lose her patience. Forget it. I've remembered the way to enter the cemetery. As long as I don't get caught red-handed this time, I'll have the chance to be here often in the future. Matthew calmed down. He gave Margaret a hand gesture. The two mouthed 3, 2, 1. Matthew swiped the bronze dagger. In the next second, Margaret, who was holding the ring, appeared beside him. The Sphinx at the door sneered. As expected, you still couldn't resist the temptation of greed. Then let me send you on your way. As he spoke, he pounced on the two of them. But in an instant, the two of them turned into white smoke and disappeared. What landed in the Sphinx's hand was the outer shell of a high-level escape scroll that was smoking. A few minutes later, outside the castle, Margaret skillfully carried Matthew and flew all the way. Soon, they arrived at the plains below Volcano City. Not long after, a tiefling riding a giant mechanical bat landed beside them. The tiefling looked at the two greedily. Robbery. Margaret knocked him out with a smooth punch. Then, she sat on the giant mechanical bat with Matthew. The chains on the latter's wings made a cracking sound. The two of them slowly rose into the sky. Do you know how to drive this too? Matthew could not help but ask. Margaret replied confidently. Of course. Although this thing doesn't have an accelerator. But I just have to try and push and pull everything that can move. As she spoke, the mechanical bat struggled for a while. Then, it flew steadily towards the horizon. The journey was peaceful. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. He began to compare the dagger in his hand with the knowledge in his mind. At the same time, the attributes of the dagger of equality slowly surfaced in his mind. Chapter 549, Chapter 549, Gaze of Death. Chapter 549, Gaze of Death. Translator, Lonely Tree. It was a legendary weapon that could leave a mark in history. The dagger of equality had at least the following 5 characteristics. Agility grip. User's agility must not be lower than 20 points. All life is equal. As long as the dagger of equality pierces through armor, it will cause equal damage to all creatures, whether it is the low-level sludge monster goblin or the high and mighty dragon god. Remark, each normal attack from the dagger of equal will deal 3% to 5% of the maximum HP. Random debuff. Whenever the dagger of equality deals damage to a creature, the target will have a certain probability of receiving one of the 6 random debuffs of weaken, dizzy, poisoned, stunned, petrified, and slumber. When the creature is attacked by the dagger of equality again under the debuff state, this attack will cause 2 to 5 times the damage under normal circumstances. Domain Gatherer. Every time you step into a domain, you can transfer 1 agility point required for the dagger of equal to other attributes. You can transfer a maximum of 5 points. When you step into 5 different domains, the user's dexterity requirement is 15 points. Usage requirement has been met. The first user of the legendary weapon, the dagger of equality, was Godslayer Eso. He founded the famous Church of Equality in the history of Aender. The unknown gnome leader, the Archmage Winter, the archaic dragon Farno, and the supreme god Arteist, weak divine power, all died from the assassination of Essos and the dagger of equality. Essos' famous saying was that everyone was equal in the face of death. The dagger of equality's famous saying is, a mortal's body can also support the heavens and the earth. Legendary weapon. It referred to a weapon that had left behind a legendary story in history. The requirements for the formation of a legendary weapon were very strict. It had extremely high requirements for the weapon itself and its owner's legendary level. As far as Matthew knew, the most famous deed of this god slayer, Essos, was that he had successfully killed a supreme heaven in the Age of Enlightenment. Even though he died after the gods took revenge on him. However, this did not affect the greatness of his act of killing a god. After all, in that era, the supreme heaven was almost synonymous with gods. Supreme heaven meant that both parents were descendants of powerful gods. At the very least, they were born as true gods with weak divine power. If they were demigods, they would not be worthy of being crowned with the proud name of the highest heaven. Even in the second generation of gods, the supreme heaven was also the group with the strongest bloodline and the highest status. For Eso to be able to successfully kill a supreme heaven in the extremely oppressive environment of the Age of Enlightenment, it was no wonder that he and his dagger of equality would leave their names in history. This was something that even the mysteries of the gods could not erase. Because the traces of history had been deeply imprinted on the dagger, any intelligent race that came into contact with this dagger for a period of time would recall the soul-stirring story of the mortal Eso assassinated the supreme heaven Arteist. From this, Matthew was certain that the dagger of equality was not a fake. However, there was another intriguing part of Esso's story. It was said that after Eso was killed by the gods, his soul had been extracted by a god who was going to capture him and torture him for tens of thousands of years in his god's kingdom. But at this moment, death suddenly intervened, claiming that the souls of the non-believers should return to the underworld. His attitude was unprecedentedly tough, and he saved Esso's soul from the hands of other gods. However, Eso did not buy it. He said to death, "You are also jackals of the same tribe." Then, he turned into ashes. This ending added a tragic color to the legend of Eso. Although this might not be the truth. However, when Matthew held the dagger, he could still feel the blood and passion of the Godslayer. It's a good weapon. Matthew was secretly delighted. It only took him a short while to get used to the feel of the dagger of equality. Spinning, cutting, straight stabbing, horizontal picking. One by one, he executed his moves smoothly, and he was no worse than a Tier 1 or Tier 2 rogue. On the data panel. Hint, your ability short weapon specialization is in effect. You have become the temporary owner of the legendary weapon, Dagger of Equality. If you want to become its official master, activate more characteristics. You also need to accumulate a certain amount of World Legend points while carrying or using it. Current progress, 0 out of 1. This thing is indeed a rogue's artifact. But it's only natural for mages to use daggers. Matthew played with it for a long time before putting the dagger into the quick access bar of his inventory so that it could be taken out at any time. He was in a good mood. Why did you take a dagger? Do you plan to become a melee mage like Chen? Margaret hurriedly turned around to take a look. Matthew smiled. Does the Guardian of the East know how to use a dagger? Margaret revealed an exaggerated expression. He's proficient in all kinds of weapons. Long or short, thick or thin, hard or soft, as long as it's a weapon, there's nothing Chen doesn't know. His body can even be considered a very terrifying weapon. You should go and meet him when you have the chance. He was a very good person and had a good relationship with Lord Ronan. However, you must pay attention to one thing. He is the poorest legendary mage in the Alliance, so don't expect to get much from him. Chapter 550, Death Gaze. Chapter 550, Death Gaze. Translator, Lonely Tree. Margaret praised Chen. Matthew deeply felt what it meant for poor people to appreciate each other. However, he also had a good impression of Chen. After all, he was the great hero who had killed the evil dragon in the sea, which benefited Matthew and the other Alliance mages. Matthew was about to ask for more information about Chen. But at this moment, the flying speed of the mechanical bat suddenly slowed down. A huge vortex appeared in the sky ahead. In the vortex, a human head that was dozens of times larger than before drilled out of it. Then, it was a lion's body that was enlarged to an equal scale. He had huge wings on his back and was holding a weapon that looked like a halberd. Do you really think you can escape the Sphinx? He stared at the two of them coldly. Margaret waved her left hand and pulled a portal in the air. In the end, she grabbed the mechanical bat and Matthew and flew to the right. This feint successfully deceived the Sphinx. The two sides quickly pulled away. Looks like our last lesson will end here. You'll have to leave Purgatory alone. Margaret smiled at Matthew. Then, she turned to the Sphinx and asked, Dear Mr. Sphinx, do you have any children? The Sphinx sneered. You're already on the verge of death, and you still want to play the emotional card with me? Margaret shook her head. I'm not afraid of your power, and I don't intend to ask you to let me go. I just want to know the objective truth. The Sphinx frowned. Of course, I have children. What are you trying to say? Margaret heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she said with a serious expression. My mentor, Soria, once taught me that it's best not to exterminate monsters that are relatively rare in the multiverse. If you don't have children yet, then I might have to subdue you or exile you. If the Sphinx were to become extinct because of this, I would feel a little guilty, and I would bring shame to my teacher's teachings. After all, she had almost exterminated the chromatic dragons back then. Later on, she realized that she could not find any chromatic dragon materials, so she felt very guilty. But now that I know you have a child, I have nothing to worry about. The Sphinx was furious. His huge body agilely changed directions in the air and fiercely pounced towards Margaret. A high-pitched syllable burst out of Margaret's mouth, and then the syllable became low and mellow. It was only when the Sphinx was almost in front of her that the chant ended with a trill. Strengthened monster immobilizing spell. In an instant, the Sphinx's body froze on the spot. His eyes widened. It was as if he wanted to swallow Margaret alive. However, Margaret ignored his gaze. She only slightly adjusted the distance between the two of them and then began to chant again. Matthew listened to her singing and could not help but want to imitate her. This was the resonance of Soria's chanting. In just 5 seconds. Margaret finished chanting a tier 5 spell. Crosscut. In an instant. The area where the Sphinx was formed was a cubic force field. This force field could not be identified with the naked eye. However, Matthew could sense the terrifying power that was accumulating in the force field from afar. The force field was about to cut the Sphinx's body. The Sphinx displayed great resilience. His claws and tail actually moved slightly, and he was about to be freed from the effects of the monster's immobilizing spell. Humph. I'm afraid this level of force field spell is not enough to kill me. The Sphinx let out a disdainful sound from his chest. Countless cutting lines flew towards him. Most parts of his body also began to move. However, at this moment, Margaret finished chanting her second spell. Tenfold weakening spell. When the halo that could greatly reduce the natural armor level landed on the Sphinx's head, the Sphinx's body was completely destroyed. A hint of nervousness finally flashed across his eyes. However, this nervousness only lasted for half a second. The endless cutting lines tore through the Sphinx's body. Half a second later, the spell ended. The Sphinx instantly turned into thousands of pieces of flesh and blood, falling to the ground. Did you see that? Spell delay and stored spell are two very useful supermagic abilities. If I didn't have the tenfold weakening spell, it would be very difficult for me to kill him in one strike. However, once I used 10 times weakening, he wouldn't be so easily immobilized by me. In addition to the proper use of Soria's chanting, the connection between spells could also rely on an ability called Traceless Spell. However, you have to learn it yourself. There are no other mages in the Alliance who can teach you this. Even if they do, their actual combat skills are far inferior to mine. Margaret raised her proud little head and said to Matthew with some emotion. Go, Matthew. We're not far from Happy's portal. You should remember the direction. Leave quickly. Before Matthew could answer, a cloud of blood mist suddenly appeared in front of Margaret. A woman's sharp voice came from the blood mist. You killed the Sphinx? You even stole my treasure? Chapter 551, Chapter 551, Death Gaze. Chapter 551, Death Gaze. Sndel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Margaret took out the debt ring and wore it on her middle finger. Then, she calmly said to the blood mist. Bloodthirsty Demoness Letitia, I've heard of your name. If you still want this ring back, come to Incisor Castle to find me. I plan to break through Inferno from here. You should feel honored to be my first opponent. As she spoke, she flicked at the blood mist, and it disappeared. Only Letitia's indifferent voice was left. Very good. I will cut off your head and use it as a wineglass. I will kiss your lips. I hope that at that time, you will still be as stubborn as you are now. After the voice disappeared, the pressure of the legend from the Suki family quickly dissipated. Matthew asked with concern. Are you really going to challenge a legend? Margaret smiled and asked. If I don't challenge a legend, how can I practice the path of battle? I was born to fight. I was born to be better at this than others. I'm fully prepared for this. I'm just waiting for an opportunity. Just now, I felt the call of the legendary path. It was a wonderful feeling. If I couldn't even defeat a legend from another plane, I wouldn't need to challenge myself in the depths of purgatory. I deserve to die here, so fighting. Letitia is the best start for me. Matthew looked into her eyes. After confirming that she wasn't being rash, he could only extend his right hand. Come shake my hand. I want to wish you good luck. Actually, it's not wrong for you to suspect that I can always get the favor of the domain. It's just that I haven't figured out the pattern of it. It seems that the people around me have a higher probability of opening the legendary path or entering the domain. Before he could finish his sentence, Margaret hugged him and rubbed him madly. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have had to work so hard to break through purgatory. Can I enter the domain by sleeping with you every day? Sob, sob, sob. But I'm already 4.6 million in debt. It looks like I'll have to challenge the purgatory. She messed around for a while. Then, she smiled and flew to the horizon. Matthew touched the painful part of his body. Then, he imitated Margaret and drove the mechanical bat away. However, unfortunately, he didn't seem to have any talent as a pilot. After flying for a distance, the mechanical bat suddenly flipped over and threw him off. Then, it flew away arrogantly. Fortunately, Matthew had turned into a raven in time. He didn't have time to argue with the mechanical bat. He used his fastest speed to find the portal he came from. After activating the communication spell, Happy's phantom appeared in front of Matthew. I want to go back, Matthew said firmly. Where's Margaret? Did you sell her? Happy asked in surprise. Matthew explained. She went to challenge the legend of the kingdom of Suki. If she wins, she will go to the depths of purgatory to temper herself. You should know her plan, right? Happy exclaimed. She did tell me about the ridiculous plan to break through purgatory, but I thought she was kidding. I didn't expect her to have the courage to take this step. I'm so envious. I also want to challenge purgatory, but I can't even survive the Alliance's testing ground. The teleportation array has been activated. You can come back in 30 seconds. Matthew held his breath and spent 30 seconds. Finally, a white light flashed. He had safely returned to the prime material plane. Matthew knew his limits. Whether he continued to follow Margaret or recklessly went to look for Rhaegar, it was not something he could do at the moment. He had already taken out the holy grail of sin from Rhaegar's ancestral grave, which was considered to have exceeded his mission. The rest would depend on their own abilities. He planned to bid farewell to Happy. But at this moment, Happy pulled him back. Pay the teleportation fee. For Margaret's sake, 1,200 gold coins. Matthew was stunned. Isn't this the last practical class? Happy spread his hands. I don't know about the agreement between you and Margaret, but she didn't pay me, and she didn't come back, so I can only ask you for it. You won't go back on your word, will you? As he spoke, he looked at Matthew suspiciously. Matthew's heart ached. The good feelings he had for Margaret because of her courage were all shattered. In the end, he could only bear the pain and pay. He returned to the cemetery safely. Matthew's nerves instantly relaxed. He found a wooden box nearby and filled it with soil. Then, he stuffed the holy grail of sin into it and covered it with several layers of soil. This was because this thing kept nagging in his ear. Although he could resist its temptation with his temperance domain, Matthew was also tired of it. He buried it in the cemetery, and the world would be quiet. As expected, the Undead Empire's way of dealing with divine abominations is very scientific. Just using soil can achieve the effect of isolating part of the disturbance of evil items. If cement and lead plates are added, this thing can probably be completely sealed. Matthew stretched and thought to himself. Of course, he could also try to use the ability Evil Spirit Seal to seal the Holy Grail of Sin. This thing was originally a guest from the outer plane, and it was extremely evil. It was perfect for this spell. Chapter 552 Chapter 552, Death Gaze. Chapter 552, Death Gaze. Sindel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. However, considering that Sif still needed it for the time being, Matthew could only use a more flexible sealing method. Matthew had gained a lot from this trip to Ascana. Other than the Dagger of Equality, the most valuable thing was a series of corpses, and they were all very rare corpses of demons and devils. Even if Matthew did not use them himself, he could sell them for a sky-high price. Thinking about it this way, Margaret's image in Matthew's heart rose again. Matthew first carried out the most preliminary embalming treatment on these corpses. Then, he took out a devil's body and placed it on the floor of the workshop. This was the corpse of an aberration. The so-called aberrations referred to the remains left behind by unconventional intelligent life forms. This thing could not be transformed into a skeleton, a zombie, or a ghost by a specific undead summoning spell. It was random. Undead resurrection was an unpopular branch of undead summoning. Most necromancers might not use it many times in their lives. Matthew studied the relevant knowledge for an hour at the last minute. Only then did he begin to revive it. Fortunately, although this ability was unpopular, it was not difficult. After 20 minutes of testing, as Matthew chanted, "I Devil's corpse was gathering a lot of spirituality." However, Margaret had crushed it when it was alive, so even after it was revived, its eyeballs were still dented. The eye stalks had fallen off. This made it look more like a bald eyeball, losing its ferocity and dominance when it was alive. Hint: you have successfully used the undead summoning spell Undead. Revival. You have obtained an immortal eye. You have obtained a new undead summoning type, Immortal. Requirement: Observer's Corpse. Due to the enhancement of the undead domain and the condition of the immortal eye when it was alive, it would have 10 creature levels and a unique racial characteristic, Death Gaze. Death Gaze: you can control the immortal eye to stare at people thousands of miles away. During this period, you will gain the ability to spy on them from 360 degrees. Duration: 1 hour. During this period, the person you stare at will have a very small chance of receiving bad luck. Note 1: during the Death Gaze, the immortal eye may be sensed by the observer and interrupt the process. Remark 2: you can only stare at those who hate or favor you from a distance. Current staring target: Margaret, Eskana/Suki Kingdom, Eli, Highland Watchers/Earth Society, Riagar, Spider Tunnel/Suki Kingdom. Sif, Matthew Cemetery/Rolling Stone Town. A target whose favorability was satisfied but could not be fixed temporarily because other conditions were not met. Bina, Too Short Contact. Lumiere, innate ability, Shadow Figure, can block any spell in the field of prophecy. Suya, Black Banyan's dreamland has been sealed. Zeller, shutting down the brain can prevent peeping. Lorraine, Bard's ability to prevent peeping. Others, omitted. Wasn't this the ability to see who died? Matthew glanced at the list and realized they were all his friends. Even if he was very concerned about their recent situation. But wasn't the effect of this bad luck too unbearable? However, he thought about it. He couldn't see his enemies. This meant that he was a very successful person. No one hated him at all. As a necromancer, he didn't even have an enemy. He was simply a peerless role model. But at this moment, the data panel jumped. Hint: your immortal eye has a new visible target, Sphinx, Hatred. Isn't this guy dead? Could it be that it has the ability to resurrect? Matthew frowned. He was about to activate the immortal eyes to peek at the Sphinx. But in the next second, a huge purple vortex appeared in the center of the cemetery. In the vortex, the Sphinx monster made its entrance. Do you think you can kill a Sphinx like this? You're too naive. We're wandering in countless timelines. Even if you kill the present me, there will be countless future or past me coming to settle the score with you. You are destined to be unable to escape the fate of being destroyed by me. The Sphinx looked down at Matthew from above. However, in the next second, a serious centaur tree herder appeared above him. Soon after, the oak tree guards revived and followed the centaur to the entrance of the cemetery. They looked down at the Sphinx. At the same time, a fully armed dark warrior with a large shield silently came before the Sphinx. He moved together with Argus. There were also hundreds of undead in the cemetery. In an instant, a sea of zombies, skeletons, and ghosts surrounded the Sphinx. In a corner of the cemetery, the troll Sinwak had an unfriendly gaze. The dark priest and his servants were ready to attack. Nightmare and Peggy came out of the kitchen to watch the show. Behind them was the curious Chuka. And the legendary thief, Silver Snake Richard, who was frowning. Matthew blinked. The oak tree and the undead's domain were activated at the same time. The power of the two ritual domains was instantly magnified several times. The Sphinx looked around. There was a sudden silence. Matthew looked at him. Why don't you say it again? Who do you want to destroy? Chapter 553, Chapter 553, Finger of Death and the Mother of Slaves. Chapter 553, Finger of Death and the Mother of Slaves. Svel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew's actual combat ability was far stronger than what he showed on the surface. In terms of his individual strength, with so many domains stacked on top of each other, it would not be difficult for him to fight against a Type 5 expert with his Type 3 body. Not to mention that it was his home ground. In the cemetery and the oak forest, all sorts of underlings were silently watching the Sphinx. The difference in numbers could create a lot of pressure. Not to mention, there was also the domain. Even if the legendary rogue, Silver Snake Richard, was excluded, the underlings led by Centaur Obist and Dark Warrior Argus were enough to make any unit below legendary suffer. Of course, the Sphinx was strong. However, he had yet to enter the legendary stage, so it was difficult for him to go against the objective laws no matter how strong he was. Coupled with the home ground advantage, as long as both sides made a move, the Sphinx was dead, for sure. His expression was a little embarrassed. If he had the ability to secrete sweat, he would probably be sweating profusely by now. Wait a minute. He suddenly said to Matthew. I still have one more thing. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly flew towards the purple vortex behind him at an extremely fast speed. The Sphinx was about to escape. Matthew raised his right hand without hesitation. In this cemetery, unless he met a freak like Margaret, he was invincible below legend rank. Ability, Forced Captivity. In an instant, a pitch-black arm that seemed to be made of mud suddenly stretched out from the walls of the underground space. The Sphinx moved quickly. However, Matthew's ability was activated faster. In a flash, the arms pressed the Sphinx to the ground. He was less than 3 meters away from the purple vortex. However, these 3 meters seemed to have become a natural moat. The Sphinx could not free himself from the suppression of those muddy arms. This was the power of the domain and ritual. Seeing that he still wanted to struggle, Argus leapt up and instantly jumped between the Sphinx and the teleportation vortex. Then, under the Sphinx's desperate gaze, Argus raised his alloy shield and struck it heavily on the Sphinx's head. Bang! The entire underground space was filled with that dull sound. He could vaguely hear the sound of liquid swaying. It was unknown if the Sphinx's brain was reverberating. The Sphinx screamed and lost all ability to resist. Matthew stepped on a muddy arm and slowly moved in front of the Sphinx. Elite Ghost Ollie flew over with his subordinates. With Matthew's permission, they started doing what they did best. They greedily absorbed the Sphinx's energy. You just broke into someone's house, and you want to run away? Isn't that a little too rude? Matthew looked at the Sphinx calmly. The latter panted heavily, and his voice seemed a little weak. Wait, it doesn't have to be like this between you and me. Perhaps we can work together. Matthew smiled and said. Cooperation? Just like you and Letitia? If you can answer every question I ask accurately, then I'll consider working with you. Otherwise, you see, I don't have a single undead Sphinx in my cemetery. The Sphinx's face turned ashen. He was shocked and angry, but he had to suppress his anger. He forcefully raised his head and said, I can answer your question, provided that the content of your question does not harm the interests of the other people who have signed the contract with me. Matthew went straight to the point. Who asked you to guard the Suki clan's sacrificial hall? If it was her, why did she make the sacrificial room look like a treasure room? The Sphinx looked troubled. This is not a question I can answer. Bang! The Dark Warrior beside him didn't say a word and smashed down heavily with his shield. The Sphinx screamed again. He felt dizzy. Matthew repeated the question and stared at the Sphinx with a malicious look. The Sphinx was silent for a while, then said with difficulty. I can only tell you that Lady Letitia is not my direct contractor. The one who ordered me to guard the treasure house is someone else. That lord is a necromancer like you, but he is much stronger than you. I can't say more because of the contract. A pleading look appeared in his eyes. Necromancer? Do I actually have peers? But I didn't feel anything. Could it be that he wasn't in the cemetery at that time? Matthew was shocked. Then, he suddenly remembered that Rhaegar had not mentioned that there was a sphinx in the treasure vault, which meant that the sphinx only appeared after he left. And Rhaegar's wife ran off with a necromancer. Could it be that the same necromancer? He not only stole Rhaegar's wife but also his sister? Matthew was shocked by this thought. He quickly asked. Has the necromancer always lived in the cemetery? The Sphinx shook his head. Matthew asked a few more questions, and the Sphinx answered them simply. Looking at his appearance, Argus wanted to continue practicing shield bash, but he was stopped by Matthew. He could sense that the Sphinx had already suffered a slight backlash from the contract domain. He would not get the answer he wanted even if he continued to interrogate him. Hence, he changed his question. Chapter 554 Chapter 554, Finger of Death and the Mother of Slaves. Chapter 554, Finger of Death and the Mother of Slaves. Svel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Other than the cemetery of the Suki family, are you guarding any other treasuries? Sphinx sizzed. The Sphinx is the guardian of the treasure vault. We must not reveal the location of the treasure vault. Bang! Argus' long-prepared shield bash smashed down again. The Sphinx's eyes went white, and he fainted. When he woke up with a bucket of water on his head and saw the bright glow of the alloy shield, he said everything. Stop, stop. There's still a treasure vault. In the Helen Mountains of the Prime Material Plane, there's another tomb. I was entrusted by the owner of the tomb to protect the most important treasure. The owner of the tomb was a great hero when he was alive. In the tomb of Mount Helen. Tomb of Heroes. What the Sphinx said instantly matched the coordinates that Matthew had obtained from the knowledge of the tomb. He knew that the Sphinx was not lying. However, this guy had threatened to kill him previously. Matthew would definitely not let him off so easily now. Therefore, he deliberately asked a few tricky questions to try to get him to violate his contract. The Sphinx frowned and did not dare to answer. During Matthew's questioning, he was still peering at Argus' movements in fear as if he was afraid of another shield bash. Matthew was not fooled by his appearance. He knew that this guy had been looking for an opportunity to escape, but the power of the ritual field was too strong. Therefore, he could not help but say, "You can't answer this or that. What's the use of having you? Why don't I turn you into an undead? At the very least, you can be used as a meat shield." The Sphinx hurriedly said, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Sphinx will come after you again from another time. They will also have my memories. To be honest, I was too careless and rushed into your territory. If I had known this situation here in advance, I would definitely have chosen to lie in ambush outside. At that time, you would also have a headache. You can't kill all the Sphinxes. If you want to use violence to solve all problems, then the outcome is destined to be futile." Matthew looked at him expressionlessly. "Very good. If I really can't kill all the Sphinxes, then will I soon have an undead army made up of Sphinxes? You better be able to provide me with some other reason and not threaten me." The Sphinx hurriedly said, "I have no intention of threatening you. I am just fulfilling my duty. No matter what, you stole the treasure I was guarding, so I must chase you to the ends of the earth. But this is the effect of the contract, not my own will. In this case, we can actually form a new contract to avoid the effect of the old contract on me." The Sphinx knew the secrets of many treasures. "We can sign a consulting contract. After the contract was signed, you have 3 chances to summon me every month, and I will answer your questions for free. We can form a very friendly relationship. This will prevent the misunderstanding and conflict from escalating, and it will also ensure that I won't chase after you anymore. How about it?" Matthew looked at the Sphinx mockingly. Are you really one of the world's most powerful treasure keepers? The so-called chase to the ends of the earth is only a lie for weak treasure thieves. The Sphinx said calmly. Although what you said is unpleasant to hear, it's the truth. The strong should have special privileges. The Sphinx is just a smart race that serves the strong. He had already said so. Matthew was too lazy to continue being sarcastic. He thought for a while. The benefits of killing the Sphinx were not that high, mainly because Matthew was a kind necromancer. It would be very troublesome if sphinxes from other timelines kept coming to find him. He didn't want a Tier 5 monster to be lurking around Rolling Stone Town and the Oak Forest. So Matthew said, I accept your proposal, but the contents of the contract have to be changed. I'm afraid that the consulting contract can't reflect the love between you and me. I suggest changing it to a follower contract. As you can see, my cemetery is still short of a scholar. How about this? After I release you, you must spend half of your time in the cemetery to provide me with services. No matter how many questions I ask you, as long as it doesn't violate your agreement with the other contestants, you have to answer them. The Sphinx suppressed his anger and said, You are humiliating me. I won't sign that kind of contract. You might as well kill me. Matthew snorted coldly. No, you'll sign it. As he spoke, he took out a piece of parchment and quickly wrote a consultant contract according to the knowledge in his mind. The contract domain had already been activated. After he finished writing, Matthew slammed the contract in front of the Sphinx. The Sphinx looked around in despair. The Dark Warrior silently raised his alloy shield again. The few ghosts on his head were like mosquitoes sucking away his life and energy. Not far away, a towering skeleton was pointing at him. She was holding a kitchen knife in her hand, and there was blood on her fingers. She looked terrifying. At that moment, the Sphinx finally lowered its proud head. Hint, your domain abilities, Contract Supreme and Overlord Contract, are in effect. Chapter 555 Chapter 555, Finger of Death and the Mother of Slaves. Chapter 555, Finger of Death and the Mother of Slaves. Bexville.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. You have signed a consultant agreement with the Sphinx. For the next 500 years, he must spend half of his time in the cemetery at your disposal. Welcome to Matthew's cemetery. The blackened hard arms disappeared in an instant. Matthew's face was also filled with a warm smile. Dear Mr. Sphinx, I believe you will soon adapt to the environment here and find the feeling of home here. But I have to remind you that your current body is too big. When you walk between the cemeteries, it's best to change to a smaller and more approachable image. The Sphinx said angrily. Of course, I know. What you're seeing now is my mythical image. I have a mortal image. Meow. As he spoke, his body rapidly shrank. He turned into a clean, furless cat with big eyes. At this moment, Sif, who didn't know the truth, squeezed through the pile of skeletons. She took a fancy to the furless cat in the crowd and picked him up excitedly. Is this your new pet, Matthew? The furless cat pouted. Matthew blinked at her. I guess so. If you're free, you can show Mr. Sphinx around the cemetery. He will soon fall in love with this place, I believe. Hint, a new knowledge advisor, Sphinx, has been added to your cemetery. You have obtained a small amount of strategic experience, Ritual Field. You can use the following actions to increase your strategic experience and eventually increase the strategic level of the cemetery. Recruit more Guardians, Elite Mode and above. Build more auxiliary buildings. Open up more floors and areas. Build more negative energy channels. Summon more intermediate undead. The forced participation of the Sphinx had increased his experience in the cemetery strategy and building by a small margin. Matthew looked at the progress bar. He was about 2/3 away from reaching level 2. It did not seem too far away. The upgrade of the cemetery's strategic level meant that the ritual field would become stronger. The importance of managing the home ground had been vividly reflected in the scene just now. If Matthew wanted to build the cemetery into an unprecedented fortress, he had to take it step by step to meet all the needs. It might be a little too early to open the second floor, and so is the negative energy channel. I can try to build additional buildings and summon more ultimate undead. In his thoughts, Matthew dispersed the crowd and returned to the workshop. After he sat down, he chose to enter the necromancy domain that had been accumulating for a period of time. In an instant, endless darkness enveloped him. And in the deepest part of the darkness, a flash of white light flew toward him at lightning speed. The white light flew faster and faster. But Matthew seemed to be unable to catch it. Soon, he realized. His body was also flying backwards. This scene lasted for a very long time. In the end, the halo around the white light spread out like water. It formed a large gray area. It was in those gray areas Matthew saw endless spell runes. Each group of spell runes represented the time of a supreme necromancer. He looked at it hungrily. However, it felt like 5 minutes had passed. The runes that lingered in the gray area were swallowed by the endless darkness. A huge force of gravity pressed down on Matthew's shoulder. The illusion in front of him instantly disappeared. Hint: you have successfully entered the subdomain of spells, necromancy. The exploration state is new. As a reward for stepping into the domain, you will obtain one of the following 3 abilities. Spell ability transformation: you can specify a spell to transform it into an ability. The transform spell will not have any forward movement when cast and will not consume mana. Warning: it will take about a month for the spell to be transformed into an ability, and there is a moderate chance of failure. More summoned creatures: your undead summoning has been upgraded. When summoning low-level undead, you will be able to obtain a higher number of summoned creatures. Skeleton plus 80, zombie plus 80, ghost plus 40. Finger of Death: you have learned the tier 4 spell Finger of Death in advance. You can concentrate a large amount of negative energy on a finger you specify. When you touch a living thing on a physical level, the latter will bear a relatively harsh death penalty. In particular, your spells Astrid's Claw and Mage's Hand can share some of the effects with Finger of Death. The entry into the necromancy domain was ordinary. Matthew only hated that his memory was not good enough. Otherwise, if he had memorized more knowledge, he might have gained more than he did now. As for the 3 abilities, he chose Finger of Death without hesitation. It wasn't that this choice was outstanding. It was just that everything else was too weak. Spell ability transformation looked okay, but Matthew didn't have any spells that were particularly worthy of ability transformation. Moreover, there was a certain probability of failure. More summoned creatures was also very ordinary, mainly because this thing was an additional increase in the number limit, so it couldn't enjoy the 10-fold bonus of the undead army. Matthew really did not lack this now. What he needed was more intermediate undead. As for the Finger of Death, although this spell was a tier 4 spell, it was actually a little better than the tier 5 Law of Death. Law of Death created a magic ball to hit the enemy, which was easily blocked by small creatures. Chapter 556, Chapter 556, Finger of Death and the Mother of Slaves. Chapter 556, Finger of Death and the Mother of Slaves. Bexville.cm. Translator: Lonely Tree. The Finger of Death, on the other hand, enabled him to poke someone with his finger. Putting aside the fact that close combat was dangerous, the accuracy was actually much better. Moreover, this spell was linked to Astrid's Claw and Mage's Hand. This undoubtedly greatly increased his usage. At the very least, it could be used as a self-defense spell. Finger of Death spell incantation seems to be very suitable for Soria's incantation. With my various buffs, I even have a chance to cast it for less than 1.5 seconds. With Steel Body or Undead Body, there's still a high chance of killing my opponent in a desperate situation. Matthew carefully browsed through the incantations in his mind. Apart from the Finger of Death, the necromancy domain also gave Matthew a brand new permanent status. Enhanced Meditation. When you use meditation to train your mind and communicate with negative energy planes, you will receive 200% meditation effect and 300% soul crystal production efficiency. This state was pretty good. Recently, Matthew's soul crystals were barely enough. If it wasn't for Philey's previous filial piety, he might not have been able to pay his salary long ago. Now, the production efficiency of soul crystals had increased. Only then would he have the confidence to recruit more undead underlings. Then, Matthew greeted Zeller and told him everything that happened in Eskana. The two of them discussed for a while. Matthew began to prepare the giant tree amber. He just had to wait for little Patton to come back. He planned to seal all the space-time rifts first and think about it later. That evening, Matthew came to the mushroom house. The mushrooms that had been growing here were thriving. Perhaps it had something to do with the border between the two ritual arenas. Under the mushroom house was the wine cellar. Previously, Matthew had used his winemaking ability to make several barrels of wine. Theoretically, he could have done it in 6 hours. He had deliberately left it for a while longer and only opened it now. Half of this batch of wine was fermented with apples as the raw material. The other half was wheat. These two items were the most common fruits and food in Rolling Stone Town. Matthew pried open a wine barrel, and a fruity fragrance wafted out. He filtered out some of the residue and poured himself a glass of cider. The tip of his tongue touched the wine, and the long taste that turned from sweet to sour and sweet stimulated his taste buds. After testing, in addition to the characteristics of ordinary alcohol, these two wines had additional attributes. Drinking a glass of cider could increase one's spiritual power by a small amount. And drinking a glass of beer could actually improve a person's fluency in speech. It seems that the wine made from different materials does have different effects. This ability does have the potential to make me a fortune. Matthew put away the wine barrel. He took out a few empty barrels and experimented with 6 kinds of food: wheat, corn, mushrooms, peaches, and grapes. He planned to try all the brewing materials he could get. He wanted to see if he could brew a variety with particularly excellent effects. If possible. Then, not only could he use it for himself, but the Oak Chamber of Commerce would also add another blockbuster product. This wasn't something as unreliable as Rieger's sword oil. This was a high-end drink that could really cause a sensation. If only we could invite the Mushroom King Dudley directly to the main house. Just his skills in planting mushrooms and brewing wine can feed a lot of people. He thought about it. Matthew quickly left the mushroom house. At night, Argus reported to Matthew that the patrol team had been officially established, and the training had been fruitful. They could be put to patrol around the cemetery. What was worth mentioning was, Nightmare also took the initiative to join the patrol team and played the role of a ranger. This gave the patrol team a lot of mobility. Considering that the Underdark had been restless recently, Matthew let the patrol team begin their mission. Argus was unwilling to leave the cemetery. However, the patrol mission was not far from the cemetery, so he was still qualified for this position. Once the patrol team was put into operation, the security level of the cemetery increased by a lot. This made Matthew quite satisfied. What was even more surprising was that, a few hours later, the beacon in the center of the cemetery suddenly moved. A grayish-black portal opened. A tall, fat figure stumbled out of it. It was a fat zombie. Hint: your negative energy beacon has been activated. The Mother of Slaves, Myasage, LV14/Elite, from the negative energy plane has received the call of the beacon and has come to seek refuge with you. But if you want to gain Myasage's loyalty, you must pass her test. May I ask the owner of the cemetery, are there many zombies here that don't do their jobs? Myasage asked shakily. Matthew found it strange. However, what she said seemed to be right. He raised these undead and most of the time, they were just doing nothing. It was no wonder that all of them went to twist their legs and carry tombstones. It was not a problem to say that they were not given enough jobs. Is there anything wrong with that? The atmosphere in my cemetery is indeed more relaxed, Matthew said. Myasage bowed sincerely. Her voice was a bit hoarse, like an old woman. Can I join the cemetery and train them for you? I've traveled far and wide in my life. I hate my kind who slack off, so I swore to train them to be useful characters in the cemetery. If you give me a chance, I can give you a group of energetic zombies. Matthew was stunned. What kind of request was this? However, when he saw the soul fire in Myasage's eyes, he couldn't help but ask. Do you have any other requests? A greedy look appeared in Myasage's eyes. Oh, not much. I'll only charge you a small fee, about 5 soul crystals per month. Matthew frowned and wanted to refuse. But in the next second, Myasage suddenly spread her hands respectfully. A magical domain power was transmitted to Matthew's body. On the data panel. Hint, the mother of slaves, Myasage, has shown you her slavery domain. Slavery domain, Myasage has a series of methods to train zombies into better breeds. Hardworking zombie, able to complete high-intensity tasks such as digging tunnels, carrying heavy stones, and transporting objects. Strength and Constitution +1. Farmer zombie, able to complete tasks that require both skill and strength, such as planting crops, collecting fruits and vegetables, and expelling birds and beasts. At the same time, Constitution and Agility +1. A slavery domain? Was there such a thing? I wonder if I can enter it. Thinking of this, Matthew's expression changed subtly. How long do you need to train an ordinary zombie into a laborer zombie or a farmer zombie? Myasage revealed an ugly smile. I can train 30 zombies a month. Trust me, this is definitely worth it. Matthew tried to sense the slavery domain. However, as if Myasage had sensed something, she suddenly stopped the effect of the domain. Her expression was still respectful, and no one could find fault with her. Matthew thought for a moment. It's not impossible for you to stay. But I have a condition. When you are training, I have the right to watch. Myasage thought for a moment. Sure. So Matthew generously extended his hand. Welcome to Matthew's cemetery. Coincidentally, at this moment, a group of zombies carrying tombstones and wiggling their hips walked past the roadside unscrupulously. They looked at Myasage and bared their teeth like zombies. Myasage only smiled. Under Matthew's hint, she quickly walked towards the group of zombies. Very quickly. A series of strange biting sounds could be heard in the cemetery. The sound of biting and tearing only gradually subsided in the middle of the night. The next morning, Matthew had just woken up and planted a few trees in the northern wasteland. He received a message from Zeller. Riegar is back. Chapter 557, Chapter 557, Emissary of the Underworld. Chapter 557, Emissary of the Underworld. Bexville.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew had just stepped onto the porch of the main hall when he heard Riegar bragging about his narrow escape from purgatory. He heard his energetic voice. Matthew was relieved. In the office, besides Riegar and Zeller, there were also the 2 construct knights, Dulin and Asma. However, their condition was worlds apart from Riegar's. Matthew saw them lying limply on the sofa. Although they had not taken off their weapons, they looked lazy, weak, and extremely lacking in energy. It was as if they had been sucked dry. All in all, I used some tricks to deceive that bad woman, Letitia. Then, I spread false news and created a diversion. In the end, I successfully returned to the castle and saved Dulin and Asma. Under my command, Matthew has successfully obtained the Holy Grail of Sin, so this operation was a great success. Riegar concluded in a refreshed manner. Dulin and Asma nodded weakly. The latter said gloomily. Other than the 2 of us almost being sucked dry by your sister, everything went smnnthlv. Riegar comforted him. Don't worry. I know you've suffered a lot of damage in this operation. I'll arrange for the best healer for you. He'll definitely be able to cure the weakness curse on you. I'll write a letter to the Watcher's Highland in a while. He owes me a favor back then, so he'll definitely rush over. Asma said weakly. He better come quickly. I'm starting to doubt whether that woman was telling the truth when she said that this curse would permanently deprive me of my fertility. Damn it, I can't feel my penis anymore. How about you? He poked Du Lin with his elbow. Du Lin scolded softly. Idiot, I never had a penis. Asma was stunned for a moment. Damn it, are you actually a hermaphrodite? Du Lin was furious. I'm your wife. What kind of human did you say I am? Seeing that the two were about to start fighting, Zeller raised his hand and cast a slumber spell. However, the two of them stared with wide eyes and did not look sleepy at all. Don't resist. You need to rest. Zeller said gently. The two of them hesitated for a moment before finally relaxing and closing their eyes. Other than the weakness curse, there are also traces of bewitching spells on their bodies, but that's not the worst. Zeller went over to check on the two of them. His expression became a little strange. Rhaegar, you better communicate with your sister. Rhaegar frowned. Lutetia? I don't want to see her again for the rest of my life. She's a real demon. Zeller said helplessly. But I'm afraid that the injuries that Du Lin and Asma suffered are not something that ordinary healers can cure. I don't know what method Lutetia used, but Asma's feeling was right. His penis is gone. Rhaegar was shocked. Matthew then realized that they had probably just returned from the Purgatory teleportation gate. There were many things that they had not confirmed with each other. What about Du Lin? Rhaegar asked. Zeller coughed heavily. I don't know if this is Letitia's bad taste, but she seems to have exchanged some of the couple's organs through some ridiculous means. You should understand what I mean, right? The office fell silent. Matthew couldn't help but ask. Rhaegar, the master healer you mentioned, could he be a great druid? He noticed that Rhaegar had mentioned the name of the Watcher Highlands, which was the headquarters of the Druid Order. Rhaegar shook his head. She's not a druid but a rare priest. The god she believed in had fallen in the Age of Enlightenment. But strangely, she could actually exchange her faith for divine spells and all kinds of incredible powers. However, this person is eccentric and rarely comes into contact with outsiders. I know that she lives in seclusion in Watcher Highland and has mastered powerful medical skills. Recently, Watcher Highland has not been very peaceful. Perhaps we have a chance to poach her to live in Rolling Stone Town. Treating Du Lin and Asma is a very good entry point. Matthew nodded. But I'm afraid a priest can't solve this strange situation. It depends on Lutetia. Rhaegar looked troubled. Of course, I know. Then let's wait and see. After all, we just stole a burial item from our ancestors' cemetery. My plan is to return the Holy Grail of Sin after Sif has completed her awakening. If we do something nice later, maybe Lutetia will forgive us and take back the curse. Matthew coughed heavily. There might be more than one burial item lost from the sacrificial room. Rhaegar's eyes widened. Matthew quickly changed the topic. You didn't escape from Lutetia just because of the item in your hand, did you? Rhaegar said truthfully. Of course, your teacher helped a lot. When I escaped, she seemed to have already started fighting with Lutetia. Matthew asked. How's the situation? Rhaegar shook his head. I don't know, I don't understand. It's a battle between a legend and a half-legend. As an ordinary person, I would be lacking in respect if I took another glance at it. However, I only wanted to escape. No, I didn't want to burden Lady Margaret. Chapter 558 Chapter 558, Emissary of the Underworld. Chapter 558, Emissary of the Underworld. Bexville.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew rubbed his chin. He was still curious about the battle between Margaret and Lutetia. Unfortunately, there was no more information. Immediately, while the two of them were present, he told them everything he had heard about the secret war order from Margaret. After learning about this matter, both of them revealed worried expressions. It was obvious. Once the secret war order was released, it meant that the mages could choose to stay out of it, but Rolling Stone Town, as a territory, could not stay out of it. If the Dragon Lord's legitimacy was recognized by the Seventh Saint Alliance during the war, then whether it was the Red Dragon Kuzulas of the Red Mountain or the Black Dragon Lord of the Highleaf territory, they could all attack Rolling Stone Town legitimately. At that time, Ronan and Edmund's influence would cease to exist. If Matthew joined the battle, his oak forest and cemetery would also be targeted by the Dragon Lord. Even if he died in this war, the Seventh Saint Alliance wouldn't say anything, either. An existence like Isabel would never make a big fuss over a useless disciple. Matthew knew this very well. There should still be some time before the official release of the secret war order. This period of time is our best opportunity. If you insist on not cooperating with the Kingdom of Suki, then we must do something during this period of time. We have to establish an image that we can't provoke in the outside world. We must take the initiative to attack, Matthew said tactfully. However, the meaning behind his words was actually very obvious. Rolling Stone Town had to establish its prestige. However, they were surrounded by dragons. How were they going to do that? Dragons are not invincible, he concluded. Rhaegar looked at him deeply. You are much crazier than I imagined. Matthew smiled. You can also consider paying protection fees to those dragon lords. But if that's the case, I might not officially be in Rolling Stone Town in the upcoming war. It was Matthew's greatest sincerity to make things clear in advance. He liked Rolling Stone Town and was willing to fight for it. However, if the policy that Rhaegar pursued was to compromise blindly, he might as well use his identity as an alliance mage to protect himself. As long as he did not leave his oak forest or cemetery, no one would dare to provoke him. Rhaegar was a smart man. He frowned and thought for a while. Soon, he figured out the key points. I understand now. There's no room for me to run away from this matter. If I can't show my muscles in the early stages, then Rolling Stone Town will never be able to escape the shadow of war. Rhaegar said solemnly. Actually, Zeller and I had made some preparation, but dragons are indeed much stronger than humans. It's definitely not enough to train soldiers. We need more knowledge and equipment. Matthew smiled. Isn't this why you pay me 200 gold coins every month to be your magic consultant? As long as you make up your mind, I will give you a detailed plan of action very soon. Zeller and Rhaegar looked at each other. The former could not help but sigh. You youngsters look ahead. I only thought about defending against the dragon's sneak attack, but you thought about attacking first. Rhaegar snorted. Maybe he just wants to get another bone dragon. Matthew smiled and said nothing. Rhaegar then asked about the Holy Grail of Sin. Matthew said that he had placed the Holy Grail of Sin in the cemetery. Sif was also in the cemetery. Using this opportunity, he told Rhaegar about the 1,000 transformers. Although this was unbelievable. However, Rhaegar still accepted Zeller's arrangement after the initial shock. Considering that Sif would be very weak during the awakening period. In the end, Rhaegar also decided. Before she completed her awakening, she would continue to live in Matthew's cemetery. At the same time, he wanted to teach her how to use the Holy Grail of Sin. Rhaegar expressed that he wanted to live in the cemetery too. Matthew looked troubled. There aren't many houses in the living area of the cemetery. I gave my previous house to Sif, and I'm still sleeping in a simple stone house. If you want to stay here too, you can only sleep with me. Rhaegar revealed a look of disdain. I refuse. Matthew sighed. Then only the arsonist's dungeon dormitory is still empty. Rhaegar was silent. The three of them called for the guards to carry the two knights to the barracks and take care of them properly. Rhaegar immediately went to the cemetery to see his daughter. In the end, Matthew could only let Sinwak build a simple stone house next to his stone house. In any case, Rhaegar brought his own tent and sleeping equipment, so he could get a good sleep after tidying up. After Rhaegar joined the team, there were more than a dozen people living in the living quarters of Matthew's cemetery. This included Matthew, Rhaegar, Sif, Chakar the Thousand Transformers, Richard the Silver Snake, and the Arsonists. The aura of life intensified. There were some signs of life in the cemetery. Following that, the living area became a little crowded. At night, Matthew quietly made tombstones in his workshop. The voices in his ears gradually stopped. He began to consider whether he should expand the number of floors in the cemetery. On the one hand, it was to deal with the increasing number of living people in the future. After all, the planned dead area was relatively large. The living could not live together with the dead. Over time, the negative energy corrosion would be very serious. Chapter 559 Chapter 559, Emissary of the Underworld. Chapter 559, Emissary of the Underworld. Bexville.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. On the other hand, expanding the second floor could increase the strategic level of the cemetery. This was very important. At present, his cemetery was still far from being perfectly safe. The terrain near Rolling Stone Town was good, so digging another 3 to 5 floors underground wouldn't be a problem. The only thing to consider was the excavation cost. The troll, Sinwak, was good at digging horizontally but not digging downwards. If only I had a Duergar construction team, 2 digging bugs, a bunch of hook horrors, and an unlimited number of imps. It wouldn't be a problem for me to dig out an underground city with dozens of floors in one go. Matthew let his imagination run wild. Just before bedtime, he deliberately summoned the immortal eyes to use the death gaze function. He realized that he could still view Margaret. However, her location had changed from the Suki kingdom of Ascana to the Incisor castle at the border. It felt like she had been fighting with Letitia the entire way. He did not know what the outcome would be. Matthew could only pray for her in his heart. The next day, Little Patton returned from Bigfoot City with a lot of fancy things. Matthew took the opportunity to seal the last space-time rift. He didn't want to have any contact with Ascana's people or forces. As for the toys that Little Patton brought back, let Rhaegar and the others tinker with it. Matthew's life quickly returned to normal. However, the number of daily tasks increased from 2 to 3. Plant trees. Repairing graves. Talking to animals. There were many animals in Rolling Stone Town, but it was hard to find any that had intelligence. He maintained an average frequency of 2 to 3 conversations per day. Matthew found it interesting. Perhaps most people wouldn't be wary of animals when they spoke, so he could hear many secrets from animals. For example, an old goat in the farm area told Matthew that the old farmer had hidden a lot of gold under a well. It was said that he left this gold for his descendants. But the problem was, according to the old goat, the old man had 3 children. None of them were his biological children. The old man knew nothing about this. He was still scrimping and saving, accumulating wealth day and night. It could only be said that it was a pity. For example, a magpie in the town told Matthew. A clerk in a clothing store had been stealing gold coins from the warehouse. He only stole a little at a time and hid the stolen gold coins neatly. Unfortunately, the shop owner found the location where the waiter hid the gold coins. He was greedy for the gold coins of the shop assistant, but he also wanted to keep the money flowing. Thus, he would often steal a little. The two sides went back and forth. They had been stealing from each other for more than 3 months, but the two of them actually did not notice anything strange. There were all kinds of things in the world. It was an eye-opener for Matthew. At noon 3 days later, Matthew found the Pegasus Ollie in the oak forest. He first exchanged some conversations with Ollie. After confirming that Ollie was in a good mood, he officially issued an invitation to sign a contract. However, it was not a mount contract. Instead, he hoped that Ollie could join the oak forest and become a contract creature of the life sanctuary. A mage could only have one magic mount. However, there was no upper limit to binding magical creatures through the ritual field. Just like you can only marry one person. However, if you started a company and put all the people you liked on the board of directors, as long as you had the ability, you could invite as many people as you wanted. Ollie hesitated. In the end, he still chose to agree. He had no choice. If this continued, he would be expelled by the will of the prime material plane. She could only choose to become a part of the life sanctuary. After the contract was signed, there was a reaction in the ritual field. Hint, a mystical creature, the golden Pegasus, has been added to your ritual ground, the life sanctuary. You have obtained a large amount of strategic experience. Life Sanctuary's strategic level has been raised to LV2. As the owner of the ritual venue, you will obtain 2 additional abilities, limited to the ritual venue. Nature Soul, the abundant natural abilities of the Sanctuary of Life grant you a place as a Nature Soul. You can promote a creature that has lived in the oak forest for more than 7 days into a Nature Soul and give it the possibility of evolving into a druid. Mass Rejuvenation, you can heal up to 4 targets at the same time. The healing effect is slightly higher than Light Injuries Hell. Can be used once per day. The Life Sanctuary has been upgraded to level 2 so quickly? Matthew was a little surprised. However, on second thought, the Life Sanctuary relied on its oak forest. The size of the oak forest was not something that the cemetery could compare to. It had a solid foundation. Recruiting Ollie was just icing on the cake, fulfilling the conditions for leveling up. Mass Rejuvenation is pretty good. I didn't expect a necromancer like me to be able to heal so many people. The quota for Nature Soul must be carefully considered. Currently, there is only one Nature Soul in the forest, Lulu. However, she actually belongs to both the oak forest and the fairy garden. Therefore, strictly speaking, this is the first Nature Soul I've nurtured. I have to choose carefully. Matthew pondered. He was not in a hurry to give out this quota because there were still too few aborigines in the oak forest. He was most familiar with that grouse. However, although the grouse had some spirituality, turning a chicken into Nature Soul was. Matthew and Ollie played for a while. Chapter 560, Emissary of the Underworld. Chapter 560, Emissary of the Underworld. Bexville.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. After lunch in the cemetery, Matthew rode Ollie and quietly flew south. Pegasi had a unique stealth ability during the day. This gave Matthew a great sense of security when he traveled. Ollie was very fast. Not long after, he saw the trading post near the southern border. However, the current trading station was completely different from what Matthew had seen before. The previous order was no longer there. Matthew saw a large group of refugees around the trading station. These people had built camps and tents around the trading post, and they surrounded it tightly. No wonder, on the road slightly north, Matthew not only saw the temporary checkpoint but also many people from the garrison patrolling nearby. It could only be said that the war had a huge impact on the surrounding territories. Most of these refugees came from the golden fertile fields in the south. After the latter was ravaged by the Red Mountain Army, it was said that it had become a purgatory on earth. The situation was unbearable. No living person dared to stay on that land. What was worth mentioning was, Matthew had heard that Howard was the leader among the merchants who had businesses in the southern trading post. They had organized the construction of a refugee camp. It was said that they had asked the Council of Five for money for this camp. Matthew looked down from the sky. He found that the so-called refugee camp could only accommodate a small number of people. Most of the people were still gathered in the surrounding areas, and even the most basic survival needs could not be guaranteed. Looking at the emaciated refugees, Matthew was filled with emotion. He suddenly understood why Zeller had to work overtime overnight. The territory of Rolling Stone Town can't support so many people. Matthew suddenly recalled what little Patton had said. A trace of gloom flashed across his heart. He did not stay above the southern trade station for too long. Instead, he continued to fly south. They entered the golden fertile field. Matthew flew along the road, searching for villages or settlements that were originally inhabited. However, there was only silence left on this land. Red Mountain's army was extremely brutal. They only wanted food, not people. As they plundered and slaughtered, a large portion of the population of the golden fertile plains died under the blade of the red dragon overlord. Matthew and Ollie landed in the square of a village. Most of the buildings in the village had been burned down by the flames. There were only hundreds of charred corpses left in the square. These corpses were not completely burned. Most of them still had bones, and a few even had rotten flesh. Matthew walked over. A few carrion-eating birds were immediately scared away. He looked at the unburied bones and shook his head silently. After making a mark in the village, Matthew continued to fly south. At sunset, Matthew had already found 7 human settlements of various sizes. None of these 7 places were alive. The corpses of 3 villagers were gathered together, and there were signs of burning. The remaining 4 places were left to their own devices. Corpses were strewn all over the village. Many of them were already rotten beyond recognition. Midsummer night. Matthew was walking on the pier of Red River Town. There were bloated corpses floating on the surface of the water. The corpses on the shore were piled up like a mountain. A nauseating rancid smell filled the air. Matthew's plague domain had sounded the alarm several times. He had no choice but to activate the domain to resist the disease that was spreading in the air. In a corner of the pier, Matthew saw a male corpse in a strange posture. There was a spear stuck in his back, and his body was curled up like a lobster. Matthew flipped him over. Plop. The male corpse rolled to the side, and the end of the spear supported his body in a triangle. It also shook off the baby, who had been dead for many days, in his arms. At that moment, Matthew shuddered. He could feel a huge resentment brewing above the dock. If it was not handled, this place would definitely give birth to extremely terrifying and evil undead creatures. However, no matter how strong these grievances were, it would definitely not be able to threaten a red dragon that had been around for many years. They might even become his ghost army. Thinking of this, Matthew no longer hesitated. As he quickened his pace in the town, he began to scatter the negative energy stone powder in every corner. In order to increase efficiency, Matthew summoned Soldier and the others to help. In some places, there were many dead people. He would even throw down a whole piece of negative energy stone. Very quickly, most of the area in the town was stirred up by a slight negative energy vortex. Under Matthew's guidance, some of the more intelligent corpses even showed signs of natural corpse transformation. Matthew was not in a hurry. He calmly summoned a group of zombies and placed tombstones in all directions of the town. These tombstones had the aura of a cemetery. To a certain extent, it could reduce the pressure on Matthew to cast spells. After completing a series of preparations, when he looked up, the sky was already filled with stars. Matthew rode on the golden Pegasus and galloped through the streets. He began to chant loudly. In order to increase the efficiency of his spell casting, Matthew even used Surya's incantation, even though his level was very average. However, the chanting time of this ritual spell was more than 20 minutes. Overall, it could save a lot of time. Along with Matthew's chanting, one by one, the corpses stood up in a daze under the support of the negative energy. They didn't have any soul fire on them. This meant that they had not become undead. However, under the effect of the ritual spell, the corpses began to move. Matthew rode Ollie around Red River Town. Under his chanting, more and more corpses stood up and followed behind the Pegasus. 2 hours later, the exhausted Matthew left Red River Town. At this moment, behind him, there was an army of corpses. In the darkness, the golden Pegasus emitted a bright radiance. It was like a bright lamp. She guided the long, winding line of corpses slowly towards Rolling Stone Town. Hint, you have used the ritual spell Return in Cold Night. The corpse that you have awakened will walk slowly until you reach your final destination. During this period, some of the corpses may turn into zombies. Please handle them carefully. Return in Cold Night was the Necromancer's version of the hurting of the dead. Matthew couldn't turn these corpses into his own undead one by one. But he couldn't just watch them die in the wilderness. Therefore, it was the best choice to send them to the cemetery first. Matthew did not lack corpses now. These corpses would be buried when they arrived at the cemetery, becoming the reserve of the undead. Just Red River Town alone. There were more than 1,000 corpses. This was something worth celebrating for any necromancer. Matthew sat on Ollie's back and looked back at the muddle-headed corpses. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart. He headed north. He walked slowly for 20 to 30 kilometers. When they arrived at the next village, a dark shadow suddenly appeared at the intersection ahead. Matthew stopped in his tracks. That person was covered in a pitch-black cloak. He carried a huge sickle on his back. He was like the legendary Grim Reaper. "Hello, Mr. Matthew. We finally meet. Let me introduce myself. I am Viscount Fan." A deep male voice came from the cloak. "Warning, you have encountered Viscount Fan, the emissary of the Underworld, legendary creature." Chapter 561, Chapter 561, Lost Lantern and Prophecy Dice. Chapter 561, Lost Lantern and Prophecy Dice. Bexville.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. "You know me?" Matthew looked at Viscount Fan warily. This guy gave Matthew a very subtle feeling. He was completely covered in a cloak, and the cloak itself seemed to be one with the night. He was clearly standing there. However, if one did not sense it in detail, people would often ignore his existence. This wasn't even a matter of perception. Matthew speculated that he had some kind of spell or ability that made people subconsciously ignore him. Therefore, when talking to him, it gave people a very unnatural feeling. It was as if he was talking to the air. Viscount Fan laughed and took a step forward. At that moment, only then did Matthew truly sense his existence. It was as if he had suddenly turned from thin air into a real living thing. "I want to discuss a collaboration with you." Matthew frowned. "But I don't know you at all." Viscount Fan laughed softly. "This doesn't prevent us from establishing a cooperative relationship. I dare to bet that after you hear me out, you'll definitely be very willing to work with me." Matthew revealed a look of eagerness. Viscount Fan's voice was filled with confidence. "You should have heard of my name. I have a small force in the crow demonic realm. However, as a messenger of the underworld, it is still inconvenient for me to enter the prime material plane. Therefore, when I need to carry out activities in the prime material plane, I have to find some suitable partners. I believe you've already guessed it. You're not the first partner I'm looking for, nor will you be the last." Matthew subconsciously pursed his lips. A small force? The crow demonic realm was the largest force in the underworld, and Viscount Fan's Spirit Touch Hall was the absolute overlord of the crow demonic realm. If he only had a small force, then there were not many organizations in the world that could be considered big. Matthew had heard of Viscount Fan's name when he entered the Dark Corrosion domain. After that, he crammed up a lot of knowledge about the underworld. He also had a rough understanding of the current situation in the underworld. Long before the ascension of the Heavenly Palace. Because of the conflict between the Death God and the Calamity Mage, he was beaten into a strange state where he was about to die. Correspondingly, the country of death had also become unstable. It had been in a state of collapse for many years. The underworld, as a country of death in a broad sense, was also greatly affected. Many laws fell apart. Hundreds of years later, the eldest son of death, Udal, inherited his bronze underworld city. Through his skillful means, he managed to get along well with the gods and demons, barely stabilizing the order of Underworld City and the underworld. However, this situation was not stable. According to the information that Matthew had found, in order to fix the internal loopholes of the bronze underworld city and stabilize the cracks caused by the collapse of the death god, Udal had signed harsh contracts with powerful existences such as the Girl of Pain, the Sisters of Desire, the Twilight Creatures, Galen, and the evil Empress, Baba Shah. This severely affected the authority of the bronze underworld city. The ones who respected Udal, the eldest son of Death, the least were the various underworld emissaries that Death had conferred in the early years. Viscount Fan was one of them. These underworld emissaries were similar to the feudal vassals. Most of them operated the laws of the underworld in their own territory and completely ignored the orders of the bronze underworld city. Fortunately, the laws of the underworld were relatively complete, and the dead were easier to manage than the living. Therefore, even though the underworld had always been in a relatively loose state, there had not been much trouble over the years. In the process of looking through the relevant information, Matthew also learned about the whereabouts of the other two of the three sons of Death. After the second son of the god of death, Mabaran, failed in his attempt to fuse the two realms of nature and death, he sealed himself in his fief, the eternal dead area, in a half-crazy state. He had not communicated with the outside world until now. The third son, Trace, was the most capable one. He firmly believed that the Grim Reaper was not really dead. Therefore, while Trace organized believers in the human world to continue to preach the faith of death and maintain his reputation in the material world, he continued to enter the astral world, looking for the location where Death's collapsed form was projected in the astral world, and actively sought a way to save him. However, under such circumstances, he did not have the energy to help his big brother Udal rectify the phenomenon of the underworld emissaries. The underworld itself had over 100 realms. Among them, the Crow-demonic realm was a prison used to imprison the spirits of unpardonable people. The spirits imprisoned in the prison were at least legendary when they were alive. From this, it was not difficult to guess Viscount Fan's strength. After all, he had never heard of a powerful prisoner escaping from the Crow-demonic realm under his rule. The above thoughts quickly flashed through Matthew's mind. He calmly looked at Viscount Fan. "I don't mind working with people from the underworld, but I heard that there's a notorious existence among your collaborators. This inevitably makes me a little worried." Matthew was naturally referring to Red Letter Hunter Shanair. The legendary rogue, who had been proven to be the creator of the Band City Massacre and the White Poplar Village Massacre in Jade Court, was also related to Shanair. Furthermore, Shanair was also the mentor of the suspected 1,000 Transformers, Setrunk. All these coincidences filled Matthew with doubts. Viscount Fan thought for a moment and replied, "If your concern is that thief called Shanair, I can only apologize." Chapter 562 Lost Lantern and Prophecy Dice. Chapter 562 Lost Lantern and Prophecy Dice. Bexville.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. But I'm not a living person. I can't use the values or good and evil of you living people to measure a thing or a person. I only care about the order of the underworld. My cooperation with Shanair is limited. I'm not interested in the tragedy he created in the material world. That's something that you living people should deal with. It has nothing to do with me, a dead person from the underworld. Matthew instinctively frowned. Viscount Fan's tone was sincere. Matthew questioned. Doesn't the underworld have the most basic knowledge of good and evil? Viscount Fan answered without hesitation. Yes, but judging the good and evil in life is not my job. As you can see, I just want to complete my duty. My understanding of this world is very simple. As long as everyone can do their job and don't overstep their boundaries, this world won't be too bad. Matthew nodded imperceptibly. It wasn't that he agreed with Viscount Fan's ideology, but he could understand the way Viscount Fan viewed things from the standpoint of the emissary of the underworld. So, do you want to cooperate with me like how you cooperated with Shanair? Matthew asked. Viscount Fan nodded. I hope you can help me fight against the rampant phenomenon of soul theft or soul stay. Soul theft? Matthew was a little surprised. Wasn't a necromancer the biggest soul thief? After all, ghosts needed to be transformed into spirit bodies. He looked at Viscount Fan in confusion. The latter explained. I know you might be surprised, but soul theft isn't what you think. We know that the underworld is the final destination of all living beings after death. Under normal circumstances, the soul of a dead person would definitely be attracted by the underworld to cross the river Styx and reach Underworld City. Except for 3 situations. The first type was devout believers who were blessed by the gods. After death, the souls of these believers had a certain chance of entering the kingdom of the gods. They would be transformed into petitioners. Actually, becoming a petitioner might not necessarily be any better than having one's soul return to the underworld. However, this was a contract between Lord Death and the gods during the Age of Enlightenment, so it was not convenient for me to comment on it. The second type was those who had signed a contract with demons, devils, evil spirits, and other creatures when they were alive. The most typical example was the evil art master. After their deaths, their souls would not go to the underworld. Instead, they would be taken away by their master. The fate of this type of soul would be even more miserable than that of the gods' petitioners. If the petitioners were lucky, they could still live a good life in the kingdom of the gods for a few years. If their masters were not warlike gods, their self-consciousness could even last for thousands of years. However, once a soul fell into the hands of the demons, it would quickly become delicious food. Of course, the underworld rarely asked for souls from these people for reasons similar to the gods. The third is that you necromancers have turned them into ghosts. In theory, we have to ask you for this kind of spirit regularly. However, considering that there weren't many necromancers, the underworld had turned a blind eye. The soul theft that I'm talking about refers to the more rampant behavior of the soul that doesn't conform to the laws of the underworld in the prime material realm. According to my observations, in the past 100 years, the number of souls that should have entered the underworld in the south was only 1/10 of what was expected. Behind this phenomenon, it means that someone is maliciously preventing souls from entering the underworld. Matt Nuraunia. Do you want me to find the mastermind behind the theft of souls from the underworld? Viscount Fan shook his head. It would be best if it were possible, but the other party is very cunning. Spirit Touch Hall has been tracking them for decades, but we haven't found a specific suspect. We can only vaguely confirm that the mastermind is related to the underworld cult that has risen on the East Coast in recent years. The underworld cult has quite a large scale in all the strongholds in the south. A few years ago, they held an evil ritual to completely cut off the underworld's call to spirits. Normally, after a person dies, their soul will naturally return to the underworld. But now, it's not like that anymore. A large number of souls can't feel the call of the underworld. They are forced to stay in the material world. Some of them have turned into ghosts, while others have disappeared into thin air. They haven't even left behind a mark. If this continues, there will definitely be a huge problem with the order of the underworld. What I hope you can help me with now is to guide lost spirits back to the underworld regularly. As they spoke, he looked at the army of corpses behind Matthew and said, for example, the dead behind you. I personally brought their spirit bodies back a few days ago. They are actually very pitiful. If I hadn't happened to come over, their imprints would have only drifted away into the material world for nothing. From then on, they would never have the chance to reincarnate. Matthew's heart jumped. Is there really reincarnation in this world? Viscount Fan smiled. I think so, but I'm just a messenger of the underworld. I don't know more about the Rootless River than you do. Rootless River, also known as the Mother River. Legend had it that it was the origin of all things. After all the imprints were cleansed in the underworld, their final destination would be the Rootless River. It was the end of death and the beginning of life. Rootless River was harder to find than the myriad World Tree Sea. Legend had it that the god of death had found a part of the Rootless River, and that was how he had his divine power and domain. Viscount Fan continued. My request isn't too much. You can keep some of the spirit bodies that you want to make into ghosts or other undead. As long as the number isn't too exaggerated, I can accept it. Chapter 563, Chapter 563, Lost Lantern and Prophecy Dice. Chapter 563, Lost Lantern and Prophecy Dice. Bexville.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. As for the remaining spirit bodies, I hope you can let them return to the underworld. This is also good for you. Matthew hesitated and said. I'm just a small necromancer. How can I guide the soul back to the underworld? Discount Fan took out a green lantern that was emitting a quiet glow from his back. He let go. The lantern automatically flew in front of Matthew. The guiding light emitted by this lantern will automatically attract souls. You just need to walk around with the lantern at night regularly. Every time you collect a certain number of souls, I will guide you to send them to the underworld. After that, I will give you a certain reward according to the number of souls. And this lantern itself is a pretty good magic item. In the era when death was still around, and the laws of the underworld were still perfect, underworld walkers carried such lanterns in the material world, guiding lost souls to the underworld. Unfortunately, times are different now. Discount Fan sighed. Matthew understood what he meant, but he did not intend to ask in detail. He just asked curiously. Are you giving me the lantern just like that? Are you sure I will cooperate with you? Discount Fan smiled. Of course. Putting aside the fact that this matter is beneficial to you, I still have a bigger card that I haven't played yet. Matthew looked straight at him. Discount Fan said in a low voice. The second son of the Grim Reaper, Mabarin. You should have heard of his name. Before he sealed himself in the Eternal Dead area, Mabarin wrote his entire life's knowledge on a slate. The content on that slate was considered nonsense because it was too absurd. In the end, I collected it. I think you should be interested in the contents of the stone slab, right? His voice was filled with craftiness. Matthew didn't say anything. But he was indeed very interested. Mabarin had once attempted to merge the two realms of nature and death together, but he had ultimately fallen into madness due to his failure. Of course, Matthew wanted to see what path the second son of death had walked. It was obvious. Discount Fan had done his homework before coming. How can I get that stone tablet? He asked directly. Discount Fan chuckled. Extradite 1,000 souls, and I will show you the contents of the stone tablet. As for the stone tablet itself, I'm sorry, I'm a collector myself. Forgive me for not being able to part with it. Matthew didn't argue. Deal. But I'll make it clear in advance that our cooperation is limited to the normal extraditing of souls, and it may be terminated at any time. Discount Fan spread out his hands and made a gesture of embracing the air. That's exactly what I want. To be honest, I don't like to have too much to do with you living people either. I don't like the smell on your bodies. I don't think you need me to tell you how to use this lantern. Goodbye. As he spoke, his figure disappeared into the night sky without any warning. It was as if he had never appeared. Matthew stared at the lantern silently. On the data panel. Hint, you have obtained the lost lantern. You have reached an initial agreement with Discount Fan, Crow Demonic Realm. Favorable impression points, Spirit Touch Hall, +L. Regional Legendary Point, Crow Demonic Realm, +0.5. Lost Lantern, a lamp that guides the dead back to the underworld. Effect 1, Light of Guidance, the light that the lantern naturally emits will give the dead and spirits directions. They will subconsciously follow the direction of the lantern. Effect 2, Shelter, the lost lantern can house up to 2,000 souls. Effect 3, Crow Demonic Realm Alliance, those carrying the lost lantern are regarded as friendly partners of the Crow Pavilion demonic domain. Therefore, any two people carrying the lantern cannot hurt each other. Effect 4, Wings of Dusk, you can summon a Wings of Dusk from the lantern to serve you. It is the best mount in the underworld. Discount Fan was right. The lost lantern itself was a magic item with extraordinary effects. Its natural ability to attract the dead was simply a dream for necromancers. Just this ability alone. Matthew was willing to work for this messenger of the underworld. Not to mention that he had the insights written by the second son of death. The only thing that worried him was that. Was Viscount Fan and Chener's relationship really as casual as he said? However, his situation should not be so bad that a legendary rogue and the emissary of the underworld would work together to plot against him. Matthew thought for a moment. He felt that if he had the chance, he should go to Soria. Whether it was under the guise of paying back the money or paying tribute, he had to let her take a look. It was better to be safe than sorry. If only Teacher Isabel were willing to pay attention to me. Matthew smiled bitterly. After all, he had to spend a lot of money to see Soria. He really couldn't bear to part with it. The good news was that Lara would be back soon. She should have a considerable sum of money in her hands, as well as the underwater breathing potion she brought from Condor City. After this batch of goods was cashed, Matthew would have more money. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to see Soria. He carried the lantern and rode on the Pegasus, slowly advancing according to the established route. In the night, the army of the dead advanced silently. Matthew had originally planned to take away the dead in 7 villages overnight, but the team was too large. If they continued to drag it out, they might not be able to finish it tonight. Chapter 564, Lost Lantern and Prophecy Dice. Chapter 564, Lost Lantern and Prophecy Dice. Bexville.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. It would be troublesome if this happened near the southern trade station. Thus, he could only rush the 1,000 corpses of Red River Town. Fortunately, the lost lantern was effective. This prop had the effect of return in cold night. Finally, before sunrise, Matthew sent the corpses to the cemetery. In the cemetery's burial area, Matthew found the mother of slaves, Myosaxai, and asked her to help command the zombies to dig holes in the ground so that the dead could rest in peace. Under the influence of negative energy, there was a certain chance that these dead would naturally become zombies, and they would not decompose as quickly as ordinary corpses. They were the cemetery's most reliable backup force. When Matthew needed it, he could turn them into undead at any time. As long as there was enough space in the cemetery to bury the dead, Matthew's undead army would have an endless stream of living power. This was the scariest part about necromancers. Myosaxai agreed. Matthew asked the ghost leader Ollie to assist her from the side. After a busy night, he yawned and went back to his room to sleep. The next morning, he was soon awakened by Rieger's voice. This guy was instructing Sif to use the Holy Grail of Sin to complete her awakening. However, the actions of the father and daughter were very mysterious. The entire process was carried out in the stone house. Matthew couldn't even hear Sif's voice. He could only hear Rieger's shouts. During lunch, Matthew saw Sif. Her complexion was indeed much better than before. According to Rieger, everything was going smoothly. According to the current progress, Sif would complete her final awakening in 2 weeks, and she might be able to master many incredible abilities. Rieger was extremely excited as he described this. He vividly described how he had awakened back then and what powerful abilities he had awakened. However, according to Matthew's observation, Sif herself didn't seem to care much about the power after awakening. Sni even simea to desumnat repulsia. In addition, he didn't know if it was Matthew's imagination. Sif's lips seemed to darken. They were a very healthy red before. During her illness, they were a little pale. Recently, they had a bit of a dark purple color. Did she change her lipstick? Matthew felt strange. The change in the color of her lips added a hint of cold charm to Sif. Matthew couldn't help but take a few more glances. Then, he left awkwardly under Rieger's sensitive gaze. In the oak forest. After planting the tree, Matthew was thinking about where to find an animal to talk to. But at this moment, he suddenly heard whispers. This place, don't think there was such a hole before? Matthew found an inconspicuous hole in the ground. The entrance of the cave was filled with weeds. These weeds were also born under the influence of the life sanctuary. Matthew had no intention of stopping the weeds for the time being. However, according to Obust's suggestion, if the weeds continued to grow, they still had to be restrained. The whispers he heard earlier came from the cave entrance. Matthew followed the voice and walked over. He realized that the conversation seemed to be between a man and a woman. "Can we start work today?" the female voice urged. "The sun hasn't set yet." "Let me sleep a little longer," the man said lazily. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you know is sleep. I'm hungry, and so is the child. Can't you go get something to eat?" The woman looked very angry. The man was stunned. "Isn't the child still in the egg? Why is he hungry?" The woman immediately said, "I don't care. I gave birth to him. How can I not know if he's hungry? Hurry up and find food. If you're late, that annoying grouse will snatch it all." The man said unwillingly, "All right, I'll go out and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, a little fellow popped its head out of the cave. He saw Matthew's curious gaze. The little fellow immediately crawled in and shouted as it did so, "Oh my God! Honey, there's a pervert outside." Matthew bent down curiously and looked into the cave. He realized that the hole was actually not very deep, only about 40 to 50 centimeters. At the bottom of the cave, 2 cave owls were shivering. There were a few eggs beside him. "Hello, I'm not a pervert. I'm a human." Matthew greeted the 2 animals in a friendly manner. Who knew that they would be even more afraid? "Oh my God! Honey, there are humans outside." The male burrowing owl shouted loudly. Matthew quickly stated his stance. "I am the master of this forest. I have no ill intentions towards you. You can rest assured. I won't hurt you." The female burrowing owl looked at Matthew in confusion. "Are you the owner of this oak forest?" Matthew nodded. The female burrowing owl asked, "So you are the father of the oak tree?" Matthew thought for a moment. "You can understand it that way. In short, I am a peace-loving human. To the inhabitants of this forest, I have always maintained a high level of kindness." The female burrowing owl nodded in a half-understanding manner. "Then you're here to collect rent today, right? I've heard of this term in the human world. It's said that humans can't avoid this no matter where they go." "Useless thing, stop shaking at my feet. Go and give what we found in the ground to Father Oak." Under the urging of the female cave owl, the slightly larger male cave owl lingered at the bottom of the cave for a while reluctantly, then took a few small things to the entrance of the cave in one breath. Then, he quickly dodged back. Matthew looked curiously at the small particles on the ground. Most of them were agate. And mixed in with the agate, there was actually a 6-sided die. Prompt: you have obtained the Die of Prophecy. Die of Prophecy: before casting a prophecy spell, you can determine the success rate of the spell by throwing this item. The result of the throw: extremely low success rate, lower success rate, average success rate. 4. Higher success rate. Increase the success rate. 6. Don't use prophesy. It will shorten your lifespan. Matthew picked up the die and thought it was fun. He was about to test out one of his prophecy spells. But at this moment, a scene suddenly flashed before his eyes. A pool of red blood rolled over. It was as if it was about to hit him. On the data panel. Prompt: your ability world event is in effect. You have received a message from the private channel. Private: your good friend Margaret and the Queen of the Suki Kingdom, Letitia, fought in the Incisor Castle. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, and Margaret fell into the Blood River. Chapter 565 Chapter 565, The Mother of Desire and the Eagle Guard. Chapter 565, The Mother of Desire and the Eagle Guard. B0znvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Margaret's news was shocking. On one hand, Matthew was surprised by her powerful combat ability. She was actually able to fight a true legend to a standstill with her tier 5 body. On the other hand, Matthew admired her stubbornness. Logically speaking, with Margaret's ability to cast spells, it was not hard for her to escape. However, the result was that she fought until she fell into the blood river. This meant that she had no intention of running away at all. From the very beginning, she wanted to make Letitia a stepping stone for her to become a legend. Unfortunately, the legend of the Suki family was not weak. In a sense, Margaret had already won the battle in the territory of the Kingdom of Suki. However, the risks she would face next would be much greater. Matthew was quite concerned about Margaret's situation. He unconsciously rubbed the die in his hand. He suddenly thought of something. Should I try divination? Anyway, I can use the dice to determine the success rate of the prophecy spell in advance. Matthew threw the prophecy dice on the ground. The uneven, muddy ground quickly gave the answer. 1 point. Matthew's face darkened. It must be because the ground is uneven. So he took out a piece of cardboard from his inventory, placed it on the ground, and threw it again. This time, the die spun on the board for a long time before it gradually stopped. However, the result was as real as ever. It was still 1 point. Forget it. It seems like the purpose of this die is to tell me that I'm not fated to use prophecy spells. Matthew smiled bitterly and put everything away. Next, he chatted with the cave owl couple for a while. Seeing Matthew's friendly attitude and gentle tone, the two little fellows dared to talk to him near the cave entrance. Soon, Matthew learned that the cave owl couple were called Gugu and Gigi. The husband was Gugu, and the wife was Gigi. Not long after, Matthew also realized that these two timid creatures and the nest of eggs were the first species to move into the oak forest. Even earlier than Mr. Grouse. When Matthew asked them why they were there, Mr. Burrowing Owl replied, "We heard that there was an oak forest in the north. The forest was safe and vast. There were no terrifying predators and countless small uninhabited caves, so we moved here with the intention of giving it a try." Matthew asked curiously. "Heard? Who told you that?" Mr. Burrowing Owl said, "The fallen leaves and the wind. We don't know when it started, but we can hear the whispers of the fallen leaves and the wind. They always bring us news from afar." Matthew instantly realized that these two burrowing owls were not simple. Being able to read the information brought by the fallen leaves and wind meant that they had the innate potential to advance to the soul of nature. Their spirituality was very abundant. It was much stronger than a grouse. That's true. If he didn't have enough spirituality, he wouldn't have been attracted to the life sanctuary so early. In fact, the proportion of small animals with high spirituality attracted to the life sanctuary in the early stages will be very high. With this in mind, Matthew was more careful. He and the burrow owl couple began to chat enthusiastically. However, during this process, Matthew also noticed that the wife didn't seem to be willing to talk to him. On the contrary, Mr. Burrowing Owl was particularly fond of sharing all kinds of knowledge with him. The two of them chatted for a long time. When Matthew left the Burrowing Owl's cave, the words appeared on the data panel. Hint, you and Mr. Cave Owl are quite compatible. After this conversation, you have become true friends. You have obtained an animal companion. Your Tauran element +1. How is this part of the Tauran domain? Matthew was puzzled. From the cave came the angry voice of Cave Owl's wife, Gigi. "I told you I was hungry, but you still talked to that man for half a day. Do you still have me in your heart?" Then, there was a commotion. Gugu came out of the hole in a sorry state. Its actions were funny as it jumped to look for food. Matthew smiled. In his opinion, the spirituality of Gigi, the wife of the cave owl, might be stronger. However, she didn't look easy to get along with. There was only one spot for nature's soul. As for who to give it to, he would see it later. Night fell. When she arrived at the cemetery, she was shocked by the lively scene. For a moment, Lara even suspected that she had come to the wrong place. Under the guidance of the mother of slaves, the zombies were plowing the land. Beside them were the corpses. Every time a hole was dug, the zombies clumsily stuffed the corpses in and hurriedly filled them up. This process was not easy, but fortunately, the zombies worked hard and were generally competent. Zombies bury the dead. This scene was bizarre enough. However, when Lara passed by the workshop area with the luggage she brought back from Condor City, she was shocked. She was even more shocked by the bustling working atmosphere inside. The prisoners were making blazing glue with great self-awareness. In the blink of an eye, the raw materials that were running like an assembly line turned into bottles of semi-finished products in their hands. After being processed by the arsonists, it became a perfect blazing glue. Their movements were very skilled, and it was obvious that they were skilled workers. What shocked Lara the most was their enthusiasm for work. Chapter 566, Chapter 566, The Mother of Desire and the Eagle Guard. Chapter 566, The Mother of Desire and the Eagle Guard. B0nvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. As expected of Lord Matthew. These evil criminals are willing to turn over a new leaf under his hands and work hard to improve. Lara was very emotional. Unintentionally, she bumped into the drooling ghosts next door and Argus, the dark warrior who was patrolling and full of desire for the bodies of the arsonists. She seemed to have understood something. Until the second half of the night. Matthew then led another batch of the dead from the golden fertile field village to the cemetery. After handing over the new dead to Myosaxai, Matthew was pleasantly surprised to find the Shadow Oathbreaker, the president of the Oak Chamber of Commerce, waiting quietly. "How is it?" Matthew greeted. Lara smiled shyly. It went quite smoothly. Then, she handed Matthew the goods in her luggage, the underwater breathing potion in her storage items, and the money and account book from her trip to Condor City. Matthew was not in a hurry to check these. Instead, he pulled Lara to his studio to sit for a while. The two of them chatted about her trip to the south. "So, is most of the rainforest closed?" Matthew handed her a glass of milk. Lara took the milk but didn't drink it. "Yes, at least 3/4 of the rainforest that we passed through before has been sealed off. I'm guessing it's the soul of the rainforest's self-protection measure." Large patches of thorns surrounded the rainforest, and only a small number of natives could pass through these thorns. When I passed by, I noticed some outsiders. They came from Marshwater City or some small settlements in the northwest. When these people approached the rainforest, they all showed very serious symptoms of voodoo curses. I suspect that something has happened in the rainforest recently, which is why the soul of the rainforest has no choice but to use more extreme methods to counter it. Fortunately, I wasn't targeted by the soul of the rainforest, so I managed to reach the Gold Coast relatively smoothly. As for Condor City, many things happened after we left. I've secretly asked around, and the biggest news is that Yu Lian joined forces with many forces inside and outside the city to force the original city lord of Condor City to step down. After that, he became the new city lord of Condor City. During this period, the city of Condor was in turmoil, and the shops of the Oak Chamber of Commerce were forced to close for a long time. Fortunately, our products are indeed in high demand on the Gold Coast. It didn't take long for them to trigger a hot sale. Sulfur Essence sold the fastest. Next was the Frost Storm Scroll and the Dust of Reflection. Green Herbal Medicine is average. The one with the least market is the Sword Oil you forced on me. Matthew smiled helplessly and did not explain too much about the origin of the sword oil. "Has Yu Lian become the city lord of Condor City? Did that fatty make things difficult for you?" he asked. Lara shook her head. "On the surface, Yu Lian still respects you, and the operations of the Oak Chamber of Commerce have not been affected. However, in secret, I still felt that it was a little inappropriate, so I fired the shop assistant he had recruited for us. After that, I found 2 Django hybrids to temporarily take charge of the store's security and sales. Their abilities might not be as strong as the people introduced by Yu Lian, but they were more reliable. I've thought about it carefully. Our products don't actually need too much marketing skills. The scarcity itself is enough to attract a large number of customers. Most of the time, our shelves are empty. Instead of opening the shop every day, it's better to open it at specific points instead. At this point, she said nervously, "I'm sorry for replacing the shop assistant without reporting to you." Matthew shook his head. "You're the president of the Oak Chamber of Commerce. I promised you before that your salary will be highly related to the profits of the Chamber of Commerce. I believe that you'll do your best and make a decision that is in line with the interests of the Chamber of Commerce. Yu Lian is indeed not someone easy to deal with. He is an out-and-out schemer. It is normal to be wary of him. If it were me, I would have done the same. In addition, I'm impressed that you can think of a good business strategy." Lara was at a loss when she heard Matthew's praise. She only pursed her lips tightly, trying hard to suppress her laughter. Then, Matthew counted the accounts in cash. On this trip, Lara brought back 6,000 gold coins in cash, 30,000 gold coins for underwater breathing potions, and some local specialties from the city of Condor. This batch of underwater breathing potions was to be sold at the trading station. Assuming everything went smoothly, it was estimated that they could recover about 240,000 gold coins. In addition, goods worth about 12,000 gold coins were slowly being sold in the shops of Condor City. According to the current sales speed, as long as Lara made 2 or 3 more trips, the assets of the Oak Chamber of Commerce would rapidly expand to more than 1 million. Of course, Matthew also knew that this rate of expansion was not sustainable. In fact, this batch of underwater breathing potions was enough for the southern market to digest for a long time. If they sold it all at once, the price would quickly drop. After all, the market demand and purchasing power were there. However, Matthew was not in a hurry. The Oak Chamber of Commerce's framework was set up. Next, he could try to resell other varieties. He even got involved in the operation of some products that were not profitable but had a larger volume. In that case, he might need to establish his own caravan. As long as Matthew did not completely fall out with the goddess of moonlight, this mode could continue. This was the unique advantage of the Oak Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 567, Chapter 567, The Mother of Desire and the Eagle Guard. Chapter 567, The Mother of Desire and the Eagle Guard. B0nvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. On the other hand, Lara also reported some of the business difficulties she had foreseen. "When I bought this batch of underwater breathing potions, it had already caused the price of underwater breathing potions in Condor City to rise. In addition, the Naga civil war is not over yet. In the next period of time, the underwater breathing potion on the Gold Coast will be in short supply. Unless we can find a more stable supply, the cost of purchasing it will probably increase exponentially." Matthew nodded. This was the dilemma of the second-hand dealers. It was easy to make a quick profit in the early stages, but the difficulty was how to maintain this profit efficiency. Of course, Matthew was well prepared for this. In terms of demand, he planned to advertise in Jiliu City, Jade Court, Baiyan City, and even Deep Blue Harbor. Especially on the East Coast, where the demand for high-quality underwater breathing potions was higher. As long as his reputation was spread, he naturally did not have to worry about a stable source of customers. As for purchasing, Matthew only planned to let Lara travel to a few more cities on the Gold Coast to make up for it. If he wanted to solve the problem at the root, he would have to go to the Gold Coast again and seek deep cooperation with the Naga. However, doing business was not his main business. It was good enough to ensure that the Oak Chamber of Commerce would continue to operate healthily and provide a certain amount of financial security for his planting business. What was more important to him now was to study and plant trees. He looked at the numbers that kept surging on the account. Matthew suddenly felt a little emotional. In 3 months at most, the number will exceed 200,000. I wonder what Lumiere will think when he sees this. I wonder where he is now. I hope he won't be tricked into mining again. After a preliminary count of the goods and cash, Matthew asked Lara to rest. He had arranged a long holiday for Lara. The market needed time to digest these high-level magic items, and people needed time to rest. Matthew didn't intend to use Lara as a donkey. 3 to 4 trips a year was her limit. The only thing that made Matthew feel a little awkward was that Lara returned late at night and had to live in a house in the town. The cemetery was too crowded. Even though Lara had no objections. Matthew also felt that it was time to expand the cemetery for the second time. After a short 2 to 3 hours of rest. Early the next morning, Matthew made a sleepy trip to the Cauldron House. Then, he was teleported to Soria's Crystal Palace. The result disappointed him. Outside the Crystal Palace, he was rejected. It seemed that Soria was not exaggerating before. A holy mage was indeed not someone who could be seen just because one wanted to. Matthew had wanted to use the repayment as an excuse to see Soria and ask about Margaret's situation, but it seemed impossible now. When he suggested that he wanted to get more spell constructs installed, he was shocked. The cat in charge of reception told him coldly. Prepare more than 1,000,000 gold coins. I'll make an appointment for you then. Matthew could only leave silently. However, on the way back to the Cauldron House, Matthew received a piece of good news. David, the mechanical dwarf, told him that the second batch of mages would arrive in Rolling Stone Town at the end of August. At that time, he would be able to earn a huge sum of money. But at the same time, this also meant that the official launch of the S-level project that Matthew used to paint a big picture was getting closer and closer. In order to completely resolve the cancer of the Scar of the Dead, Matthew had to work hard to improve his own strength while also taking into account his professional research. This made Matthew's burden heavier. In the following period of time, Matthew's 3 daily tasks had been upgraded to 6 daily tasks. The new items were corpse chasing, basic training, including learning spells, further research on the Scar of the Dead. Other than that, Matthew also had 2 major events on his July calendar. The first was the potato dog fighting competition on July 17th. This was the only traditional event held in Rolling Stone Town during the summer. As the name implied, the activity was dog fighting. Any family with a fierce dog in Rolling Stone Town could sign up. This event got its name because the winner of the first dog fighting competition was rewarded with a cart of potatoes. The rewards for the winners of the next few years became more and more generous. Other than the indispensable potatoes, the city hall would also make trophies and give out bonuses. Matthew didn't want to participate in the dog fighting competition. It was Rhaegar who placed the annual award ceremony for Rolling Stone Town's outstanding citizen before the dog fighting competition. It was just that in the past few years, there had been no truly outstanding citizens in Rolling Stone Town. This year was different. Matthew would be the first person to receive this award since its establishment. In fact, this segment was also to dispel the rumors and all kinds of rigid impressions of Matthew among the residents. Matthew naturally couldn't neglect it. At the very least, he had to make the residents feel at ease. The other thing happened in late July. That was the time when the heat was the most unbearable. Rolling Stone Town was about to welcome Sif's 16th birthday, which was also her coming-of-age ceremony. As for Sif's birthday present, he had to make a decision. Matthew had been having a headache recently. A series of small things were written densely on the calendar, and Matthew's days were naturally very fulfilling. Time passed like flowing water. In mid-July, the entire Rolling Stone Town seemed to be placed on top of an oven. The oak trees were curled up by the sun. Only the cemetery was still very refreshing. Chapter 568 Chapter 568, The Mother of Desire and the Eagle Guard. Chapter 568, The Mother of Desire and the Eagle Guard. B0nvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Sif's awakening was already nearing its end, so it was reasonable to say that Rhaegar was planning to move back to the Lord's mansion. However, from his tone these few days, he did not mention this matter at all. Matthew was happy to see this happen. After all, he had to pay for staying here for a long time. Matthew could give him a discount on the accommodation fee, but as for the food and beverage, fee. Peggy has the final say. After dinner, Matthew went for a walk in the oak forest. Ollie, who had always been shy and did not interact with others, leaned intimately on his shoulder and rubbed Matthew's cheek with her soft mane from time to time. At night, the forest was still extremely hot. However, vaguely, Matthew smelled a strong odor in the wind. This smell was quite strong, with obvious recognition and subtle stimulation. Matthew put one hand on Ollie's body and slowed down his pace. He closed his eyes and quietly sensed the source of the strange smell. However, he was shocked to find that it came from all directions. A familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Matthew closed his eyes in an experienced manner. At that moment, he saw two frogs hugging each other in a puddle 300 meters away. In the grass on the left, the cricket was making a loud sound. Fireflies rose from the oak forest. Male fireflies tried their best to show off their light, emitting strong signals of courtship. 500 meters away, Mr. Grouse was riding on a smaller one of his kind. The scene was full of vitality. Whoosh! All the visions instantly gathered in Matthew's mind. A slight throbbing tugged at his heartstrings. On the data panel. Hint, your ritual ground, the sanctuary of life, has recruited another batch of species. The current species prosperity of the oak forest is 13. In the early summer, an amazing reproduction song is going on in your domain oak tree. Due to your accumulation in the oak tree domain, not only have you obtained the third opportunity to explore the oak tree domain, but you have also entered another subdomain of nature, reproduction. As a reward for stepping into the domain, you will obtain one of the following 3 abilities. Flourishing life, you can slightly increase the mating rhythm of animals in the territory and increase the reproduction speed of the corresponding species. Mother of desire, you can make a target temporarily blinded by desire and turn into a wild beast that only knows how to reproduce. Can be used 3 times per day. End of progeny, you can cause a target to permanently lose the ability to reproduce. You can use this ability on a maximum of 10 targets. Reproduction domain. This was a rather special subdomain. It was the intersection of the natural domain and the life domain. Matthew didn't expect that he would be able to grasp the reproduction domain horizontally through the oak domain. This was a rather rare leap. Among the 3 abilities, Matthew first ruled out the possibility of flourishing light. The effect of this ability was relatively ordinary. The life sanctuary itself had such an effect. Forcefully causing a certain area to flourish was against the will of nature to a certain extent. Therefore, this ability was actually quite useless. As for the end of species heritage, it looked quite scary, but when he thought about it, it was actually just that. It was equivalent to a curse with very low returns. Matthew was not the kind of person who liked to hurt people in secret. Therefore, he chose the mother of desire in the end. This ability could be used as a control ability, similar to the effect of the cough staff. However, just as he made his choice, this ability had a new change. Hint, you have obtained a new ability, Mother of Desire. The effect of your spell, Delirium, from the pink chapter of the spell book, has been increased by 3 times. As a reward for stepping into the domain, you have also obtained a permanent status of reproductive penetration. Reproduction penetration, your genetic material has a strong penetration characteristic. When you reproduce with different species, you will obtain the ability to break through reproductive barriers. That is, you can create a new race that belongs to you. This permanent status. Matthew had no words. He was not a dragon. Why would he create his own race? After exiting the reproduction domain, Matthew was immediately summoned by another force. He adjusted his mind and allowed the power to pull his soul into the mysterious and vast world. A few seconds later, Matthew opened his eyes and saw the annoying face of the eagle-faced man. He stared at Matthew coldly. This is not a place you can enter. However, before he could finish his sentence, Matthew slammed into him. *CKU. Hint, you have entered the oak tree territory for the third time. You have had a violent friction with the domain guardian, the Eagle Guard. Chapter 569, Chapter 569, The Body of a Giant and Nature. Chapter 569, The Body of a Giant and Nature. B0nvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. To Matthew's surprise. When his body came into contact with the eagle-masked man's chest, the latter seemed not to exist. He easily passed through it. Stop! The eagle-faced man roared angrily. His unusually large hands were about to reach out to Matthew. With a thought, Matthew suddenly flew at an unbelievable speed. He had tried to fly in the domain before, but his movement speed was only about 1/3 of his current speed. But now, Matthew only had a thought, and his entire body flew far away. At this point, he could finally see the scenery above the waterfall clearly. It was a river with no end in sight. The surface of the river was open and quiet. There were dense pine and cypress trees on both sides, and the weeds in full bloom were as tall as 2 people. From his point of view, he could only see the majestic greenery. The eagle-faced man flew towards him angrily. Matthew deftly swam upstream. He lowered his head to look at his own reflection but found that the water was blurry. When he tried his best to see what was on the surface of the river suddenly turned sticky and milky white. Matthew didn't have time to look closely. The eagle-masked man was not slow. He could not catch Matthew because Matthew's current form was almost non-existent. Several times, he chased after Matthew and almost stopped him. During this process, Matthew also realized that as long as he focused, his flying speed would increase. He guessed that he was currently roaming the domain with a wisp of thought. It was not easy for the eagle-faced man to catch him, and it was also difficult for him to hurt the eagle-faced man. Thinking of this, Matthew felt bored. Therefore, he flew up the river with all his might. Under Matthew's full acceleration, the eagle-masked man was instantly left far behind. Not long after, Matthew suddenly realized something strange. He was clearly flying upstream against the flow of the river. But why did the river flow in the same direction as him? Matthew thought that he had lost his direction and walked back the way he came. However, looking at the eagle-masked man chasing after him relentlessly, he knew that he had not made a mistake. He moved forward a distance. A huge fracture appeared in the river ahead. Matthew looked at it. It was a waterfall descending. Curious, he approached the waterfall. Just as he flew out of the cliff, the eagle man's angry voice came from behind him. That is not a place you can enter. The voice stopped abruptly. Matthew felt like jelly was pouring into his ears, and his vision was blurry. His body felt like it had hit a membrane. Puff. An almost imperceptible crisp sound. Matthew seemed to have broken through that invisible membrane and arrived in a brand new world. In front of him was a dilapidated scene. A tall but withered giant tree. Thick vines that hung down from the sky. The vines were covered in spider webs. A broken stone statue lay on the ground. It was wrapped in weeds, and only its head was intact. However, the half-smile on the stone statue's face was really chilling. The sound of the river water flowing in his ears instantly disappeared. Matthew looked back. Behind him was a similarly dilapidated forest. The waterfall, the long river, and the forest on both sides had already disappeared. Is this another level of the oak tree domain? Matthew carefully sized up his surroundings. In the next second, a light laugh rang in his ear. Matthew, you're so cute. Matthew looked back in surprise. A peerlessly beautiful fairy with a green glow was smiling beside him. Lulu? Why are you here? Matthew asked. Lulu exclaimed. Weren't you the one who summoned me? I was summoned by your domain, so I came to your side. Speaking of, I have questions of my own. When did you master the fairy transformation spell? How did you find a way to enter the fairy flower court? Lulu's series of rhetorical questions confused Matthew. He glanced at the data panel. Hint, you have broken through the shackles of the oak domain. Through the two-way river and the rising ring waterfall, you have arrived at the fairy flower garden, the extension of the nature domain. With the help of the nature domain, you have your own natural form. Natural form, when you enter different natural realms and their extension, you will obtain an adaptable form. Current natural form, Oak Tree Fairy, Fairy Princess/Princess 2-piece set has been automatically equipped. You have entered the realm of fairies and automatically summoned your fairy companion, Princess Lulu. You've arrived at the back garden. Only then did Matthew notice. Unknowingly, he had been transformed into a fairy princess by the nature domain. He held a cute mini fairy wand in his hand and a crown on his head that symbolized arcane power. I see. The fairy flower court is an extension of the nature domain, and by exploring the oak domain, I unknowingly went against the flow of the long river and crossed the waterfall. Although I didn't officially enter the nature. Matthew figured out the cause and effect. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. However, when he realized where he was, his nerves tensed up again. Chapter 570, The Body of a Giant and Nature. Chapter 570, The Body of a Giant and Nature. B0znvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Didn't you say last time that the back garden is the most dangerous place in the entire fairy flower court? Matthew asked. Lulu nodded in fear. Yes, I also just realized that this is the back garden. I heard that there are a lot of warlike fairies here, and this is also the place most frequently harassed by hunters. When the Snow Queen was still here, a part of this place had already been eroded. Matthew, why did you come here? Why don't we go back? Lulu's voice had just fallen. A rough scraping sound came from behind the two of them. Matthew turned around and saw the eagle-faced man walking out of the void. As he walked, he struggled to pull at the air around him, his eyes filled with resentment. I told you, this place is forbidden. Why didn't you follow the rules? Those who don't follow the rules must die. A crisp sound erupted. The eagle-masked man charged forward, almost breaking through the barrier between the domains and rushing in front of the two. Lulu was so scared that she hid. Matthew was not afraid of him. Previously, he did not fight head-on because he realized that he lacked a physical body in the domain. Now that he had a physical body, even if it was just a cute fairy princess, he had room to manipulate it. At this time, he raised the staff in his hand and cast Spirit Pierce at the eagle-masked man. Spiritual Pierce was a natural spellcasting ability, and it enjoyed the powerful attribute bonus of the Princess Scepter. The eagle-masked man was caught off guard and was hit. He screamed and hugged his head tightly. Matthew felt that his opponent was in a state of extreme headache and was about to pursue him. Lulu, who had been hiding at the side, saw that Matthew had the upper hand and boldly began to cast a spell. As a true fairy princess, Lulu could use more spells than Matthew. Fist of the Rock, she shouted. In an instant, a huge fist made of rock fell from the sky and smashed into the eagle-faced man's head. This time, the latter was not just having a splitting headache. A big bump instantly appeared on his head. The eagle-faced man struggled for a while and seemed to have the intention to retreat. He planned to return to his original domain. Lulu shouted. Hurry, Matthew, take off his mask. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He boldly pounced forward and lifted a corner of the eagle mask. The latter shouted in horror. Get lost. Don't touch me, you disgusting fairies. His hands flapped wildly. However, because he was stuck between the two domains, he was halfway through and hadn't completely reached them. His hands couldn't hit Matthew at all. Come and help. Matthew could only lift a corner of his mask by himself. There was still a bandage on the other side that had to be cut off. But Lulu was timid. She only shouted fiercely. It was still a little difficult for her to fight hand-to-hand. I'll help you punch him a few more times. She called out weakly. Then, she controlled the stone fist to hit the eagle-faced man's head violently. The latter couldn't bear the humiliation and pulled his neck back. However, Matthew happened to completely remove his mask. Puff! The Eagle Man mask fell to the ground. Matthew saw a twisted face full of fear and anger. His face was so ugly and shriveled that even the zombies in Matthew's cemetery were much more handsome than him. After losing his mask, the person's height began to shrink rapidly, becoming only about half of his previous height. His eyes and facial features became extremely small, like sesame seeds embedded in a meatball. His rough hands were only covered with a thin layer of blood membrane. The feathers and skin from before had all disappeared. Wow! It's a chocho! Lulu exclaimed. Note: chochos are creatures from Cthulhu mythology. Give me back my mask. The chocho was fumbling around on the ground. Matthew took a deep look at him and quickly flew away with his mask. Seeing this, Lulu gave the enemy another punch and then hurriedly followed. The sound of glass shattering and the hysterical wails of the chocho came from behind. The two of them flew far away in one breath. They only stopped when they were sure that they would not be caught. Why do you want me to snatch his mask? Matthew asked Lulu. Lulu blinked. I just think that if he didn't have a mask, he would look very funny. He, Matthew smiled. The nature of a fairy was indeed mischievous, even though listeningly shy and quiet. Lulu was the same. He thought that she had noticed the abnormality of the mask. However, it was also a lucky hit. Not only was this mask useful, but it also contained shocking information. Eagle Mask, a magic item personally created by the Air Elemental Elder. The wearer can automatically transform into an Eagle Man. The relevant judgment. Perception: Twilight creation. You have sensed the aura of mad second-hand touring on this mask. Knowledge: spiritual creature. You vaguely remember that the chocho have a tradition of worshipping the air element. Knowledge: old enemy from the air elemental plane to the prime material plane, and even to the outer planes. The air elemental and the eagle people have always been enemies. Air element, Eagle Man, chocho, mad second-hand. Chapter 571. Chapter 571, The Body of a Giant and Nature. Chapter 571, The Body of a Giant and Nature. B0snvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. The connection between them was quite clear. Matthew realized. The increasingly active second hand of madness not only encroached on the part of the fairy flower garden, but it was also possible that it had penetrated deep into the nature domain. As for the evil air elements and the chocho, it was reasonable for them to become believers of the mad second hand. After all, even the fairies were begging for power from the second hand of madness when they had nowhere else to go. The revival of the twilight creatures is approaching. Galen and the mad second hand are probably just the tip of the iceberg. They took advantage of the fact that the gods were unable to control the domain and tried to prevent others from entering the domain by supporting their spokesperson. I have to be careful when I enter various domains in the future. Matthew's heart trembled. He and Lulu flew aimlessly. The environment in the back garden was much more dilapidated. All that could be seen were withered trees and withered grass. The two of them flew far away before they heard a bunch of grass spirits chattering. The Tauren is here again. There's also the crybaby Lulu. The delicate fairy princess can't wander around outside. You'll encounter a battle maniac who doesn't differentiate between friend and foe and a terrifying faceless ghost. Lulu blushed and said angrily, I'm not a crybaby. The grass spirits laughed and said, TF. In the next second, a red fairy flew out from the other end of the grass. The grass spirits were so scared that they ran away. The fairy's eyes were bloodshot as she glared at the two of them. Why are you two still here? If we don't hurry up, we won't be able to catch up to the hunters. Lulu flew backwards in fear. Matthew went up to him. Are we hunting the hunter? Are the hunters those faceless people with shotguns? Where did they come from? The fairy said irritably. Why do you have so many questions? Which one should I answer? I'm so annoyed. As he spoke, he punched Matthew. Matthew was shocked. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged it agilely. It was only then that he noticed that the fairy's muscles were in a state of high swelling. He looked like he couldn't control his body at all. "Come and fight me. I can't take it anymore." The fairy rushed at Matthew. Matthew calmly threw a spirit pierce over, and the other party immediately revealed a painful expression. At this moment, Lulu's rock fist also smashed down. After all, fairies were not the thick-skinned Cho-Cho. This punch landed. The other party immediately fell unconscious. "There's a strange power in his body. I'll try to purify it." Lulu waved her staff and chanted a long prayer. Under the blue-white glow, the red light on the fairy's body gradually faded. About 5 minutes later, he woke up from his coma with a blank look in his eyes. "Where am I? Aren't I supposed to go and corral the hunters?" "Hiss, LT hurts." He covered his head and groaned. Matthew and Lulu looked at each other, and the former asked, "What's your name? Do you remember what happened before?" The fairy said calmly, "My name is Borg. I'm a warrior recruited by a female priest. I only remember that the witch Parasun made us drink the elixir of immortality, and then I went to attack the hunter with the other fairies." "Right, I remember now. We defeated several hunters, and then I got separated from my companions. Damn it, why does my head hurt so much? It's fine if I have a headache, but why does my butt hurt so much?" Borg rubbed his head and butt, looking very uncomfortable. He guessed that the ageless potion mentioned by the witch and the female priest was probably a drug that could stimulate combat effectiveness. The side effect was that it made people belligerent and uncontrollable. This drug was most likely related to the mad second hand. It was precisely because of the influence of the second hand of madness that they spoke like crazy and confused about the names of the drugs. The ageless medicine might not be the literal ageless medicine. It was a drug that could increase the fighting strength of fairies. This makes a lot more sense now. The creatures living in the flower garden should be more or less affected by the second hand of madness, so their behavior seems very strange, but they won't actively cause harm to others. As he pondered, Matthew chatted with Borg for a long time. From his mouth, Matthew had roughly determined the location of the battle. This was because he had entered the fairy flower court through the nature domain. Whether it was him or Lulu, they could leave by withdrawing from the domain. Therefore, he could boldly explore this place this time. A moment later, the two of them bid farewell to Borg and flew towards the location of the siege. Matthew thought that he would soon meet other fairies. However, they flew for a long time. They did not sense any fairy aura. On the contrary, in a square with many stone statues, they saw a faceless hunter holding a double-barreled shotgun and carefully advancing. Matthew could feel that the hunter was very dangerous. Fortunately, his body was too big for the fairies. Flying around his blind spots, the two of them quietly followed behind the faceless man. The faceless man was very careful as he moved forward. Chapter 572 Chapter 572, The Body of a Giant in Nature. Chapter 572, The Body of a Giant in Nature. B0znvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Every time he walked a certain distance, he would suddenly turn his head and stare far away, trying to find a potential target. Fortunately, both of them were very cautious. Even when the faceless man arrived at his destination, the two of them were not discovered. There was a camp deep in the stone statue square. 4 blankets were neatly laid out in the camp. 3 of the blankets looked bulging, but Matthew didn't see the torso or limbs of the humanoid creature. What made Matthew horrified was that a hemp rope as thick as an adult's finger was hanging on top of the blankets. At this moment, there were 3 faceless human skins hanging on the hemp rope. They hid behind a stone statue and observed carefully. The faceless man busied himself in the camp for a while. A moment later, he came to the side of the bedding and suddenly jumped on both feet, raising his neck above the height of the hemp rope. Then, he pounced forward. His neck hit the rope. His entire body was hanging on the hemp rope. In the next second, a magical scene happened. The faceless man's body seemed to have let out a breath and let out a chirping sound. At the same time, his body also began to wither at an extremely fast speed. A piece of human skin instantly appeared on the hemp rope. In Matthew's field of vision, a faint grayish-white spiritual light flew out of the faceless man's body. The light soon landed on the last blanket. The blanket expanded rapidly. It became exactly the same as the other three. At this moment, a cold hand suddenly grabbed Matthew. Matthew's heart was in his throat. He turned around and saw that it was Lulu who had grabbed his hand. "Matthew, I'm scared," Lulu whispered. Matthew gestured for her to keep quiet and gently patted her head. Then, he gestured for Lulu to wait where she was. As for himself, he boldly went over. Just as they approached the edge of the camp, Matthew was attracted by a symbol on the faceless man's blanket. "Isn't this the logo of Storlek Industries?" Matthew's heart trembled. Could that gray light be the spiritual body of the space undead? Was the hunter mentioned by the fairies a projection of the Storlek Industries space undead in the nature domain? In this way, the truth became much clearer. In order to resist the invasion of the space undead, the female priest had no choice but to pray to the mad second hand for strength. As for the disappearance of the Ice Queen, it was probably related to the Storlek industry. The infiltration of the Storlek Industries into the outer planes is simply pervasive. Matthew quickly flew to the weapon rack. He placed one hand on the double-barreled shotgun. But in the next second, when he looked at Lulu, who was lying in an ambush outside the camp, he was surprised to find that the head of a stone statue behind her had slowly opened its eyes and was staring at her coldly. Matthew quickly looked in the direction of the blanket. The 4 blankets were now flat. A terrifying sense of danger struck his heart. Matthew hugged the double-barreled shotgun and activated his will. "Withdraw from the domain." Hiss hiss hiss. The sharp sound of friction rang in his ears. In a flash, Matthew saw an infinitely elongated, hideous face of a skeleton. In the next second, his consciousness returned to his body. Lulu, who was lying on his shoulder, was also in shock. A rough and cold feeling came from his hand. Matthew looked down and grinned. "Fortunately, I managed to steal the shotgun." Unfortunately, he didn't know much about the double-barreled shotgun. Matthew tried to use the identification technique, but he was even more confused. It seemed that this thing was a high-end product of the Storlek industry, and it was not so easy to decipher it. Matthew was not in a hurry. He calmed himself down and comforted the frightened Lulu. Then, he began to check his harvest from exploring the oak tree domain. Hint: you have successfully explored the extension of the nature domain through the domain extension. You have explored the oak territory 4 times. You have successfully become a veteran in the oak territory. Any authentication within the oak tree territory will give you a higher priority. Intelligence +1, permanent. Your proof of territory +1, natural. You have obtained the abilities Giant's Body and Ask Nature. Giant's Body: you can make your body 3 times bigger and 27 times heavier. When in the state of a giant, you will enjoy attribute bonuses and deductions that match your body size. Duration: 20 minutes. Cooldown time: 7 days. Ask Nature: you can temporarily become a part of nature and obtain information about the surrounding terrain. When in this mode, this spell allows you to understand the condition of the earth within 3 miles. In caves and other natural underground places, the range was reduced to a radius of 200 meters. Spells cannot be cast in areas that are covered by buildings, such as dungeons or towns. Specifically, you can obtain information on several of the following aspects: topography and river direction, plants, minerals, animals, or people distributed in the area, celestial creatures, spirits, demons, elemental creatures, or undead creatures in the area. Regions that are connected to other planes, such as the entrance to the shadow plane. The history of the landmark buildings. Others. Note, the effect of asking about nature is highly dependent on the user's nature affinity. In addition, if you frequently use Ask Nature in a short period of time, nature may become annoyed with you. As expected, the reward for becoming a veteran. The intelligence attribute was extremely precious to Matthew. The two abilities, Body of a Giant and Ask Nature, each had their own merits. Not only could the enlarged body give Matthew advantages in battle, but it could also give advantages in normal day life. Ask Nature made Matthew's high affinity with nature more useful. Every time he went to a place, as long as it was not in the city, he could obtain a lot of additional information. This was very helpful for field operations, especially in war. Asking for information would naturally save some of the scouts' work. The most important thing was, this ability was very difficult to counter. Matthew tried, Ask Nature. In the next second, he was stunned by the dense information in front of him. Ask Nature, you have obtained information about nature within a 3-mile radius. Oak Forest, personally planted by Oak's best friend Matthew. Old Woman River, river with a long history. Undead creature / celestial creature Peggy, Tauren skeleton / formerly a celestial Tauren battle angel, who once served the sun god Gerard. Peggy was a battle angel? And she once served the sun god? That transmigrator senior whose remains had manifested the ruins in the cloud? Before Matthew could react, his eyes suddenly noticed a glaring option in the corner. 106, an honest vole, Warlock Thomas's companion, currently monitoring the situation around the forest. A spy? Matthew frowned. Chapter 573, Chapter 573, Bone-Crushing Hell, Harmonization completed. Chapter 573, Bone-Crushing Hell, Harmonization completed. B0znvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Following the natural sense of Ask Nature, Matthew quietly came to the edge of the forest. He didn't even need to activate his domain. The surrounding oak trees scrambled to report the location of the vole to Matthew. It was hiding in a hole in the hillside, and its pair of small eyes would drift towards the forest from time to time. It was obvious. Someone was spying on the oak forest through this familiar. Because it had not entered the forest, Matthew did not sense it. Matthew didn't make a sound. He quietly put a hunting mark on the vole and then retreated. Ask Nature was indeed a very useful ability. Other than Peggy and the vole, Matthew also obtained a lot of information about other characters. However, the reason why the information was so comprehensive this time was also related to Matthew's territory. When he arrived at an unfamiliar place, the quality and quantity of information would be greatly reduced. But even so, Ask Nature was still a very valuable ability. Matthew quickly read the information, occasionally copying the useful content into the manuscript. The night deepened. Suddenly, the bright mark in his field of vision began to move. Matthew immediately left the cemetery and turned into a raven, following Vole from afar. Companions were a type of magical life form. Although they could carry out their master's surveillance mission, their master had to feed them with magic power regularly. Otherwise, it would be difficult for magic life forms to work for a long time. Matthew didn't know how long the vole had been watching the oak forest. However, it was not difficult to tell from the familiar route that it was not the first time it had returned to Rolling Stone Town from Oak Forest. Vole entered Rolling Stone Town and swaggered into the business district. Matthew, who had turned into a raven, calmly followed Vole. Not long after, as he passed by a bustling street, Vole stopped moving. The highlighted hunt target showed that the enemy had stopped on the 3rd floor of an eye-catching building. Matthew landed on the wall beside the road. The words Rolling Stone Trade Union were hung on the front door of the building. He couldn't see the interaction between Vole and its owner, but Thomas was most likely inside. The Rolling Stone Trading Company is Rieger's business. Could it be Rieger's people? Matthew shook his head inwardly and pushed this ridiculous thought out of his mind. He waited outside for a while. About an hour later, Vole climbed out of the building in satisfaction and ran toward the oak forest again. The Oak Chamber of Commerce had too many people. Even at night, there were a few people coming in and out of the main entrance. Matthew could not find the owner of the vole. After a while, he flapped his wings and flew to the Lord's manor. As Matthew expected, the office hall was still brightly lit at night. Zeller was still busy. Matthew knocked on the door and walked in. "Are you here to ask me for reimbursement? Then you have to act quickly because in a few days, I'll squander all of Rieger's little treasury." When Zeller saw Matthew, the fatigue on his face faded a lot. He rubbed his cheeks with both hands, and his eyes became clearer. "Of course, reimbursement is a top priority, but I have something more urgent to ask you. Is there a warlock named Thomas on the list of members of the Rolling Stone Merchant Association?" Matthew asked tentatively. Zeller nodded and said, "There is such a person. He was the deputy of the Rolling Stone Chamber of Commerce's Western trade route, second only to manager Andre. They were jointly responsible for the trade between the Rolling Stone Chamber of Commerce and the few territories in the West. Previously, the cotton agreement between Rolling Stone Town and Highleaf region was single-handedly brokered by Andre. That middle-aged man named Thomas is also said to have contributed a lot. But in my impression, he is just an ordinary person, not a warlock at all." Matthew asked, "When was the last time you saw Thomas?" He first suspected this was the Thousand Transformers. As a high-level warlock, Zeller had no reason not to notice a warlock of a lower level than him. Therefore, Matthew suspected that Thomas had been replaced by someone else. Because of the Thousand Transformers, the warlock profession that did not belong to Thomas had also been inherited. Zeller answered in surprise, "About 2 to 3 months. I don't really meet the person in charge of the Rolling Stone Chamber of Commerce. Rieger probably only sees them once a month." Matthew told him about his discovery. Zeller suddenly became serious. "If he really is a Thousand Transformers, this is a great opportunity. We can't alert the enemy. Next, I plan to send the most elite scouts to monitor Thomas and try to dig out more information." Matthew hesitated and said, "Are you sure your scouts won't be discovered by him?" Zeller smiled faintly. "Can you find my scout in the huge Rolling Stone town?" Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Although Zeller did a lot of administrative work, in fact, his nominal position was the head of intelligence. The intelligence system of Rolling Stone Town was completely in his hands. Matthew was also curious about who Zeller had used to build the intelligence network. However, the miraculous thing was, even with Matthew's keen senses and the comprehensive information he had gathered from the Ask Nature, he still couldn't sense where Zeller's scouts were. This was enough to prove the concealment of Zeller's men. Chapter 574, Chapter 574, Bone-Crushing Hell, Harmonization Completed. Chapter 574, Bone-Crushing Hell, Harmonization Completed. B0znvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. If Matthew couldn't find it, it would be even harder for others to find it. Alright. If there's anything you need my cooperation with, just let me know. I'm very interested in the power behind the Thousand Transformers. After thinking for a moment, Matthew chose to believe Zeller. Zeller smiled gratefully. The two of them chatted for a while. Matthew asked about the recent situation in the surrounding territories. The term that Zeller mentioned the most was still the Highleaf territory. The situation in the Highleaf region is different from day to day. Just yesterday, the Black Dragon Lord officially appeared. He promised to protect the people of the Highleaf region from the invasion of war. After that, he threatened these people. If they were unwilling to serve a giant dragon, they might anger another giant dragon. Only dragons can fight dragons. These were the words of the Black Dragon. In front of the dragon's might. Naturally, no one dared to refute his authority. What was worth mentioning was, we had thought that the Black Dragon of the Highleaf region was related to the two Black Dragons of the Underdark and that it was either the young Black Dragon of the Extreme Frost City or the old Black Dragon of the Black Dragon City. However, we learned yesterday that this Black Dragon was not one of them but a wild young Black Dragon that had appeared out of nowhere. His name was Miyanoga's. We have never heard of this name before. At this point, Zeller couldn't help but cough again. He drank 2 mouthfuls of ginger water, and his breathing gradually calmed down. Black Dragon Miyanogas and Red Dragon Kuzulas have fought several times. The two sides are in a stalemate. However, I'm worried that this situation won't last long. Once the 2 dragons reach a consensus, they will most likely march into Rolling Stone Town at the same time. His face was filled with worry. Matthew also felt the pressure. With the current situation in Rolling Stone Town, it was not impossible to deal with the dragon. However, when fighting against such a behemoth, many lives would definitely be sacrificed. One dragon was already a headache. Not to mention that there were 3 of them around Rolling Stone Town. The dragons are coming active at the same time, but why does it feel like they are targeting Rolling Stone Town? Matthew felt that something was amiss. He even suspected that Reeker's taunt ability was taking effect passively. That's why I think that sometimes we have to strike first, Matthew said. If we really want to start an all-out war, we have to move the war to the border or even the enemy's territory to ensure the safety of Rolling Stone Town to the greatest extent. Zeller nodded and then shook his head. The gist of it was that they agreed with Matthew's statement, but they felt that it was too difficult to implement. Where's Li Weiqi? Wasn't he always wandering around the High Leaf region? Did he find anything? Matthew asked. Zeller smiled. Most of our information about the High Leaf region was provided by Li Weiqi. He wrote yesterday to say he was very depressed. The traces of the coiling dragon were proven to be a lie made up by a merchant to sell counterfeit goods. He found nothing at the High Mountain Reservoir and was currently on his way back to Rolling Stone Town. However, I don't think he will stay in Rolling Stone Town for too long. Li Weiqi has a restless personality. In addition, he has been staying on the mainland for too long. He hasn't eaten turtles for a while. I guess he has long been craving for them. My guess is that he will eventually head to the east coast. Perhaps before winter arrives, he will head to the north along Gem Bay. The north might be his only hope to advance to legend. He also told me. During his time in the High Leaf region, a bard who liked to show his chest hair had been harassing him, saying that he wanted to interview him and write a novel about his deeds. Li Weiqi was not interested in this, but he could not get rid of the bard. And that bard claimed to be your best friend. Li Weiqi planned to come back and ask you what was going on. You better prepare your answer in advance. Matthew smiled. He knew that Li Weiqi and Lorraine were both in the High Leaf region, but he didn't expect them to be together every day. However, with Lorraine's style of doing things, Matthew seriously suspected that this guy was trying to scheme Li Weiqi into some kind of script. However, Li Weiqi didn't fall for it. If your friend were here, our chances of slaying the dragon would be much higher. Even Li Weiqi himself admitted that Lorraine is much stronger than him. Zeller crossed his arms and looked at Matthew expectantly. Matthew said uncertainly. Lorraine's personality is very unpredictable, and his thoughts are hard to understand. I will try my best to ask him to help, but I am not sure if he will really help. Zeller nodded. Then, he stood up from his chair. Let me show you something else. The 2 of them left the office hall and went through the side door of the Liege's residence to the military camp next door. Zeller brought Matthew to a remote storeroom. After lighting the candle, Matthew saw something covered by a thick tarpaulin in the middle of the warehouse. He lifted a corner of the tarpaulin. A thick and sharp metal pole appeared in front of him. Below the metal rod, it was a tool that emitted a strong killing intent. A ballista? Matthew exclaimed in a low voice. This isn't an ordinary ballista. This is a draconic crossbow designed to deal with extremely large creatures. It was made before the Age of Enlightenment. In history, dragons, titans, giants, behemoths. Many giant creatures have died at its hands. Zeller calmly introduced. If I have 20 dragon ballistas, even if 2 dragons attack at the same time, I'm confident that I can make them suffer. Chapter 575 Bone-Crushing Hell, harmonization completed. Chapter 575, Bone-Crushing Hell, harmonization completed. B0snvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Unfortunately, we only have one. Matthew gently stroked the cold and rough mechanical surface of the crossbow and could not help but ask. Is there no way to copy it? Zeller shook his head and said. Rolling Stone Town's industrial base is very weak, and it's not enough to replicate the Dragon Ballista on a large scale. Moreover, the production of this thing must be carried out quietly, otherwise, it will attract the attention of the giant creatures, and it might be destroyed before the Dragon Ballista is completed. The Dragon Ballista was invented by the dwarves at the foot of the Helen Mountains, but the tribe where the dwarf inventor lived had been destroyed by dragon fire. I'm showing you this because I want you to ask through the Seven Saint Alliance if there are still Dragon Ballistas available on the market. Apart from that, the preparation of other war resources also needs to be carried out in full swing. I also plan to rebuild the city walls of Rolling Stone Town. Sigh, in the face of war, even if we drain all of Rieger's treasury, we'll barely have enough resources. Zeller sighed. Matthew asked. So, do you blame Rieger? I mean, his decision not to cooperate with the Kingdom of Suki? Zeller blinked. No, of course not. Our situation won't change much just because of a decision by Rieger. If he really decides to bring in the power of the demons to fight the dragons, then there's no doubt that we'd be researching tools specifically to deal with the demons. Since demons can kill dragons, then they must be something even more terrifying. This is an obvious truth. Matthew nodded thoughtfully. I'll leave the Dragon Ballista to you. I'll inform you if anything happens to Thomas. Zeller said. Matthew quickly left the barracks, and Zeller returned to the office as usual. Very quickly. The occasional coughing sounds came from the corridor again. In the next few days, Matthew had been holed up in the cemetery, ignoring the surveillance outside the oak forest. Under Matthew's focused efforts, many of the contents on the to-do list had been completed or updated. The first was the Dark Life contract. Matthew used the negative energy fountain in the cemetery to stack this spell to the 19th layer. This meant that all the undead under his command had their HP increased by this was an extremely impressive number. An additional 19% of their health points not only meant an increase in their tankiness but also indirectly increased their fault tolerance and ability to deal damage. After all, if they lived a little longer, they would be able to slash a few more times. This principle was applicable even to the lowest level of skeletons. The reason why he didn't make the 20th layer of the Dark Life contract was because this spell would attract the revenge of the negative energy plane every 20 layers. Matthew had been very busy recently and did not intend to cause any more trouble. He would do it later when he was free. Next was the Skull of Augustus, the exclusive weapon of necromancers. After Matthew mastered the field of necromancy, he was able to use a lot of magic. He had the qualifications to be in tune with the special weapon. After Matthew's persistent efforts over the past few days, he soon attuned himself to the weapon, at least at a beginner's level. After that, he only needed to take out this weapon for 3 to 5 minutes every day. After 3 months at most, Matthew would be able to become the real owner of the Skull of Augustus and enjoy the powerful attributes and effects of this specialized weapon. This made him look forward to autumn. And the third thing was that Matthew had successfully mastered the Bone-Crushing Hell. Margaret recommended this spell to him. The prerequisite for the Bone-Crushing Hell and the Skull of Augustus were both Tier 4, but with the support of Domain, Necromancy, Matthew could master them in advance. Matthew always learned spells related to the undead very quickly. It was special. In the process of learning the spell, his, Soria's chant, had made great progress. The standard casting time of the Bone-Crushing Hell was 9 seconds. Matthew had already compressed it to 6 seconds. Once the Skull of Augustus synchronization was completed, with the 100% increase in casting speed, this number could be reduced to 3 seconds. Apart from being fast, Matthew's Bone-Crushing Hell was also far more lethal than ordinary. According to his speculations, As long as he finished chanting, skeleton undead below Tier 4 would be instantly killed. Tier 5 and above could struggle for a while, but it could only be a dying struggle. This spell was the perfect counter to the bone dragon. With it, Matthew had more tactics in his arsenal. In the future, if I encounter a bone dragon, try to persuade it to defect first. If I fail to instigate a rebellion, I can still activate the contract domain and try the Overlord contract. The last step is to retrieve the bones with the bone-crushing hells. Matthew rubbed his chin. The process was perfect. He was just waiting for more bone dragons to come knocking on his door. The fourth thing was also related to synchronization. After a long period of hard work, Matthew had finally succeeded in harmonizing his demigod domain. His current demigod persona had obtained a new effect. Demigod level, domain, Moonlight/Undead. Moonlight, omitted. Undead. Current mastery level, beginner. Effect 1, Undead Sentinels, you can appoint 10 undead to become your sentinels. The undead sentinels will gain triple HP, higher attack power, a wisp of shared divinity, and higher basic resistance. Effect 2, Undead Army IL, the maximum number of summoned creatures is increased to 20 times the current standard and cannot stack with the Undead Army I. Current maximum number of summoned creatures, 360, rank 620. Effect 3, Undead Spawns, you can activate the summoning power of your level and recruit a team of loyal spawns for yourself. The spawns do not take up the number of summons. Effect 4, Deep in the domain, when you explore the domain of the undead next time, this persona will become a weapon that can take effect in the domain and allow you to explore deeper into the domain. Harmonizing a demigod persona was actually pouring domain power into it. Naturally, it would give him a stronger effect. The most powerful thing about this skill was that a harmonized demigod person could accommodate different domains. However, the more domains there were, the slower the harmonization would. I wonder if I can use the domain of equilibrium to solve the problem of slow harmonization in the later stages? Matthew thought to himself. After that, the oak domain was on the agenda. Considering that Matthew still had more than a dozen domains in his system, in the short term, the demigod person would be ruthlessly harmonized by Matthew every day. The days passed by in such trivial and fulfilling events. Very quickly. It was July 17th. On this day, it was the day of the potato dog fighting competition. It was also the day Matthew went on stage to receive the award of Outstanding Citizen. Chapter 576, Chapter 576, Tree Master, Giant Dragon Attack. Chapter 576, Tree Master, Giant Dragon Attack. B0znvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. July 17th. In the morning, Rolling Stone Town's public square was packed with people. Unlike other celebrations, the square was filled with a lot of barking. The continuous barking was like a powerful drum in a summer song, invisibly urging the official start of the dog fighting competition. But before that, the residents of Rolling Stone Town were also informed that today was the day of the first Rolling Stone Town Outstanding Citizen Award. The names of the winners had already spread among the people. Therefore, apart from the fierce debate about which dog would stand out and become the final dog king, there were also quite a number of people who were extremely curious about this outstanding citizen. Thompson, have you heard? The first batch of outstanding citizens is the mage who planted the cannibal tree. Isn't the legend of the cannibal tree a rumor? Who knows? Anyway, I don't believe anyone other than the great mage Ronan. How could a real mage come to a small place like Rolling Stone Town? Two young men in hats were whispering to each other, each holding a fierce hound. At this moment, a graceful gentleman suddenly walked up from the stage built in the middle of the square. The gentleman was wearing a thin white shirt, black trousers, and spotless leather shoes. His hair was especially well-groomed, and his back was straight. It was as if, no matter what the situation was, he would not lose his elegance, calmness, and rules. It's Mr. Richard. Richard. Boss Richard. the crowd burst into cheers. Most of the people who responded were young and middle-aged men who worked as craftsmen in Rolling Stone Town, but a large part of the cheers came from people in other industries. He was the least experienced member of the 5-member committee. Richard was highly popular and had a good reputation among the residents of Rolling Stone Town. This gentleman was known for his meticulous work and fair decision-making, but he rarely appeared in public. Today was his first time. Richard appeared. The scene instantly became much quieter. He faced everyone and bowed a few times before starting to follow the procedure. Everyone, before the dog-fighting competition begins, the 5-member committee has decided to award this year's Outstanding Citizen Medal. As everyone knew, since the establishment of the Outstanding Citizen Award, it had been put on hold for many years due to controversy. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to award a single medal in the past few years. It was also fortunate that Rolling Stone Town was able to welcome its first outstanding citizen worthy of the medal this year. I believe you can't wait to know who the winner is. I won't keep you in suspense. After the 5-member committee's decision and the Lord's personal approval, the first person to be elected as an outstanding citizen of Rolling Stone Town is the master tree planter mage that everyone was talking about. Mr. Matthew. Everyone cheered and whistled in support. Even though most of the people at the scene were confused, who is Matthew? What's a tree planter mage? They were still suspicious, but this did not stop them from expressing their love for him. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Matthew smiled as he walked up the stage to receive the award. He had dressed up today. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. He had changed into a fashionable new set of clothes and had a fashionable hairstyle. In addition, Matthew was already extremely charming. This allowed him to win the favor of the vast majority of people the moment he appeared. The girls might even try to make their eyes look reserved. However, the middle-aged women did not hide the ambiguity in their eyes at all. Matthew stood behind Richard. Richard shook Matthew's hand and then began to talk about Matthew's contribution. In the past 3 years, Matthew has single-handedly made an indelible contribution to the cause of greening in Rolling Stone Town. Although he is a necromancer, his love for the way of nature far surpasses any of us. Richard was actually very eloquent. However, this part of the content was indeed somewhat lengthy. At first, everyone was surprised when they were told that the trees around them were planted by the handsome man on the stage and that there were necromancers in Rolling Stone Town. But later on, the mood below became a little depressed. Fortunately, Richard didn't take too long to introduce him. After the explanation, the 5-member committee represented by Richard held a brief award ceremony for Matthew. When the heavy medal was really in Matthew's hand, the audience below the stage was already a little distracted. Next was Matthew's award speech. He held the medal and walked quickly to the center of the stage. Suddenly, his expression turned serious, and a gloomy aura appeared on his body. Those who didn't clap just now, I will turn you all into undead slaves. Suddenly, everyone below the stage quivered. Before the panic could spread, Matthew immediately added, "It was just a joke." Everyone was still looking at Matthew in shock. Taking advantage of everyone's attention, Matthew whistled at the audience, and a large black dog with black fur rushed forward. Matthew grabbed the rope around its neck and smiled at the audience. Chapter 577 Chapter 577, Tree Master, Giant Dragon Attack. Chapter 577, Tree Master, Giant Dragon Attack. B0snvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. I'm just a tree grower, but they told me that there's a prize here, so I came. Instead of letting everyone applaud my past glory, I hope that everyone can support my Hank in the upcoming dog fighting competition. As he spoke, he smiled and shook the noose. Hank immediately barked at the audience. The response to Hank was 100 dogs barking in unison. Just like that, Matthew waved his hand and left the stage with the medal and Hank. For a moment, the audience applauded. The originally lifeless square seemed to have suddenly come alive. Everyone was cheering. Matthew. Matthew. Someone was calling Matthew's name. It wasn't that they were convinced by Matthew's charm, but because Matthew's departure meant that the dog fighting competition had officially begun. Very quickly. The crowd in the square began to move quickly. With the help of the volunteers, the contestants of the dog fighting competition led their dogs to different venues. More intense barks sounded in every corner of the square. What followed were the cheers, curses, and quarrels of the people. At a corner of the plaza, below was the high platform. Richard looked at Matthew and his dog in surprise. "I thought you would prepare a long speech. Didn't Rhaegar want to use this opportunity to dispel the doubts of the people?" Matthew smiled. "The heat is unbearable. It's not a wise choice to let everyone listen to me brag about my achievements under the sun. Besides, I think the effect is not bad now. What do you think?" Richard looked curiously at the young people who were greeting Matthew. He couldn't help but nod. Although Matthew's acceptance speech was only 3 short sentences, it had a good effect. The opening joke could eliminate people's prejudice against necromancers to a certain extent. After that, he would show that he was also a contestant in the dog fighting competition, which would help him close the gap between him and ordinary people. Everyone would realize that necromancers could joke around and loved dog fights as much as they did. Matthew felt that this was enough. His goal was to eliminate the fear of the residents of Rolling Stone Town. Instead of gaining the favor of more people, he just wanted to get along with the residents in a relatively normal manner. There was no need to mingle with them, nor was there a need to be high and mighty. As long as he left a good impression in everyone's hearts, all the rumors about the oak forest would fall apart. Since the Outstanding Citizen Award was endorsed by the officials of Rolling Stone Town, and Richard and Rhaegar, who represented the officials of Rolling Stone Town, had strong credibility, Matthew really didn't need to do too much. The only thing that surprised Matthew at the award ceremony was that the Outstanding Citizen medal was actually made of pure gold. In addition to the 300 gold coins reward. This sum of money was definitely a huge sum for Matthew a few months ago. However, after obtaining the bone dragon, not only had Matthew's strength improved by leaps and bounds, but the speed at which he obtained wealth had also increased to another level. He thought carefully. 300 gold coins was a fortune that he could only accumulate after several months while he was still busy planting trees. Ever since he had established a relationship with the goddess of moonlight and understood the trade route to the Gold Coast, he had earned tens of thousands of gold coins in a round trip. There was also the Project Gold Coin cash system provided by the Alliance of Seven Saints. He estimated that he could earn at least 2 million gold coins from an S-rank project. The 3 were compared together. They clearly represented the different income levels brought by the power and strength of the ordinary producers, top speculators, and the absolute ruling class in this world. In the end, in the world of Aender, magic provides the greatest productivity, Matthew thought with some emotion. In the afternoon, Matthew brought Hank to a branch venue on the east side of the square. He would officially participate in the potato dog fighting competition there. The content of the competition was actually very simple. It was to put the 2 dogs in a huge cage. In the middle of the cage was a small iron cage with a piece of cooked meat in it. The 2 dogs fought against each other. Whoever occupied the small iron cage in the middle of the cage would win the final victory. After the match, the winning dog could eat the cooked meat on the spot. The content of the competition sounded boring. However, for Rolling Stone Town, which had a serious lack of entertainment, this was only second to the excitement of the many competitions during the spring festival. Moreover, there were many fun things to watch in the actual competition. There had been many outrageous incidents in previous dog fighting competitions. For example, at a branch venue in a certain year, 2 fighting dogs that were fighting fiercely in the cage suddenly stopped fighting. It changed to mating. Moreover, the intensity was not inferior to before. Afterwards, both dog owners were trying to prove that they had won. Even the referee didn't know what to do. Both sides had their own supporters. Supporters of the male dog believed that the male dog had successfully overwhelmed the female dog. The supporters of the female dog believed that the female dog had successfully seduced the male dog. This matter quickly expanded into a topic of discussion among the people. Both sides insisted on their own words, and each had their reasons. Neither side was convinced by the other. As a result, the dog-fighting competition that year quickly became a national debate. In the end, the 5-member committee could only rule that the 2 dogs had lost to quell the matter. What was worth mentioning was Chapter 578 Chapter 578, Tree Master, Giant Dragon Attack. Chapter 578, Tree Master, Giant Dragon Attack. B0nvel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. The 2 dogs got together after the incident, and the owners of the 2 dogs became good friends. There were many similar things. In short, the dog-fighting competition always provided a lot of entertainment for the residents of Rolling Stone Town. Matthew wasn't too enthusiastic about it. He was purely here to make up the numbers. Even Hank, the hunting dog that accompanied him in the competition, was borrowed from Madam Wesley's house. Hank looked fierce. But he was actually a natural coward. For example, now. During the warm-up period of the first round of the competition, Hank looked at Matthew and said seriously, "Can I admit defeat as soon as I enter? The other side doesn't look like someone to be trifled with." Matthew took a look. The dog opposite him was only 2/3 the size of Hank, but it did have a fierce aura. "Can you pretend to lose?" Matthew tried to bribe the other dog on the spot by using animal conversation when the dog owner was not paying attention. Unexpectedly, the hunting dog was stunned for a moment before agreeing. "I want 10 pieces of meat." Matthew readily agreed. "Deal." Thus, this round of battle ended very quickly. Hank pounced over and grimaced. The enemy was hiding in the corner of the cage. No matter how loudly his master shouted and cheered, he still looked at Hank timidly. 30 seconds passed. The referee immediately declared Hank the winner. Under the dog owner's puzzled gaze, the dog barked at Matthew. "Remember to fulfill your promise." Matthew blinked and used a method that only animals could understand to convey. "I'll find you tonight." In the end, the dog owner left with his dog in disappointment. Hank, on the other hand, advanced to the next round with a swagger. This battle gave Matthew a revelation. Dogs were the most intelligent animals. Now, almost all the dogs in Rolling Stone Town were gathered in front of him. He could seize this opportunity and chat with the dogs crazily all day long. This was to quickly increase the progress of the animal conversation mission. He roughly estimated that there were at least 100 fighting dogs participating in the competition, and the dog fighting competition would last for 3 days. He could hook up with all the dogs. At that time, this mission would be pushed to 1/3 of its completion. Matthew's style had always been swift and decisive. In the second round, he asked Hank to surrender quickly to free himself. After that, he brought Hank to different venues. He went up to the dogs. Because Hank was covering for him, and Matthew himself was very careful, almost no one noticed that he was not just watching the show, but crazily harassing the contestants. "Good morning, Mr. White Dog." "No, it's not good at all. My master only lets me eat leftovers every day." "Damn it, I really want to let him eat my leftovers every day." "You look very spirited, Mr. Dalmatian." "My master must be crazy. I'm so cute, but he actually asked me to participate in the dog fighting competition. Can you help me slap him?" "You're very beautiful, Ms. Blondie." "Thank you. Can you tell my master not to continue bathing me? Sometimes, his eyes make me shudder, and sometimes, he will even force me." "We almost advanced to the next round, Mr. Hound." "No, the loser has no excuse. I need to train stronger to qualify for the next round." "Can you make me more outstanding?" "My master only dotes on me. He doesn't know that I have a strong heart." Pardon me for being presumptuous, but what breed of dog are you?" Shoo, don't tell anyone. I'm not a dog at all. I'm a wolf. It's just that my master dressed me up as a dog to participate in the competition. This is called misplaced competition. I'm here to crush this bunch of trash, ha 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 ha. A moment later. Mr. Wolf, why were you eliminated? I don't know. Something must have gone wrong. The opponent is too fierce. I suspect that he's a wolf too. Matthew looked at the husky-like dog in front of him and fell into deep thought. The entire day passed. Matthew's animal conversation progress increased to 6,300. This was much faster than before. It also made the lich, which was the reward of the mission, feel as if it was right in front of him. Matthew, who had originally planned to only attend for one day, suddenly changed his plans. For the next 3 days, he would become the social butterfly of the dog fighting competition. He had to communicate deeply with every dog. That night, Little Patton found Matthew. What? You want to install electric lights? Matthew looked at him in shock. Little Patton nodded excitedly. Don't you think the current working environment is too depressing? You've seen the situation in Bigfoot City. The omnipresent electric lights make the night in the city as bright as the day. Isn't this good for you, mages? Matthew shook his head gently. When there were no electric lights, he would rely on mage fire, candles, and fluorite to obtain light. However, these lighting methods were indeed not as stable and powerful as electric lights. When Matthew had just transmigrated, he was relatively poor. He could not even afford candles. With the candles, he often felt his eyes dry and itchy. This was due to the lack of light. Although he was already used to it after so many years, when Little Patton made such a suggestion, his heart was undoubtedly very moved. Are you sure you can make electric lights popular in Rolling Stone Town? What Matthew cared about was the difficulty of implementing this plan. I can conduct a trial in your cemetery. This is also the reason why I came to find you. Little Patton beamed with joy and said. Do you still remember the things I stole from the branch company in Storlek? After that, I stole a lot of things, including a large number of components for making electric lamps and energy items. Actually, the principle of electric light is very simple. As long as we can solve the 4 links of power generation, storage, transportation, and terminal, more people can enjoy the light. I have a small generator in my hand. I need the heart of a demon for energy. I can ask Rhaegar for this thing. He definitely doesn't lack the heart of a demon, so generating electricity shouldn't be a problem. Storage and transportation could be done with the astral white crystals of Storlek Industries. I also have ready-made raw materials here. I just need to temporarily assemble them. As for the terminal, I also have a few light bulbs. Actually, the difficulty in promoting this thing is that our industrial level is not enough to produce the tungsten wire, copper wire, and so on needed for the entire process. However, that was something to consider in the future. I just want to try assembling the thing I brought back. Your cemetery is the best place I can think of to install electric lights. Matthew thought for a moment. It didn't seem like there was any harm in letting Little Patton do this. What if he really made an electric light for him? Perhaps he could even produce more power products in the future. For example, the elevator that Matthew was always thinking about. In the future, it would be more convenient to enter and leave the Undercity. Thinking about it this way, he agreed to Little Patton's request. However, Matthew had also strictly defined the scope of his action. The first batch of electric lamps was limited to Matthew's workshop and the arsonist's workshop. As for the location of the generator, Matthew agreed to Little Patton's strong suggestion and placed it in an open space near the area where the ghosts were active. After that, he let Little Patton do it alone. 2 days later, Matthew focused all his energy on talking to animals. Heaven did not disappoint those who put in the effort. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, when the final Dog King was about to be decided, the progress of animal conversation had reached 112/300. This was far beyond Matthew's expectations. At this moment, he stood on the square and looked around. There wasn't a dog in Rolling Stone Town that he hadn't hooked up with. His heart was filled with satisfaction. But at this moment, all the dogs in the square suddenly barked in unison. Immediately after, all the dogs shut their mouths at the same time. They ignored the dog owner's leash and curses, which was a rare sight. They fled in different directions with all their might. Help! Help! Matthew heard the fighting dogs making such sounds at the same time. In an instant, a strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. However, this fear instantly faded. A few seconds later, everyone was at a loss. A shadow suddenly loomed over Rolling Stone Town. Immediately after, it was a wave of air that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Of course. Dragon's might. Hiss. A strange dragon's roar came down from the sky. It swept through every corner of Rolling Stone Town. Warning, giant dragon attack. Chapter 579, Chapter 579, Black Dragon Calamity, Level Up. Chapter 579, Black Dragon Calamity, Level Up. B0znbel.c0m. Translator, Lonely Tree. No one had expected that the dragon disaster would suddenly descend in such a way. When the towering figure descended from the sky like a mountain, the power of the superior slammed into every brick on the roof of the town like a storm. The tiles trembled slightly due to the resonance between the wind and the dragon's might. High in the sky, a proud black dragon was hovering above Rolling Stone Town with its head held high. His chest and abdomen bulged rapidly, and the scales on his neck emitted bursts of white mist. Then, he spat out a large ball of dragon breath toward the densest place in the crowd. The terrifying dragon breath gushed down in a triangular cone shape. After being diluted by the air, the dragon breath, with strong acid properties, turned into an acid mist and sprayed on the ground. Meanwhile, in the plaza, by the time everyone realized what had happened, it was already too late. The acid mist spread rapidly, and large patches of skin were corroded by the acid on the spot. Even though Matthew had activated a protective acid spell, his spell could not cover everyone in the square. A tragic wail suddenly erupted in the acid mist. People ran in panic. The order in the square instantly collapsed, and there were even slight signs of trampling. Under the intimidation of the dragon's might, no one could calm the panicked crowd. Matthew was the same. Relying on the powerful resistance given to him by the dragon-slaying domain, he called for reinforcements from the cemetery as quickly as possible. At the same time, he quickly ran to a corner of the square under a roof and began chanting the incantation of the undead summoning spell. In an instant, a huge teleportation gate quickly took shape. Under Matthew's unprecedentedly strict orders, Filey came to his side as quickly as he could. At the crucial moment, Matthew couldn't care less about the others. He quickly climbed onto Filey's body, and the latter gently used a flight spell to leave the ground. At this moment, the black dragon had obviously noticed Matthew. When he saw Filey beneath Matthew, the black dragon was furious. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he quickly rushed down as if he was diving down to attack. Their targets were naturally Matthew and Filey. Matthew did not panic. He ordered Filey to fly north of Rolling Stone Town. Usually, a skeletal dragon that used the flying spell would definitely not be able to match the speed of the dragon in the air. Matthew had already taken other measures to remedy the situation. However, what surprised him was Filey, who had not seen him for the past few days, seemed to have grown a little. His flying technique was very smooth, and his flying speed was actually only a little slower than the black dragon. In just 10 breaths, he carried Matthew to the north of the square. Over there was a section of the old city wall that was built during Rieger's father's era. Filey quickly lay on the city wall. The soul fire in his brain was jumping violently, and a dragon's roar, like a bellow, was coming from his chest. The black dragon charged down furiously. Matthew calmly grabbed one of Filey's bones, and the latter displayed a dexterity that did not match its size. Just as the two sides were about to collide, Filey jumped to the side and dodged the black dragon's attack. The latter fiercely crashed into the city wall, shattering the upper half of the city wall. Walala! Massive amounts of bricks fell like rain. Evil undead, how dare you challenge the might of a true dragon? The black dragon roared angrily in the air. I, Miyanogas, the black dragon lord on the mountain, officially announce that this land is mine. The people living in this town must pay taxes to the great Miyanogas. The previous lord of this town must also swear allegiance to me. It's your honor to become a part of the great black dragon lord. The black dragon's voice echoed in Rolling Stone Town for a long time. After saying this, the black dragon turned its huge head to Matthew, its eyes revealing a cruel look. And you, despicable necromancer, I will burn your bones and scatter your ashes today as the price for desecrating the bones of the true dragon. Matthew looked coldly at the black dragon in the sky. He took a glance at the center of the town. The situation was still very chaotic. Many people were running for their lives. Fortunately, Matthew's efforts were not in vain. He single-handedly attracted the attention of the black dragon and bought time for most of the residents in the square to escape. Miyanogas. This was the name of the black dragon overlord of the High Leaf region. Matthew had never thought that he would run into him in such a way. This guy actually dared to come to Rolling Stone Town alone to show off. Matthew didn't know what to say. Sir, aren't you a little too bold? At this moment, a black figure quickly rose from the square in the middle of the town. There were no signs of levitation spells on his body. He was flying straight up purely by relying on his own ability. And this was one of the characteristics of a legendary rogue. Even though the other party had disguised himself, Matthew also quickly realized that this was the legendary form of Silver Snake Richard. At this time, Richard was wearing a black suit that looked like a night suit. However, under the sun, the clothes would occasionally emit a silver luster, giving people a strong sense of confusion. Richard quickly approached, standing in the air, and Matthew cooperated with him, blocking the black dragon's dive into the depths of the town. Chapter 580, Black Dragon S Calamity, Level Increase. Chapter 580, Black Dragon S Calamity, Level Increase. B0znvel.c0m. Translator, Lonely Tree. In the next second, Rhaegar, whose body was glowing with the light of the flight spell, also hurried over. He probably used an expensive flying scroll, so his movements were much faster than before. He was holding the big sword in his hand, but the state of the big sword was different from what Matthew had seen before. In addition to the abnormal magical luster on the blade, Matthew also sensed a bloodthirsty smell. Miyanogas. This is not a place for you to be impudent. Rhaegar roared loudly. He looked really angry, and every word was roaring with all his might. Leave this place and stay away from Rolling Stone Town. Otherwise, you'll be digging your own grave. Matthew also stared coldly at the black dragon and said, We don't accept any form of slavery from you. Moreover, this is Rolling Stone Town, the hometown of the great mage Ronan. You'd better consider the consequences before acting rashly. However, this black dragon had an unusually bad temper. Not only did he have no intention of negotiating with Rolling Stone Town, he even cursed. Crawlers! Don't even think about threatening me. Then, he charged at Rhaegar with an unstoppable force. At the crucial moment, Rhaegar was not afraid at all. He calmly stared at every movement of the black dragon. His skin was also burning with purgatory flames as if he was about to enter the second form. Whoosh! Rhaegar suddenly brushed past the right side of the black dragon's abdomen. In order to avoid the black dragon's tail, he could only launch an attack with difficulty. Clang! Due to the lack of strength, the sword only managed to scrape off a piece of dragon scale from the black dragon's tail. Boom! The black dragon's huge body mercilessly brushed against a house. A few seconds later, he stepped on the ruins and shook violently. His chest and abdomen bulged rapidly again. It was as if he was brewing a dragon breath. There were still many people on the streets near the house. They were fleeing in panic. However, it was obviously difficult for a human to escape from the dragon's attack range. Miyanoge's tilted his head and wanted to spray dragon breath at the crowd. But at that moment, he suddenly retracted his head and looked nervously at the other side of the old civ wall. There were more than 10 figures standing there. Zeller stood in front of everyone. Behind him, the knights from the Lord's Guards were adjusting a huge ballista. Dragon ballista. When the cold and thick black crossbow aimed at Miyanoge's, the latter seemed both angry and afraid. Boom! He flapped his wings and rose from the ground, leaving the range of the dragon ballista in an instant. During this process, Matthew also rode on Filey and forced his way over. He didn't use spells easily. It was because black dragons had the highest resistance to spells among true dragons. At the same time, the black dragon's scales were also effective against physical attacks. Matthew's train of thought was very clear. This battle had come too suddenly. Rolling Stone Town was not ready to slay the dragon. The only goal now was to expel him first. Hence, he ordered Filey to maintain a certain distance from the black dragon. Then, he threw balls of grey light across the air. Disintegration. Disintegrate was actually one of the indispensable spells against the dragons. Theoretically, disintegrate could only be used on non-living armor. However, on the practical level, mages discovered that disintegration could also soften dragon scales very well, achieving the effect of weakening the natural armor of a true dragon. Matthew aimed accurately. After 4 consecutive disintegration spells, a huge scale on the black dragon's neck, lower abdomen, right side of its ribs, and the base of its tail had been softened. This gave the others room to attack. At this time, a ghostly figure appeared on the back of the black dragon. In a flash, Richard stabbed the black dragon's neck, and the sharp dagger stabbed into the flesh under the softened scales. Miyanoge's roared in pain. He shook his body violently. His tail whipped at his body, trying to slap Richard to death. However, the latter instantly disappeared from the spot after his attack. Despicable bug. The black dragon was furious. However, under the deterrence of the dragon ballista, he did not dare to approach the ground. Dragons were cunning. It only took him a few seconds to realize that this group of people in front of him did not seem to be easy to bully. However, with such an awe-inspiring presence, if he ran away with his tail between his legs, it would more or less damage the black dragon overlord's dignity. Hence, he rolled his eyes. He cast his destructive gaze on another building in the town. Miyanoge's quickly took off and raised his altitude, looking like he was escaping. However, 10 seconds later, his huge body sank down. After landing on the ground, he began to attack the nearby buildings and residents indiscriminately. This completely infuriated Rhaegar. He rushed over and slashed at the black dragon's right foot. Clang! An intense and crisp sound erupted. Rhaegar's body involuntarily bounced back. However, with the help of the dragon-slaying sword oil, Miyanoge's right hind leg was also slashed with a 30-centimeter deep wound. The black dragon wagged his tail in pain and whipped Rhaegar against the wall. However, at this moment, Matthew also rushed over. He jumped onto the roof of a small white house, and Filey slammed into the black dragon's belly from the side. The difference in weight between the two made the black dragon sway slightly. Chapter 581, Chapter 581, Black Dragon Calamity, Level Increase. Chapter 581, Black Dragon Calamity, Level Increase. B0znvel.c0m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Miyanoge's bit down on Filey's chest in a fit of rage, instantly tearing apart his bone armor. Go to hell, you bastard who blasphemed the glory of the true dragon. He was just about to follow up his victory and crush Filey into powder. But at this moment, a violent collision came from the other side of his body. This time, the force of the collision was much stronger than that of Filey. The black dragon staggered and almost fell to the ground. He turned around in shock and anger. On the other side of his body, a dark warrior holding a huge alloy shield was facing him. The black dragon slapped the black warrior's shield. The latter did not move at all. On the contrary, Miyanoga's claws were in pain. He looked up. At the other end of the street, a centaur was opening its arms and chanting loudly. As he chanted, a large number of plants broke through the cobblestone ground and spread across the black dragon's body at a terrifying speed. Right beside the centaur, a zombie archer was pointing a magic longbow at him. A powerful magic aura was brewing on the bow and arrow. A strange chant sounded behind him. A dark priest was letting his servants enchant a ritual spell. The space around the black dragon was instantly engulfed by darkness. He began to feel that it was difficult to move forward. What made the dragon's scalp tingle was the necromancer had been throwing all kinds of disgusting spells at him from the beginning. Powerful exhaustion ray. Disintegrate. Weakening spell. Puff. A strange light shot out from Matthew's staff. After hitting the black dragon, he suddenly felt an unbearable itch in his lungs, and the dragon breath he was brewing was interrupted by a cough. What was even more terrifying was he could feel an unprecedented killing intent approaching. At the end of the road, Zeller was pushing the ballistae over with his soldiers. No, no, no. How can you worms hurt the great true dragon? He hadn't finished his sentence. Argus suddenly leapt high and slammed the shield in his hand on the black dragon's head. Miyanoga's felt slightly dizzy. In a trance, he actually saw the necromancer charging towards him. I must be hallucinating. He's a mage. How could he? This thought had yet to disappear. He saw Matthew jump down from the roof. In the air, Black Dragon was puzzled to see a mace in Matthew's hand. At the same time, the latter's body also began to mutate, turning from a human into a real moon bear. Moon Bear waved his mace, ready to teach the Black Dragon a lesson. At the crucial moment, Miyanoga suddenly adjusted his body. Sweep the tail. Everything around him was being whipped away or forced away by that huge tail. Only Matthew managed to get close. However, the Black Dragon adjusted its posture. Matthew didn't hit him on the head as he wished. Bang! The mace hit the Black Dragon's neck hard. The latter's scales started to shrink. Even though it could withstand the physical damage of the mace, Miyanoga's also had the urge to vomit blood. When had he, a dignified Black Dragon, ever suffered such humiliation? He violently adjusted his posture, wanting to teach these humans a painful lesson. But at this moment, he heard an extremely sensitive sound of metal trembling. It was the sound of a ballista being loaded. Bang! The Dark Warrior was still trying to hit the Black Dragon's head with his shield. Centaur Obist, Dark Priest, Renesm. All sorts of ranged attacks landed on Dark Dragon's body as if they were free. Riegar, Richard, Soldier, and the soldiers of the Lord's Guards. The fearless melee units were also frantically attacking the Black Dragon's feet. At that moment, Miyanoga's finally understood what fear was. His chest bulged violently. Immediately after, a loud bang was heard. A terrifying wave of air gushed out in all directions, with the Black Dragon at the center. The air wave carried a high degree of corrosiveness. But most importantly, this wave of air temporarily forced everyone to retreat. In the next second, the Black Dragon's body rose from the ground. In an instant, he flew into the clouds. Trying to escape? Matthew immediately transformed into the winged dragon wind god and bit the Black Dragon's tail. Kakaka. The Black Dragon swung its tail fiercely, and a large number of relatively soft scales were bitten off by Matthew. In other words, the winged dragon wind god's weight was indeed not on the same level as the Black Dragon. The latter struggled for a while but still shook Matthew off. At this time, Miyanoga's quickly changed his direction and fled towards the west as fast as he could. However, his originally incomparably thick tail, it had already become a bare scene. As he flew, his scales fell off. Matthew silently watched the black dragon flee in a panic, but there was no joy of victory in his heart. He looked down. Rolling Stone Town wasn't a place filled with sorrow, but more than 20 houses had been destroyed. The place where the dragon disaster had wreaked havoc. Someone was calling for help, someone was crying, and a little girl was lying on her parents' bodies with lifeless eyes. The other regions were dead silent. Everyone hid. At that moment, the entire town became empty. This was the first time in decades that Rolling Stone Town had been attacked from the outside. It probably wouldn't be the last time. Chapter 582 Black Dragon Calamity, Level Increase. Chapter 582 Black Dragon Calamity, Level Increase. B0znbel.c0m. Translator, Lonely Tree. The war is really coming. Matthew returned to the ground with a heavy heart. Everyone was supporting Rhaegar. The latter's face was extremely pale. It seemed that the black dragon's tail had given him a hard time. However, Rhaegar still pretended to be relaxed and said, "I'm fine. You have to believe in the life force of demons." Cough, cough, cough. Matthew could tell at a glance that he was weak. Although he was not on the verge of death, he was still seriously injured. He glanced at the corridor beside him. There was an oak tree that he had planted himself, but it had been broken by the black dragon, and a large number of leaves scattered all over the ground. Matthew picked up a large piece of leaf and came to Rhaegar's side. A warm glow lit up in his palm. In an instant, the leaves turned into a quicksand-like substance and fell through Matthew's fingers. Rhaegar's body emitted a gentle light of life. Under the effect of the flourishing leaves, Rhaegar's condition improved a little. "I didn't expect you to know healing spells." He looked at Matthew in surprise. Matthew smiled. "Then I'm afraid there are still many things you didn't expect." Richard also looked at Matthew in surprise. "To be honest, the way you pounced on the black dragon just now gave me a shock. Not many mages, no, not many people would dare to launch a melee attack on a dragon. I mean, what a great hammer smash," Matthew said with some regret. "It's a pity that I didn't knock him out. Otherwise, I would have had a chance to keep him here." Richard shook its head gently. "Slaying a dragon isn't a simple matter. In the end, we still lack preparations." Matthew nodded. At this time, Zeller came over to ask about the situation. After confirming that Rhaegar was safe and sound, he sent people to deal with the disaster relief. "We still have a lot of work to do. But before that, we have to hold an emergency meeting," Zeller said seriously. A few minutes later, in the office hall of the Lord's residence, the four of them took their positions. "First of all, we have to figure out the source of this dragon disaster." Zeller's expression was very serious, and his thoughts were unusually clear. "We all knew that the two dragons might attack Rolling Stone Town, but no one expected today's situation. There were three main problems. First, why was it the black dragon Miyanoga's? Secondly, why was he alone? Thirdly, why now?" Zeller's thoughts made sense. Under normal circumstances, even a dragon at the top of the food chain would not be able to attack a town alone. That was a little too crazy. Dragons also had their own troops. Even if they could not train an organized army, recruiting some dark creatures as their claws and teeth was a piece of cake for the dragons. In fact, the Highleaf region had essentially become a subordinate of Black Dragon Miyanoga's. If this guy wanted to conquer Rolling Stone Town, why didn't he lead an army over? This means that Miyanoga's action this time was not a rational decision. On the one hand, he miscalculated the situation in Rolling Stone Town. This may be because of his arrogance, or it may be because of the instigation of others. On the other hand, there's no reason why the Red Dragon, Kuzula's, who we were more afraid of, hasn't made any moves. According to the information from the High Leaf region, the red dragon and the black dragon had fought several times, and both sides were evenly matched. But the problem was, according to the information, Kuzula's was a full-fledged adult red dragon, level 20, and a true half-legend. The black dragon Miyanoga's was a young dragon, only level 18. Don't look at the difference of only 2 levels. For a completely unreasonable creature like a dragon, 2 levels is already a very big difference in strength. Matthew quickly analyzed. So I think that the black dragon and the red dragon didn't really fight. Or rather, Kuzula's has been holding back. My guess is that the crafty red dragon did not dare to invade Rolling Stone Town because it was warned by Edmund. That's why he deliberately encouraged Miyanoga's, that brainless fool, to scout the way. That's why today's scene happened. The others nodded. Matthew's analysis was quite reasonable. There was even a possibility. These 2 dragons were simply playing a double act. Their goal was to control the residents and armies of their respective territories to a greater extent. Only dragons could defeat dragons. When this concept was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, only then would the Dragon Lord's foundation of rule among the human civilians be more stable. However, this thought didn't seem to be something that an ordinary chromatic dragon could come up with. Together with the green dragon Fat Tina, who was active in the north, Matthew felt like an invisible net was forming around him. He didn't know who the enemy hiding in the water was. But he had to think of a way to break out of this situation. Otherwise, Rolling Stone Town would most likely perish under the dragon fire. Other than Dulin and Asma, who were in poor condition, how many helpers can you find? Matthew looked at Rhaegar. The latter muttered 4 names, including Li Weiqi and the priest from the Watcher Highland. Matthew nodded slightly. That should be enough. I still insist on my previous point of view. We must take the initiative to attack. Zeller said. But if we want to take the initiative to attack, we have to be prepared to deal with 2 dragons at the same time. Matthew shook his head. Not 2, maybe 3. Richard frowned and said. You mean that the green dragon in the north might also participate in the battle? Matthew nodded. I might be overthinking, but it's better to be prepared. Zeller sighed. But if we have to deal with 3 dragons at the same time, I'm afraid we won't have enough manpower. Matthew said firmly. I think we can give it a try. As he spoke, he took a stack of white paper from his desk. She started to write letters quickly. Dear Lumiere, Bobo, Eli, Lorraine, Samantha, Clegg. Within 15 minutes, Matthew had written 6 letters for help. Among my friends, other than a druid from the Moonlight Society who's a tier 3, the rest are at least tier 4. They can help when dealing with dragons that have yet to enter the legendary realm. He said to the 3 of them. However, there was some hesitation in their eyes. Matthew looked at them in surprise. A moment later, he suddenly reacted. Are you guys worried about me? In the next second, he decisively removed the temperance domain. A terrifying aura spread from Matthew's body. Hint, your level has increased from LV12 to LV16. Your strength has increased in all aspects. Chapter 583, Chapter 583, Death Reaping Curse, 5 Dragons Alliance. Chapter 583, Death Reaping Curse, 5 Dragons Alliance. B0znvel.c0m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Hint, your current level is LV16. If you want to continue leveling up, you must continue to invest more XP and consume legendary points. Current status, XP still has excess points. The legendary path is insufficient, so it cannot be upgraded. Your attributes have increased, intelligence +1, intuition +1. Your contract slot +4. You have gained new abilities, negative energy transformation and Death Reaper Curse. Negative energy transformation, you can transform yourself by injecting negative energy into certain parts of your body. The parts that have been transformed by negative energy will obtain additional natural armor, additional muscle strength, additional negative energy affinity, and additional overall casting speed. Warning: the negative energy transformation limit cannot exceed 60% of your entire body, or your body will be irreversible towards the direction of the undead. Death Reaper Curse: create a pale energy chain between you and a target. This energy chain cannot be interrupted by terrains and buildings. It can extend up to 30 meters. When the target is chained, the target's resistance to instant death will be greatly reduced. Your ability Undead Summoning has been upgraded to Multiple Undead Summoning. Multiple Undead Summoning: when you use Summoning of the Undead, you can maintain a larger number of summoned creatures with a lower concentration and have more precise control over them. In view of your arduous research on the path of necromancy, you can choose one of the following 3 fields. Soul Pale Nether Weapon. A dense stream of messages flashed in front of Matthew. Compared to the last advancement, there was one less class characteristic this time, but the overall improvement was still real. Matthew focused his attention on the selection of domains. These 3 domains were all subdomains of death. The soul domain was the most expansive and vast, but it was also the most attractive. On the other hand, the pale and nether weapons were relatively narrow. Pale referred to a very special area in the underworld, as well as a general term for a type of undead that mainly consisted of ghosts. The nether weapon represented a weapon domain that was highly related to negative energy. Matthew hesitated. First, he ruled out the nether weapon. As a spellcaster who already had the skull of Augustus, Matthew felt that there was no need for him to delve too deeply into weapon-related fields. And between soul and pale, Matthew had once leaned towards the former. However, after thinking for a moment, he still chose pale. The reason for not choosing soul was simple. The domain brought by the advancement could only be passively endured and could not be actively explored. In this case, the soul domain was more random, and Matthew was not sure what he could gain. On the other hand, the pale domain was much narrower, and its direction was very clear. Matthew could already guess what he would gain by choosing the pale domain. In the next second. Hint: you have obtained the pale domain. Your temporary ability, Hand of Paleness, has been solidified into a permanent ability, retaining all its previous characteristics. You have gained the favor of pale creatures, ghost, specter, pale horse, pale knight. You have obtained permission to enter the Pale Land, Underworld, at any time. As expected. This made Matthew secretly happy. This ability had its own merits compared to Astrid's Claw. The key was that it did not require too much concentration to maintain, which gave him the space to operate from both sides. As for the right to enter the underworld at any time, it was a small surprise. Matthew had thought that it would be good enough if he could obtain something related to the Pale Land. He did not expect to directly turn a remote place in the underworld into his own backyard. No matter how remote it was still a place that no one dared to enter. To many mages, this meant that it was of great strategic value. As for the pale creature's goodwill, it was purely a bonus. He had no intention of becoming the Lord of Paleness. It was enough to make the ghosts under him work for him in peace. Compared to the domain, the 2 new abilities were the biggest gains from this upgrade. In general, Negative Energy Modification and Reaper's Curse were both supportive abilities. However, both of them had extraordinary value. The former could strengthen Matthew's body, but the price was a certain amount of physical activity. However, Matthew was very curious. If he used the vitality of life to neutralize the corrosion of negative energy, would he have a chance to obtain the strength of the body modified by negative energy while preventing his body from losing too much life essence? The latter was even more significant. Matthew currently had many spells and abilities that could instantly cause death, but due to the low probability of instant death, these abilities were often not used. The Reaper Curse had a chance of reversing the situation. As long as they were locked by Matthew's energy chain. When the time came, he would cast an instant death spell on the enemy. If the other party were unlucky, they would die on the spot. This was undoubtedly a new trump card for Matthew. In general, the increase in strength brought by leveling up was good. However, it was not as great as he had imagined. Matthew was well aware of this. The reason why he chose to level up was not to obtain a short-term increase in combat power but to ensure that he could play a greater role in the next battle. After all, the Black Dragon had already openly attacked Rolling Stone Town. Chapter 584 Chapter 584, Death Reaping Curse, 5 Dragons Alliance. Chapter 584, Death Reaping Curse, 5 Dragons Alliance. B0snvel.c0m. Translator, Lonely Tree. The friction with the dragon was inevitable. He wanted to develop in peace. However, someone did not allow it. Therefore, he could only think of a way to get rid of these people who were in his way. The battle just now. One of the reasons why Black Dragon Miyanogas was able to escape was because Matthew's spell was nullified. He estimated. At least 80% of the spells had been nullified by the Black Dragon. This was also the reason why Matthew had switched to melee mode. The level was indeed not the only factor in combat power. But it was also a part of it. When Tier 3 Matthew used a spell to attack the Tier 5 Black Dragon, there was an 80% chance that he would be directly immune. Now that he had reached Tier 4, the probability of him being able to avoid the attack had dropped to about 40%. This was because of the dragon's unique talent and the extra immunity from judgment brought about by the excessive level difference. Matthew was now level 16. He believed that the next time he faced the Black Dragon, his spell would play a decisive role. However, it was a pity. Because the resting period ended early, he abandoned his progress in the Temperance domain. Hint: you have broken the self-restraint of the Temperance domain, your Temperance element 10. You have obtained the element of Greed X5. You have entered the Indulgence period of Temperance. During the period of Indulgence, you will not be able to obtain the element of Temperance, but you will be able to obtain the element of Greed twice as much. Matthew was quite interested in the special existence of the Indulgence period. This thing was different from the cheat meal. It seemed to have completely left the domain of Temperance. His domain abilities, Heart of Tranquil Water and Cheat Meal, had also turned into a flickering gray. At the moment, these two abilities could still be used. However, there was already a hint of warning. If I obtain a large amount of greed elements during the period of indulgence, will I completely lose control of my domain? Matthew was just thinking about it. A new message flashed in front of him. Hint: your equilibrium domain is in effect. You have obtained the temporary state of relaxation from the realm of equilibrium. There is a limit to relaxation. When you are in the indulgence period of the realm of temperance, you can obtain double the elements of the realm of greed without any punishment from the realm of temperance. Matthew's eyes lit up. Was this the art of equalization? He usually felt that the equalization domain was stuck between more than 10 domains, and it was not effective. He did not expect it to have such an effect this time. From the looks of it, Matthew would not have to worry about the side effects of having two opposing domains at the same time. Temperance and greed can be carried out together. I can even use these two small domains as experimental subjects. Before I balance life and death in the future, I can balance temperance and greed. Perhaps I can gain more experience. Matthew thought to himself. The above thoughts only happened in a minute. In the blink of an eye, Matthew's attention returned to the outside world. The three of them looked at Matthew as if they were looking at a monster. Zeller couldn't help but say, "You seem to be holding back your strength?" Matthew waved his hand. "Some, but not much." He was telling the truth. He had enough XP at the moment, but on the path to Tier 5, people like him who had opened the legendary path in advance had to accumulate enough practice points. Matthew did not have any at the moment. Therefore, entering the 5th tier could be said to be difficult and long. However, even so, Matthew's growth speed was enough to make others go crazy. In a short span of 4 months, he had advanced from Tier 2 to Tier 4. This was done right under the noses of the people of Rolling Stone Town. How could they not be shocked? Richard looked deeply at Matthew. "I thought I had already figured out your background. I didn't expect you to hide it so well." Rhaegar scratched his head. To be honest, if you were a demon or a warlock, I would be more accepting. Matthew smiled and didn't explain much. As the saying goes, a person who has accumulated a lot of strength will be able to unleash it slowly. The accumulation of experience had long been completed by him planting trees day and night. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to become a more perfect legend, he might have already reached level 20. However, that kind of high level did not have much meaning. Immediately, he carefully took out the dagger of equality from his luggage and handed it to Richard. The latter took the dagger, and his expression changed. Legendary weapon? Are you sure it's that one? Matthew nodded lightly. Rhaegar looked at the dagger curiously. Why does this thing look so familiar? Matthew quickly changed the topic and asked Richard. With this weapon in hand, how confident are you in killing that black dragon? Richard played with the dagger of equality lovingly and estimated, if we attack in a safer way, I can take his life in 10 minutes at most. If we didn't care about the cost, I could beat him to the brink of death within 3 minutes. But as you can see, if the black dragon wants to escape, we can't do anything to him without the ballistae. Matthew nodded. You just need to be responsible for providing enough damage when necessary. Leave the rest to me. After that, the four of them discussed the next situation. Richard said that it was not common sense that the black dragon was approaching without a sound. Even with his powerful perception, he did not notice it. This meant that there must be a stronger force behind Miyanoga's. Chapter 585 Chapter 585, Death-Seeking Curse, 5 Dragons Alliance. Chapter 585, Death-Seeking Curse, 5 Dragons Alliance. B0znvel.c0m. Translator, Lonely Tree. In order to guard against this, they had to expand the scope of their alert and be prepared to deal with the dragon disaster at any time. They started to get busy. Matthew quickly returned to the workshop in the cemetery. He took out a stack of blank paper and began to write a review of the battle. The biggest difficulty in fighting dragons is that they have a huge body that far exceeds that of ordinary creatures, matching muscle density and natural armor. This made it impossible for ordinary sabers and spears to break through the defense of the dragon's scales. Ordinary ballistae posed a certain threat to the dragons, but they were also difficult to kill. There was only one dragon crossbow that truly frightened the dragons, and it was very difficult to move it, requiring 7 or 8 soldiers to operate it. Its huge size and the terrifying density of its muscles, bones, and scales allowed the dragon to have an unusual fault tolerance in battle. Miyanoga's was twice the size of Filey, but he weighed more than 20 times as much. This gave them unstoppable destructive power when they charged. At the moment, it seemed that only Argus could fight him head-on. Other units can't hinder his freedom at all. Matthew stopped writing, sometimes flipping through books, sometimes stopping to think. The natural armor was a powerful advantage of the dragon, but it could be countered. In this battle, Matthew's disintegration spell played a remarkable role. However, the problem was that while they had a powerful physical advantage, dragons also had extraordinary intelligence and mobility that far exceeded ordinary creatures. If this guy chose to fight head-on, he would have died countless times already. From the beginning to the end, he had been hiding from the attack range of the dragon crossbow, and he was also very insidiously active in the areas with residents. This made Matthew and the others feel restrained when they played on their home ground. This was not even the result of the black dragon's deliberate consideration. It might just be a combat instinct inherited from the true dragon. He had to admit. Dragons were indeed creatures favored by the heavens. Even if it was only a tier 5 dragon. Only legendary powerhouses could fight against it. If only Rolling Stone Town had a legendary warrior or a legendary mage. Matthew sighed softly. However, there was only Richard, the legendary thief, in Rolling Stone Town. Bandits were the most awkward when facing dragons. Can it cause effective damage? Yes. But not much. In theory, legendary thieves were the most effective against other legendary classes of their sizes. However, facing such a giant, they really couldn't do much. Fortunately, the dagger of equality that Matthew lent out could make up for this to a certain extent. But no matter what, ordinary people would die if they were not careful in the process of fighting against the dragon. This meant that Matthew had to do more homework to avoid this. The workshop was silent. There was only the rustling of the quill on the paper. Other than the summary of the battle, Matthew also recorded 2 anomalies. The first point was what Richard had mentioned. The black dragon's sneak attack was so sudden that even the silver snake, which was good at perception, did not have any warning in advance. This was completely illogical. To achieve such an effect, it required at least a legendary-level advanced invisibility spell or a similar spell of the 5th tier, and above that could be stacked several times. Considering the fact that the black dragon did not know any magic, someone must have concealed his figure for him. The second point was that when the black dragon escaped, a layer of air burst out from his body. The wave of air looked very similar to the dragon's breath. However, the nature was completely different. At least Matthew didn't see his chest bulge. The blast was more like a spell-like ability. However, black dragons were natural magic-insulated entities. They wouldn't know how to cast spells. There were only 2 explanations left. Firstly, the black dragon had some kind of treasure on it that could release a blast similar to the Ring of Fire. The probability of this was low because Matthew did not see him take out any treasures when he used the airwave. Secondly, the black dragon had the blessing of a high-level powerhouse. This blessing might exist in the form of divine spells. This possibility was much higher. The 2 abnormalities combined. There must be at least one powerful being behind Black Dragon Miyanoga's who was proficient in divine spells. However, in this era, the gods had been exiled to the Heavenly Palace, and it was difficult for the power of divine spells to reach the mortal world. Who had secretly extended their tentacles to the periphery of Rolling Stone Town? Matthew frowned and thought deeply. A moment later, he let out a long breath. It's not entirely impossible. For a mage, as long as they have enough information, they will have a chance to kill the enemy no matter how powerful they are. He thought about it. He quickly took out a brand new piece of parchment and began to write. To kill the Black Dragon Miyanogas, one must first strangle his mobility. A night passed. Matthew had drawn up a preliminary plan to deal with the Black Dragon. During the day, he sent all the letters through the channels of the Cauldron House. Considering that some of his friends had no fixed residence, Matthew even paid for a magic service called paging letter. With the support of this noble magic, as long as they were in the prime material plane, everyone could receive these letters within 7 days. Other than that, Matthew also wrote 2 letters and handed them to Isabel and Soria through the Alliance's channels. Chapter 586, Chapter 586, Death-Seeking Curse, 5 Dragons Alliance. Chapter 586, Death-Seeking Curse, 5 Dragons Alliance. B0znval.c0m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Even though he didn't have much hope for these 2 holy mages. However, he still had to try. In the next few days, Rhaegar led the group in rebuilding houses and appeasing the victims in Rolling Stone Town. Fortunately, not many people were affected this time. With Rhaegar's many years of reputation, most people were willing to believe that Rolling Stone Town could defeat the evil dragon. But even so, the atmosphere in the town had also become much more desolate. In the afternoon, 3 days later, an owl came to the office hall of the Liege's residence with a thick letter in its mouth. Matthew happened to be there. When he saw the owl from the Alliance, he thought it was his letter. But the owl didn't even look at him. Instead, he flew to Rhaegar's side. Under Rhaegar's somewhat stunned gaze, the owl dropped the thick envelope. Bang! The desk trembled slightly. The owl flew away quickly. Matthew and Zeller went over curiously. At this moment, Rhaegar had just opened the envelope. A sheepskin scroll wrapped at the outermost layer suddenly flew out automatically. The title was written on it. Secret War Order, from the Lords of the 100 Cities and the Lords. The 3 of them looked at each other. Their hearts trembled. The secret order of war finally arrived. Rolling Stone Town had received the secret order. Did this mean that all the territories in the south had received the same content? Matthew quickly read the secret order. He confirmed that the contents were almost exactly the same as what Margaret had revealed. Other than the time of registration for mages. In the official secret order, the Alliance required all mages to complete their registration within 2 months. And in these 2 months, no private battles are allowed in the territories. Even if there was a dispute, they also had to submit a battle request to the Alliance. That was to solve the problem openly. The good news is that the Black Dragon won't be able to ambush us again within these 2 months. Otherwise, the Seven Saint Alliance will take revenge on him. The bad news is that our dragon-slaying plan seems to be delayed. Matthew felt helpless. However, Rhaegar shook his head, his eyes flashing with determination. That might not be the case. At the same time, the border between the Highleaf region and the Golden Fertile Field. In the misty hills, where no one had ever visited. In the thick fog that filled the sky. The two huge creatures were pushing each other violently. You lied to me. Those humans are not easy to deal with. That necromancer bit off all the scales on my tail. Black Dragon Miyanogas roared angrily. The red dragon Kuzulas didn't want to be outdone. Are they not easy to deal with, or are you too weak? You'd better be polite to me if you don't want to be torn into pieces by me. The black dragon could no longer suppress its anger. He fiercely pressed his head against the red dragon's chin. Kuzulas. You're a coward. You would only hide behind the scenes and control everything. I want to see how strong you are to tear me into pieces. Kuzulas was furious. He opened his bloody mouth and bit down on the black dragon's neck. But at this moment, a sinister voice came from the fog, instantly stunning the two dragons. You are part of the great dragon god's revival plan. There's no need to quarrel over such a trivial matter. Red dragon Kuzulas, black dragon Miyanogas, green dragon Fatina, white dragon King Elgalon, blue dragon Wilcox. The 5 of you have already signed the Pact of the 5 Dragons, and from now on, it will become the 5 Dragons Alliance. Within the alliance, fighting was forbidden. People had to cooperate with each other and complete the dragon god's orders as soon as possible. Or do you think that Rolling Stone Town is a tough nut to crack? Do you need me to dispatch the other 3 dragon gods chosen over so that the 5 of you can join forces to take down Rolling Stone Town? It was a man wearing a strange mask. He even looked a little too thin. However, when he walked out of the fog, the 2 arrogant dragons actually lowered their heads slightly. We don't need anyone's help. We can take down Rolling Stone Town ourselves. The 2 dragons expressed their stance one after another. The red dragon, Kuzulas, said in a flattering manner. The only reason we're still here is because the Seven Saint Alliance hasn't given the order for war yet. As long as the Alliance of 7 Saints allows it, I alone will be able to flatten Rolling Stone Town and fulfill Lord Dragon God's wish. Please rest assured, Lord Thousand Transformers. Chapter 587, Chapter 587, Legendary Flight. Chapter 587, Legendary Flight. B0znbel.c0m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Rolling Stone Town after the Dragon Calamity. The atmosphere of war was getting increasingly intense. Although Rhaegar did not officially announce his preparations for war, a series of abnormal lord orders were issued one after another in the following days. The first was to restart the underground fortress north of Rolling Stone Town. Due to the excellent terrain of the Gold Diggers Basin, a huge underground fortress was built northwest of Rolling Stone Town as early as when Rhaegar's father was in power. Only 1/6 of the fortress would be developed to accommodate the entire population of Rolling Stone Town for a short period of time. This fortress was usually sealed off. Now that it had been activated, it naturally needed to be reorganized and allocated to various areas so that it could be used in time to protect the residents in future wars. The second was the establishment of the sentry system during wartime. The Black Dragon's surprise attack was an accident. However, Rhaegar and the others clearly recognized that they had to strengthen the setting of mobile sentries. Ever since Matthew used the protective umbrella to deal with the Scar of the Dead, the frequency of patrolling by the garrison team had decreased significantly. After the Dragon Calamity, the members of the garrison team led by Blake not only strengthened the shift patrol system but also greatly expanded its scope. Focus on the western and southern borders. In this regard, Matthew also sent out the Ghosts to monitor the situation in the northeast to ensure that Rolling Stone Town would not be attacked from both sides. The third was to silently expand the army. The expansion of the army was mainly to recruit more people to improve the number of guards and reserves. To be fair, with the population of Rolling Stone Town, the potential for war was not enough within Zeller and Rhaegar's expectations. After this round of expansion, the permanent army of Rolling Stone Town could only reach the edge of 1,000 people at most. Among them, only 200 of the Lord's Guards were elites. And in the details of the battle in the secret order of war formulated by the Seven Saint Alliance, for the lowest level battle, the number of participants was set at 500. Generally speaking, the number of people in a battle should not be less than 1,000. This was obvious. As long as it was a large-scale battle, all the military forces of Rolling Stone Town had to be invested. This was quite a huge pressure for Rhaegar and the others. Fortunately, Matthew's undead army could barely fill the gap. These few Dovs. Zeller had been studying the details of the secret order. The number of details that the Alliance had given in the official version was dozens of times more than what Matthew had received from Margaret. It detailed the reasons for requesting a battle. Territory friction / territorial dispute / personal grudge / merger of territories / his dog glared at me. All these things are not described in one way. Under the current conditions, it was very easy to start a battle. However, in principle, a battle required the agreement of both parties. During this process, the Alliance sent a referee mage to intervene and make a decision. For example, if the High Leaf region submitted a request to Rolling Stone Town and the Alliance for a battle of 2,000 people, it would be impossible for the Alliance to defeat the High Leaf region. When the Alliance saw that Rolling Stone Town only had 1,000 soldiers, they might reject the request for a battle with the High Leaf region on the grounds that their combat strength was not equal or change the number of soldiers to 1,000. If the High Leaf region accepted the scale of the battle, it would be Rolling Stone Town's turn to make the decision. With the agreement of the High Leaf region and the Alliance, the two of them were able to enter the city. If Rolling Stone Town chose to reject the battle, then he would have to fulfill a part of the winner's reward proposed in the battle application. The content of the winner's reward was also negotiated by both sides with the Alliance's intervention. The main content was the ceding of territory, war reparations, territory privileges, and so on. In fact, it was equivalent to taking the initiative to cede territory and pay compensation. And between the two territories, there was also the concept of a war protection period. To be more specific, after one territory declared war on another and won, it had to wait another half a year before the next war application could be issued. This had indeed slowed down the pace of the annexation of weak territories to a certain extent. However, this didn't mean that the Alliance didn't encourage territories to annex each other. In the details of the territory negotiation, the Alliance gave the option of merging territories without using force. The two sides could negotiate under the mediation of the Alliance. With how passionate the people of Aender were about negotiations, this would probably become the mainstream. But war was still inevitable. No matter how detailed the rules of the Alliance were, there would also be many loopholes. For example, the protection period of a battle only existed between two territories that had just ended a battle. There were no restrictions on other territories. This meant that Rolling Stone Town could declare war on all the surrounding territories at the same time. All the surrounding territories might also declare war on Rolling Stone Town at the same time. In this way, Rolling Stone Town was likely to face a battle of attrition. This undoubtedly placed a higher demand on the political and diplomatic level of the independent territory. How to form alliances became one of the major tests that many small territories faced in the new era after the civilization mystery was broken. The three magnates of Rolling Stone Town had discussed this matter. The three of them believed that the details of the secret war order were one of the important factors that would determine the fate of the territory. Before the alliance lost control of the war, legendary mages who could interfere in war and overthrow the regime at any time were the guarantee of the effectiveness of the rules. How to effectively exploit the loopholes in the rules. It was the next goal that Zeller needed to focus on. For this reason, the coughing sounds in the Liege's manor in the middle of the night became frequent again. Chapter 588 Chapter 588, Legendary Flight. Chapter 588, Legendary Flight. B0znbel.c0m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew had asked about Zeller's physical condition. However, the latter's mental state was not bad. He told Matthew that his cough had something to do with his warlock bloodline and was not a physiological disease, so there was no need to worry too much. Matthew could only be skeptical. Riegar and Zeller were busy. Matthew naturally did not stay idle. In addition to writing letters to call his friends, he chose two key breakthroughs from the 4th grade spells that could be learned. These two spells were quite meaningful for the upcoming war. They were Isabel's flight spell and the dragon immobilizing spell of the monster immobilizing spell. Ordinary flying spells could be learned at Tier 3, but the effects of this flying spell were very ordinary. The starting and landing actions were very slow, and the speed of horizontal movement was only a little faster than when running at full speed. It was not cost-effective to learn. That was why Matthew only learned Isabel's improved flying spell when he was at the 4th tier. After a night of studying, Matthew roughly figured out the characteristics of Isabel's flying spell. The key point was deception. Everyone knew flight was actually a transformation spell. Ordinary flying spells were all about trying to change a part of one's body to mimic the characteristics of a flying species. Under such circumstances, even if he used the flight spell, the mage himself would sometimes be restrained. When flying in the air, you might feel more like a bird than a human. When it came to Isabel's flying skills, she proposed to deceive the transformation domain and make it think that humans were special flying units. As long as the domain recognized him, then, humans could also fly freely in the sky like birds. There was no cost to learn this spell. As long as he could understand Isabel's deception and learn the corresponding spell, it would be enough. However, this was also the difficulty of this spell. Matthew flipped through all the theoretical knowledge of Isabel's flying spell several times, but he still could not figure out how the deception was achieved. Fortunately, he had accumulated some elements of deception. Once he broke through the barrier, he still had a chance to quickly master Isabel's flying skills. The effect of this spell was much stronger than ordinary flying spells. Most importantly, it could fly up and down like a hummingbird, and its speed was 3 times faster than ordinary flying spells. The only drawback was that it required a high level of concentration to maintain. After all, it was quite taxing to keep deceiving the domain. After entering the advanced level, Matthew also further demonstrated the importance of concentration on a practical level. Many high-level spells required extremely high concentration to maintain. Spells were completely different from each other. For example, Astrid's Claw was a spell that required less concentration. Matthew could use this spell and free up more mental strength to prepare several other spells. The Reaper Curse, on the other hand, had a much higher requirement for concentration. After Matthew's experiments, he discovered that, while using the Reaper's Curse, he could, at most, use an additional spell of a slightly higher level. A little more and his spiritual power would be at risk of collapsing. Among all kinds of spells, there were also some who were more flexible in their focus requirements. The Undead summoning spell was one of them. You can use a higher concentration to maintain the summoning of the undead. In this case, you can microcontrol each undead unit. You can also use a lower focus to maintain this spell. In this case, the movements of the undead would be random. You can only give them a general order. As for what they could do in the end, it was up to fate. Isabel's flight required even more focus than the Reaper's curse. This meant that Matthew would find it difficult to cast spells while flying at high speed. However, Matthew was still quite clear about this. Flight was used to quickly avoid danger and reach higher ground. Casting spells while flying was a privilege that only legendary mages or gold warriors like Margaret had. He could not count on it for the time being. Matthew's mental strength and focus were actually considered top-notch among mages of the same level. Unfortunately, these high-focus spells were so unreasonable, as if they were specially prepared for true geniuses. Under certain circumstances, he could only envy Lorraine's Book of Abundance. Just by reading for a short time, he could gain 2 points of temporary concentration. For Matthew, this meant that he could cast Isabella's flying spell while maintaining the Reaper's curse. The effect was too good. I hope Lorraine will appear. If he really can't, he can mail the little yellow book over and lend it to me. Matthew patted his head and planned to write a letter to Lorraine later. Other than the flying technique that he was learning, Matthew had already made great progress in the monster immobilizing spell. It only took half a day. In just a short while, he had conquered all the contents of the dragon immobilization spell. This surprised Matthew. After all, dragon immobilization was a spell in the field of enchantment, and it belonged to Soria's territory. He had no achievements in the field of enchantment. He didn't expect this spell to be so easy to learn. Perhaps this was related to his mastery of the human immobilizing spell. It's also possible that I have a certain talent in spells related to immobilizing, Matthew thought to himself. However, a spell like the immobilization spell, it was one of the rarer spells that could grow on its own. Chapter 589, Legendary Flight. Chapter 589, Legendary Flight. B0znbel.c0m. Translator, Lonely Tree. The success rate would not be too high at first, and the immobilizing time would not be too long. There might even be an awkward situation where the effect ended in a few seconds. In order to make it last longer, Matthew planned to seek resources from the Alliance. He wanted to see if he could find a place to practice the dragon immobilizing spell. After all, it was in Matthew's plan. This spell was extremely important. As long as he could freeze the enemy for a moment, even if it were only for 3 seconds, he had a chance to send them into a near-death state. Once the surrounding arrangements were completed, slaying a dragon was definitely not a fool's dream. Apart from learning spells and deducing the dragon-slaying plan, Matthew was still organizing the undead in the cemetery and practicing microcontrol and command to a certain extent in a state of war. Because the upper limit of the undead he could control had increased again. As a result, some of the dead who had just been buried in the grave were transformed into skeletons and zombies. In this way, the number of skeletons and zombies in the cemetery had reached 360. When they lined up together, they gave off a terrifying feeling of being so densely packed that one could not see the end. At this moment, Matthew finally realized the concept of numbers. A few hundred of the undead had the pressure of an ocean. If there were thousands of them, it was probably even more terrifying. However, Matthew still encountered some obstacles in controlling the undead. It was mainly because there were too many people. He was not a professional general. It was fine if they fought small-scale battles. In a large-scale battle, Matthew estimated that they would only rush forward, wait for orders from fools, and retreat quickly. More detailed operations were difficult for him. He was a mage. He couldn't possibly study the art of war at the last minute, even if it was necessary. It seemed like he didn't have enough time. What made Matthew even more helpless was that none of the contract undead under him was a general. Soldier was a lone wolf who only knew how to fight alone and spread the hip-twisting virus. Renesm had a certain level of leadership ability, but the number could not exceed 20. Filey indeed had the ability of a general, but once the battle started, he would appear more often by Matthew's side as a personal guard or mount. As for Peggy, The dishes she cooked were very good. Meanwhile, in a few high-level units in the cemetery, Dark Warrior Argus was a true talent for generals. However, this guy couldn't leave the cemetery too far away. Elite Spectre Ollie was not bad either. Helplessly, he could only command his own kind. As for the new mother of slaves, this fellow was purely a talent for internal affairs. She could handle zombie construction teams, but fighting was a joke. In this way, Matthew's predicament of having so many soldiers was exposed. He thought for a long time about the candidates. He suddenly thought of someone. That was the centaur Obist. As a tree herder, Obist actually had considerable commanding abilities. However, the creatures he commanded were usually nature creatures, such as tree spirits. Isn't it inappropriate to let a centaur who loves nature command the evil undead army? Matthew hesitantly went to find Obist. He revealed his thoughts. As expected, Mr. Centaur was shocked. You want me to command those dirty, undead? Matthew smiled. I'm just here to discuss this with you. You don't have to be so nervous. Obist hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Matthew. I know I'm not qualified to reject you, but I really can't convince myself to mix with a group of zombies or skeletons, even if they're no longer as disgusting as they were at first. I'm sorry. Matthew got the answer he expected, but he was not particularly disappointed. He patted Obist's shoulder and turned to leave. On the other hand, Obster looked at Matthew's back with a complicated expression. There was dissatisfaction, discomfort, and a trace of shame. At this moment, a white light flashed beside him. A lively and cute little light fairy came out from the inner layer. Dang dang. Little Pineapple has arrived. Dear Mr. Obist, Little Pineapple sends his regards to you on behalf of everyone in the myriad world tree ocean. The little light fairy flew onto Obist's shoulder. Everyone is very concerned about the progress of the migration. How is the situation here? Obist's face tensed up. He sighed and said, Hello, Little Pineapple. I'm afraid this isn't a suitable place to move to. I've communicated with the Lord here. A few days ago, a giant dragon attacked a small town near the forest. This place will soon be involved in the war. If you come now, you'll probably be affected by the war. Little Pineapple widened his eyes and said, Is there a war here? But over at the forest, we've already been dragged into the war. The ancient basin that we used to avoid danger has been flooded with a large number of distorted astral creatures. Many people were injured because of this. Those astral creatures are too powerful. Is this place more dangerous than the primordial basin? Aubert became even more nervous. He quickly asked, How is everyone? Why are there astral creatures invading the Sea of Trees? Little Pineapple sighed and said, Little Pineapple doesn't know either. Everyone's situation is getting worse by the day. Everyone wants to leave the primordial basin. Currently, the only one supporting everyone to continue fighting is Lord Obist. Chapter 590, Legendary Flight. Chapter 590, Legendary Flight. B0znvel.c0m. Translator, Lonely Tree. If there's only 1 or 2 dragons, we can drive them away with everyone's strength, right? It's better than dealing with a large number of distorted astral creatures. What do you think, Mr. Obist? Obist gritted his teeth. His 4 hooves paced back and forth on the spot. A moment later, he said to Little Pineapple resolutely, Get some people ready. I'll bring you over soon. Little Pineapple looked at Obist suspiciously. Is it true? Lord Obist isn't trying to coax me, is he? The centaur said firmly. My words are a promise. As he said that, he ignored Little Pineapple, who was rejoicing on the spot. Instead, he strode forward and caught up with Matthew. Mr. Matthew. I'm willing to become the general of the undead army. As long as you give me the authority to command them, I promise to give you a brand new army. Aubert said with a serious expression. Matthew looked at him in surprise. Why did you change your mind? Aubert said honestly. My people have been harmed. I hope to find a place for them to live in your oak forest, especially at the edge of the descendants of the world tree. For this, we must build a stable portal that connects to the sea of trees. This may cost a lot of gold coins. The more he spoke, the softer his voice became. Matthew didn't hear the word gold coin clearly at all. It was purely made up by his brain. How many clansmen do you have? Matthew was delighted, but his face was still cold. After thinking about it, Aubert said. The first batch, about 100, no, 50 people is enough. Matthew asked curiously. Are they all centaur tree herders like you? Aubert explained. They are centaurs, but not necessarily a tree herder. There are also spearmen, archers, and mages. We centaurs are good at long-range attacks. Matthew almost drooled when he heard that. Centaur archer? That was the top long-range army in the multiverse. Rolling Stone Town lacked archers. What was there to hesitate about? Matthew waved his hand. How many people are there in your clan? I'll take care of them all. Obust was shocked. Is this true? Are you really willing to accept all of us? My clansmen can still eat quite a lot. Moreover, it will cost a lot of gold coins to build a stable sea of trees. Teleportation gate. Matthew waved his hand. Just a small matter. In any case, this money could be claimed by Rhaegar. After all, recruiting archers was to contribute to Rolling Stone Town, right? Aubert was so touched that he almost cried. He bowed deeply to Matthew. Thank you for your generosity and kindness. On the data panel. Hint, your follower Obust's loyalty to you has increased to 85. Obust shared his ability, Eagle Eye, with you. Eagle Eye spell, you can clearly see the distant scene. Your long-range aiming ability has increased by 100%. Followers could also share abilities? Matthew was surprised. Obust was actually a follower under the name of the Life Sanctuary Ritual Ground. He was indeed Matthew's follower. Perhaps the Life Sanctuary had played a role similar to the death contract. Matthew was very interested. If I can recruit more followers through the Life Sanctuary in the future and guarantee their loyalty, won't I be able to have an endless supply of free abilities? In fact, this free ability can be directed, immediately. Matthew discussed this with Obust for a while. The two of them confirmed some details about the Sea of Trees teleportation gate. After that, Obust excitedly went into the cemetery. This was the first time he had entered the cemetery since he moved into the oak forest. At that moment, Matthew could feel that the elements of the two ritual arenas were beginning to blend further. 3 days later, Matthew, who was trying his best to figure out the mysteries of flying, suddenly received Isabel's message. When the crystal ball lit up that beautiful face, Matthew almost thought he was hallucinating. He hurried to the starry cabin in the Cauldron House to meet Isabel. The latter was wearing a silver-colored gown today. Her eyes were slightly swollen, and her eyes were very sleepy as if she had just woken up from a long sleep. Do you plan to slay a dragon? Isabel asked directly. Her tone was still so domineering and direct, giving people an unquestionable feeling. Matthew replied. Just like what I wrote in the letter, the dragon has already threatened our survival. Isabel interrupted him. You can stay out of it. Matthew pursed his lips. I can't do it. Isabel raised her eyebrows, and her expression was filled with disdain. Do you have that ability? At that moment, it was as if countless people were laughing at him. Amidst the cursing and mocking voices that filled the sky, it was as if even speaking was difficult for him. I'm trying. But I will do my best. Matthew said, sweating. The pressure instantly disappeared. Isabel commented, foolish. But you pass. As she spoke, she stared at Matthew for a while and snorted softly. You're finally at the 4th tier. Are you learning flight? Matthew nodded and said. Yes, it is the flying technique that you created. Chapter 591, Legendary Flight. Chapter 591, Legendary Flight. B0xn0vel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Isabel said decisively. Stop learning. That's a second-rate version for mediocre people. Matthew was shocked. Then, he smiled bitterly in his heart. It was so difficult for him to learn the second-rate version prepared for mediocre people. Then how difficult would it be to prepare a first-class version for geniuses? But what he needed now was time. Before Matthew could speak, Isabel looked at him with a burning gaze. I can let you learn this flying technique directly, but you will owe me a promise. How about it? Do you dare to take this deal? Matthew's heart trembled. He didn't doubt that Isabel could really let him learn the art of flight. After all, Soria also had such means. Isabel, who was also a holy mage and was even more powerful, had no reason not to do so. However, the problem was. That promise, what is it? Matthew asked carefully. Isabel said coldly, I'll only tell you if you agree to the deal. Matthew smiled bitterly. Isn't that gambling? Isabel raised her eyebrows. The question is whether you have the courage. Chances are always rare. Even if you are my student, you might not always be able to meet me when I am in a good mood. Matthew gritted his teeth. Isabel's speech was quite similar to Soria's. He quickly realized that this might not be the time for him to consider the price-performance ratio. Isabel was testing his loyalty. Thus, he made a decision in his heart. I'm willing. Good. Isabel didn't say much. Her body actually directly passed through the pitch-black starry sky and the distance of 108,000 miles to Matthew's side. In an instant, Matthew felt his body become extremely relaxed. Isabel grabbed his shoulder with one hand. He flew towards the dome of the starry sky cabin. Before Matthew could react, he seemed to have traveled through time and space. He had traveled through countless galaxies and planes. When he came back to his senses, he was still standing on the floor of the starry cabin. Isabel's languid voice rang in his ears. I have some small achievements in the field of transformation, so it's very easy to share some spells with you. On the data panel. Hint, you have received the legendary flying spell from Holy Mage Isabel. Legendary flight, you have mastered legendary flight, but the consumption of spiritual power and magic power is 5 times that of ordinary flight. You can use the ability to lower the rank of spells to cast the legendary flying spell. In this case, you will obtain the effect of the 5th tier flying spell and the corresponding consumption. Legendary flight. Matthew could hardly believe his eyes. He was only at tier 4. Did he actually make an exception and learn the legendary flying spell? Was this the ability of a holy mage? He looked at Isabel in shock. The latter said calmly. Now I can tell you the contents of that promise. That is, after you become a legend, you must assist me in killing Edmund. This sentence rang in Matthew's ears. It was earth-shattering. Matthew looked around and realized that Edmund, who had always been inseparable from Isabel, was not present. His heart was pounding. Isabel, who was in front of him. The infinite glory and beauty of a holy mage were quickly fading away. It turned into a withered corpse at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Isabel asked faintly. Chapter 592, Above All Living Beings. Chapter 592, Above All Living Beings. B0xn0vel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. The scene in front of him was extremely terrifying. Other than its terrifying appearance, Matthew also felt an extremely sinister and cold aura from the dried corpse. It was definitely not a natural coldness. Instead, it was a power that came from a high-level domain. Facing Isabel's cold gaze, Matthew hurriedly said, It's not that I'm unwilling. I just don't understand why. Isabel shook her yellow face, her pale eyes filled with a terrifying resentment. He betrayed me and imprisoned me. Most importantly, he betrayed the Alliance and betrayed Ian. The original intention of the Seven Saint Alliance was to exile the gods and protect the world. However, he and his supporters chose to cooperate with the gods. They are all traitors. Traitors should die. Matthew was shocked, and his scalp went numb. He naturally knew that Ian was referring to the Calamity Mage. In the entire alliance, Isabel was the only one who was willing to use her original name to address that legendary great existence. Matthew had sensed the discord between Edmund and Isabel. But he did not expect it to be this serious. Isabel's killing intent and resentment were definitely not fake. She had been enduring it all along. Matthew had no doubt that Isabel would kill him if he rejected her request. Hence, he lowered his head and said, "I understand. To me, I will always be on your side." Isabel's resentment subsided a little. She tilted her head and looked at Matthew. "You're very smart, and you know what's good for you. But I must warn you that Edmund is only one of the traitors. There are many others I'm talking about, including Faye-Zibin, Soria, and that unfathomable fellow." Matthew shook his head. "I know very well that I have no choice." Isabel laughed. "You really don't have a choice. I'm just telling you to be mentally prepared. Once you board my ship, it won't be so easy to get down in the future. However, you don't have to be too nervous. Although Edmund is in charge of guarding me, he can't do anything to me. As for my current state, it's actually my own doing. I told you before. Our world is long dead. Only by letting himself die could he see the truth of this world. So, Matthew, are you willing to see the truth of this world?" Matthew pondered for a moment. He looked calm on the surface, but the pressure in the depths of his heart was already full. A moment later, he found a way to deal with it. "I'm willing. However, I wonder if I can only see the truth by letting myself die. I hope I can make my own judgment. I want to use my own eyes to perceive this world. It was still too early for me to witness the essence of the world. I hope to make a decision only after I have mastered great power. I have to be at least legend rank, right?" After saying this, Matthew was actually a little nervous. Isabel smiled weakly. "Very good, a very cunning delaying tactic. Not only did it show your loyalty to me, but it also tactfully rejected me. You're much more tactful than Ronan was. But in terms of scheming, you're not as good as Blinken. You are the middle ground between the two of them. I hope you're not a mediocre person." Matthew forced a smile and heaved a sigh of relief. However, he thought about it carefully. Isabel probably wouldn't turn him into something like her in the short term. She might need to develop her own strength to fight against Edmund. Then, before that, not being discovered by the head mage was the top priority. It could only be said that legendary powerhouses were all shrewd people. They said one thing but meant another. Matthew wasn't sure if his answer would satisfy Isabel. However, the latter's state of mind was quickly restrained. The bad luck and dark light that filled the sky dissipated. Isabel turned from a dried corpse into a peerless beauty again. Her lips were rosy, and her skin was white. Her bright eyes and white teeth were extremely moving. Where was the terrifying and sinister appearance of the dried corpse from before? "I'm not interested in low-level spells. I planned to teach you after you became a legend, but since you're already a tier 4, I'll give you some pointers," Isabel said lazily. "You must remember that the true source of the path of undying is not in the underworld but in the rootless river. There's no trace of the rootless river. There's only one person in the Alliance who's been to the rootless river, and that's the holy mage Link." Matthew recalled the name. Margaret had once introduced him to Lord Link, who was also one of the 3 heavenly mages. He had the power of a holy mage, but because of the intelligence mystery lock, he had always been stationed in the astral world and suffered the destruction of starlight. When you become stronger, you can go to the astral plane to find Link and ask him to guide you in the rootless river. Link is a neutral person, so he will give me face and help you, Isabel said. Since Mr. Link has been guarding the astral plane, why has the power of the Alliance of Seven Saints always been involved in the outer planes? His current mentality was also very clear. In any case, he was already on this ship. What was wrong with asking a few more questions? Chapter 593, Above All Lives. Chapter 593, Above All Lives. B0xn0vel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Isabel glanced at him and replied indifferently. The forces in the outer planes are much stronger than you think. They are complicated and difficult to control. The Seven Saint Alliance might seem powerful, but as you can see, there are many internal disputes. It's not that we don't want to get involved in the outer planes, but we can't. In the end, the outer planes are the old sphere of influence of the gods. Before the gods are destroyed, we are like birds in a cage in the prime material plane, unable to fly. Matthew nodded, not fully understanding. Isabel's words today involved the higher-ups of the Alliance. Before this, Edmund had tried to recruit him many times and constantly hinted to him that Isabel was a lunatic. The struggle between the two sides could be described as fire and water. Putting aside all these, Matthew had probably captured some of the sources of the differences between the two sides. That was the attitude towards the gods. Isabel was most likely a radical in the Alliance and advocated eliminating the gods. As for Edmund, he was a conservative and advocated cooperation with the gods. Matthew did not believe that Edmund was a lackey of the gods. On the one hand, Soria had told him about some of Edmund's achievements. Legendary mages, especially superior legends, mostly had their own strength of character. To put it bluntly, Edmund was a mage, and benefits and alliances were highly bound. What good would it do for him if the gods returned? Therefore, Matthew would not view Edmund as a heinous villain just because of Isabel's one-sided words. It was just that he had boarded a pirate ship. He could still pretend to paddle in the water. So, he once again expressed his determination to Isabel. The latter did not comment. A moment later, Isabel looked tired. As for the dragon-slaying thing you mentioned just now, I'll get Soria to help you. I'll talk to her. She's the best at this. After all, she has a soft spot for dragons. Matthew thought she was being sarcastic, so he smiled and said, "You're so humorous." Isabel glared at him and said, "I'm not joking. Soria rode many dragons back then. Moreover, with her physical fitness, all the dragons could only stay below. One dragon could not even withstand her strength and died on the spot. Where do you think the ancient title of Dragon Widow came from?" Matthew was petrified on the spot. After a long time. Only then did he leave the starry sky cabin with his mouth agape. However, just as he walked out of the door, he saw a big, fat, coffee-colored cat waiting for him at the door. Matthew was stunned. He recognized this big fat cat. It was Aji, who had previously entertained him in Soria's crystal palace. "Mr. Matthew, Miss Soria has invited you." Fat Cat Aji's attitude seemed to be much more enthusiastic this time. Matthew nodded and followed him. However, he muttered in his heart. Was the communication between holy mages so smooth? Isabel had just said that she would greet Soria, and the latter had already sent someone to welcome him? Matthew had deep doubts about Isabel's imprisonment. If not for the fact that Isabel's resentment was too deep when she was in the state of a dried corpse, she would have died. He even felt that all of this was an act. It was still the reception room from last time. Soria was wearing a set of light green home clothes, and her every move was still so gentle and amiable as if she was the aunt next door. The two holy mages gave off different feelings. In front of Isabel, Matthew didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid of disturbing her. Soria gave off a very friendly feeling and even a sense of dependence. But Matthew knew very well. A person who was on equal footing with Isabel could not slack off, no matter how good her temper was on the surface. Therefore, his attitude was very serious from the beginning to the end. He was just short of writing the word respect on his face. Looks like Isabel hasn't completely given up on you, has she? Saria handed Matthew a cup of coffee with a smile. The latter smiled cautiously. Saria said to herself. Although Isabel is one of my best friends, she rarely asks for help. The last time she asked me to help her student was Blinken. Unfortunately, Blinken has a strong opinion of his own, and he didn't accept my suggestion. Matthew was still a little curious about how Blinken came to Saria for help. However, Saria suddenly changed the topic and stared at Matthew. Did she ask you to complete a deal with her? At that moment, Matthew's nerves tensed up. He shook his head vigorously. A gentle but suffocating pressure fell on his shoulders. Saria stretched out a finger and made a gesture in the air. Matthew felt a finger lift his chin. He was forced to raise his head and look at Saria. She smiled and said, "You lied. Let me guess the contents of her deal with you. She must have hoped that you would help her kill Edmund, right?" Matthew's eyes were firm, and his lips were tightly pursed. He would not say anything even if he were beaten to death. Saria let go of her hand and did not force him. In the next moment, she gently placed her hands on her knees and said with a nostalgic expression, "The person she hates the most should be Edmund, but I should be ranked in the top 5. After all, it was Edmund who first proposed the imprisonment plan. I'm also one of his supporters." Chapter 594, Above All Lives. Chapter 594, Above All Lives. B0xn0vel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. But Edmund is also thinking for the sake of the Alliance. If I were to choose a mage other than the 7 saints to be the leader of the Alliance, I would choose Edmund without hesitation. He may not be a good person, but he will be a very good leader. Do you know what a good leader's basic qualities are? Matthew blinked. It meant that he didn't know anything. Saria smiled gently and continued. That is to understand the art of compromise. Imprisoning Isabel was a compromise between the Alliance and the gods. In that era, the foundation of the Alliance wasn't stable yet. Natural disasters occurred frequently in the prime material plane, and the outer planes were even more unstable. As one of the leaders, Isabel never understood what compromise was. She thought she was Yin. However, she did not have Yin's strength. Therefore, she became the target of compromise. She's a very extreme person, so she can't understand what we're doing. She swallowed the chaos mystery lock and transformed herself into a divine lich. But you must not imitate her. Because she has the ability to transform back at any time, but you don't. The 2 lich apprentices who followed her back then have long since been reduced to ashes. Saria said this with a smile in his eyes and a gentle tone. But Matthew heard a strong warning. What she meant was, if he cooperated with Isabel, he would be reduced to ashes. Matthew could only lower his head deeply, then lift it up forcefully and look at Saria. I will make a decision that follows my heart. Saria smiled. I hope your heart is guiding you in the right direction. But then again, Isabel's idea is somewhat correct. After getting used to compromising, some people might not be able to be tough anymore. If he could always sacrifice a small number of people's interests in exchange for more of his own interests, then who would be willing to fight to the death? To put it bluntly, those whose interests were sacrificed would never have the chance to make a sound on a higher stage. And their predicament. What does it have to do with us, existences above all living beings? We are holy mages, legendary mages, and we hold power that they cannot look directly at. We can even comfort ourselves that we didn't compromise but only made a better exchange. When she said these words, a strong sense of self-mockery appeared on her face. Matthew was a little confused. He realized that he did not understand Saria's position at all. If Isabel was a firm radical, then he had once thought that Saria was a conservative like Edmund. But now, it seemed like she seemed to agree with some of Isabel's ideas. Matthew could only sigh and say, these things are still too far away for me. I'm not much different from the common people you mentioned. Forgive me for not being able to feel the vision and structure of the common people. After all, I'm just a small mage with low magic power. Soria's eyes flickered when he heard that. Not to the extent of a little mage. Although I can't see much of your background, a person who can catch Ronan and Isabel's eye is definitely not an ordinary person. Do you think that the spells that I solidified for you are something that ordinary people can enjoy? It's just that Isabel placed a bet on you, so I naturally had to follow up. In order not to arouse her disgust, I deliberately took your money. Matthew was stunned. These words implied that there was a strong tacit understanding between Soria and Isabel. They called each other best friends. But that was fake. However, on a deeper level, they seemed to still maintain a tacit understanding. But was there a need to make it so complicated? Just as Matthew was confused, Soria said even more clearly. Actually, she asked you to come and look for me today because she wanted to send me a friendly signal. She wanted to ally with me against the Nameless Mage. Do you know the Nameless Mage? Him, Isabel, Link, and I are the 4 known holy mages of the Alliance. Strictly speaking, I replaced Isabel, who betrayed the Alliance and became a heavenly mage. She isn't actually a member of the Alliance now. However, her prestige in the Alliance was too high, so her enemies could not completely eliminate her. And the most powerful enemy was the supporter behind Edmund, the Nameless one who was also a holy mage. The Nameless had no name. He was Yin's descendant, but his ideology was completely different from Isabel's. The Nameless wizard was very low-key, and his strength was unfathomable. In the Alliance, you would hardly hear any legends about him. He was truly a nameless person. He is also Isabel's greatest enemy. You don't have to know too much about him. Just like you said, you're still very weak. If you enter the higher-ups game early, you'll be at risk of being crushed at any time. Of course, there's no need for you to be frightened by what you've seen today. You don't even want to eat or drink. The game between holy mages is dangerous, but we're also much more tolerant than you think. To put it more bluntly, Isabel's goal will be achieved if you come to me. She asked you to help her kill Edmund. The symbolic meaning is greater than the actual meaning. She only wants your loyalty. The key to this matter is to let you come to me in the name of seeking advice. Chapter 595 Chapter 595, Above All Lives. Chapter 595, Above All Lives. B0xn0vel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. She's too proud and doesn't want to lower her head to me, but I'm the only one in the Alliance who can help her. So you're just a medium for her to release her kindness. It sounded ironic, didn't it? She is such a stubborn old lady. But I'm different. I'm a businesswoman with a very soft body. As long as there's money and benefits, I'll do anything. Soria's smile was really very healing. At that moment, Matthew felt that the haze in his heart had been swept away. But he knew that this was the effect of a spell. Matthew pondered for a while and suddenly asked. So, are you willing to accept her kindness? Soria blinked. I told you, I'm a businesswoman. A businesswoman is best at betting on both sides. I won't reject Isabel, and I will try my best to help you solve your problem. However, it is impossible for me to make a move against Edmund. Similarly, I will not sit idly by and watch the Nameless One continue to harm Isabel. I think the Alliance still needs an existence like her, just like how this world needs the existence of the gods. Matthew fell into a long examination after listening. Soria's words were very honest, clearing up a lot of fog for him. Matthew really couldn't put himself in the shoes of the masses to consider the overall situation. However, this also made him desire to become stronger. A moment later, the two of them finally talked about Matthew's purpose for this trip. Dragon slaying. Slaying a dragon is a very simple thing. I noticed that you've earned a sum of money again. I'll lend you a little more, and you can use the dragon slaying spear, which costs a lot of capital. Soria said with confidence. For the sake of my best friend, I can give you the scroll directly, but the price will be a little higher. A dragon-slaying spear scroll costs 600,000. Your territory is probably threatened by 2 dragons, right?